In the heart of a desolate land, now a sprawling graveyard for countless fallen souls, the remnants of a war that could never be won lingered. Life had been stripped away in the relentless pursuit of victory, leaving the few survivors with a single, primal desire: survival. Beyond this instinct, there seemed little reason to continue in a world so thoroughly scarred by conflict. Yet, among the survivors, one figure had endured through unimaginable hardships, emerging as the protagonist of our tale. Having faced defeat 98 times, he now approached what he believed might be the final chapter of his arduous journey. A brilliant, almost blinding light beckoned him forward as he stepped into a vast chamber, where a formidable cadre of sentinel golems awaited. As he surveyed the towering figures before him, he couldn't help but question whether this was truly his 20th mission. Behind the imposing golems, a dark tunnel stretched into the unknown, suggesting these sentinels guarded something far more significant. His resolve hardened, and with a focused determination, he summoned his weapon. A crimson scythe materialized in his grip, its blade gleaming ominously. The moment the golems caught sight of the weapon, their eyes flared with renewed intensity, as if awakening from a deep slumber. With a unified purpose, these colossal sentinels advanced, their heavy weapons poised to strike. The battle commenced as they launched their coordinated assault, aiming to crush the lone warrior. However, his agility proved to be his greatest asset, allowing him to evade their deadly blows with swift, graceful movements. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With unshakable determination, he invoked the insignia of death, a powerful incantation. Above the leading golem, a dark, menacing circle adorned with the symbol of a grim skull appeared, marking the sentinel with a sinister curse. Cloaked in a fiery, dark aura, our hero's speed surged beyond the golem's reach. Seizing the moment, he delivered a devastating strike. The crimson scythe carved through the guardian's massive frame, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. As he stepped back, a satisfied smile crossed his face. The plan had worked flawlessly. Insignia of death had doubled the damage of his attack, ensuring his success. But the victory was short-lived. As the first golem crumbled, the remaining sentinels surged forward, their fury unbridled. They charged at him, intent on tearing him apart, the battle far from over. He was like a mere insect before these colossal monsters, dwarfed by their towering forms. Yet, the overwhelming disparity in size did nothing to deter him. Undaunted by their intimidating presence, he launched himself into the air, summoning a technique known as the Knight of Death. This skill imbued his weapon with a sinister, dark energy specifically designed to counter the sanctity of his opponents. Slowly, the darkness spread, consuming the radiant light that once bathed the temple in a holy glow. The golems, guardians of the sacred place, were soon engulfed in the encroaching shadow, rendering them blind to their surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, the hero unleashed a cataclysmic strike, a wave of energy so powerful it could obliterate an entire horde of enemies in an instant. However, despite his calm demeanor, it quickly became evident that even this massive attack had failed to harm the guardian golems. With uncanny precision, the holy creatures retaliated, charging their arrows with the pure elements of fire and ice before launching them at the hero with deadly accuracy. Each arrow whizzed past him, narrowly missing its mark, threatening to end him with every shot. Realizing the imminent danger, the hero knew he needed to move faster to avoid the relentless barrage. Without hesitation, he leaped directly into the path of the advancing golems, meeting them head-on. His incredible speed allowed him to create afterimages that bewildered the guardians, causing them to strike at illusions rather than the real target. In a counterattack, one of the golems notched several arrows in rapid succession, firing them with such velocity that they broke the speed of light, obliterating nearly every illusion the hero had created. Despite the grave situation, the hero remained composed, even managing a taunting smile. He goaded the golems, mockingly suggesting that their efforts were far from enough to defeat him. But his confident facade quickly faded when a sudden burst of light erupted beneath him. To his shock, an unexpected magical seal on the floor had triggered a trap, summoning a massive block of ice that encased him completely, immobilizing him. His vaunted speed, which had been his greatest asset just moments before, was now utterly useless. Trapped, he fought with all his might to shatter the ice, slowly causing cracks to form. As he struggled, the golems closed in, one of them preparing to strike a fatal blow with a colossal spear. The cracks in the ice grew wider, but it still refused to break. In a desperate bid for freedom, the hero invoked another powerful skill, moonlight destruction. The ice surrounding him turned a deep crimson, and with a flash of brilliant red light, it shattered, releasing him from his icy prison. The unleashed attack not only freed him but also annihilated the guardian golem standing before him, unleashing the full power he had been holding back. His equipment, now enhanced by the use of this skill, underwent a transformation, becoming even more formidable. He acknowledged that he had come dangerously close to losing the battle, nearly failing the mission. After expending considerable time and energy battling the guardian golems, the hero made a crucial decision: to end the fight with a single, all-consuming strike. As the dark, malevolent aura around his scythe grew more intense, signaling the impending climax of the confrontation, the guardian golems prepared their most devastating attacks in response. Weapons capable of mass destruction, arrows charged with potent magic, and powerful seals were all ready, setting the stage for the final, decisive clash. Our hero retaliated with a powerful stomp, channeling immense energy into his scythe as he prepared to strike. With a fierce determination, he unleashed his moonlight destruction skill, now amplified by an overwhelming surge of dark power. But this time, the aura surrounding him was further enhanced by another skill, the red moon. The result was a devastating slash with a much wider reach, similar to the one that had shattered the ice earlier. The once dominant golems were cleaved through effortlessly, their massive forms falling to the ground as lifeless husks. As the protagonist landed, a sense of relief washed over him, knowing that these formidable enemies were finally defeated. Without hesitation, he ventured deeper into the mysterious area, heading towards the chamber that the Guardians had been protecting. However, as he advanced, an unsettling feeling crept over him. The surroundings resembled a temple, but there was something eerily vacant about the place. He approached the door at the far end, uncertain of what awaited him beyond it. As he neared, a magic circle inscribed on the floor began to glow and shift. With resolute determination, the hero stepped into the center of the circle, curious to see what would happen next. A rueful smile crossed his lips as he stood there, wondering if this would be the moment he finally completed the game on his 99th attempt. But his hope was quickly shattered when a notification appeared, informing him that only one player out of 5 was present on the magic circle. The harsh reality hit him: he needed a group of 5 to access the boss room. The notification warned that failing to meet this requirement would result in death. As he absorbed this grim truth, the weight of all his struggles and sacrifices seemed to evaporate. A golden light enveloped him, forming an impenetrable barrier that resisted all his efforts to escape. In his final moments, he cursed the absurdity of this last, impossible prerequisite, but his anger was futile. His body began to disintegrate, and he couldn't help but question if this was truly the end. The grim realization dawned on him as the game confirmed his death, with the countdown ticking away the last seconds of his life. But just as despair threatened to consume him, a hidden power activated, a rune known as Regression. This final act would mark the 100th use of the Regression rune, sending the last surviving hero back in time to the moment before his first mission began. With the activation of the rune, it would vanish forever, but the protagonist would start his journey anew, embarking on his 100th regression. The scene shifts to a Korean palace, situated in the heart of the city, where the story begins once again. It is the last day of the year, and a crowd has gathered to celebrate the coming of the new year. As the final 5 seconds of the year approached, a radiant blue aura enveloped the body of a lone figure. His discomfort was palpable as he realized that he had returned to his previous life. The moment he glanced at his hands, recognition dawned. This was the very instant before everyone was pulled into that stupid game. Clenching his fists, the man recalled how close he had come to winning, vowing to change his fate as he prepared to face the challenge once more. He was in the 20th round, teetering on the brink of another failure. As the clock ticked down to the final 2 seconds before disaster struck, he fantasized about freezing time, longing for just a moment more to find a way out. His mind flashed back to the message he received from the system after his last death. This was his 100th use of the Regression rune. The stakes were higher than ever, and he knew this might be his final chance to win. As the year's last seconds approached, the man who would be our protagonist steeled himself, determined to finish the game once and for all. He couldn't forget the critical requirement he failed to meet during the 20th round, the need to recruit 4 additional players. Now, as he prepared for what was to come, he began scanning the crowd, searching for the right people to join him. Just moments before the countdown to the new year, another figure came into view, an acquaintance of the protagonist, standing with a group of friends in the bustling city center, ready to welcome the new year. Among them was a bald man who, in the midst of the festivities, wondered aloud about his future after graduation. He jokingly asked his friend if he should take up a job as a delivery driver. The man named Youngman, who would later be revealed as our protagonist's former tormentor, responded with a grin, declaring his ambition to become a mob boss. His friends were taken aback, unsure if Youngman was serious or just joking. But Youngman, with a carefree attitude, argued that life was too short not to live it to the fullest. As his friends pondered the wisdom of keeping their distance from Youngman after graduation, laughter broke out among them. They realized that associating with a would-be gangster might not be the best life choice. The bald man then teased Youngman, asking what would become of his personal shuttle after they graduated, a thinly veiled reference to the person Youngman had bullied throughout high school. The mention of this shuttle conjured an image in Youngman's mind, a downtrodden, defeated individual who had always been at his beck and call. Laughing, Youngman assured his friends that he had no intention of letting go of his shuttle, even after graduation. The group found this hilarious, and one of them mentioned that he had recently seen the shuttle nearby. At that exact moment, our protagonist was enveloped in a radiant light, regressing back to his 100th and possibly final attempt. As he reappeared, his expression was calm yet resolute, a stark contrast to the timid demeanor Youngman had come to expect. Youngman, now facing his former victim, was struck by the change. Something was different about the person standing before him. He seemed older, more confident, almost as if he had lived through countless lifetimes. The protagonist met Youngman's gaze, something he had never dared to do before. His newfound confidence unnerved Youngman, who found himself confused and irritated by this unexpected shift. Just as Youngman was about to react, his friends intervened, reminding him that there would be plenty of time to settle scores later. After all, today marked the start of a new year. Taking their words to heart, Youngman reluctantly backed down, deciding to let the incident slide for now. The group resumed their celebration, believing themselves to be grown-ups now, and exchanged wishes for a happy new year. Meanwhile, our protagonist silently prepared for the challenges that lay ahead, knowing that this time, he was determined to change his fate. A mysterious voice suddenly echoed through the air, interrupting the celebration. It was a voice that carried an otherworldly quality, filled with both amusement and disdain. The voice remarked on how peculiar humans were, daring to celebrate the new year without any understanding of what was truly happening around them. The crowd, startled, began searching frantically for the source of the voice. Then, from the midst of the confusion, a majestic figure emerged. She was adorned in a flowing white dress, and her magnificent wings shimmered with a radiant light. Her presence commanded attention, and her voice, though serene, carried an underlying menace. As she looked down upon the gathered people, a mocking smile played on her lips, finding their ignorance amusing. She commented on how humans were no better than caged monkeys, oblivious to their fate. The appearance of this celestial being captivated everyone in the city center. Her beauty was so overwhelming that most onlookers were entranced, unable to look away, everyone except the hero. He recognized her immediately and felt a deep-seated loathing rise within him. He had seen this exact scenario unfold 99 times before, and each time, his hatred for this moment only grew stronger. The angelic figure tried to stifle her laughter, but it spilled out nonetheless, laced with contempt. She sneered at the humans, calling them trash for being so easily mesmerized by her appearance. Her time was too valuable to waste on such meaningless admiration, she said. If they could see her so clearly, then surely they could hear her just as well, she mused with a smirk. One man in the crowd, fed up with her mockery, shouted at her, demanding to know who she was. He accused her of merely cosplaying as an angel. The hero remained silent, watching as the scene played out just as it had before. The angel's smile never wavered, but her demeanor darkened. Her eyes shifted to a deep, menacing red, and her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. In an instant, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The man who had dared to challenge her was now nothing more than a memory. Yeo Min, one of the bystanders, could only gasp in horror. The angel, her sweet voice now gone, warned the crowd with a deadly seriousness. She declared that no one was to speak to her with such disrespect again. Humans, she said, were far too insignificant to question her or act with any semblance of arrogance in her presence. Those who dared would meet the same fate as the fool who had just perished. She went on, her tone laced with condescension, explaining that humanity had fallen to a pitifully low status. As she prepared to reveal the reason for their current predicament, the hero could only sigh, knowing what was to come. With a twisted smile, the angel announced that they were all now part of a game. From this moment forward, on the 1st of every month, their souls would be transported to another dimension to compete in 20 rounds of this cruel game. This, she declared, was the only way humans would now exist, playing her game, trapped in a cycle of survival and despair. For the next few days, they would be consumed by the tasks they were given, focusing entirely on completing each one. If they succeeded, they would be rewarded and returned to their normal lives. But confusion spread among the crowd as the angel spoke. Many believed that simply finishing the tasks would guarantee their survival, but the reality was far harsher. Even with the completion of every quest, survival was not guaranteed for everyone. The angel, noticing their naive thoughts, laughed softly, her voice tinged with amusement. She explained that only half of them would be allowed to live, reading the unspoken fears in their minds. Our hero remained calm and collected amidst the growing panic, his expression betraying no fear. It was clear to him that most of those around him were terrified, sensing that their lives were hanging by a thread. With a sinister smile, the angel assured them that not all would be taken, only a select few. The MC sighed inwardly, having heard these same words 99 times before. It was then revealed that only those between the ages of 15 and 29 would be forced to participate in this twisted game. As he listened, the hero couldn't help but reflect on how he never imagined he'd be trapped in this cycle, repeating the same game over and over. An older man in the crowd, realizing he was safe from the age requirement, smirked in relief. His smug reaction only fueled the anger of those who were not so lucky, escalating tensions. But before any conflict could erupt, Youngmin warned the crowd not to act rashly, lest they meet the same fate as the man who had defied the angel earlier. Spreading her wings wide, the angel announced that the time had come to begin. She revealed that approximately 1.9 billion people would be participating in this game. Her excitement grew as she declared that the explanation was over, and they would now move on to the actual game. A blinding white light enveloped everything, and the world around them vanished, leaving only the bodies of the participants. The hero was nowhere to be seen, and the angel explained that each participant had entered a space unique to them, a place visible only to the individual. She instructed them to shape their avatars in preparation for the soul transfer, much like customizing a character in a video game. This was a crucial moment, as they only had one chance to make their choices. As for the hero, he knew exactly what he would choose, having done this many times before. He began selecting the same appearance and traits he had used in his previous regressions. His in-game name, Black Scythe, just like before, the same ominous nickname. Moments after finishing the customization, the participants found themselves in a completely different setting, an open field where their avatars slowly came to life. The hero's chosen look was one he had favored time and again. His avatar now had jet black hair and piercing crimson eyes, with a taller, more imposing build than his real self. This form had become familiar to him, the embodiment of the hero he had tried to become in every cycle. This was his 100th appearance in the game. The body he now inhabited felt more like his true form, a mirror of the ones he had used in previous regressions. There was no need for him to acclimate, he knew this body as well as his own. As the avatars of the other players materialized into this new reality, many were visibly stunned by their own customizations. The MC noticed that several had designed their avatars to be strikingly attractive. But he knew all too well that this was one of the first mistakes a player could make. In this brutal world, the strong preyed on the weak, and drawing too much attention made one an easy target. The cost of such a mistake was high, death in the game meant death in real life. Just then, his gaze fixed on someone he had been anticipating, Hwang Youngmin, the high school bully who had tormented him relentlessly. As the Black Scythe, the MC felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped that Youngmin might show some growth in the game, but it seemed unlikely. The angel reappeared, greeting the players now that they had all been transported. She noticed how attached they seemed to their new appearances and mused aloud, her excitement barely contained, about how these pretty faces would fare when faced with true terror and despair. The humans from Seoul had been gathered here, a staggering 1.8 million participants, though some wondered why they only saw a fraction of that number. The angel laughed, delighting in the confusion. She revealed that the participants were spread across multiple spaces, with other angels overseeing different groups. Without further delay, the angel began to unveil more about the game. She explained that players could access a special kind of status window simply by imagining it. She gave an example, and before the MC appeared the familiar Black Scythe status window. But as he scanned it, he sighed in frustration. All his maxed out stats from his previous life had been wiped clean, leaving him at square one. Has everyone seen their status windows? The angel asked, her tone laced with mockery. A reminder of just how worthless you all are, she added with a smirk. The only way to survive and complete the 20 rounds, she told them, was to grow stronger. She then revealed the reward for completing this monumental task, a single wish, anything they desired. And, she added, they wouldn't have to pay any price for winning the game. The promise of such a reward set the players' minds racing, each contemplating their deepest desires. Sensing their eagerness, the angel's smile widened. To get things started, she announced, I've prepared a little gift for each of you today. When the players checked their inventories, they discovered something unexpected, a single item had been added. It was a random rune. The angel explained that this rune could be used only once and was usable even by those who were still at level 1. For now, it was the only item they would receive. The players quickly grasped that they could consume this rune just by thinking about the word use. The first to use the rune was Yongmin, who was visibly stunned by the outcome. The angel let out another chuckle as she noticed that several players seemed displeased with the effects of their runes. With a sly grin, she remarked that fate had dealt them these hands, and they had no choice but to accept them. As the players prepared for what was to come, the angel snapped her fingers after explaining the runes. Suddenly, particles of light began to materialize around them. A notification appeared before every player, detailing their first mission. As expected, the task seemed straightforward. Each player had to kill 100 goblins. However, the stakes were high. After this round, only half of the participants would be allowed to continue. Before long, the first goblin materialized. Some players, seeing the creature, remarked that it felt like they were inside a virtual reality game. But the angel quickly warned them not to get too comfortable. With a darkening expression and a menacing aura, she announced that she had summoned not just a few goblins, but a massive horde. The air filled with beams of light as more goblins appeared, and the initial calm on the players' faces quickly turned to panic. The angel declared that 10,000 humans would face off against 50,000 goblins in a brutal fight to the death. As the goblin horde surged forward, moving with terrifying speed, many players were paralyzed with fear, unsure how to react. Others began to retreat, their footsteps echoing in the tense silence. But not Black Scythe. With a determined expression, he charged headlong into the fray, showing no trace of fear. The players behind him watched in disbelief, wondering what he could possibly be thinking. The goblins were heavily armed and dangerous, yet Black Scythe's calm demeanor gave way to a murderous intensity as the monsters drew nearer. He lunged at the closest goblin, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature flying several meters away. Black Scythe knew the importance of making a strong first impression, especially in a new group. He wanted to burn the image of his strength into the minds of those around him, and taking down the first goblin was the perfect way to do it. With the goblin down, he quickly snatched the dagger from its hand, knowing there was something even more important he needed to acquire. In his mind, it was crucial to demonstrate his power early on, to keep the other players from underestimating him or becoming a nuisance. The angel overseeing their group watched with growing interest, clearly amused by Black Scythe's display of skill. Realizing that all eyes were on him, Black Scythe knew he had to keep up the act. In a flash, he slashed through 2 more goblins that rushed him, leaving the onlookers in awe of his prowess. Other players began to wonder if Black Scythe was some kind of secret agent. His impressive nickname only added to their curiosity. They figured that perhaps the goblins were just the weakest enemies, given how easily Black Scythe had taken them down. A few of the more confident players even started to believe they could handle these monsters just as effortlessly. However, their overconfidence was short-lived. One player, who had let his guard down, was caught off guard by a goblin. The so-called weakest monster took him down with a single blow, shattering any illusions of an easy victory. Reality set in hard, and the group quickly realized that they were in serious danger. Panic spread as they witnessed the goblin killing the player, and soon, everyone was fleeing for their lives. Black Scythe observed the chaos unfolding around him. He recognized this as one of the many brutal lessons of the game, what he called the greetings of Inferno. By now, it was clear to everyone that this was no mere game. Survival had become the only thing on their minds. The humans who once sat comfortably at the top of the food chain were now the hunted. As panic set in, people began to run aimlessly, driven by the instinct to survive. Black Scythe recalled making the same mistake during his first playthrough, only realizing the harsh truth after his second regression. No matter how fast one ran, there was no escape from this dimension. One woman, in particular, came to a halt as she realized she was trapped by an invisible barrier, preventing any escape from the goblins. This situation served as a stark wake-up call for the modern humans, whose lives had been made easy by technology. The natural instinct to kill for survival had long been dormant in most of them, making it difficult for some to take their first life in the game. But hesitation could be deadly, as any moment of doubt could give the monsters the opening they needed to strike back. As the battle continued, some players managed to push past their limits, but the situation remained grim. The angel overseeing the scene found it all highly amusing. She remarked that despite goblins being only slightly larger than children, the players were struggling to defeat them, especially since the goblins attacked in groups and wielded daggers. Yet, amidst the chaos, one person caught the angel's attention: Black Scythe. She couldn't understand why this human was so different from the others. When she checked his progress, she discovered that he had already slain 70 goblins. The angel grew irritated, as the system only allowed her to see the number of goblins he had killed and nothing more. But she decided to brush it off, feeling that someone of her noble stature had no reason to concern herself with mere mortals. The battle raged on, and each time a player defeated a goblin, they earned experience points and gold, which would eventually help them level up. As for Black Scythe, his kill count had now reached 75, and he continued to press forward with relentless determination. Black Scythe continued to display his remarkable skills, effortlessly dodging every weapon the goblins hurled at him. A new wave of goblins rushed toward him, but with swift and powerful strikes, he dispatched each one with lethal precision. The blood of the monsters stained his hands, causing some of the goblins to hesitate and retreat from his relentless onslaught. However, Black Scythe showed no mercy, cutting down his foes with a single blow each time. His eyes grew darker and more dangerous as he hunted for more goblins to slay. Noticing that the goblins were starting to avoid him, he decided to take a momentary break, knowing that no one was currently challenging him. He checked his status window and saw that he had reached level 4, earning 6 extra stat points. Each level up granted him 2 additional stat points, which he allocated entirely to agility. This decision was strategic. Agility would enhance his speed, improve his attack rate, and increase his ability to dodge enemy strikes. In the early stages, agility was crucial. Black Scythe realized that with his rapid progress, the angel would undoubtedly take notice of him soon. He began to strategize the best way to complete the first mission. Suddenly, a circling dagger struck one of the goblins. Turning his attention back to the goblins, Black Scythe taunted them, asking if they really intended to stop attacking him. Despite his provocation, the goblins remained where they were, unimpressed. Sighing in frustration, Black Scythe knew he had no choice but to press on. In a flash, he vanished from his spot and reappeared across the group of goblins, retrieving the dagger he had thrown. The goblins took several seconds to comprehend what had just happened. But before they could react, Black Scythe unleashed a devastating round slash, cutting the entire group in half. With the goblins defeated, he leveled up again, and the system notified him that he had fulfilled the requirements for the first mission. A scythe of dark light enveloped him, signaling the completion of the task. Black Scythe mused that the first round had always been like this, straightforward but demanding. He knew he needed to push himself just a bit more to catch the angel's attention. The system congratulated him for being the first person to finish the quest in their designated zone and for securing the top spot in all zones. It took him a total of 10 minutes and 21 seconds to complete the task. With a satisfied grin, he relished in the achievement of securing rank 1 yet again. The significance of this accomplishment would become evident soon, as the top 3 players in each mission were awarded special prizes. For finishing first in his designated zone, he received a rare weapon selection coupon, the lowest rank of its kind. Moreover, for ranking first across all zones, he was granted a unique reward selection box, items that would undoubtedly provide a significant edge over the other players. Black Scythe decided to use the weapon coupon first. The system presented him with a list of rare weapons to choose from. He couldn't help but feel a bit humiliated at the thought of returning to these lower-grade weapons, yet he was still grateful to have them at the start. After a moment of consideration, he chose the stiletto, a dagger known to be the best for beginners. It boasted an additional agility stat and had an attack power of 15. With his new weapon in hand, he discarded the dagger he had taken from the goblins, deciding to save his other reward for later. Meanwhile, as Black Scythe reviewed his rewards, the goblins continued their relentless pursuit of the other players. When he checked his status window again, something unusual caught his eye. The title, Last Time Regressor, appeared, a title he had never encountered in his previous 99 attempts. Reflecting on this, he realized that the rune he had used earlier was the rune of regression, the very same rune he had received in his first attempt. This rune was what had brought him this far, though it vanished immediately after he consumed it. The only difference was the error that now appeared with the rune. Black Scythe had anticipated this outcome, knowing he couldn't keep rewinding time indefinitely. The rune confirmed that this was indeed his 100th regression, which was what triggered the Last Time Regressor title. Titles in this game were considered superior to runes, and the Last Time Regressor could only be obtained after a person's 100th regression. This title allowed him to spend a minute in soul form, during which he could resurrect with 30% of his health restored, a rare ability, typically only associated with priests. Black Scythe pondered the potential of this new title, realizing it could be crucial in his quest to win the game this time. Recognizing its value, he decided to keep the title hidden, setting it to private so that no other players or entities could see it. Expecting that other players who completed the mission would be arriving soon, he held out his hands, curious about their condition. His thoughts drifted to Youngmin, and as he scanned the area, he was relieved to see the guy still holding on, managing to survive the ordeal. Black Scythe anticipated that Youngmin would likely survive this round as well. A few moments later, golden lights began to illuminate the entire area. The angel continued to watch with a sly grin, realizing why she found the battlefield a bit dull. As more players managed to kill 100 goblins, the overall goblin population had actually decreased, diminishing the thrill of facing a horde of monsters. Acknowledging her mistake, the angel apologized, assuring everyone that she would restore the excitement. Her mocking words sent shivers down the spines of the remaining survivors, who understood the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the bodies of fallen players began to vanish, which caught the attention of those still alive. They wondered why this was happening, and their concerns grew as another brilliant light appeared. This time, the sight of golden light offered no comfort, only dread. A new wave of goblins had been summoned, charging toward the weary players. Fear was etched on their faces as they faced this fresh onslaught, already exhausted from the previous battle. The angel, her face twisted with madness, gleefully informed them that she had summoned an additional 50,000 goblins to keep the feast going. With no other choice, the players braced themselves for the fight, and the once peaceful fields quickly descended into chaos. The goblins fought with relentless ferocity, while the players, driven by sheer will, managed to hang on. As time passed, more players completed the mission. Yongmin was among them, though he resorted to using others as shields to defend himself from the goblins' attacks, a desperate measure for desperate times. Eventually, only 1,000 participants remained. Black Scythe, however, simply sat with his eyes closed, bored by the scene. Having played this game 100 times, he had grown numb to the sight of death. Former participants like him were forbidden from assisting those still struggling to complete the mission, and the angel continued to watch the carnage as if it were mere entertainment. After a while, Black Scythe reopened his eyes, prompted by the notification that all 5,143 participants had completed the mission. Although these survivors had managed to stay alive, they had failed to eliminate 1,000 goblins. As they looked around in confusion, they wondered where all the monsters had gone. As the angel declared the mission over, she captured everyone's attention. With a voice full of mock sympathy, she addressed those who had failed, explaining that their fates were simply a matter of the game's rules. Their bodies began to fade, signaling their inevitable demise. Some, realizing they were only a few goblins away from survival, pleaded desperately for another chance. But their cries fell on deaf ears. The angel, now with a satisfied smile, clapped her hands and congratulated the survivors, urging them to be thankful for making it through the first round. She laughed as she praised the remaining humans, wishing them luck on their upcoming challenges. Before the players were sent away, the results of the mission were displayed. Black Scythe, as expected, had claimed the top spot. Each of the other players was also identified by unique nicknames. The system announced that Black Scythe's victory had earned him 1,000 gold, in addition to his previous rewards. He was informed that once he reached level 10, he could use the gold to purchase valuable items. As he received his gold, Black Scythe noticed more players avoiding eye contact with him, exactly as he had intended. His goal was to establish himself as the strongest, and he had succeeded. The angel, somewhat surprised, commented that she never expected the top-ranked player to be within her own domain. She then turned to Black Scythe, curiosity in her eyes, and asked him how he had become so powerful, wondering if he had been granted a particularly strong rune. However, before she could press further, she realized her mistake and cut herself off. Amused, Black Scythe teased her, suggesting she could check his status window to see his rune for herself. The angel, trying to maintain her composure, pretended that she could indeed see his rune. But only Black Scythe knew that she was bluffing. To further unsettle her, Black Scythe stepped closer and made a bold request. The angel's demeanor became increasingly unstable as she listened, unaware that this man had already spent 99 lifetimes in this exact scenario. With a calm but firm tone, Black Scythe expressed his dissatisfaction with the reward he had received for finishing first. He accused the angel of being stingy, a statement that shocked those around him. They couldn't believe someone would dare to demand more from such a ruthless entity. As expected, the angel's mood darkened, and she questioned him sharply about his audacity. But Black Scythe remained unfazed, repeating his request without hesitation. His unwavering confidence left the others in awe, realizing that this was no ordinary player. He desired greater rewards. The angel's irritation with Black Scythe's audacity was growing, but they locked eyes in a tense standoff. In the back of everyone's minds, unease was creeping in. The angel wondered if his victory in the mission had made this human arrogant enough to think he could look down on her. The notion that a mere human would dare to make demands of her was incomprehensible. Raising her hand, she prepared to strike him down, but hesitated as she realized she had already used that power and couldn't kill him. As she glared at Black Scythe, another idea occurred to her, something that should be enough to deal with him. She echoed his demands, slowly moving towards him. For the first time, she descended to walk on the earth, a rare gesture for someone of her stature. She clarified that normally, such requests would be rejected outright, but she hinted that she might consider it, privately. This offer meant they would speak away from the others, who were left watching in awe. Some of the remaining players admired Black Scythe as they moved away, intrigued by what kind of rewards he might receive next. Among them was Youngmin, who watched MC's back with a puzzled expression, unsure of what he was missing. Black Scythe noticed the glance and returned it, leaving Youngmin more confused than before. With a slight smile, Black Scythe continued walking. By now, they had distanced themselves from the other players, venturing deep into the forest. The angel, growing impatient, ordered Black Scythe to come closer. Inwardly, she mocked humanity, thinking they needed to be punished to understand their place. She considered them foolish and greedy, and as she walked, she rationalized that the rewards were beyond her control. However, she was determined to discipline Black Scythe for what she saw as his excessive greed. She led him to a secluded spot behind a large rock, an area where the system couldn't track them. Once they arrived, her true intent surfaced: she wanted to kill him. She knew there would be consequences if the authorities discovered she had killed a player for personal reasons, but her irritation overrode her caution. The angel had planned this meticulously, ensuring there would be no witnesses to what she was about to do, believing it to be the perfect plan. The angel's grin twisted into a maniacal smile, convinced that this human should have just stayed silent. She turned to face Black Scythe, asking what kind of rewards he was hoping to receive. But before she could react, she was met with a swift fist aimed directly at her face. The punch landed with a satisfying impact. In that moment, the so-called holy being was reduced to something far less formidable. Her expression darkened as she realized that she wasn't as invincible as she believed. Seeing the golden blood oozing from her wound, she was shocked that anyone dared to strike her. She quickly turned to flee, but when she looked back, Black Scythe had vanished from sight. Her heart raced in panic. Suddenly, she felt a sharp tug as Black Scythe reappeared and grabbed one of her wings. Fear surged through her as she realized what was coming. She cried out, demanding to know what he planned to do and begging him to stop. But Black Scythe was merciless. He snapped the wing as if it were nothing, showing no concern for her pleas. The angel screamed in agony, nearly losing consciousness as golden blood sprayed from the torn wing. Our protagonist looked at her coldly, telling her to stop whining. He then seized her other wing, ripping it apart with the same ruthless efficiency. As the final wing was destroyed, Black Scythe remarked that she wouldn't be able to run anymore. He then asked her if she was in pain. Her answer was an obvious yes. She felt as if she had lost a part of herself. Black Scythe then revealed that if her plan had succeeded, she would have been the one asking these questions, laughing at his suffering. The angel, desperate, tried to deny his accusations, insisting that he had lost his mind. But Black Scythe exposed a hidden dagger that had been concealed beneath her wings, confirming her true intentions. The angel fell silent, knowing she had been caught. Still, she attempted to talk her way out of the situation, but Black Scythe simply smiled and told her that her face had already betrayed her lies. He then called her by the name Beryl, which caught her off guard. She stared at him in confusion, asking how he knew her name. But Black Scythe merely smirked, dismissing her question. He pulled out his newly acquired dagger from his inventory, and Beryl's face twisted in panic. Her eyes widened as she demanded to know why he'd drawn his weapon. Desperation laced her voice as she threatened to obliterate him with a snap of her fingers, claiming she could end him in an instant. However, Black Scythe knew better. He was well aware that Beryl had already expended her power earlier, rendering her threat empty. This knowledge bolstered his confidence, leaving Beryl with no options. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she tried one last time to bargain for her life. She warned him that if he killed her, other angels would hunt him down for revenge. But Black Scythe wasn't fooled. He knew that angels were self-centered and indifferent to the fate of others, even their own kind. Realizing her threats were useless, Beryl switched tactics, pleading for her life. She insisted that sparing her wouldn't cost him anything, and that killing her wouldn't bring him any real benefit. She even tried to tempt him with the promise of valuable information that could help him succeed in future missions. But Black Scythe had already lived through this scenario 99 times before. He knew all the tricks and traps by heart. If he really needed information, he could have just tortured it out of her. Without hesitation, Black Scythe drove the dagger into Beryl's chest. The angel gasped in shock, realizing too late that she had underestimated her opponent. As the dagger was pulled from her chest, she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A system notification flashed before Black Scythe's eyes, congratulating him for being the first player to defeat an angel. The title Angel Slayer was bestowed upon him, and 2 items materialized in his hands. One of these items was a vial labeled Angel's Blood, while the other was a crimson rune known as the Rune of the Slaughterer. Without wasting a moment, Black Scythe activated the rune, feeling its power etch itself into his body. The Angel Slayer title doubled all his stats, a reward that far exceeded his expectations. He recalled that during his 13th regression, he had first discovered the rewards for killing angels, knowledge that had served him well. The Rune of the Slaughterer had a unique effect. With each kill, it would boost all his stats by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%. As he surveyed his newfound gains, Black Scythe couldn't help but grin. These rewards were as good as an entire treasure trove. He knew that the other angels would be stunned when they learned he had claimed yet another powerful rune. But then, his expression darkened as he remembered there was one more reason he had killed Beryl, a reason that lay glowing faintly on the ground. It was the vial of Angel's Blood, a rare consumable that held the potential to transform its user into a Reaper. The only requirement was reaching level 10, the threshold at which players could choose their class in this deadly game. There are 30 different classes available to players, and changing classes is a straightforward process. All a player needs to do is acquire a class change item, typically obtained naturally through hunting or meeting simple requirements. However, special classes, which are available only under specific circumstances and to a single player, are exceptions to this rule. The Angel's Blood, which transforms a player into a Reaper, is a prime example of such a special class. Special classes operate on a completely different level from standard ones, offering extra stats, unique progression runes, skill combinations, and numerous other benefits. Although the first mission was still incomplete, Black Scythe felt a deep sense of relief, knowing that he had secured these powerful rewards. He opened his status window using the special prize he received for being ranked first in his zone. Among the options available, he only needed to choose the one that would enable him to reach level 10 as quickly as possible, allowing him to switch classes. The experience buff, which offered triple experience points, was the clear choice. This bonus would automatically take effect in the second mission. Things were finally falling into place for him. As Black Scythe glanced down at the fallen angel, he realized that this might be his last chance to win the game. He was prepared to do whatever it took to grow stronger and achieve his goal. The first round of the mission finally concluded after a brief delay. Across all regions, around 900 million survivors remained, with roughly 5,000 in Black Scythe's zone. The system then announced that the survivors would be returned to their original bodies in another dimension. The next mission was scheduled for February 1, 2023. When Youngmin woke up, he gasped for breath, instantly looking around in confusion. He had fallen asleep during the New Year's Bell event in the middle of the city and had just experienced what felt like an extremely vivid dream. His expression grew puzzled as he tried to process what had happened. The people around him were waking up as well, all of them complaining of body and head pains. They quickly realized that everyone had shared the same dream, which left them feeling unnerved and confused. As they discussed their experiences, it became clear that this was not merely a dream. More and more people began to realize this unsettling fact, leading them to wonder if they would be transported back to another dimension on the 1st of February. However, some also noticed that not everyone around them was waking up. Youngmin's friend, Taeshik, remained still, unresponsive. The sight of their unmoving friend sent a chill through the group, making them question what they had really experienced and what was yet to come. The man approached his friend, calling out his name. When Taeshik's face finally came into view, it was already pale, the unmistakable sign of death etched upon it. At that moment, denial set in among the group. They couldn't accept what they were seeing. But as the realization sank in, they began to tremble uncontrollably. One of them checked Taeshik for a pulse and confirmed that he wasn't breathing. Youngmin was shocked, unable to process the loss. The thought struck them that perhaps Taeshik hadn't survived the goblin mission. As the bald man scanned the area, he noticed more people who hadn't woken up. The horrifying truth dawned on them: everyone lying on the ground was now a corpse. Fear gripped the group as they realized that only half of them had made it through the assault. Youngmin was visibly shaken, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he grappled with the surreal situation. He understood that, from now on, everyone would be equal, regardless of their social standing or background. The game had erased the distinctions that once defined their lives, leaving no room for complaints about life's unfairness. Youngmin tried to comfort his friends, telling them that their only task was to survive each mission. He reasoned that since they had all gone through the same ordeal, there was no need to feel so disturbed by it. His friends, however, thought he was out of his mind, finding his words bizarre and unsettling. The bald man sighed, explaining that Youngmin seemed unbothered because he was now living out his dream of being a thug, while the others had different aspirations. Despite the bald man's words, Youngmin's mind was elsewhere. He was scanning the crowd, looking for someone in particular, MC, his errand boy. He was certain the boy had been standing near them earlier, but now he was nowhere to be found. This led Youngmin to suspect that the errand boy hadn't survived the mission. He smirked, thinking it was only fitting since the boy had always been too weak to take on 100 goblins. But then something caught his attention. Youngmin noticed a man nearby, carrying strange gear slung over his shoulder. He wondered where on earth the man had gotten those gaudy clothes and what the deal was with him. As the thought crossed his mind, he swallowed hard. Youngmin decided to try using the status window, and to his amazement, it appeared before him just like it had in the game. He discovered that he had reached level 5, with all his stat points allocated to strength. The realization that he could access this feature outside of the game was mind-blowing. After hearing him mention it, his friends attempted to access their own status windows as well. Their faces reflected the same shock and disbelief, just like everyone else who had made it through the mission. They were beginning to understand that these bizarre phenomena could happen in real life too. To test his newfound strength, Youngmin picked up a stone from the ground and, with a simple clench of his fist, crushed the solid rock into dust. The sheer power he now possessed was thrilling, almost surreal, as if he were dreaming. But soon, his fascination with this power began to give way to something darker, an intoxicating sense of superiority. "This is too awesome," he muttered to himself. News outlets across Korea quickly caught wind of the strange events. Reports flooded in about over 10,000 civilians mysteriously collapsing simultaneously. A video clip went viral, showing the moment when the angelic being appeared in the city. It also captured the horrifying instant when a man's head suddenly exploded without warning. As the footage continued, the angel was seen reaching out to embrace bystanders, who then seemed to fall asleep on the spot. According to police reports, most of the collapsed individuals were between 15 and 29 years old. And it wasn't just Korea, this phenomenon was global. Social media was abuzz with panic and speculation. People who hadn't been part of the game were confused and scared, with many demanding answers. Some skeptics dismissed the footage as computer-generated imagery, but there was one person who knew the truth: the events that had just transpired were only the beginning. The MC understood that more was coming, and that the world was about to change forever. This was just the first mission. Soon, death would become a regular occurrence. In just one night, 11% of the population had perished. As he made his way home, the MC realized that the real danger lay ahead. Those who had survived the mission were now known as players, and authorities were scrambling to understand the cause of this phenomenon. What made it even more alarming was that the players' in-game abilities had transferred to the real world. Fortunately, none of the players had yet reached a level where they could drastically alter reality. But as time went on, some of them would grow stronger, potentially becoming transcendent beings. No amount of advanced weaponry would be able to stand against these human weapons. As for the MC, he had no intention of letting the world descend into chaos. He knew that if things continued on this path, the Earth wouldn't last beyond the 20th cycle. His mind was set, he needed to control the players, using overwhelming force if necessary. By the time he reached his 99th attempt, he had already amassed the immense power required to do so. However, the reason Ryu Min failed in his previous attempts was that he fought every battle alone. The final challenge required the help of 4 additional players to succeed. With a renewed sense of determination, he began to consider potential allies, individuals who might prove invaluable in the coming trials. Although he had a few candidates in mind, Ryu Min knew that the timing wasn't right to act. The game had only just begun, and there were more immediate concerns that required his attention. It's also important to note that in this reality, our protagonist goes by the name Ryu Min, and from this point on, that's how we'll refer to him. With his thoughts in order, Ryu Min headed toward his apartment complex. Once there, he unlocked the door to his unit and entered one of the rooms. The first thing that caught his eye was an empty cup of ramen sitting on the table. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself about how someone had eaten that unhealthy food again. Ryu Min walked over to another door and quietly peeked inside. There, he saw a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him, fast asleep. The only noticeable difference between them was their hair. Despite being away from home for so long, Ryu Min smiled softly, feeling a sense of relief that his younger brother was resting peacefully. The sleeping figure was Ruan, Ryu Min's younger brother, who was about to start his 3rd year of middle school. Their family had once been ordinary, but everything changed after their parents died in a car accident. Since then, it had been just the two of them, with Ryu Min taking on the role of guardian at a young age. As Ryu Min looked at Ruan, he noticed the bruises and bandages on his brother's body, something he had been oblivious to before his regression. Determined to change things, Ryu Min turned on the lights, gently waking his brother. "Time to get up," Ryu Min said, greeting him with a smile. Ruan groggily checked his phone and saw that it was only 6 in the morning. He tried to burrow back under the covers, but Ryu Min wasn't having it. He pulled the mattress from beneath his brother, making it clear that going back to sleep wasn't an option. "I'll explain everything on the way, but we don't have much time," Ryu Min said firmly. Still half asleep, Ruan asked his brother why all this was happening. But as he heard the serious tone in Ryu Min's voice, his expression shifted to one of concern. This wasn't the carefree older brother he knew. The change in Ryu Min's demeanor was unsettling. Ruan only knew that his brother had gone out to see the New Year's bells ring in the city. "Did something happen?" he asked, sensing that whatever had occurred was far more serious than he could have imagined. Ryu Min told Ruan to head outside first, promising to explain everything as they walked. After a short while, the two were strolling down the street, with Ruan casting a concerned glance at his brother. It was rare to see his older brother so serious, and Ruan couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Breaking the silence, Ryu Min began to speak. "No one really knows what's happening in the world right now," he said, his tone somber. This only heightened Ruan's curiosity, prompting him to ask if something had occurred while he was asleep. Instead of answering directly, Ryu Min instructed him to check the top trending searches on his phone. Ruan quickly pulled out his phone, following his brother's suggestion. As he read through the articles, he saw shocking reports about people being taken to another world by a mysterious angelic figure. However, Ryu Min corrected him. Their souls were taken, he clarified. Ruan was stunned to learn that his brother had been one of the people taken, and even more shocked to find out that the only reason Ryu Min had survived was because he had killed 100 goblins. Worried, Ruan started to ask how his brother was doing, but Ryu Min cut him off, telling him not to worry. "But how can I not worry about you?" Ruan exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion. Since their parents had died, his brother was all he had left. Ryu Min had taken on the role of caregiver, shouldering the responsibility for both of them even while they were still grieving. To Ruan, his older brother had always been a source of strength, mentally and emotionally. But the idea that Ryu Min had killed 100 goblins seemed impossible. How could the brother he knew be capable of such a thing? Sensing his brother's doubts, Ryu Min interrupted his thoughts. He explained that the game they were thrust into had a system of stats that could enhance a person's abilities. "That's how I gained the strength I needed to complete the mission," he said. Ryu Min then added that Ruan would understand everything once he saw what Ryu Min could do later. Despite Ryu Min's assurances, Ruan couldn't shake the concern that gnawed at him. The world had changed, and so had his brother. But how much, he wondered, had Ryu Min truly changed? Ruan suddenly stopped in his tracks, refusing to take another step until Ryu Min revealed where they were heading. His voice tinged with desperation, he insisted on knowing their destination before going any further. As he stood there, the bruises hidden beneath his bandages became more visible, a stark reminder of his recent struggles. Ryu Min's expression remained blank as he recalled a painful memory from the past. After a brief pause, he spoke a name, Bang Taeju. The mention of this name sent a jolt of fear through Ruan, his eyes widening in shock. He hadn't expected his brother to know about Bang Taeju, the notorious bully in his class who had been tormenting him. Turning to face his younger brother, Ryu Min calmly stated that they were heading to Bang Taeju's hideout. It was the place where the head delinquent of Ruan's class was hiding out, and it was also where Ryu Min had finally admitted to himself that he knew Ruan was being bullied. Ruan's alarm grew. He had gone to great lengths to keep this secret from his brother, hoping to shield him from further stress during an already difficult time. But Ryu Min wasn't ignorant of the situation. He had been carrying the guilt of not knowing sooner, of being too absorbed in his own struggles, balancing school, work, and the pressures of life. It wasn't until after his first battle with the goblins that he learned the truth. That day, he had slept for hours, exhausted from the fight, while Ruan slipped out of the house. When Ryu Min finally awoke, he found his phone flooded with missed calls. Reluctantly, he answered, and the voice on the other end told him to rush to the hospital. The shock hit him hard when he learned that Ruan had been involved in an incident. Though his brother survived the brutal beating at the hands of Taeju, he was left severely injured, and when he returned home, he was almost blind. That day, Ryu Min was consumed with guilt, blaming himself for being too weak and helpless to protect the only family he had left. But since his regression, he had vowed to change Ruan's fate, to ensure that in every timeline, his brother would be safe. He swore that no one would ever harm Ruan again. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory near their neighborhood, a different scene was unfolding. A blonde-haired thug was berating three trembling individuals in front of him. They had failed to bring him the $200,001 he had demanded from each of them, and the tension in the air was palpable as they awaited their punishment. The battered trio lacked the strength to voice their excuses, their bodies racked with pain from the beating. Taeju, undeterred, continued his assault, showing no signs of letting up. A few others stood by, simply watching as their friend taught a lesson. They knew Taeju's reputation all too well. He was notorious for his ruthlessness. Even the older students at school were wary of crossing him, and they had no desire to provoke his wrath. These guys are worthless, Taeju sneered, frustrated by their failure to meet his demands. He had been counting on the money to buy the motorcycle he had been eyeing for weeks. Turning his attention to the others, he demanded to know if they had any ideas on how to come up with the cash. The three standing by exchanged nervous glances, racking their brains for a solution. But thinking of a quick and easy way to make money wasn't simple, and they struggled to come up with anything worthwhile. Then, one of them had a sudden idea. He suggested Taeju try hitting up his personal errand boy, Ryuan, for some cash. Taeju's face lit up at the mention of the tall, curly-haired boy. He had already been planning to contact Ryuan, figuring he could squeeze some money out of him while spending the new year together. The others chuckled, encouraging Taeju to just rob Ryuan outright. But Taeju shook his head, revealing that Ryuan was practically penniless. Even if he beat him up, Ryuan wouldn't be able to bring him much money. His house looks like it's about to fall apart, Taeju added, his voice dripping with disdain. Hearing this, the others felt a twinge of pity for Ryuan. They knew he had no parents and that he lived with his older brother, the only family he had left. But their thoughts were interrupted when Taeju suddenly stopped talking, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Ryuan and Ryu-min had finally arrived at the abandoned warehouse. Seeing Ryuan, Taeju's initial confidence returned, thinking that with Ryuan around, there was nothing to worry about. A sly smile spread across his face as he approached Ryuan, saying, "We were just talking about you." But the moment he noticed Ryu-min standing beside Ryuan, Taeju's demeanor shifted. He tried to intimidate Ryuan, but the presence of Ryu-min made him falter. Apologizing quickly, he turned to Ryu-min, eyeing him with suspicion. Something about Ryu-min's face bothered him, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Taeju turned to Ryuan, his gaze sharp, and asked who the newcomer was. Ryuan hesitated, fear evident in his eyes, and couldn't muster a reply. Sensing his brother's discomfort, Ryu-min stepped in, introducing himself as Ryuan's elder brother. Taeju's expression darkened at the revelation, clearly annoyed. He had made it very clear to Ryuan that betrayal wouldn't be tolerated, and now it seemed like Ryuan had brought someone else into their business. Irritated, Taeju warned Ryu-min that he was about to teach him a lesson as well. He gave a nod to one of his henchmen, signaling them to move in. The three thugs approached Ryu-min, smirking as they sized him up. One of them even mocked Ryu-min for being shorter than his younger brother. But their laughter quickly died down when the first thug got close enough and was met with a powerful punch from Ryu-min. The thug dropped instantly, leaving his companions in shock. One of the others rushed forward, eager to avenge his fallen friend. But before he could even launch an attack, Ryu-min countered with a precise strike, sending the thug flying into a stack of metal drums. The final thug, undeterred, also tried his luck, only to be floored by a swift blow to the face. Now, all three of Taeju's lackeys were sprawled on the ground, struggling to get up. Despite the situation, Taeju maintained his menacing grin. He muttered that the display was impressive, assuming Ryu-min had picked up some boxing skills. However, he doubted those skills would be enough to take him down. Taeju moved closer, sarcastically complimenting Ryu-min on his boxing techniques, but also pointed out that he seemed to forget how crucial physical strength was in a fight. Ryu-min only smiled, knowing Taeju was still clueless about the recent global changes. Taeju, sensing something off, asked what Ryu-min found so amusing. But when Ryu-min just chuckled dismissively, Taeju's anger flared. Frustrated by the lack of respect, Taeju lunged at Ryu-min, throwing a punch. Unfortunately for Taeju, his standard attacks were no match for Ryu-min, who had gained abilities far beyond those of an ordinary person. Taeju kept swinging, his frustration mounting as none of his punches connected. The more he tried, the angrier he became, realizing he was completely outmatched. Taeju's vision was starting to blur from exhaustion, and with each swing, he missed his target entirely. He couldn't understand why his punches weren't landing. Meanwhile, Ryu-min calmly gathered a blue aura around his fist, remarking that if Taeju had been paying attention to the news, he wouldn't have dared to challenge him. Before Taeju could react, Ryu-min's fist connected with his face, sending the bulky man stumbling back several meters. Despite his size, Taeju managed to stay on his feet, though it was clear the hit had rattled him. Furious, he charged at Ryu Min, intent on landing a counterattack, but his fist found only empty air. Confused, Taeju scanned the area, only to be blindsided by another powerful punch that lit up the side of his face. Unable to comprehend what was happening, Taeju stubbornly insisted that Ryu Min was no match for him, even as he spat out blood and felt a tooth come loose. Enraged, he screamed that he would make sure Ryu Min paid with his life. He swung again, but Ryu Min effortlessly dodged, grabbing Taeju's arm and twisting it aside, throwing him off balance and leaving him open to another barrage of blows. The other guys, who had been beaten down by Taeju earlier, watched in disbelief as their leader was systematically dismantled. Taeju couldn't help but notice the self-satisfied expression on Ryu Min's face, and it only fueled his desire to land at least one solid hit. Desperate, he lunged at Ryu Min again, but before he could connect, a powerful kick sent him flying into a nearby wall. Taeju was done. He didn't have the stamina to continue, nor could he withstand the relentless attacks any longer. As he struggled to get back up, Ryu Min taunted him, raising an eyebrow and asking if Taeju was mad at him. In that moment, Ryu Min was reminded of the day his younger brother had gone blind, a memory that haunted him through every regression. It was a moment that solidified his resolve, and he wasn't about to let anyone, especially not someone like Taeju, stand in his way. As the situation intensified, the hefty figure pleaded with Ryu Min to stay away, shielding his neck from what he feared would be another brutal kick. However, when Ryu Min simply grasped his hand instead of striking, Taeju was momentarily confused. Despite the fear evident in Taeju's eyes, Ryu Min grinned, his expression cold and unforgiving. With a chilling calmness, Ryu Min reminded Taeju why he should never have meddled with his younger brother. The realization hit like a wave of pain, causing Taeju to cry out in agony. His fingers, now broken, throbbed with an intensity that took a few seconds to fully register in his mind. As Taeju continued to wail, clutching his shattered fingers, Ryu Min mercilessly grabbed his other hand. Fear overtook Taeju as he frantically pleaded for mercy, but his cries only intensified as more of his fingers were broken. The sight was too much for Taeju's lackeys, who quickly fled, knowing that staying would only put them in greater danger. Even Ryu Min's younger brother, Ro-won, couldn't bear to watch what was happening and turned away. Ryu Min delivered one final warning to Taeju, making it clear that messing with his younger brother would never be tolerated again. For Taeju, this punishment was more than enough to make him reconsider every choice he had made in his life up to that point. The eerie smile that lingered on Ryu Min's face as he confirmed the broken fingers sent a shiver down Taeju's spine. But Ryu Min wasn't done. He grabbed Taeju's other arm and snapped it as well, ensuring there would be no thoughts of revenge. A scream echoed through the neighborhood, marking the end of the brutal encounter. With the ordeal over, the two brothers walked away as if nothing had happened. Ro-won, still in shock, asked how his older brother had managed to do all of that. He speculated that Ryu Min might have learned martial arts or something similar. But Ryu Min dismissed the idea, instead attributing his abilities to his transformation into a player. He explained that players could use their stats to enhance their real-world skills, and to prove it, Ro-won tried to summon the weapon he had received in a previous round. Slowly, a brilliant golden light began to form, and to his surprise, a dark, sharp dagger appeared. Ro-won stared in disbelief before grinning at the realization that this was indeed possible. Ryu Min then explained that all players could summon their weapons in this way. It was at that moment that Ro-won understood the true source of his brother's incredible speed. Dodging all those attacks had been effortless because Ryu Min's dexterity stat was around 11, a number far above the average person's 3, and even higher than an athlete's 10. When Ro-won asked what would happen if his brother leveled up further, Ryu Min pretended to be clueless, brushing it off as if he was still far from that stage. In reality, he was deliberately withholding information, unwilling to reveal the truth due to the traumatic experiences of his past life. During his 11th regression, Ryu Min had confessed to Ro-won that he was a regressor, but that revelation had put his younger brother in grave danger. Ro-won was kidnapped by other players who sought to use him as leverage against Ryu Min. Though Ryu Min had managed to save him at that time, he vowed never to let Ro-won endure such trauma again. As Ro-won studied his brother, he realized that he needed to be better prepared to protect him from other players. To lighten the mood, he suggested they grab breakfast at the convenience store. Ryu Min agreed, and they made their way to the QS24 store. While Ro-won headed toward the cup noodles, Ryu Min went to the ATM to withdraw some cash. As he punched in the numbers, he saw his savings amounting to 133.21. He withdrew 100,001, equivalent to about $100. Ro-won was surprised by the amount his brother withdrew, knowing the struggles they had faced together. But Ryu Min reassured him that the money was for a future purpose. He then asked Ro-won what he wanted to eat. Ro-won hesitated, mindful of their limited budget, but Ryu-min encouraged him to enjoy as much food as he liked. Ro-won, who had only eaten a cup of noodles the night before, finally decided on pork belly with chili, something he had been craving for a while. Ryu-min smiled, suggesting they treat themselves to hanwoo beef someday. Ro-won, feeling uneasy about the idea, insisted that the pork belly was more than enough for him. Meanwhile, Ryu-min was already envisioning a future where they could afford anything they wanted. Soon, they were enjoying their breakfast, with the pork belly looking especially delicious. Ro-won's face lit up as he took his first bite, savoring the taste. During their meal, Ryu-min excused himself, saying he had something important to do. Ro-won watched him carefully, curious about where his brother was going. Ryu-min returned a short while later, holding a pen and a stack of lottery tickets. Ro-won was shocked to see that his brother had spent all their remaining money on 20 lottery tickets, totaling 100,001. As Ro-won began to panic, Ryu-min calmly checked the numbers on each ticket, confidently selecting the same ones over and over. He then flashed a grin and revealed that these were the winning numbers, explaining that was why he had taken such a bold step. Ro-won was left in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his brother's actions, while Ryu-min remained certain that their gamble would pay off. Later that night, the two brothers returned to their apartment. Ryu-won was glued to his phone, anxiously watching the day's lottery draw. His nerves were getting the best of him. He even started biting his nails, worried they might have just wasted 100,001. As the numbers began to be drawn, Ryu-min lightly teased his younger brother for his behavior, but Ryu-won's focus remained unshaken. The first number announced was 3, followed by 8. When 9 and 38 appeared next, Ryu-won's heart skipped a beat. These were the exact numbers his brother had selected. As the final numbers were revealed, 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, and 1, Ryu-won realized every single one matched. They had won, without even needing the bonus number. Overcome with disbelief, Ryu-won exclaimed in shock, finding it hard to grasp that his brother had been right to purchase those lottery tickets. Tears welled up in his eyes as he began to believe it was all a dream, even asking Ryu-min to pinch him. But Ryu-min just smiled, reassuring him that it was all real. Ryu-won, still in awe, jokingly asked if his brother preferred it to stay a dream. It took several moments for the reality to sink in fully. When it finally did, he jumped up, holding the winning tickets high, and let out a loud shout of joy. His celebration was cut short when Ryu-min urged him to quiet down, concerned that the neighbors might hear. Seeing his brother's excitement brought back memories for Ryu-min. The first time he won the lottery, he had reacted just like Ryu-won, cheering and shouting all night. But after experiencing multiple regressions, it had become a routine event for him. This was all part of a bigger plan. With 11% of the world's population disappearing overnight, global economies had been thrown into chaos. And with the imminent introduction of player-to-player item trading, which would be conducted entirely in cash, Ryu-min knew he needed a substantial amount of money. The next day, after exchanging the tickets, Ryu-won asked his brother how much they would receive. Ryu-min's response was cryptic. His only concern was whether this sum would be enough to shake the world. Later, Ryu-min stood in front of the manhwa bank building, calm and composed. He had done this many times before. As he approached the teller, he casually mentioned that he was there to collect the first-place prize. The teller congratulated him but grew increasingly curious as he noticed how young Ryu-min appeared, almost like a high school student. The teller then asked where Ryu-min had purchased the winning ticket, and Ryu-min's nonchalant response took the man by surprise. The bank teller suddenly remembered something his colleague had mentioned earlier about the unusually high number of winning tickets in this particular draw, 115 in total. What made it even stranger was that 100 of these tickets had been purchased from a single store, and all on the same day by just one person. The teller recalled that his colleague had told him to treat anyone coming to claim these winnings as a VIP, regardless of the situation. As he stood there, lost in thought, Ryu-min interrupted his reverie. The teller quickly apologized and asked Ryu-min to wait for a moment. Soon after, a man entered the room, introducing himself as Kwon Jun-ho, the president of manhwa Bank. Recognizing Ryu-min as the winner of multiple lottery tickets, President Jun-ho personally greeted him and extended his congratulations. He then invited Ryu-min to follow him to a more private area. President Jun-ho led Ryu-min to a room where the team responsible for managing lottery ticket sales was stationed. As they entered, a woman greeted them and, noticing Ryu-min, questioned who he was, speculating that he might be the president's son. President Jun-ho quickly clarified, introducing Ryu-min as one of their VVIP clients there to claim his prize. He instructed the woman to ensure Ryu-min's comfort. When the woman learned that Ryu Min had won with 100 lottery tickets in a single sitting, she was initially taken aback but quickly composed herself. She invited Ryu Min to sit and offered him something to drink, but Ryu Min was focused on one thing: collecting his winnings as soon as possible. The woman began the process by verifying the NATO tickets. Ryu Min handed them over quickly, and as she examined the stack, she couldn't help but find the situation almost surreal. She had never encountered anything like this before and briefly entertained the thought that Ryu Min might somehow have known the winning numbers in advance. After a short while, she confirmed that all the tickets were genuine. When Ryu Min inquired about the amount he would be receiving, the woman hesitated, momentarily overwhelmed by the figure. Finally, after a brief pause, she informed Ryu Min that his winnings amounted to approximately $22.5 billion. The winnings totaled over $16 million, an incredible rags-to-riches story. After taxes, Ryu Min ended up with 15 billion won, equal to $11 million. Once the reward was in hand, things moved quickly. That same evening, Ryu Min busied himself with purchasing a new home for them and setting up a stock trading account. He planned to increase his Bitcoin holdings and invest in stocks since he knew Bitcoin's value was predicted to skyrocket by 500% during this time of year. A few days later, the brothers discussed their future plans. Ryu Min showed Ryu Won some pictures of their new home, a place so luxurious that Ryu Won had only ever seen such houses in magazines. However, something puzzled Ryu Won. Despite having more than enough money, his brother had chosen to rent the house instead of buying it outright. Ryu Min explained that they were temporarily low on cash because he had invested everything, $14 million, into Bitcoin. At first, Ryu Won was stunned into silence, unable to comprehend the enormity of the decision. But Ryu Min, confident in his knowledge of future events, assured his brother that this was the right move. He even had a backup plan in case things went wrong, revealing that he still remembered 4 sets of winning lottery numbers from a dream. If necessary, he could simply buy more tickets. Ryu Won's eyes widened in disbelief. He had only seen people dream about winning numbers on TV and had never taken them seriously. He shook his brother, urging him not to forget those numbers. Given the importance of the situation, Ryu Min reassured him that he wouldn't forget. He had already memorized them after all the times he had been through this. Afterward, Ryu Min told his brother it was time to get ready to move into their new home. Ryu Won, still confused, asked where they were going. With a smile, Ryu Min revealed that they were moving in today. Meanwhile, in a distant, isolated location, a powerful punch struck a wall, shattering the point of impact. The one responsible was a man named Young Min. He grinned with satisfaction, knowing that his decision to allocate all his stat points to strength was paying off. The angel had bestowed upon him the rune of strength, which doubled his strength stat, granting him this immense power. As he observed the deep fissures he had caused in the wall, Young Min felt a surge of pride. He believed that even the best fighters would be envious of such a powerful punch. The thought of testing his newfound strength in a real battle excited him, and he couldn't wait to unleash it. Later that day, a young man, seething with anger, knocked on the door of Ryu Min's old home. He was the same person who had a vendetta against Ryu Min, intending to become a fearsome underworld boss. The silence from within the house only fueled his frustration, especially since none of his calls were answered. He had a hunch that Ryu Min had survived their last encounter, and the memory of being looked down upon by Ryu Min, as if he were nothing more than an insect, filled him with rage. He was determined to finish what he had started and kill Ryu Min. The young man assumed that Ryu Min would be hiding inside the house, but despite his aggressive knocking, there was no response. Suddenly, he paused and devised a plan. He loudly declared that he was leaving since no one was inside, hoping to lure someone out by pretending to depart. He waited, listening for even the slightest sound from within, ready to blow the door apart. However, before he could act, an elderly man approached and asked what he was doing in front of his neighbor's door. The young man, annoyed, asked why the old man cared. The elderly man, who turned out to be the landlord, inquired if the young man was there to see a friend. Seizing the opportunity, the young man lied, claiming to be a friend of Ryu Min, and asked the landlord to open the door so he could check on his friend after losing contact. However, the landlord revealed that Ryu Min had moved out, leaving the young man infuriated. He believed Ryu Min had run away without a word, fueling his anger even further. Meanwhile, Ryu Min and Ryu Won stood in awe before a towering, sophisticated skyscraper. "This place is just too tall," Ryu Won remarked, amazed as they walked through the revolving doors. His amazement only grew as he watched his elder brother receive special access passes, reserved for the building's owners. Seeing the security guard verify their identities added to his sense of wonder. It was all so new to him. As they entered the elevator, Ryu-min couldn't help but express how incredible the place was. They were heading to the 43rd floor, where they would be staying. When the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a spacious and luxurious apartment, a far cry from their previous living conditions. The contrast between their old life and this new beginning was stark, and Ryu-1 could hardly believe they were really here. Inside their new apartment, everything was pristine and brand new. Ryu-1 marveled at the sheer size of the place, realizing it spanned over 330 square meters. As they explored every corner, Ryu-1 couldn't help but comment, "This place might be a bit too large for just the two of us." The terms of the lease were steep, requiring a deposit of 500 million won and a monthly rent of 22 million won, over $16,000. Ryu-1 felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him upon hearing the cost, especially when he recalled how they used to worry about paying as little as 5,001 won at a convenience store. He suggested they consider a smaller, more affordable home, but Ryu-min wasn't swayed. He explained that higher expenditure came with enhanced security, and at this stage, safety was paramount. He revealed that on the first of every month, players suffered from a condition akin to narcolepsy, making them extremely vulnerable. Natural disasters would only heighten the risk, and there were even instances of players hiring assassins. Thus, they needed to be in a secure location when the time came. As Ryu-1 absorbed this information, Ryu-min turned to his younger brother with a warm smile and asked, "So, do you like the house?" Ryu-1 nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, it's amazing." However, despite his words, a shadow of sadness crossed his face. The thought that his brother would soon have to enter the game again, fighting for survival, weighed heavily on his heart. Noticing the change in his brother's demeanor, Ryu-min placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry about that," he said with a confident grin. "I'm strong. I can handle it." Trying to lighten the mood, Ryu-min suggested, "How about we grab something to eat at that Korean restaurant in the building? I heard it's pretty good." As they were preparing to leave, Ryu-min's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Young-min calling, but he chose not to answer. Instead, he slipped the phone back into his pocket, focusing on spending the evening with his brother. The next day, Ryu-1 came up with an idea to introduce themselves to their new neighbors by handing out rice cakes, a traditional gesture of goodwill. Ryu-min agreed, and the two brothers set out with a box of freshly prepared rice cakes, knocking on doors and offering the sweet treats to their neighbors. As they made their way through the building, they exchanged pleasantries with the residents, who were all pleasantly surprised by the kind gesture. The brothers' warmth and friendliness were met with smiles and thanks from everyone they encountered. Finally, they arrived at the last flat on their list. Unlike the others, this one stood out with its luxurious appearance. Curious about who might live there, Ryu-min and Ryu-1 exchanged glances before Ryu-1 stepped forward and rang the bell. They waited for a moment, and when the door finally opened, they were greeted by an aura of elegance and refinement. A well-dressed woman stood before them, her posture and demeanor exuding an air of importance. He was momentarily distracted when an incredibly stunning woman appeared before them. Blushing, he couldn't help but think her beauty was angelic. Before he could react further, a bodyguard swiftly blocked their view and began questioning their identities, suspecting they were fans. Ryu-1 casually explained that they were Co Aaron's new neighbors, living one floor below. The bodyguard, noticing the rice cakes in Ryu-1's hands, seemed momentarily confused before realizing that the brothers were trying to introduce themselves. With a cheerful demeanor, Ryu-1 offered the rice cakes, but the bodyguard brusquely informed him that Co Aaron didn't eat such things. Swiping a card to access the elevator, the bodyguard escorted Co Aaron, who cast one last glance at the brothers before stepping into the elevator. After they left, Ryu-min expressed his disapproval of their impolite behavior, but Ryu-1 simply stared at the elevator, his thoughts elsewhere. "Don't worry about people like them," Ryu-min said quietly, still watching the closed doors. Ryu-1, coming out of his reverie, gushed about how amazing the experience had been, but it was clear that his brother hadn't grasped what he was talking about. Confused by Ryu-1's reaction, Ryu-min asked what he meant. Placing a hand on his brother's shoulder, Ryu-1 clarified, "I was talking about Co Aaron." "Who is Co Aaron?" Ryu-min asked, genuinely puzzled. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Co Aaron was absorbed in the news on her phone. Headlines about several well-known celebrities passing away flashed across the screen, causing her to frown with concern. As she read about actor Gwang Min-ho taking a leave from his show Criminal Land due to anxiety, her phone buzzed with a text asking if she had seen the story. Opening the message thread, she noticed another text from Gung Se-ho Jin regarding their recently deceased son. With a heavy heart, she replied with a simple, yes. After their conversation, the individual asked if she planned to attend the funeral the next day. She replied that since their sunbae had always taken such good care of them, it was only right for her to be there. Agreeing to join the chatterbox user who had invited her along, she added, "Those sunbaes, far more famous than I ever was, couldn't even make it past the first round." With a sigh, she set down her phone and took a deep breath, recalling how her rune had saved her life. If not for that, she might have ended up as another tragic headline in the news. As she exhaled, she became aware of how much she had begun to see herself as a celebrity, and the thought of her death making headlines troubled her. Lost in her thoughts, she pondered whether she would have gotten as far as she had without the sponsorships, especially since even her luxurious penthouse had been a gift. Unbeknownst to her, a bodyguard had already been trailing her. The bodyguard approached and asked what was on her mind. Startled by his sudden presence, she quickly responded that it was nothing. He took a seat beside her on the couch, offering to lend an ear if she needed to talk. Eerie hesitated but eventually confessed her worries about not making it through the next round and her growing concern about how chaotic the world had become. The bodyguard, in a calm and reassuring tone, told her not to worry because he was there to protect her. "You can trust me with your worries," he advised. Her lips curved into a smile as she assured him that she did trust him. Their eyes locked, and Eerie was reminded of the day the company had assigned him as her personal bodyguard. She knew she would have failed in the first round if it hadn't been for him, yet she couldn't help but feel wary, suspecting he was there to monitor her as much as to protect her. Sensing her unease, the bodyguard promised that he would protect her no matter what. His sincerity made her blush slightly, and she thanked him with a smile. Changing the subject, Eerie mentioned her downstairs neighbor. She joked about how delicious the rice cakes looked, but the bodyguard, with a stern expression, told her bluntly that eating them would only cause her to gain weight. She laughed, suggesting that he might have offended the neighbors and that they had only been trying to be kind. However, the bodyguard's demeanor turned serious as he assured her that the neighbors weren't simply being nice. He explained that their hospitality had ulterior motives and that if they had accepted the rice cakes, the neighbors would have relentlessly pestered them. Despite his warning, she couldn't help but think back to the neighbors' kind faces and found it hard to believe they were anything but good people. Suddenly, she noticed that one of the two figures appeared to be older than 15. "He must have slaughtered 100 goblins just to survive the first round," she remarked in awe. The bodyguard, nodding in agreement, responded, "It does seem that way." Hugging her arm, she marveled at how calm the boy seemed despite the brutal experiences he must have endured. The bodyguard, with a hint of a smirk, told her that she could achieve the same feat. "Killing 100 goblins isn't that hard," he explained, "and those who can't do it are just doomed." Eerie silently agreed that her bodyguard was indeed impressive, even by the harsh standards of the other world, though she kept her thoughts to herself. However, she couldn't help but compare him to Blackscythe, the man who had left a lasting impression on her. Watching Blackscythe's ruthless efficiency, she almost felt pity for the goblins he cut down. Her curiosity piqued, she asked what Blackscythe's real-world occupation might be. She was certain that if she could team up with him, she'd have a better shot at making it through the second round. She recalled how she had barely scraped through the first round by sheer luck, and the memory filled her with anxiety as she questioned whether she'd survive the next. Meanwhile, at 11 a.m. on Tuesday, January 31st, Ryu-1 turned away from the vacuum cleaner. Opening the door with a broad smile, he greeted his brother enthusiastically and asked if the money had arrived. "Only about 15 billion this time, compared to 17 billion before," Ryu-min replied, slightly puzzled. It was his fourth transaction, so he wondered if the bank had mentioned anything unusual to his brother. Ryu-min recalled that the bank manager had indeed been surprised to see him again. The manager had cautiously inquired about his secret to winning the lottery, gently reminding him that just last week, Ryu-min had told him the strategy had come to him in a dream. Seemingly convinced, the manager had even expressed a hope that he would have similar dreams in the future. Ryu-1 was taken aback by the story. He then asked his brother if he planned to reinvest in Bitcoin. Yes, Ryu-min affirmed, noting that their initial investment had already grown to 150 billion. With a bit of concern, Ryu-1 wondered aloud if they should consider selling their Bitcoin, suspecting that the value might soon drop. But Ryu-min, confident as ever, assured his brother that it wasn't the right time to sell just yet. He gave Ryu-1 a reassuring smile, promising to handle everything. Afterward, Ryu-min suggested they grab something to eat. They walked down the streets with grocery bags in hand, their spirits lifted as they enjoyed a meal of pasta at a nearby restaurant. On Tuesday, January 31st, at 11:55 p.m., Ryu-1 remained at his brother's side, holding his hand tightly as they sat together. Though Ryu-1 was still awake, worry crept into his thoughts. Squeezing his brother's hand, he urged him to come back alive. Ryu-min, with a confident smile, reassured his brother that there was no need to worry, reminding him of the power he had unleashed on someone known as Bang Taeju. Despite knowing his brother's strength, Ryu-won couldn't help but feel concerned. Patting his brother gently on the head, Ryu-min advised him to stop worrying and get some rest. He promised that they would see each other later, assuring him that by the time he woke up, he would have already returned from the other world. Just in time, Ryu-min was transported to another realm, his soul glowing with a radiant light. Meanwhile, other players began to arrive under a gloomy, overcast sky. One player asked if they had arrived successfully, while another remarked with amusement at the speed of their travel. While some players cowered in fear, others took a moment to assess their surroundings, realizing that they were in a new location. One of the players, who had achieved the highest rank in the previous round, noticed a black sign and paused. As Ryu-min scanned the area, he saw that many people recognized him and deliberately kept their distance. Among the players, he spotted Youngmin, which made him grow impatient, wondering when the angel would make her appearance. Suddenly, the angel descended from the sky, her gaze fixed on Ryu-min, who stood with a fierce expression. She asked if everyone had arrived, her presence causing a stir among the players. The players quickly realized that this was not the same angel they had encountered before, and a wave of anxiety spread among them as they questioned what might have happened. The angel explained that the angel who had overseen the first round had been involved in an accident and couldn't make it. She urged everyone to remain calm. With a menacing expression, she announced that she would be their guide for the second round. As the details of the second round's quest appeared on the screen, the players focused intently. Their task was to choose a zone representative within the next 3 hours. However, the instructions seemed vague, and the players began to discuss various interpretations while staring at their screens. One player suggested that they might have to battle monsters again, but the uncertainty lingered among them. One player speculated that perhaps everyone could survive this round, while another expressed surprise at the number of people who had failed before. Sensing the players' confusion, the angel decided to provide some clarity. She explained that in the second round, all they needed to do was choose a zone representative. It wasn't a combat round. The chosen representative would hold significant power, able to command others to perform tasks or even order their deaths. She reiterated that they had 3 hours to select their representative. The players were impressed by the authority granted in this round. Curious, one player asked if that was all there was to it. The angel confirmed that since this round was more of a rest period, once they voted, they would be marked as having passed and sent home. The players felt a wave of relief at the prospect of completing such a simple task without facing any life-threatening danger. As the timer started, the angel urged them to discuss and decide who they wanted as their zone representative. The players, grinning, joked with one another, wondering if they'd all still be alive after voting in 3 hours. They found humor in the easy task and the potential power the representative would wield. However, Hwang Yongmin felt disappointed that he wouldn't get to use his combat skills this round. One of his friends tried to console him, suggesting he let it go since they would all survive after voting. But Yongmin couldn't shake his frustration. He had invested heavily in his strength stat, and now it seemed wasted. Overhearing the conversation, Ryu-min quickly realized that Yongmin must have obtained the rune of strength. He surveyed the situation, noting how Yongmin's rune and the current circumstances were unfolding just as they always had. Deciding that the debate over who to support wasn't his priority, Ryu-min moved away from the group. He knew that if there was a main quest, there had to be a side mission as well. He recalled that the hidden quest for the second round involved obtaining a class. Tightening his grip on his dagger, Ryu-min was eager to level up quickly, knowing this was essential for class enrollment. When a goblin appeared, he lunged forward, and with a loud, unsettling noise, the creature moved to attack. Ryu-min swiftly countered, managing to decapitate the goblin. A notification screen appeared, informing him that he had defeated a hobgoblin. His triple XP buff was active, and he had 1 kill out of 100. Additional notifications revealed that his experience level had increased to 9%, and he had earned 15 gold. The Rune of Slaughter also boosted all his stats by 1%. Ryu-min decided that venturing into the forest to hunt was a smart choice. He knew that where there was one goblin, there would surely be more, and he was right. Soon enough, a group of sinister-looking goblins emerged from the shadows, causing a grin to spread across his face. Standing confidently in the center of the forest, he waited for the goblins to make their move. With a swift and precise strike, he smashed one goblin in the head and swiftly followed up with a slash of his dagger, maintaining his calm demeanor throughout. A notification flashed on his screen, informing him that he had slain another hobgoblin, bringing his total to 5 out of the 100 required kills. The bodies of the fallen goblins were scattered across the forest floor. Another notification indicated that the Rune of Slaughter was now enhancing all his stats by 50%. He had leveled up again. The countdown displayed that there were still 2 hours, 29 minutes, and 24 seconds left before voting closed. Wiping his chin, Ryu-min opened his stat window, curious if only 30 minutes had passed. It showed that he had reached level 9. He decided to focus on increasing his agility. While Hwang Yongmin's Rune of Strength was advantageous in boosting power, Ryu-min understood that it wouldn't be effective in every situation. His agility stat rose from 18 to 24. He knew that no matter how strong a player was, they would be vulnerable if they couldn't dodge a critical attack quickly enough. The game's stats were divided into 4 key categories: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength affected defense power, endurance, and physical damage, while intelligence influenced mental fortitude, calculation speed, and magical damage. After another glance at his stat window, he saw that his agility had now increased to 30. Agility improved both movement and attack speed and enhanced the ability to dodge. Luck influenced critical damage, item drops, and additional gold rewards. As a Grim Reaper class that dealt both magical and physical damage, Ryu-min knew that balancing all his stats was crucial. Each one was important in its own way. Just then, he sensed something behind him. Pivoting swiftly, he scanned his surroundings to identify who or what was there. He was startled that someone had been following him. He had been so engrossed in the battle that he hadn't noticed earlier. This situation was unsettling. It had never happened before. Raising his dagger, he demanded that the person reveal themselves and state their intentions. If they failed to comply, they would need to be prepared to face the consequences. A single footstep echoed slowly before a woman emerged from the shadows. Ryu-min recognized her instantly. It was the actress he had encountered before. He couldn't help but question whether she had truly been the one following him. Apologetically, she admitted to trailing him. Just then, another figure appeared, a man who also offered an apology. He urged Ryu-min to calm down, insisting that their intentions were not hostile. The man introduced himself as Sang-chul. Ryu-min's expression darkened when he realized who Sang-chul was, Ma Jianrock's right-hand man. Ma Jianrock, also known as the Heavenly Demon, was the eldest son of the country's most powerful corporate dynasty. He was someone Ryu-min had been targeting for a while. Ryu-min knew that having someone like Ma Jianrock by his side would make him stronger, and he needed a priest connected to Ma Jianrock to support him in the 20th round. Ryu-min was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Ma Jianrock's right-hand man so soon. He began to wonder why Sang-chul was with Seo Rin and suspected that Sang-chul might be her bodyguard. Considering that many celebrities were sponsored by Ma Jianrock's company, the pieces of the puzzle started to fall into place. Despite this, Ryu-min felt uneasy knowing that the future had shifted from what he expected. He asked them how long they had been trailing him. Seo Rin admitted that they had been following him ever since they saw him enter the forest and sincerely apologized for it. Ryu-min then demanded to know why they had been following him. Seo Rin nervously explained that their intentions weren't harmful, they simply wanted to make him an offer. She hesitantly suggested that they form a team, knowing he had won the first round. Ryu-min chuckled at the idea of forming a group, dismissing it as irrelevant unless she could actually be useful to him. He mocked her openly. Seo Rin found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter his remarks. Ryu-min bluntly told them that he didn't need their help and would do just fine on his own. He advised them to turn back and stop wasting his time. Turning away, he made it clear that he had no interest in joining a team. They stared at him in disbelief. Seo Rin let out a deep sigh and sank to her knees as Sang-chul muttered under his breath, commenting on how arrogant Ryu-min was. Seo Rin tried to explain that there was a reason for Ryu-min's existence, but his overwhelming aura made her uneasy. Sang-chul remarked that even if someone had a knife to their face, they wouldn't be as intimidating as Ryu-min. Seo Rin felt a pang of disappointment that her plan to team up with him had fallen apart, and Sang-chul reiterated his earlier point, that people with egos as large as Ryu-min's never work well in groups. It was an unfortunate turn of events. Seo Rin couldn't help but reflect on the situation, but Sang-chul quickly reassured her, telling her that it wasn't a humiliating experience. He felt that their time following Ryu-min had been wasted. Seo Rin, trying to shift the conversation, admitted that she hadn't expected to encounter monsters in the forest. She suggested that they spend the rest of their time hunting them instead. Sang-chul agreed that it wasn't a bad idea, and they set off to carry out the plan. The forest was dense with towering trees and thick underbrush. Meanwhile, Ryu-min, hearing noises from the bushes, instinctively attacked a goblin that emerged. He found it infuriating that, despite his tight schedule, they had the audacity to ask him to collaborate. With swift precision, his dagger sliced through the goblin's flesh as he remained focused on his primary goal, leveling up. A notification popped up, confirming that he had defeated another hobgoblin. His current kill count stood at 60 out of 100, and the effects of the Rune of Slaughter had boosted all his stats by 60%. Suddenly, a pack of wolf-like creatures, gnolls, appeared. Ryu Min felt a rush of satisfaction at the sight of so many gnolls approaching at once. They lunged at him in unison, weapons poised for attack. Ryu Min stood his ground confidently, gripping his dagger tightly. Using both the fallen bodies of the gnolls and his dagger, he quickly dealt successive blows to the advancing creatures. Another notification confirmed the defeat of a gnoll, bringing his kill count to 65 and raising his stats by 65% thanks to the Rune of Slaughter. He had now reached level 10. His hard work paid off as a series of notifications informed him that he had met the requirements for class advancement. With his newfound level, Ryu Min could now access the store and a hidden subquest. The subquest window indicated that in order to obtain a class and advancement items, players needed to level up before the voting period ended. Success in this quest would also reward them with a daily item sale ticket, offering a 50% discount. Many players who were unaware of the subquest often found themselves confused, not knowing how to select a class or where to find the necessary advancement items. While everyone agreed that obtaining a class was crucial, the challenge lay in understanding the specific requirements to acquire the advancement item. For example, warriors needed to defeat monsters within an hour and increase their strength stat to at least 10. Berserkers had to hunt while sustaining injuries for a certain period. Assassins needed to successfully deceive monsters multiple times. Quick advancement was key, otherwise, players risked remaining beginners indefinitely. Ryu Min activated the Angel's Blood, and immediately, a status window appeared before him, offering a choice: do you want to select the Reaper profession? Without hesitation, he clicked yes. As a reward for his decision, he received the Reaper's Rune, a powerful artifact that significantly reduces the chances of being detected by enemies during the night. Wasting no time, Ryu Min activated the Reaper's Rune. In the world of the game, where there are 6 ranks from beginner to grandmaster, players can unlock new skills as they level up. The use of the Reaper's Rune granted Ryu Min the skill Seal of Death, a formidable ability that would serve him well in future battles. In addition to this, he was rewarded with a weapon befitting his new profession, the Reaper's Scythe. Ryu Min was the first player to advance, and as a reward for his achievement, a notification window informed him that he had received a random gold pouch. His strategic approach and timely execution had paid off, setting him apart from the rest. In addition to his other rewards, Ryu Min also gained the neutral skill, Tracking, as a special benefit for being the first player to advance. According to the notification window, this skill allows him to track the precise location of a designated target, provided that both the target's face and nickname match. This valuable skill could be purchased for 20,000 gold. A grin spread across Ryu Min's face as he reviewed the details on his screen. With enough gold in his possession, he decided to put the tracking ability to the test by targeting Yongmin. The tracking system confirmed a match between Yongmin's face and nickname, indicating his exact location as 190 meters away from Ryu Min. Following the instructions on the notification window, Ryu Min saw a glowing line appear on the ground, guiding him directly to Yongmin's location. He deduced that Yongmin must have also entered the forest, considering how much closer he was now compared to their last encounter, where Yongmin was 2 kilometers away. This piqued Ryu Min's curiosity as he contemplated whether or not to confront Yongmin. Elsewhere in the forest, Seoa Rin and Un Sang Chul were struggling, their breath coming in ragged gasps. Suddenly, Seoa Rin cried out in pain and collapsed face-first onto the ground. She informed Sang Chul that she had injured her leg and couldn't continue running. Sang Chul, with urgency in his voice, reminded her that they had to keep moving or risk being discovered. Despite the pain, he urged her to stand up. Seoa Rin apologized, describing the searing pain where an arrow had struck her earlier. Sang Chul's face darkened as he considered the possibility that injuries sustained in this world might affect their real bodies. Nevertheless, he tried to encourage her, assuring her that if they could survive this, they would be able to return home. Seoa Rin, gritting her teeth, resolved to push through the pain. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, asking, "Where do you think you're going with an injury like that?" Startled, they quickly turned to face the source. It was Yongmin, standing with 3 menacing figures behind him, all wearing sinister smiles. Yongmin mocked Seoa Rin, sarcastically commenting that her injury didn't seem to be painful enough yet. Un Sang Chul felt trapped and fury welled up inside him. He clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath at the situation, especially at the acquaintance he bitterly referred to as a stupid woman in his mind. Realizing that they might have no choice but to fight, he drew his weapon and assumed a battle stance. His readiness to fight seemed to catch Youngmin off guard, momentarily impressing him. A sly grin spread across Youngmin's face, mirrored by his lackeys. With a mocking tone, he addressed Sangchul as old man and asked if he was actually thinking about fighting them. The four men wore expressions of arrogant confidence. Youngmin then told Sangchul to use his eyes and count how many of them there were, clearly enjoying the intimidation. Sangchul's anger flared as he demanded to know why they were being treated this way when they hadn't done anything to provoke him. Youngmin, maintaining his taunting demeanor, denied any wrongdoing. Confusion etched across Sangchul's face as he questioned why they had suddenly decided to attack. Youngmin, still smirking, revealed that they needed something only Seo Rin could provide. Seo Rin and Sangchul exchanged bewildered glances. Youngmin then admitted that his interest lay solely in the girl standing next to Sangchul. He made it clear that they had no interest in Sangchul himself, emphasizing that their attention was focused entirely on Seo Rin. As they conversed, the three men with Youngmin speculated whether the girl was indeed the famous Seo Rin. One of them noted that her face and nickname confirmed it was her. Another suggested that perhaps someone was merely imitating her, trying to take on her identity. They continued discussing how little it mattered to them, given that appearances could be so deceiving. Seo Rin's face paled in horror as she listened to their conversation. Meanwhile, Youngmin turned back to Sangchul and offered him a deal: leave Seo Rin behind, and he could walk away unharmed. This only fueled Sangchul's rage. In his mind, Youngmin should have made that clear from the beginning. If he had, Sangchul might have left Seo Rin without a second thought. He glanced sideways at her, inwardly cursing the situation. He had no intention of risking his life for her, yet he was faced with a significant dilemma. If he failed to protect Seo Rin, he would surely disappoint his employer, Director Ma Jiangak. Determined not to back down, Sangchul assumed a fighting stance, signaling that he had no intention of abandoning Seo Rin. Youngmin, visibly entertained, asked if Sangchul was seriously considering a fight. Sangchul, gritting his teeth, warned them that what they were doing was against the law. Youngmin burst out laughing at this, finding it utterly ridiculous. He sarcastically asked what laws applied in this world and whether Sangchul planned to report him once they returned to reality. Youngmin taunted him further, questioning what evidence Sangchul could possibly provide and daring him to try. He even joked that their appearances in this world might be entirely different from their real-life selves. Sangchul, seething with frustration, couldn't deny that Youngmin had a point. He knew that reasoning with Youngmin wouldn't work and that, despite his injuries, he had no choice but to fight. Youngmin wasn't going to be swayed by words alone. Just then, Youngmin's attention shifted. He was startled to see an old acquaintance, Black Scythe. The figure was casually leaning against a tree, observing the scene with a calm demeanor. Youngmin was visibly taken aback by Black Scythe's unexpected appearance. "What's going on here?" Black Scythe asked, his voice cutting through the tension. His gaze fixed directly on Sangchul, and he interrupted Youngmin before he could respond. "I wasn't talking to you," he said, dismissing Youngmin's attempt to interject. Annoyed, Youngmin told him to mind his own business and leave them alone. Ignoring Youngmin, Black Scythe turned his attention back to Sangchul. "Tell me what's happening," he demanded. Without hesitation, Sangchul explained the situation, revealing how they were ambushed by Youngmin and his men, who were after Seo Rin. Desperate, Sangchul pleaded for Black Scythe's help, promising to owe him a favor in return. Black Scythe's gaze shifted to Youngmin. "Is what he said true?" he asked, his tone sharp. Youngmin, brushing off the accusation, told Black Scythe that it didn't concern him and that he should move on. But Black Scythe wasn't deterred. He stepped closer, noting the menacing red aura that surrounded Youngmin. Youngmin and his lackeys, sensing the growing tension, nervously questioned what Black Scythe intended to do. As his weapon began to materialize in his hand, Black Scythe coldly informed them that he wouldn't abandon someone who was injured. Seo Rin and Sangchul felt a wave of relief, while Youngmin's anger flared. Black Scythe knew that helping them wasn't just an act of kindness. He calculated that by assisting Sangchul, he could gain favor with Ma Jiangak, and having someone like Ma Jiangak indebted to him would be a valuable asset. Moreover, he simply didn't like Youngmin. Youngmin and his men grew increasingly anxious as Black Scythe's intentions became clear. In a desperate attempt to regain control, Youngmin ordered Black Scythe to back off, threatening to kill him if he continued. But Black Scythe only smiled, taunting them with the question, "Do you really want to fight me? What's the problem?" Youngmin's fury reached its peak. To him, Black Scythe's question was absurd, almost laughable. He wondered if Black Scythe would be so confident if he truly understood the kind of monster he was dealing with. The memory of Black Scythe effortlessly defeating goblins and claiming the top rank in the last encounter flashed through Youngmin's mind, and his eyes widened in shock. Black Scythe lowered his scythe to the ground and, with a calm yet menacing tone, told Youngmin to let him know if he wanted to end the fight. The four men watched nervously as the scythe's blade moved, their fear evident in their eyes. Youngmin, visibly shaken, asked if Black Scythe would really let him go. Black Scythe crossed his arms, a hint of amusement in his voice, and replied that he might consider it, if Youngmin got on his knees and begged for his life with sincerity. The realization that Black Scythe was trying to humiliate him in front of his friends and Arin twisted Youngmin's expression from smug triumph to despair. Despite his rising irritation, he had no desire to engage in a fight if it could be avoided. He scoffed at Black Scythe, but as he did, a thought crossed his mind: he had the power to shatter a wall with just his bare hands. Maybe, just maybe, he could take down Black Scythe with a single strike. A smug smile crept onto his face as he entertained this possibility. He glared at Black Scythe and spat out, "You've crossed the line." He clenched his fists, preparing for a fight, and taunted Black Scythe, asking if he really wanted him to kneel and beg. With a menacing tone, he added, "Do you want to die?" Youngmin planned to close the distance between them and land a devastating punch. In his mind, there was no way Black Scythe could survive a blow strong enough to crush a brick wall. But just as he was about to strike, Black Scythe calmly set his weapon aside. Youngmin was baffled. Why would he discard his weapon? Black Scythe, exuding confidence, explained that it wouldn't be fair to fight an unarmed opponent while he was armed. Winning like that, he said, would be too boring. Enraged by the perceived arrogance, Youngmin cursed Black Scythe's foolishness. He moved into attack, but before he could react, Black Scythe suddenly shifted behind him. Youngmin, thinking this was his chance, swung with all his might, ready to land a powerful punch. But to his shock, Black Scythe effortlessly dodged his blow and retaliated with a powerful kick to his stomach. The force of the kick sent Youngmin flying, crashing into the distance, leaving him stunned and gasping for air. Black Scythe watched impassively as Youngmin's body sailed through the air, one foot still raised from the powerful kick. Youngmin landed with a thud, groaning in pain as he knelt on the ground, his curses directed at Black Scythe. With a cold expression, Black Scythe warned him to stop cursing, saying, "Your foul mouth will rot my ears," before delivering another brutal kick. Youngmin gasped as the force of the blow sent him sprawling, his hand instinctively reaching up to soothe his aching face. Without hesitation, Black Scythe grabbed Youngmin by the collar, hoisting him up with one hand while keeping him at arm's length. He then began to rain down punches with his other hand, each blow landing with a bone-crunching impact. Youngmin, dazed and reeling from the assault, thought to himself that it didn't feel like a fist hitting him, it felt more like being struck by a sledgehammer. He couldn't comprehend how Black Scythe could be this strong. Is he as powerful as me? Youngmin wondered, unable to fathom how Black Scythe could possess such strength without a rune to enhance it. As he looked up at Black Scythe's calm yet focused face, one of his friends shouted his name, while another urged the archer to take action. The archer, maintaining perfect form, quickly drew his bow and loosed a lightning-fast arrow aimed directly at Black Scythe. Arin, sensing the danger, screamed for Black Scythe to dodge. With reflexes as sharp as his blade, Black Scythe sidestepped the arrow just in time. Despite the fear etched on his face, the archer fired another arrow. But Black Scythe was already moving, zigzagging toward him with unnerving speed, effortlessly dodging each shot. As he closed the distance, Black Scythe remarked, "You must have been lucky to find a bow while hunting. Too bad you crossed my path during a fight." With a swift motion, Black Scythe drew his weapon, and in one fluid strike, he slashed at the archer. Blood sprayed through the air as the archer let out a cry of agony, his face contorted in terror. The sight of their comrade falling only deepened the fear in the remaining two men, yet they still tried to muster their courage. They took up defensive stances, shouting at Black Scythe to back off and leave them alone. One of the men charged at Black Scythe, dagger in hand, cursing as he lunged forward. Black Scythe responded with a mocking smile, his expression almost amused. In an instant, he activated the seal of death. Above the man's head, a red mark appeared, resembling an eye with a skull at its center, a symbol of impending doom. Gripping his scythe tightly, Black Scythe unleashed a devastating swing. The red-hued blades of wind that followed tore through the air, slashing the man's shins with such force that he collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony as blood splattered everywhere. The remaining man, witnessing this horrific scene, was paralyzed with fear, his confidence shattered. Black Scythe lunged at the man with blinding speed, noting that the mere fact they dared to use weapons against him showed some level of resolve. With a powerful swing, his scythe sliced through the man's arm, eliciting a piercing scream. The ominous seal of death hovered above the man's head, a clear sign that the next strike would be even more devastating. As expected, the scythe cut through the armor with ease, doubling the damage and leaving the man clutching his deep wound in sheer agony. As the men writhed on the ground, their faces contorted in pain, Black Scythe observed them coldly. This can't be it, he thought. He knew he had to instill fear so deep they would never dare to cross his path again. When he approached, they whimpered and pleaded for mercy, begging him to spare them. Without a word, Black Scythe flicked his scythe, sending blood splattering with the movement. Another scream tore through the air. Taking a deep breath, Black Scythe decided he was finished with these men, ready to move on to the next target. His sharp gaze fell on a figure hiding behind a tree. "Hiding won't help you," Black Scythe called out, his voice chilling. In a flash, a blade of wind sliced through the young man's arm, causing him to cry out in pain as blood spurted from the wound. "Stop acting like a child," Black Scythe admonished, his tone devoid of sympathy. The young man's pain barely scratched the surface of what he had inflicted on others. Black Scythe's scythe struck again and again, each blow drawing a scream from the boy as he was mercilessly cut down. Sangchul and Arin watched in stunned silence, witnessing the brutal efficiency of Black Scythe's assault. Sangchul was particularly struck by how Black Scythe could so ruthlessly dismember an opponent who had already lost the will to fight. As Black Scythe severed the boy's arms and moved on to his leg, Sangchul couldn't help but admire the cold precision. It might seem extreme, Sangchul thought, but I appreciate that level of decisiveness. In his mind, Black Scythe rivaled even his director. Finally, Black Scythe turned to Sangchul and Arin. "Are you two all right?" he asked, his voice steady. Sangchul nodded, acknowledging that they were safe because of him. "You don't have to worry about Yongmin and his crew anymore," Black Scythe assured them, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Black Scythe suggested they should go and vote, seeing as the four men were too battered to move. In unison, Sangchul and Arin bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. Arin hesitated, then asked, "Will they die?" Black Scythe shrugged. "Does it matter if they die? They aren't even worth calling animals," he replied coldly, his bluntness catching Arin off guard. Observing her troubled expression, he realized she was far too sensitive. He wondered why she seemed to care so much about the lives of these men as if she were some saint. Perhaps she was concerned about her public image as a celebrity, he thought. Turning to Sangchul, Black Scythe asked, "Do you have a question?" "Yeah," Sangchul responded confidently. "Why did you decide to spare them? Even if you killed them, there wouldn't be any repercussions in the real world." The young man's face paled at the question. Black Scythe replied calmly, "If you're asking whether there was a specific reason I let them live, there wasn't." He continued, "But the real reason I didn't finish them off is simple, there's nothing to gain from killing them." Sangchul was puzzled by the notion of there being no benefit. "But even so," he insisted, "it's not wise to leave any potential threats alive." "Threats?" Black Scythe echoed, glancing at the trembling men. "If these guys are still capable of causing trouble, then I'd say the game's already in a poor state. Besides, reducing the number of players doesn't benefit anyone. The more, the merrier." After a moment, Sangchul nodded, understanding his reasoning. "Makes sense," he admitted. Sangchul considered that fewer players meant fewer available spots for those who completed each round. He found himself admiring Black Scythe's unique perspective on the game's mechanics, realizing that Black Scythe saw things differently from most players. "I get it," Sangchul nodded. "From now on, we'll stop thinking about the humanity of this game." With that, Black Scythe turned to leave, but Sangchul quickly called out, "Wait. Give me your account number, and I'll make sure you're compensated in the real world." Black Scythe waved it off. "Forget about it," he said, continuing on his way. Sangchul was stunned by his refusal to accept any reward. Helping without any expectation of payment was rare in their world. He resolved to report the encounter to the president as soon as he returned to reality. A groan from behind caught his attention. It was one of the young men they had fought. Sangchul felt a surge of anger, his gaze turning lethal. But he remembered Black Scythe's words, it wouldn't benefit them to finish them off. Holding back, he spat in their direction and urged Arin to leave with him. Back in the main field, the atmosphere was tense. Players were campaigning fiercely to be chosen as the region's representative, each claiming they were the best choice. The heated arguments escalated into a physical altercation, with one player grabbing another by the collar. As the crowd tried to intervene, another participant stepped forward, declaring that anyone with such a quick temper shouldn't be representing them and offering herself as a better candidate. Then, a young man joined the fray, boasting about his father being a congressman and insisting he deserved the position. Many in the crowd eyed him with skepticism, doubting the truth of his claims. Amid the chaos, a voice rose from the crowd, commanding everyone's attention and halting the argument. The speaker, known by the nickname Mint Chocolate Boy, grabbed everyone's attention and reminded them that the voting would end in just 2 hours. He urged the players not to waste time arguing and to cast their votes as soon as possible. One of the players asked him how they should decide who to vote for. Mint Chocolate Boy confidently replied that he had a practical solution. Curious, everyone focused on him, eager to hear his idea. He smirked inwardly, pleased at how easily the crowd hung on his every word once again. With a dark grin, he thought about how the players had once more fallen for his persuasive tactics. At first, he had been disappointed when he received the persuasion rune as his random rune fragment. He had looked at it with disdain, noting that the rune increased his chances of persuasion only if the target was particularly talkative. Moreover, it wouldn't work on anyone with a higher level than his own, and it seemed completely useless against monsters who couldn't speak. But soon, Mint Chocolate Boy realized how to use the rune to his advantage. While on the battlefield, when other players were busy slaying goblins and sharing strategies, he had approached a group of men, telling them a woman was in great danger and needed immediate help. He advised them to drop everything and go to her aid. The men, influenced by his rune's effect, followed his advice without hesitation, abandoning their targets and rushing off. Mint Chocolate Boy then swooped in to finish off the weakened goblins, easily meeting the 100 kill requirement. Now, with the voting underway, he suggested a more structured approach to choosing a representative. Let's narrow down the candidates to just 5, he proposed, and vote among them. The players, realizing the wisdom in his words, quickly agreed. They understood that if everyone continued campaigning for themselves, they would never reach a decision. Mint Chocolate Boy took the lead in organizing the nominations, relishing how smoothly his plan was unfolding. If everything went as expected, he would soon position himself as the representative of the region. He asked the crowd to raise their hands and nominate anyone they believed should be recommended. One of the players, who had been advocating for himself earlier, eagerly shot his hand up. However, Mint Chocolate Boy quickly pointed out that nominating themselves was against the rules and would just repeat their earlier mistakes. The audience began murmuring in agreement, with many voices echoing, "Mint Chocolate Boy is right." Inwardly, Mint Chocolate Boy felt confident, thinking it would be a simple task to manipulate this group. Most of the attendees were strangers to one another, caught up in their thoughts and unsure whom to nominate. Meanwhile, a few others were hesitant to suggest anyone but themselves, worried about losing their chance. Sensing the growing uncertainty, Mint Chocolate Boy remained patient, understanding that this silence would ultimately lead to only the most notable names being suggested. At last, a participant raised his hand and proposed Mint Chocolate Boy as a candidate. Excellent, he mused silently. The person who nominated him justified the choice, stating that having a rational and capable leader would be in their best interest. Mint Chocolate Boy pretended to be surprised by the nomination, even as another player jumped in to commend his ability to manage the situation effectively. He accepted the compliments with a gracious smile while inwardly laughing at how easily he had won them over. Then, another participant nominated Black Scythe. Mint Chocolate Boy's grin widened. He knew Black Scythe's recent victory made him a logical contender. Next, a player named Life is a Documentary put forth the second-place finisher, followed by someone else suggesting Black Dragon in My Right Hand as a third candidate. Mint Chocolate Boy tallied 4 names and asked the crowd if there were any more nominations for the 5th spot. When no one else volunteered, he announced that the 4 candidates were confirmed. He suggested that each nominee should speak to the crowd before the final vote and offered to go first, confident in his ability to sway the masses. Winning over these fools will be a breeze, he thought smugly. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts, openly challenging him. It was Life is a Documentary, the player ranked second in the region, who seemed visibly annoyed. "I can't listen to another word this Mint Chocolate Boy is spouting," he declared. Mint Chocolate Boy turned to him and asked what his issue was. "Do you seriously think life is easy?" came the sharp retort from Life is a Documentary, his gaze filled with a menacing intensity that seemed to challenge Mint Chocolate Boy's entire stance. Life is a Documentary asked Mint Chocolate Boy if people always followed his instructions without question. As Mint Chocolate Boy pondered this, a concerned expression crossed his face. He began to realize the extent of his influence, but quickly brushed the thought aside, convincing himself it wasn't entirely true. When Mint Chocolate Boy was asked to nominate someone for the regional representative, Life is a Documentary grew visibly agitated and accused him of being a manipulator. "You're crossing the line," Mint Chocolate Boy retorted sharply, defending himself. He reminded everyone of a proverb, a person's face and demeanor reflect their true nature. He questioned why such harsh language had to be used in what was meant to be a discussion about leadership. For a moment, he seemed satisfied with his response, feeling that he had made his point. However, Life is a Documentary didn't back down. He sneered, asking whether Mint Chocolate Boy had the nerve to preach to him about life. "You're playing a dangerous game," he warned, his tone threatening. The situation escalated quickly, and Mint Chocolate Boy found himself taken aback by the intensity of the challenge. He realized that his usual methods of persuasion were failing, and the tension in the room grew palpable. Seeing his influence slip away, Life is a Documentary desperately appealed to the crowd, urging them to vote for him and ignore the other candidates. "Support me, or face the consequences," he threatened, his voice tinged with desperation. But Mint Boy mocked him openly, asking if he genuinely believed people would listen to his threats. He advised him to stop embarrassing himself and leave. The atmosphere grew colder as Life is a Documentary, his expression serious and menacing. Then, in a flash of violence, he lunged forward, striking Mint Boy. Blood sprayed, and the crowd felt a chill run down their spine as they realized the victim had been stabbed in the neck. The wounded player crumpled to the ground, blood flowing freely. The gravity of the situation hit Mint Chocolate Boy hard. He was witnessing a deadly turn of events. Life is a Documentary glared at him, reminding Mint Chocolate Boy of the earlier warning: he would kill anyone who crossed him. As Mint Chocolate Boy's eyes widened in shock, he let out a strangled cry. His body trembled, and then he collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Panic erupted among the crowd as they grasped the brutal reality of what had just happened. The label of killer seemed to hang in the air around Life is a Documentary, whose weapon still dripped with the blood of Mint Chocolate Boy. He turned to the crowd, his eyes cold, his voice challenging. "So what?" he snarled. "If anyone has a problem, step forward." A player, terrified, called him insane, pointing a trembling finger. Life is a Documentary only grinned wider, declaring that if no one confronted him, he would come to them instead. He moved like a blur, cutting down everyone in his path with swift, ruthless precision, as if fueled by some dark, burning passion. With each strike, he seemed more exhilarated, shouting that this was the best scenario: no cameras, no reporters, no restrictions. He reveled in the violence, delighted that he could kill as many as he wished without consequence. The blood of those he slaughtered stained his clothes, and he turned his blood-soaked dagger on the remaining players who have yet to cast their votes. "Support me," he demanded, "or face death." Fear gripped everyone's faces, their expressions twisted in horror. Seeing this, Life is a Documentary gave a wicked grin. He knew that fear was now his ally. The crowd, terrified of what he might do, realized they had little choice but to support him. Life is a Documentary had set his sights on Black Scythe, plotting his demise to clear his path to the top. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Ryu Min continued to hone his skills, wielding his scythe with relentless determination. His goal was to grow stronger with every swing. As he fought on, a notification flashed before him, revealing he had just defeated Knowles. The tally of his kills now stood at 265, far surpassing the original target of 100. With this achievement, the Butcher rune he possessed activated, doubling all his stats by 100%. In addition, he was granted a threefold experience buff, accelerating his growth. Ryu Min had reached a new milestone, level 16. Yet, when he glanced at his status window, he realized that his leveling pace was beginning to slow. Despite having slain over 200 monsters, he had only managed to gain 2 levels in the past 2 hours. While the progress was slowing, hunting had become noticeably easier, likely due to the powerful combination of the Butcher and Reaper runes. These runes not only enhanced his weapon's attack power but also amplified all of his stats. Feeling satisfied with his gains, Ryu Min decided it was time to head back. Sheathing his weapon, he turned to make his way back to the starting point. Suddenly, the countdown reached 0, and a notification window appeared, signaling that the voting period had begun. A radiant golden light enveloped Ryu Min's body, signifying that all players in the vicinity were being summoned back to the starting point. The time had come to cast their votes. As the local players gathered, 4 wounded figures emerged, those who had earlier fought against Black Scythe. Their battered appearance caught everyone's attention, leaving the other players in shock at the sight of their injuries. Then, Aaron, Sangchul, and a group of additional players arrived at the scene. As they surveyed their surroundings, they were stunned by the sight before them, a field strewn with player corpses. Shocked, they immediately began to ask what had happened. Aaron quickly assessed the situation, his eyes narrowing at the figure standing among the bodies, covered head to toe in blood. He assumed that the blood-soaked individual must be the one responsible for the carnage. Ryu Min, observing the situation, noticed that it looked like Cho Young-sik had regained control. Cho Young-sik was known as the leader of the Young-sik gang and was widely regarded as the second-best fighter in the region. However, his personality was infamous for being aggressive and domineering. Young Sik's face was smeared with blood, and his expression was disturbingly intense, his eyes darting around suspiciously. Ryu Min understood that this was a volatile situation, like a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. He quickly calculated that it wasn't the right moment to act just yet. As he assessed his options, Young Sik slowly approached him, clearly waiting for some kind of reaction. With a calm demeanor, Ryu Min decided to bide his time and wait for the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, Young Sik called out to him, asking where he had been. This caught the attention of both Aran and Sangcheol, who turned their focus to Black Scythe. Ryu Min, maintaining his composure, responded to Young Sik's question with a steady gaze, asking what he wanted. Young Sik, with a haughty smirk, stated his demand outright. He wanted Black Scythe to serve him as a subordinate. Ryu Min, known as Black Scythe, replied with a cold, "And why would I do that?" Undeterred, Young Sik spun his dagger in a menacing manner, threatening to spare Black Scythe's life only if he submitted to him. Instead of fear, Young Sik was met with the sound of Ryu Min's laughter. Amused by the audacity of the demand, Ryu Min asked if Young Sik intended to start a fight immediately. Still smiling, he added, "If you want me to spare you, you'll have to kneel before me." This bold statement caught Young Sik off guard, making him view Black Scythe as utterly insane. Young Sik accused Black Scythe of not grasping the gravity of the situation, his frustration evident in his voice. He continued speaking, but Black Scythe swiftly cut him off, tauntingly asking if Young Sik was having trouble understanding what he had just said. With a cold smile, Black Scythe unsheathed his weapon and casually suggested that dying on the spot might be more satisfying for Young Sik. Caught off guard, Young Sik stared at the weapon in Black Scythe's hand, bewildered. He had no idea where such a powerful weapon had come from and could feel his confidence begin to waver. Panic crept into his mind as he realized he may have underestimated his opponent. Sensing his discomfort, Black Scythe taunted him further, asking, "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?" Young Sik gritted his teeth, frustrated by his own hesitation. Trying to regain his composure, he loudly proclaimed his identity as the leader of the Young Sik gang and declared that he would never bow to anyone. His anger reached its peak, and he recklessly swung his weapon, challenging Black Scythe to a duel. In response, Black Scythe merely scoffed, recognizing Young Sik's notorious temper. He decided to stop provoking him further, knowing that things could become complicated if he pushed too hard. Black Scythe had a strategy in mind. Displaying his strength to win the votes of the players wasn't his intention. Young Sik could be useful for his plan during the third round as a representative. Additionally, he sensed that the angel would appear any moment. As if on cue, the angel materialized, calling for all players to gather. Young Sik, momentarily distracted by the sudden arrival, shifted his focus away from Black Scythe. Seizing the moment, Black Scythe remarked on Young Sik's good fortune and calmly advised him to choose his battles more wisely next time if he wished to avoid an untimely end. With that, Black Scythe turned to leave, leaving Young Sik standing there, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Young Sik stood frozen in place, his face a mask of rage, but beneath the surface, he felt a wave of relief. Though he appeared fierce and resolute, a part of him was worried that the tension might trigger a heart attack. Still, he silently vowed that Black Scythe would one day witness his true power. For now, he would let him go, but if chosen as the representative, he would make sure to avenge the humiliation he had suffered. The angel, her voice echoing across the battlefield, asked the players if they had selected their delegates. Glancing at the scattered bodies, she dryly noted that they had accomplished more than just talk in the 3 hours they had spent together. With a dismissive tone, she reminded them that whether they lived or died was of no concern to her. Then, she called for the voting process to begin. A screen appeared in front of each player, announcing the start of the election for the region's representative. Every player had one vote, and the candidate with the most votes would assume the role. To cast their vote, they simply needed to focus on the player they wished to support. The angel warned that anyone failing to vote within the 5-minute window would automatically lose and be eliminated from the next round. The countdown began. Some players murmured the instruction to themselves, "Look at who I want to vote for," as they scanned the crowd to decide on their choice. Most of them fixed their gaze on Young Sik, who wore a confident, smug grin, assuming all eyes were on him. Then, unexpectedly, his expression shifted. He turned his attention to a woman with round cheeks and demanded why she wasn't looking directly at him. Startled, the woman seemed unsure of how to respond. Seeing her hesitation, Young Sik grew increasingly agitated and threatened to kill her. Stammering, she quickly defended herself, insisting that she had voted for him. Frustrated, Young Sik continued to shout threats, demanding everyone's attention. He scanned the crowd, threatening anyone who dared to avert their gaze. Finally, the voting time ran out. The angel clapped her hands, announcing that the voting period had ended and instructed them to tally the votes. A large screen materialized above, revealing the results. In fifth place was Cute Baby Bird with 5 votes, and Chubby Cheek Steamed Bun came in fourth with 6 votes. With 249 votes, Black Dragon secured third place, while Black Scythe came in second with 2,077 votes. Topping the leaderboard with 2,412 votes was Life is a Documentary. Although Young Sik, who went by Life is a Documentary, received the highest number of votes, he wasn't pleased. His irritation deepened as he saw that Black Scythe had garnered significant support. Young Sik glared at the players who had voted against him, and many of them avoided meeting his gaze, aware of his anger. After the voting concluded, the angel announced that Life is a Documentary had been chosen as the region's representative. A window screen appeared, indicating that Young Sik had gained the power of command, allowing him to issue directives to other players. His blood-stained face broke into a wide grin. He immediately planned to use this newfound authority to rally the players against Black Scythe, determined to make him regret not killing him earlier. As Young Sik examined the details of his command ability on the screen, he realized its limitations. He could give direct orders to players, but only those without a class, and he could only control one player at a time, up to a maximum of 10 uses. Discontent flickered across his face at the restrictions, especially the fact that players with a class could resist his commands. The angel's voice cut through the tension, asking the players if they believed this was the end. However, she hinted that a hidden mission still remained for this round. Her cryptic words puzzled the players, who couldn't quite grasp what she meant. A window screen then appeared, revealing that the second round contained a side quest. If they completed it, they would receive a class advancement item and a coupon for 50% off today's item. Sungkal and Arin seemed confused about the concept of class advancement items. The angel clarified that these would appear in the quest window once players reached level 10. When one of the players questioned how they were supposed to level up without any monsters, the angel's expression darkened, and she informed them that the forest was teeming with creatures. Only 80,000 players nationwide would have the opportunity to advance to a class this round, the angel added. She then revealed that someone in their region had already been granted a class advancement, sparking curiosity among the players about who it could be. Sensing their interest, the angel asked if they wanted to check the results of the side mission to find out more. This possibility excited the group even more. The results of the second round subquest appeared on a large screen, revealing the standings for each region. At the top was the level 16 Reaper, Black Scythe, followed by the level 10 Dark Knight, Heavenly Demon, in second place, and a level 10 Shaman in third. It quickly became evident that Black Scythe was the only player in their area to have advanced to a class. The realization dawned on the other players that he was now in a class of his own, the Reaper class. This knowledge brought a mix of fear and respect, as they murmured among themselves, connecting his class to the scythe he wielded. Young Sik, who had hoped to use his command authority to control Black Scythe, was seething with frustration. He found it infuriating that Black Scythe had managed to advance so quickly, making him immune to his control. The timing seemed oddly perfect to him, almost as if fate itself were playing a hand. The angel then explained that rankings for the second round had been assigned based on who completed the subquest the fastest. Looking at the leaderboard, she announced that Black Scythe was the first in their region to change his class and had also claimed the top spot overall. She seemed genuinely impressed and even commented on how fitting his nickname was, given his new class. She asked him how he had chosen the name Black Scythe and if he had known in advance that he would acquire the Reaper class. With a casual demeanor, Ryu Min responded that he had no idea he would end up in a class that matched his moniker so well. The angel, intrigued, suggested that perhaps it was fate for him to become a Reaper. Ryu Min nodded, mentally noting that the angel seemed unaware of how the Reaper class was actually obtained. They only knew it was something unique. She found the situation fascinating and remarked that it was surprising there was only one player in the area who had managed to change their class. Furthermore, she clarified that Black Scythe would be the only one immune to authority orders. Her statement caused confusion among the players, who questioned what she meant by saying the authority command would not affect Black Scythe. The angel paused, seemingly considering whether to elaborate further, leaving everyone in suspense about what might come next. She continued by clarifying that anyone belonging to a class is exempt from the authority of command. This meant that the region representative had no power to control Black Scythe. Moreover, there were only 10 opportunities to use the command authority, so being named a region representative did not grant unlimited power. The players absorbed her explanation, but Cho Young-sik's frustration grew. He had hoped to keep the limitations of his authority hidden from everyone. The angel then turned her attention back to Black Scythe, proposing that he should receive a reward for being the fastest to complete his class. With a snap of her fingers, 2 screens appeared before him. The first screen congratulated him on achieving the highest rank in the area, while the second celebrated his position as the top-ranked player across all regions. Ryu Min, tapping on the screens, claimed his rewards. For being the first in the area, he received a ticket of low-rank rare armor. Additionally, for placing first across all regions, he was given the choice of a special reward from a collection of rare armor pieces. The options included a leather armor of a skilled hunter, armor of a medieval knight, and a well-ventilated mage robe. His decision was already clear. The first option seemed too intricate, and the third offered little in terms of defense. So, he selected the second choice, the leather armor of the skilled hunter. Next, he was asked to pick from a set of unique rewards, 3 experience boosts valid until the end of round 3, 3,000 gold, or information about the third round. Understanding that the next round would involve a large number of monsters, he chose the 3-time experience boost, knowing it would be the most advantageous. The angel announced that the rewards had been distributed. A golden glow surrounded Ryu Min's body, as well as those of the other participants, signaling the completion of the reward ceremony. The angel declared that everyone could now return home. With a sinister grin, she hinted that the third round would be far more challenging, assuring them, "I promise." Before the players could teleport, a large screen displayed the results of the second round. Only 873,500,205 survivors remained across all regions, with 4,998 survivors in their current region, ESKS 455. The screen then flashed another message, announcing that their souls would soon be transferred to their physical bodies in the current dimension, with the next round set to begin on March 1, 2023. The message concluded by wishing them luck in surviving. As the notification ended, the soul transfer began. Suddenly, Young-min awoke with a start, shouting in panic. He glanced down and was relieved to see his hand was still intact, his arm was still attached to his body. He had assumed he might return with his normal body if he survived, but now, a sense of dread crept over his face. He swore he would never cross paths with Black Scythe again or even think of confronting him. Meanwhile, Sungchul praised Erin for her hard work. Erin, in response, stated that he had put in a great deal of effort while she had done nothing. Turning to face him, she smiled broadly and thanked him. Feeling awkward, Sungchul cleared his throat, looked away, and adjusted his tie, saying it was his duty as her bodyguard and manager. Erin expressed her desire to thank Black Scythe again and asked if there was any way to do so. Sungchul explained that they had no way of finding him, as they had no idea what he really looked like. He also mentioned that Black Scythe seemed to prefer remaining anonymous. Erin acknowledged this, though it didn't please her. Sun Chul added that when he had asked Black Scythe for his account number to provide compensation, he had initially refused, suggesting that he didn't want anyone to discover his identity. Erin understood, but the realization left her feeling unsatisfied. Seeing her disappointment, Sun Chul suggested that if she truly wanted to express her gratitude, she could try to find him in the next round and give him something then. Erin's face brightened at the idea. Erin thought it was a clever idea. She began to contemplate how to properly show her gratitude to Black Scythe. As their conversation wrapped up, Sun Chul suggested she get some rest, promising they could discuss it further in the morning. Erin nodded and advised him to be careful. Just as Sun Chul was about to step into the elevator, his phone buzzed. He answered the call from President Ma while stepping inside. Noting that the president was still awake, Sun Chul heard him mention that he had just started sipping on whiskey after his return. Sun Chul congratulated President Ma on advancing to the Dark Knight class. The president asked about their experience in their region. Sun Chul explained that both he and Erin had only managed to reach level 8 before getting injured halfway through, which prevented them from continuing their hunt. President Ma sounded disappointed by this news. As Sun Chul reached the parking lot, he asked if it was a good time to discuss the matter, indicating he had something important to report. He revealed it concerned Black Scythe. President Ma immediately instructed him to come to the hotel so they could talk in person. Sun Chul agreed, saying he would be there in 20 minutes. He started driving, unaware that someone was watching him. From the shadows, a man observed Sun Chul's car as it exited the parking lot. It was Ryu Min, quietly tailing him. Ryu Min wondered if Sun Chul was heading towards Ma Kyunggrok. 10 minutes earlier, Ryu Min had been reviewing his stats window while Ryu 1 was asleep on the bed nearby. The display indicated that he needed to focus on the target he wished to track. He visualized Sun Chul in his mind and spoke his name. The window confirmed the name and face, and then indicated that the target's location was now being tracked. The screen showed the target was just 9 meters away. As the distance on the display suddenly shifted to 23 meters, then 56 meters, Ryu Min realized Sun Chul had likely taken the elevator, based on how quickly the numbers were changing. Ryu Min grew curious about Sun Chul's early morning destination, suspecting he might be heading toward Manhwarecap. Not wasting a moment, he quickly slipped into his jacket and dashed out the door, determined to confirm his hunch. He felt fortunate that he had decided to track Sun Chul down right after his return. Overhead, thick clouds obscured the full moon, blocking its light from piercing through. Ma Jiangrok, meanwhile, was gazing up at the overcast sky, thinking it was an ideal night for a pursuit. However, he chose to remain still for the moment, as he needed to receive Sun Chul's report. He mulled over how Black Scythe had clinched first place in both the initial and second rounds, wondering what kind of player could stay so enigmatic and yet so dominant. His fingers drummed restlessly on the arm of the couch. The thought of Black Scythe's ranking clearly unsettled him. He began to speculate whether Black Scythe would have targeted his subordinate. If so, Ma Jiangrok knew that such a move would be a direct challenge to him. And he was not the type to tolerate such defiance lightly. His expression remained stern and focused. He had no intention of allowing anyone, not even the player ranked first, to stand in his way. A sense of tension filled the room as he considered the possibilities. Outside, a figure stood by the door, finally knocking. Sun Chul's voice came through, asking if he could enter. Ma Jiangrok gave a nod of assent, inviting him in. Rising to his feet, Ma Jiangrok greeted Sun Chul, who immediately expressed his gratitude. "It's all thanks to you, President Ma, that we're even meeting again," Sun Chul said respectfully. President Ma, wearing a faint smile, replied, "I've done nothing, we weren't even in the same region." Sun Chul bowed slightly, his tone earnest as he added, "Just knowing you're out there inspires me." President Ma chuckled softly, amused by Sun Chul's flattery. "You have a talent for saying the right things," he observed. "It's not flattery," Sun Chul replied with sincerity. "It's the truth." He then congratulated Ma on making it through the round. President Ma shrugged, brushing it off. "Round 2 was a breeze, a walk in the park," he said. Sun Chul, however, continued to praise him, this time for his advancement to a new class. Ma responded humbly, "Just luck, that's all." But Sun Chul insisted, securing second or third place is no small feat, even luck is a skill in itself. He concluded with admiration, saying, "To serve someone like you, President Ma, is the greatest privilege I could ever have." President Ma set his glass down and, with a slight grin, remarked that Sun Chul's flattery was too obvious. He guessed that Sun Chul needed something from him. "So," he asked, "am I right in sensing that you have a favor to ask?" Feeling anxious, Sun Chul hesitated before asking how President Ma had obtained an advancement item. President Ma waved it off, saying it wasn't a big deal. "The item just dropped while I was hunting monsters," he replied casually. What he didn't reveal was that the random rune fragment he acquired had been a result of his Dark Knight rune. He recalled that the angel had told them to check their inventory to see a gift she had prepared. That was when he found the Dark Knight rune, which not only boosted all of his stats but also cloaked his weapon in a dark aura that inflicted extra damage on opponents. When he checked his inventory, he noticed that upon reaching level 10, the rune would automatically advance him to the unique class of Dark Knight. Even though he appeared puzzled by this, he quickly understood the significance of the item. He realized he had gotten extremely lucky to receive such a powerful, cheat-level item in the first round. But despite his good fortune, he kept this information to himself, even from trusted subordinates whom he considered family. He knew well how quickly people could change when it came to matters of power and advantage. Shifting the conversation, President Ma's tone turned serious as he asked directly, "Who injured you? Was it Black Scythe?" Sun Chul seemed startled by the assumption and quickly corrected him, explaining that Black Scythe had actually saved his life. Curious, President Ma urged him to elaborate. He asked if pursuing the actress, Erin, had led to his near-death experience. Sun Chul admitted that they might have died if Black Scythe hadn't intervened. He explained further, Erin might have survived, but she would have been left with psychological scars too severe to continue her career in the entertainment industry. President Ma nodded, his interest piqued. The story was turning out to be more complicated than he initially thought. President Ma seemed to be deep in thought. He had nearly lost a valuable subordinate, and it had almost jeopardized his business interests. Breaking the silence, President Ma asked about the fate of the thugs involved, assuming they had been killed. Sun Chul clarified that while Black Scythe had inflicted agonizing pain on them, it wasn't fatal. Curious, President Ma asked why Black Scythe had spared them. Sun Chul explained that, according to Black Scythe, there was no point in killing them. His logic was simple: as the overall population dwindles, so does the pool of those who survive. President Ma acknowledged that the reasoning made sense, though he remained concerned about what these individuals might do in the future. Taking a thoughtful sip of his whiskey, he reflected that both his assets and subordinates were only alive because of Black Scythe. He felt indebted to him for that and remarked that he should offer some financial compensation. Sungchul mentioned that he had already brought up the topic, but Black Scythe had refused and left immediately afterward. President Ma was slightly surprised to hear that the offer of compensation had been declined. He speculated that perhaps Black Scythe wanted to avoid revealing his identity. With the conversation seemingly drawing to a close, both men stood up. President Ma described Black Scythe as a cautious individual. He instructed Sungchul to express his gratitude if he encountered Black Scythe in the next round, genuinely appreciating the man who had kept both Aaron and Sungchul alive. Sungchul promised he would convey the message. Moreover, President Ma ordered Sungchul to keep an eye on Black Scythe and offer assistance if needed, stating his philosophy of never leaving debts unpaid. "As you wish, sir," Sungchul replied. Just before Sungchul could leave, President Ma remembered something crucial and made a bold request. With a menacing glare, he demanded to know the nicknames of the thugs involved. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Ryu Min was concealed behind a tree, silently observing. He glanced around, thinking to himself how fiercely loyal a dog Sungchul truly was. Even though it was late at night, Sangchul made his way directly to Ma Jiangrok's location as soon as he returned to reality. Having already confirmed the place, he decided to leave quickly, knowing that staying there too long might arouse suspicion. He called a cab and, while waiting, couldn't help but notice a peculiar coincidence. CO Aaron, a celebrity backed by Jiangrok, happened to live in the same apartment complex as he did. He recalled to himself that he needed to thank his younger brother. If they hadn't handed out rice cakes, he would never have crossed paths with Aaron or uncovered the connection between Sungchul and her. Just as he was about to open the taxi door, he had a sudden thought: perhaps he could use this neighborly relationship to his advantage to gain Jiangrok's trust. Still, he needed to decide whether bringing Jiangrok into the fold for the 20th round was the right move. He was well aware of Jiangrok's possession of the Dark Knight rune, a powerful item that essentially functioned like a cheat. However, he also knew its limitations. Without an advancement rune, Jiangrok would have to progress as a basic knight first. Moreover, to unlock the true potential of the Dark Knight, like the Dark Aura ability, Jiangrok would need to accumulate dark mana, a unique type of energy that couldn't be obtained through conventional means. It seemed suited for someone with a twisted hobby, like Jiangrok. Ryu Min mused that having a comrade with a psychopathic streak could be dangerous. For now, he decided to keep Jiangrok as a potential candidate but planned to exploit his usefulness as much as possible. He also noted that there were other promising players, like a girl he had seen with a unique green energy aura. Upon reaching his apartment, Ryu Min resolved to head out at dawn to begin his work. Later that day, at a local convenience store, the cashier seemed conflicted, clearly worried about something. He was anxious, fearing that their sales might plummet by 50%. Just then, his daughter arrived. He greeted her with a warm smile. Juri asked her father why he seemed so troubled. He explained that the store's lottery ticket sales had come to a complete halt. Curious, Julie asked why this had happened so suddenly. Her father sighed and told her that while the government had provided a reasonable-sounding explanation, it seemed like they were blaming the players for the downturn. The government admitted that they had no way of gauging the skill levels of the players. Julie recalled reading about a man who had won the lottery 4 times in a row. Her father sighed and added that rising labor costs and rent were already making things tough, and now he wasn't sure how to manage. Julie tried to reassure him, saying she would help out as soon as she graduated. She even wondered aloud whether taking on a part-time job would help them make ends meet. Her father quickly dismissed the idea, urging her to focus on her studies instead. He promised to handle the financial worries himself, reminding her that her goal of becoming a doctor was more important. Praising her for her good grades, he asked if she still planned to go to college. Julie hesitated, then confessed that she had given up on that dream. She explained that, in light of the current situation, education seemed pointless. Her father, seeing her determination, gave in. He admitted that the uncertainty of the next round was weighing heavily on him and that money was not the main concern. Apologizing for being so distracted lately, he admitted he had a lot on his mind. Julie squeezed his hand and assured him there was no need to apologize. She smiled warmly and told him she was okay, saying, "Guess what? I made it through the second round and even got myself a class." Her father looked at her with surprise and curiosity. Julie raised her hand in front of his forehead, and suddenly, green circles of light began to glow around her. Her father stared in astonishment as his body started to emit a faint green glow. He asked, bewildered, "What did you just do?" Julie grinned and explained, "It's a skill called Bless that I got when I earned the buffer class. It slightly boosts your stats and has a refreshing effect." Her father's face lit up with joy as he felt a rush of energy coursing through him. He praised her for her skills, saying he truly did feel more invigorated. Julie promised she would use this skill on him regularly to help him feel better. Encouraging him to lift his spirits, she gave him a playful nudge. Just then, the door to the convenience store swung open. A man stepped inside. Julie noticed the recognition in her father's eyes. She leaned in closer and whispered, "Dad, do you know that man who just walked in?" Her father nodded slightly, his expression a mix of curiosity and caution. The man was none other than Ryu Min, who had just entered the store, seemingly aware of the attention he was drawing. Julie's father informed her that the man who had just walked in was the first-place winner, the one who accurately picked the winning numbers on every tickets. As he approached the counter, Ryu Min greeted him with a familiar smile, asking if he remembered him. He continued, mentioning that he was the person who had bought 101 lottery tickets. Recognizing him, the man at the counter nodded and asked why he had come back. Ryu Min's expression shifted, and he took a deep breath before speaking. Apologizing, he admitted he had seen the news about how the sale of NATO lottery tickets had been halted after he won first place twice. "I didn't mean to cause any trouble for your shop," he said sincerely, "and I'm truly sorry for any harm I've unintentionally caused." Julie observed the entire interaction, noticing the genuine regret in his tone. The shopkeeper reassured Ryu Min, saying, "It's not your fault. We'll manage, even without the lottery sales." However, Ryu Min continued, rummaging through his bag as he spoke, "I know it's not entirely my fault, but I still feel responsible. I want to help in some way, even if it's just a small gesture." He pulled out an envelope and slid it across the counter. The shopkeeper glanced at the envelope, puzzled, and asked, "What's this?" Ryu Min calmly replied, "There's 10 million won in there." Both Julie and her father were shocked by the amount. The man quickly refused, but Ryu Min insisted, urging them to accept it. Before they could respond, he turned and left the store. Staring at the envelope, Julie's father seemed overwhelmed by the sudden offer. Without hesitating, Julie volunteered to return it. Taking the envelope, she dashed out of the store, calling out for Ryu Min to stop. He paused and turned to face her, his expression curious. As she caught up, Julie introduced herself, noting that they were in the same class. Ryu Min raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "I'm sorry, I'm not great with faces," he replied, clearly lying. He knew exactly who Julie Min was, the daughter of the convenience store owner, and someone with the unique buffer class. Still, he maintained his polite demeanor as if meeting her for the first time, masking his awareness with a well-practiced calm. When Ryu Min first realized that Julie had been in his class in the past, he was genuinely taken aback, feeling as if fate had intertwined their paths for a reason. He had originally approached her under the guise of coincidence, aiming to subtly persuade her to see things from his perspective. Julie, sensing his intentions, invited him to talk privately. Ryu Min agreed, and soon they found themselves sitting on a park bench under a clear, brilliant blue sky. Julie handed the envelope back to him. "Is this the money I just gave you?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Julie firmly insisted that he take it back, saying, "We can't accept such a large amount." Ryu Min knew that 10 million won was indeed a significant sum, and he had anticipated they might refuse it. He had given it with this in mind, aware that Julie was the type who could not tolerate any debt, regardless of her situation. Holding the envelope, she added with a sigh, "Just take it, my arm is starting to hurt." Ryu Min, however, declined, explaining, "I feel responsible for any trouble I've caused, which is why I offered it in the first place. It's the least I can do to ease my conscience." Julie countered, saying, "But that's way too much." Ryu Min responded calmly, "No matter the amount, I still want you to accept it. If you don't, it'll bother me for a long time." Julie protested again, "It's too burdensome and excessive." Ryu Min smiled slightly, knowing this was precisely why he insisted on giving it to her. He suggested she send a message to the store owner, adding, "To me, it's not that much money, so please don't feel pressured to refuse it." Julie shot back, "Why are you always so stubborn?" Just as Ryu Min stood up to leave, she called out, "Wait." She continued, "I'll take 1 million won, but 10 million is far too much." Ryu Min paused, intrigued, and asked, "And how can you make that decision for him? You should talk to the owner." Julie replied, "Trust me, my father would find accepting such a large amount awkward." Ryu Min feigned surprise. "Your father owns the convenience store," he said, tilting his head. "I had no idea." He admitted that he frequently visited the store, finding this coincidence strangely fascinating. As Julie studied him, she couldn't help but feel that there was more to his intentions than he was revealing. Julie acknowledged that she found the situation quite fascinating as well, especially since her classmate turned out to be the first natto winner. The word friend seemed to catch Ryu-min off guard. Julie then asked if he genuinely hadn't realized she was in his class all this time. Introducing herself, she mentioned that she recognized him the moment he entered the convenience store. Ryu-min, feigning a sheepish grin, replied, "This is actually our first real conversation. Sorry, I'm not really great with remembering faces." Julie's expression shifted to a slight frown, feeling a bit deflated that he only now seemed to know her name. Noticing her reaction, Ryu-min quickly apologized again. Julie blushed, remaining silent, while Ryu-min felt a twinge of guilt for pretending not to know her, though he knew he needed to act this way to keep her intrigued. Julie stood up and firmly reintroduced herself as Julie Min, stepping closer to him. "That's my face," she stated, her eyes meeting his. "Will you remember it now?" Ryu-min smiled warmly and nodded, his expression sincere. Julie's cheeks reddened further, and she found herself momentarily speechless, realizing how peculiar it felt to be formally introducing herself to a classmate so close to graduation. Sensing her unease, Ryu-min gently said, "I knew who you were, at least a little. And graduation doesn't have to mean losing contact." He then asked for her phone number. Julie, caught off guard, hesitated. "Is it wrong to ask?" he inquired with a playful smile. "I don't think it's strange to ask a classmate for their number." Blushing, Julie nodded and reached for his phone, quickly typing in her number before handing it back. "Thank you," Ryu-min replied, adding, "It seems like fate brought us together, so we should stay in touch." Julie stammered a bit before agreeing. Ryu-min then mentioned he needed to leave, explaining that he had something urgent to attend to. As he walked away, Julie realized she still held the envelope. She called after him, "Wait," but he simply waved back, continuing on his way without turning around. In the end, Julie couldn't bring herself to return the envelope. Her thoughts drifted to how Ryu-min had asked for her number, causing her face to flush as she clutched her chest, her heart still racing. She knew he only intended to be friends, but her feelings for him were too overwhelming to control. She thought back to when they had first met by chance. She had witnessed something involving him and had reported it to the police, feeling compelled to see the matter through, unsure whether she had done the right thing. Wanting to ensure he got home safely, she had decided to follow him. But when she saw him carrying on with his part-time job as if nothing had happened, she realized he was much stronger than he appeared. That was the moment she first became intrigued by him. However, she lacked the courage to approach him. As time passed, her feelings grew stronger, making it even harder for her to confront him directly. She never expected that they would meet again like this. Julie decided to be brave this time, considering it a rare opportunity that fate had handed her. With the envelope of 10 million won still in her pocket, she could no longer pretend she didn't know him. She wondered if she should invite him to dinner and smiled to herself. Meanwhile, Ryu-min was lying in bed, texting. Julie had just invited him to lunch. He replied that he was free and offered to cover the cost, but Julie insisted on paying. He hadn't expected her to be so quick to offer to buy him a meal. He had assumed she might feel indebted to him. This development was promising. It would be easier to make her an ally if they naturally became friends. He decided that, come the 20th round, he would make sure to save her. As Ryu-min emerged from his room, Ryu-won was sitting on the couch. "Where are you headed?" Ryu-won asked. Ryu-min replied, "I'm meeting a friend." "A friend?" Ryu-won watching TV. "Is this friend a woman?" Ryu-min smirked and asked, "Why, can't I meet women?" Ryu-min casually mentioned to his younger brother, Ryu-won, that he would be heading out for lunch. Ryu-won, surprised, quickly realized that his brother might be going on a date. Later, at a steakhouse, Ryu-min and Julie met up. As they settled down, Ryu-min asked if she liked steak. When Julie replied that she did, he encouraged her to eat plenty, causing her to blush. She found it hard to believe that she was sharing a meal alone with him, one of the best days she could remember. For a while, they ate in silence, and Julie felt the atmosphere growing awkward. Feeling the need to break the ice, she asked about his 4 consecutive natto lottery wins. Ryu-min casually replied that he had gotten lucky after seeing the numbers in a dream, a claim she found hard to believe. Curious, she asked how much money he made from his lucky streak. He joked that he wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life but added more seriously that his real concerns were more about survival than wealth. Julie then shifted the conversation to their experiences in the first round of the game. She asked how difficult it had been for him to kill goblins. He replied that it had taken quite a while. When she asked which region he was in, he confessed he couldn't remember much but thought his region ended in the number 5. Julie told him her region ended at 7 and lamented that they couldn't cross into each other's territories in the other world. Ryu Min reassured her, explaining that as the number of survivors decreased, the regions would eventually merge. She then asked about his level, and he revealed he was at level 10, which she noted matched her own. Curious, she inquired about his class. Ryu Min responded that he didn't have a class yet. Julie mentioned that she was fortunate enough to acquire a class change item. Feigning ignorance, Ryu Min asked, "A buffer? Is it like giving buffs in a game?" Secretly, he was pleased to hear she was a buffer, it fit perfectly with his plans. Julie excitedly offered to show him her skill, explaining that her buff, Bless, boosted all stats slightly. Ryu Min, intrigued, said he would love to see it. With a smile, Julie activated her buff, eager to impress him. When Julie extended her hand, a green pattern appeared in the air before her, glowing softly. A notification window popped up, indicating that the blessing would last for 3 hours and that all of Ryu Min's stats had increased by 50%. He expressed his admiration for her skill, thinking to himself that it was a remarkable effect for a special talent. He also realized that once Julie reached her maximum level, the effectiveness of her ability could double, enhancing the buff to a total of 100%. That is, of course, if she managed to level up to the highest point. Regardless, he was pleased to have the buff, especially since meeting her had served that exact purpose. Ryu Min remembered the random gold pouch he had won as a reward for completing his first-class change subquest. The pouch contained a random amount of gold, determined by his luck stat. The higher his luck, the more gold he would receive. He thanked her, stating that the effects of the buff were impressive. Julie beamed and said he only had to ask if he ever needed another buff, reassuring him that casting it was effortless for her. Sensing there was more she wanted to say, he asked what else she had on her mind. Julie hesitated briefly before thanking him again for the 10 million won he had offered. She added that her father was also grateful and wanted to convey his thanks. However, Ryu Min sensed there was something more, so he probed gently, "Is that really all you wanted to say?" She shook her head slightly and explained that she had been thinking of something else. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a glowing object. Curious, Ryu Min asked what it was. Julie explained that she had found the item while hunting, and since he refused the money, she wanted him to at least accept this as a token of her appreciation. She insisted he take it, making it clear that she was sincere and wouldn't take "no" for an answer. They finished their meal, and Julie suggested they meet again sometime. Ryu Min nodded in agreement, advising her to stay safe in the upcoming round. She eagerly agreed, saying they should continue surviving and meeting at the park. After she left, Ryu Min was alone. He pulled up his inventory screen and inspected the object Julie had given him. It was a low-quality purple magic crystal, not particularly valuable but potentially useful. The crystal Julie gave him was a delicate, stunning purple stone with a faint mana aura. Ryu Min hadn't expected her to gift him something like this. When he removed it from his inventory, he noted the brief description, which didn't offer much insight into its properties. He had no idea what the crystal could actually do. However, he knew that at level 20, the combination function would unlock, allowing players to fuse magic crystals with weapons, and he suspected that this particular item would be of great value at that point. The combination feature would not only allow him to merge the crystal with a weapon, but also grant additional enhancements. There were 7 types of magic crystals, each with a different color representing a specific attribute: red for damage, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for dexterity, blue for intelligence, dark blue for damage reduction, and purple, the rarest of all, for boosting all stats. The purple crystal had the lowest chance of appearing, making it incredibly valuable. Ryu Min felt fortunate to have acquired the crystal so easily. It was a testament to his high luck stat in real life. He decided he would save it until he reached level 20, when he could truly unlock its potential. Glancing at his screen, he noticed the Bless effect still had 30 minutes left. He debated whether to open the gold pouch before the buff expired but realized he first needed to make use of his Butcher rune to maximize his stats. The rune had a unique function: every time it killed a living entity, including something as small as an insect, it would increase all his stats by 1%. Since there were no insects to hunt in the alternate world, he had to kill monsters there, but the real world had no such restriction. He opened his bag and pulled out a plastic packet filled with 100 mealworms. Feeling a bit guilty, he placed the packet on the floor and apologized to the small creatures before raising his foot to crush them. A notification appeared, displaying a kill count of 45 out of 100, which resulted in a 45% boost to all his stats from the Butcher rune. Moments later, another window popped up showing the kill count had reached 67, raising his stat boost to 67%. Each update confirmed the rune's effects, steadily enhancing his abilities as he continued. Ryu Min continued using the Butcher rune until his kill count surpassed 100. With that, the rune's effect maximized, boosting all his stats by 100%. Opening his status window, he noticed his luck stat had climbed to 45 points. Feeling confident about his chances, he decided it was the perfect time to use the random gold pouch he had stored in his inventory. The random gold pouch was a rare consumable item, capable of yielding anywhere from 1 to 9,999 gold, but it had to be used before the next round. The amount received was directly influenced by the user's luck stat, so with his current luck boost, Ryu Min felt optimistic. He had used similar pouches before, and his luck had usually netted him between 300 to 600 gold. This time, however, he hoped for an even better outcome. He held his breath and used the pouch, his eyes locked on the notification window that appeared. To his shock and delight, the alert showed he had received the maximum amount, 9,999 gold. A wide grin spread across his face, the bless effect had indeed paid off. Checking his total gold, he now had 16,249, a substantial amount, more than enough to purchase an epic item. However, since the specific item he wanted wouldn't be available for another 2 weeks, he decided to save the gold for now. Back at the apartment, Ryu Min announced his return. His younger brother, Ryu 1, looked up from his smartphone and eagerly approached him. "So, how did your date go?" Ryu 1 asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ryu Min gave him a puzzled look. "What date?" he replied, pretending not to understand. "You know, with that girl you were meeting," Ryu 1 teased. Ryu Min waved him off. "Stop talking nonsense. What did you have for lunch?" Ryu 1 shrugged. "Just ordered black bean noodles." Ryu Min chuckled. "You should have treated yourself to something better." Ryu 1 frowned, confused. "What's wrong with noodles? I felt like eating them." Ryu Min nodded thoughtfully, remembering that just a month ago, they could barely afford such small luxuries. It was a reminder of how quickly things could change. As Ryu Min reflected, he remembered his recent investment of $150 million in Bitcoin. Predicting a market crash in 2 weeks, he planned to cash out just in time, similar to his past financial maneuvers. His attention shifted when a sleek car on television caught his eye, prompting him to realize he needed a driver's license. He decided to take the written exam, wondering how many times he'd attempted it in the past. Approaching it with a casual attitude, he completed it quickly. The proctor, puzzled by the speed, checked the computer and was surprised to see that Ryu Min had scored a 95. While he had expected to pass, there was a delay, and he had to wait 4 days to receive his license. After getting his license, Ryu Min bought a supercar, a Lamborghini Aventador. It was the car he always wanted. Ryu Min asked how long it will take to deliver the car. The man told him it will be delivered within a month. Finally, the moment arrived, and as he held his smartphone, he decided it was time to exit the Bitcoin market. Laughing while looking at his phone, Ryu 1 noticed and asked if something good had happened. Ryu Min replied that he had just sold all of his Bitcoin. When Ryu 1 asked how much it had grown, Ryu Min casually mentioned that the value had increased by $300 million. Ryu 1 nearly choked on his coffee, stunned by the massive profit. He could hardly believe it. His brother's initial investment of $60 million had multiplied so dramatically. Just a month ago, he had tried to discourage him, and now the return was beyond his imagination. Ryu Min admitted he hadn't expected it to grow so large, though he had estimated it might reach around $280 million, based on his previous experience. When Ryu 1 asked if he was withdrawing everything, Ryu Min confidently confirmed his decision. Ryu 1 agreed that it was a wise move, though he seemed to anticipate something else. But then Ryu Min revealed it was time to start investing in stocks. Ryu 1's face fell, as he felt uneasy about his brother's new plan. He asked what his strategy was, given his lack of knowledge about the stock market. Ryu Min reassured him not to worry, saying he had seen it in a dream. Doubtful, Ryu 1 asked if his brother had experienced another premonition, this time about stocks. Ryu Min described how his dream showed him that investing immediately would yield great returns. With no choice but to trust his brother's instincts, Ryu 1 reluctantly agreed to support him. Although Ryu Min felt confident in his predictive abilities, he couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed by his brother's constant nervousness. Determined to proceed, Ryu Min decided to venture into the stock market. He chose a company valued at around $900 million, ranked 85th on the Kostak Index, Heavenly Demon Consulting Corporation, a subsidiary of Jeongrok. Despite its current obscurity, he knew that by the fourth round, the company would develop a unique system and experience rapid growth. Ryu Min reasoned that with such a high chance of success, there was no reason not to invest. He figured that securing shares and potentially gaining operational control as a major shareholder would allow him to exert significant influence. Confident in his strategy, he decided to invest $280 million to acquire a 31% stake in the company. Just as he was about to finalize the transaction, he heard his brother muttering a prayer, hoping the dream would come true. Amused by the sight, Ryu Min proceeded and completed the investment with a smile. As the sun had already set, Ryu Min realized he needed to go shopping. Even though it was past midnight, he opened the storefront window from his bed and began scrolling through the available items. Knowing he had some gold set aside for this purpose, he navigated to the equipment tab. He remarked on the convenience of using gold to purchase common skills and items. While most of the skills and items listed were of normal rank, he knew there was a way to obtain rare and epic items. The Today's Item feature allowed players to purchase a randomly rotating item daily. Typically, this unpredictability made it hard to get what one wanted, but Ryu Min's unique knowledge of the future gave him an advantage. He was aware that the legendary item he sought, the skeletal necklace, would be available that day. The skeletal necklace would remain active until the end of the round, providing a 3% boost to intelligence and a 1% increase in attack speed per enemy defeated, with a maximum of 25%. Priced at 4,600 gold, the item offered excellent benefits at a reasonable cost. Feeling a surge of excitement, Ryu Min quickly made the purchase, satisfied with its ability to enhance his attack speed. After confirming that the item he wanted was indeed available, Ryu Min decided to use it after completing his advancement quest. He retrieved a 50% discount voucher from his inventory, planning to use it on the purchase of the skeletal necklace. Upon clicking buy, he was stunned to find that his remaining balance was still 13,949 gold. Sitting up in surprise, he realized he had far more gold left than anticipated and started planning his next purchase. Initially, he had intended to use the leftover gold to buy a set of standard equipment, but then he considered a better option, purchasing another common skill with the extra 6,000 gold he had saved. After all, common skills were more useful than basic equipment. Motivated by this new goal, he resolved to quickly gather the 6,000 gold needed. Fortunately for him, the third round promised to be filled with plenty of monsters. As time passed, March 1, 2023, arrived. The moment had come when all players were transported back to the alternate world. Their bodies began to emit a yellow glow as their souls were pulled into the other realm. As expected, the day had finally come. Upon arrival, the players found themselves not in the familiar forest, but in a desolate village area. One player voiced their frustration at being drawn back into the strange world. Looking around, they noticed the village was in ruins, its structures reduced to rubble. Another player pointed out that this wasn't just a village but rather the remains of one. In the center, they noticed a glowing purple crystal surrounded by fortress-like walls, sparking curiosity and speculation about the nature of the third round. Ryu Min observed the tense atmosphere around him. Everyone seemed uneasy, sensing the strangeness of this place. He mused that at least one person, Cho Young-sik, would probably stay calm under these circumstances. Soon, murmurs about Young-sik started to spread among the players. They talked about their regional representative, a notorious gang leader known as Life is a Documentary. They recalled how he had intimidated everyone in the region into voting for him, waving a dagger to ensure no one dared to oppose him. Another player spoke up boldly, saying that instead of that murderer, Black Scythe should have been chosen as the representative. The player next to him quickly warned him to keep his voice down, pointing out that if Life is a Documentary overheard, he could use his authority to command. But the bold player shrugged it off, feeling there was nothing to fear since the authority of command could only be used 10 times. Life is a Documentary heard the remark and began shouting curses at them. The other players mocked him, saying he was acting as if swearing was prohibited and questioning why he was so upset. This only aggravated Life is a Documentary more. He waved his hands furiously, demanding that the crowd listen to him, but the players continued to talk over him, pretending not to notice his rage. His anger grew, knowing that the angel had revealed the power of command to everyone, and the events he had hoped to control were slipping from his grasp. Suddenly, a figure bowed and said, "Nice to meet you, sir," with polite gesture toward him. Recognizing the person, Life is Documentary asked Hwang Yong-min what he was up to. Yong-min addressed Life is a Documentary enthusiastically, but then called him by his real name, Jangsik, leader of the Jangsik gang. Jangsik, confused, asked Yong-min about his intentions. Youngmin responded cheerfully that he do not belong to any gang yet. He introduced himself as a young man in his 20s with dreams of becoming a mob boss. What did you say? Jangsik asked, bewildered by Youngmin's bizarre declaration. But before Jangsik could fully process it, Youngmin passionately proclaimed that he admired Jangsik and truly wanted to join his gang. Just as Jangsik was about to ask him why, Youngmin suddenly bowed deeply, pledging his lifelong loyalty and begging to be taken in. Jangsik smirked, amused. He had encountered many kinds of lunatics in his time, but this one was new to him. He appreciated Youngmin's spirit, so he ordered him to stand up. Then, with a hint of mockery, he asked if Youngmin was sure he still wanted to serve him, even knowing his reputation was tarnished. Youngmin responded with unwavering respect, saying that he didn't care about any of that. He declared that he wouldn't give a damn what others thought, as long as Jangsik accepted him into the gang. Jangsik, looking quite pleased, decided to take responsibility for the young man and raise him as his own. Youngmin, full of anticipation, bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude and sense of honor at the acceptance. Observing this unexpected alliance, people began murmuring among themselves, shocked that Youngmin had joined Life is a Documentary. They whispered that he must be crazy, but as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Meanwhile, Ryu Min blended into the crowd, relieved that everything had aligned exactly as he had predicted. Just then, the angel appeared and asked if everyone had gathered. She scanned the crowd and noted that 99 participants were missing. Her words left the players puzzled, not understanding what she meant. Suddenly, a notification screen appeared, outlining the details of the third round. The primary objective was to protect the relics for 3 hours. The players quickly realized there were now only 4,900 participants in their region, and only 1,225 of them would be able to complete the quest. Confused, they began murmuring among themselves, wondering how so many people had disappeared. The angel clarified that those players had not simply vanished, it seemed there had been some conflict in the real world. She even confessed that she found the concept of human conflict terrifying. A concerned player urged everyone to check how many could still finish the round. As they saw the numbers, anxiety spread through the crowd. Only a quarter of the original group could now complete the round. One player suggested there might be a system error. The angel chuckled when she heard this, assuring them it was no mistake. She pointed out that they seemed shaken by the fact that fewer participants would be able to finish this round and hinted that they might be overlooking something crucial. She explained that in each round, only half of them might make it, but since everyone survived the previous round, it made sense that only a quarter would make it through this time. The players' faces showed a mix of fear and frustration. Before they could voice their complaints, the angel cut them off, insisting it was not unfair. She emphasized that all they needed to do was work hard and rank in the top 25%. She then continued to explain the specifics of the third round. The angel continued, explaining that every 30 minutes, waves of monsters would pour through the castle gates, with the relic at the center of the village as their primary target. To protect it, the players would need to work together through 5 waves. If they successfully defended the relic for the full 3 hours, they would receive an additional reward. However, failure would result in severe penalties. Regardless of whether the relic was protected, each player would be ranked based on the number of monsters they defeated. She warned them that the nature of this round meant there would be far more monsters than usual, though at only a third of their usual strength. But that also meant any experience points and gold gained would only be at a third of the normal amount. Jangsik grinned to himself, thinking that all he had to do was defeat as many monsters as possible. Holding the authority of command, he felt confident that this round would be straightforward. The angel then mentioned one more critical point she had almost forgotten. In the previous round, Life is a Documentary had been chosen as the representative. She explained that he could continue to use his authority moving forward. However, she sensed the crowd's curiosity about what would happen if he died. She clarified that if he were to perish due to natural causes, his position would become vacant. But what if another player were to kill him? She paused, letting the question linger. With a sly smile, the angel revealed that in such a case, the player who killed him would immediately become the region's new representative, inheriting his full command authority. At this revelation, several players began eyeing Jangsik with open hostility, their true intentions becoming clear. The angel clapped her hands, announcing that the first wave of monsters would arrive in 10 minutes. She encouraged the players to cooperate if they hoped to survive for 3 hours, adding with a grin, "Though I'm not sure if any of you will make it." Jangsik cursed loudly, feeling the threat of enemies lurking behind him. He was furious that the angel had exposed his precarious position. Sensing danger all around, he shouted for anyone loyal to him to get ready for battle. Jangsik pulled out his dagger, daring anyone to come at him. "I'll face you all head on," he shouted defiantly. The players around him seemed ready to attack. But one of them pointed out, "He can only use the command authority 10 times. He's not as powerful as he thinks." Another player added, "If I understood the angel correctly, the person who kills him takes his place as the representative." A third player argued that maybe keeping him as their leader would be more beneficial, and the group hesitated. Then, they noticed Black Scythe stepping forward boldly. Jangsik, feeling uneasy, demanded, "What do you want, Black Scythe?" Black Scythe approached calmly, "Relax, I'm just here to talk. No need to be afraid." Jangsik scoffed, "I'm not afraid. Say what you came to say, but don't think I'll bow my head to you." Black Scythe nodded. "I have a proposal for you," he began. "I understand you're in a tight spot right now. Let me protect you." Jangsik was confused. "Protect me?" Black Scythe clarified, "I'll guard you, stop anyone who tries to kill you. Consider it a personal escort service, one-on-one." The players around them began to murmur, realizing that to take down Jangsik, they'd now have to face Black Scythe too. It left them unsure of their next move. Jangsik, noticing the change in their demeanor, was tempted to accept the offer. He knew the reputation of Black Scythe alone could make people think twice. However, he was aware that there was always a price. "What do you want in return?" he asked cautiously. Black Scythe smiled slightly. "Nothing much. Just that you follow my orders, all of them." The demand stunned Jangsik. "You want me to be your subordinate?" "Think of it as a partnership," Black Scythe replied, his tone even. Jangsik, still suspicious, questioned, "Why are you offering me this deal? What's in it for you?" Black Scythe gave a shrug. "I can't say. Just know that you'll need to obey without question." Jangsik didn't like the sound of that. He realized he'd be putting himself under Black Scythe's control without knowing his motives. Inside, he cursed the man, frustrated by the impossible choice he was facing. Jangsik hesitated, wondering what would happen if he refused the offer. He feared that rejecting it might provoke Black Scythe to attack him. Black Scythe, sensing his indecision, reminded him that others were waiting for his answer and pressed him to make a choice. After a moment of uncertainty, Jangsik finally declared that he would not accept the offer. Ryu Min had expected this outcome. He knew that someone like Jangsik would never swallow his pride so easily. The players around them began to mock Jangsik for his decision. He could have hunted in peace if he just accepted, one of them jeered. Another guessed that Jangsik had refused because he felt insulted at being asked to obey. They joked that his pride was worth more than his life, or maybe he just had no regard for the rest of the players. Everything was unfolding just as Ryu Min remembered from his past life. He knew Jangsik would always draw a clear line and refuse to submit. Black Scythe, appearing indifferent, replied, "Very well, your choice is made. I won't concern myself with whether you live or die." The players' excitement grew at the news that Black Scythe wouldn't interfere. Now, they could target Jangsik freely, and the prospect seemed to thrill them. For a brief moment, Jangsik felt a pang of doubt. Maybe he should have accepted the offer after all. But before he could dwell on it, a notification window flashed. Wave 1 was about to begin. Another message followed, instructing the players to guard the relic and prepare for the arrival of monsters. It also revealed that Wave 2 would start in 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters were defeated. Someone in the crowd shouted for everyone to protect the relic. As the countdown began, Jangsik realized he couldn't rely on anyone here. They were all potential threats. He knew he had no choice but to fight alone. Jangsik noticed Black Scythe moving away from the crowd and wondered where he was headed. He watched as Black Scythe continued walking toward a deserted alley, prompting Jangsik to follow. He questioned whether Black Scythe planned to fight alone or head straight to the entrance. The first wave started almost immediately. The doors began to creak open slowly, revealing 49,100 players and 9,800 weakened goblins waiting on the other side. As the goblins, each with a fierce appearance, started pouring through the narrow doorway, a notification window displayed their numbers. Upon realizing the sheer number of monsters swarming into the village, Jangsik felt a surge of panic. The window also noted that, due to the nature of the round, the goblins' strength was reduced to just 1/3 of their usual power. The final message read, "Good luck to you all." Jangsik found the situation absurd. Deciding to observe from a safe distance, he quickly hid and ran up the stairs to get a better view. He wondered why Black Scythe wasn't moving. It seemed that Black Scythe intended to fight the goblins at the entrance alone. Jangsik noticed that the entrance, while narrow, was still wide enough to fit at least 10 goblins side by side. He questioned how confident Black Scythe must be to face them all by himself. Reaching the top of the stairs, Jangsik opened a door and peered down. As the goblins approached, he watched Black Scythe remain in position, seemingly unfazed. Jangsik thought the man must be insane. His level was certainly high, but facing so many enemies alone seemed reckless. He assumed Black Scythe was bluffing and that he'd retreat after a few moments of fighting. But then, to his surprise, Black Scythe charged forward and met the goblins head-on. With a swift swing of his scythe, he cut down several goblins in a single blow. Jangsik's attention was drawn to the ferocity of the attack. More goblins leapt towards Black Scythe, but he stood his ground, preparing to strike again. With incredible speed and agility, Black Scythe leapt into the air, slicing through the goblins with a precise counterattack. Jangsik finally understood the extent of Black Scythe's power. Seeing this, he wondered if it was because Black Scythe had already reached level 16. That strength certainly made sense now. Realizing this wasn't the best time to simply watch, Jangsik decided to focus on leveling up as quickly as possible to grow stronger himself. He turned his gaze toward the opposite side of the village, where he expected to see a fierce clash between the goblins and the players. Near the relic, the players had gathered, working together to protect it. They communicated with each other, shouting which entrance had been breached and where reinforcements were needed. Jangsik, emerging from his hiding spot, decided it was time to start taking down goblins. He viewed them as a way to gain experience points. As he charged toward a group of goblins, they immediately rushed at him. But before they could reach him, Jangsik sensed something behind him. He reacted instantly, striking first before it could do any damage. Grinning with pride, he was satisfied with his quick reflexes. Thanks to the rune of detection, he had anticipated their movements, believing this fight would be easy. Suddenly, Jangsik caught a glint of metal in his peripheral vision. He tried to dodge, but it grazed his ear. Realizing it was an arrow, he scanned the area, confused. He hadn't seen any goblins using bows. Furious, he searched for whoever fired it. Though he didn't know who it was yet, he swore to get revenge if he found out. Just then, he felt a sharp pain as another player stabbed him in the side. He groaned as the attacker shouted in triumph. Anger flared within him. Gritting his teeth, Jangsik grabbed the spear embedded in his body, yanking it to pull the player closer. With a swift motion, he plunged his dagger into the attacker's chest. "Die, you son of," he shouted, withdrawing the blade with a fierce snarl. Suddenly, Jangsik saw another arrow whizzing toward him. He froze momentarily, then turned to spot the archer who had fired it. The archer was positioned at a distance, preparing to launch another shot. Without hesitation, Jangsik grabbed the spear that had been used to stab him and hurled it with all his might. Before the archer could release the arrow, the spear struck him directly in the skull, causing blood to gush out. Clutching his wound, Jangsik realized that he needed to be far more concerned about the other players than the goblins. Regret washed over him for being chosen as the representative of his region. He hated the responsibility and would gladly relinquish the position if given a chance. He began to wonder if refusing Black Scythe's offer had been the right choice, but his pride wouldn't let him become anyone's subordinate. As he wandered around, trying to devise a way to hunt without worrying about the other players, he noticed a goblin being brutally slain nearby. He quickly recognized the attacker. It was the current regional rank 3, known as Black Dragon. Jangsik smiled when he realized who it was and approached him. "Who are you?" Black Dragon asked, noticing Jangsik coming closer with a dagger pointed in his direction. "You will defend me, from now on," Jangsik shouted, his expression fierce. He used his authority to command. Meanwhile, a notification screen appeared, indicating that his skeletal necklace granted a 25% increase in attack speed. Ryu Min, on the other side, continued his relentless slaughter of the goblins. Another notification screen popped up, showing that he had defeated 502 goblins with just over 100 remaining. 3 buffs had been awarded. The Butcher Rune's effect had doubled all his stats, and he received an additional 3.33 gold per kill. Ryu Min glanced at his status bar. He was nearing his goal of 2,000 gold. He grinned, knowing that reaching 2,000 gold in the second wave would be straightforward. He had already planned to purchase 2 common skills and save even more gold in the next round. His next objective was clear, acquiring the Rune of Thought. As Ryu Min focused on the screen, a group of goblins crept up behind him. Sensing their presence, he swiftly eliminated them all with precise strikes. The remaining goblins, seeing his might, hesitated to approach. Confused, he wondered why they had suddenly stopped. At that moment, Black Scythe charged forward, taking out the goblins in their place. Meanwhile, the players on the other side of the map sensed something unusual. The undead monsters in their vicinity had taken on a strange yellow glow. A notification screen appeared, announcing that the first wave had been successfully blocked. Relieved, the players cheered as they received the update. 967 players had perished, while 3,933 were still alive. As a reward for surviving the first wave, each of them was given 500 gold. One player, exhausted, declared he was taking a short break before the next wave began. However, Ryu-min knew better. He understood that even though the goblins had been weakened, they were still a serious threat, evidenced by the high number of casualties. He decided to find an ally and soon spotted Young-sik, who looked severely wounded. Ryu-min doubted whether Young-sik would make it through the next wave in his current state. Young-sik was struggling. Surrounded by players who had abandoned fighting the goblins, he realized they were all focused on him. One bold player lunged at him, but before he could strike, Black Dragon intervened, crushing the attacker. Grateful, Young-sik appreciated the command authority that allowed those under his charge to protect him. It was their assistance that had helped him survive the first wave. "Are you alright?" Young-min asked, concerned. Even though he hadn't used his command authority on Young-min, the latter had chosen to follow him anyway. Clutching his wound, Young-sik groaned in pain. Blood continued to pour out, and he began to question whether he could make it through in his weakened state. But he gritted his teeth, determined to endure. He wanted to survive this round, to prove his worth. Turning towards the entrance, they saw the warning: the second wave was imminent. It would bring 7,886 weakened goblins and hobgoblins against the remaining 3,933 players. The goblins, weakened to just a third of their normal strength due to the nature of the round, charged toward Black Scythe with relentless speed. Maintaining a serious expression, he swung his scythe without hesitation, cutting down several goblins at once. Their lifeless bodies piled up on the ground around him. A notification flashed on his screen: he had reached level 20. No longer an apprentice, he had become a regular, unlocking the combination function. He wiped the sweat from his brow, pleased with his progress. With the combination function now available, he knew he could craft exclusive items that were otherwise unavailable in the store. Another notification appeared, announcing that his death insignia had been enhanced due to his rank advancement. Its power had increased from 100 to 120. Additionally, he had learned a new skill unique to Reapers, the Night of Death. The skill allowed him to cast darkness energy, summoning an artificial night within a 500-meter radius. He noted that another skill would be unlocked at level 40. Ryu-min was delighted with the additional damage from the Death Emblem and intrigued by the synergy between the Night of Death and his Reaper rune, which became more potent at night. The Reaper rune doubled weapon attack during the day and increased attack speed by 50% at night. It also reduced the chance of detection by enemies if he remained motionless after dark. As he finished reviewing the new abilities, the goblins launched themselves at him again. Grinning, he welcomed the opportunity to test his newfound powers. He quickly cast the Night of Death, enveloping the area in darkness and halting the goblins in their tracks. They staggered, unable to see or understand what had attacked them. One by one, he dispatched them with rapid, lethal strikes. By the time they realized what had happened, it was too late. Ryu-min's foot touched the ground with a graceful landing after a series of swift and calculated blows. The ground was littered with the bodies of dead goblins, stacked one atop another. A notification appeared on the players' screens, confirming they had successfully repelled the second wave. Out of the initial group, 590 players had perished, leaving 3,343 survivors. Those who remained were awarded 500 gold each. As Ryu-min rested, he contemplated acquiring some common skills to better prepare himself for the coming waves. He opened the shop interface and searched for a particular skill: presence detection. This skill allowed a player to detect any target within a 30-kilometer radius. Upon activating it, he confirmed that only he and the goblin corpses were left in the vicinity. He also considered saving an additional 20,000 gold for future purchases. Soon, the third wave began: 3,343 players versus 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. The battle was intense, but the players managed to fend off the onslaught, and a notification announced their victory. Immediately following, the fourth wave commenced with 3,001 players facing 6,002 hobgoblins. Ryu-min continued to fight with all his might, as did the other players, until another notification confirmed they had successfully repelled the fourth wave. Young-sik appeared exhausted, but he knew only 1 hour remained. He was confident he could survive that long. He issued every command under his authority, trusting that those still loyal to him would keep a watchful eye. Then, the fifth wave began: 10,800 gnolls against 2,700 players. When Young-sik saw the sheer number of gnolls, he was stunned and wondered why there were so many. Due to the round's nature, the gnolls were only at 1/3 of their usual strength, but even so, the battle was fierce. Young-sik seized this opportunity to break the previous records. He vowed to become stronger and tear apart those who had disregarded him once he did. Suddenly, the anguished cries of the wounded caught his attention. He noticed that other players were attacking the very ones he had commanded to protect him, trying to break through and reach him. He quickly gathered his remaining guards in front of him, issuing a desperate command to hold off the attacking players. The guards rushed forward, but their numbers were dwindling fast. Feeling cornered and overwhelmed, Yongsik cursed under his breath and took off running. The players gave chase, and he pushed himself to run as fast as he could, knowing he only needed to survive until the wave ended. He reached the gate where Black Scythe stood, waiting for the gnolls. In a panic, he hurried over, shouting that he had accepted Black Scythe's offer. He swore he would keep his promise if Black Scythe protected him. But Black Scythe remained silent, unmoved. Frustrated, Yongsik shouted again, "I'm accepting the offer," but Black Scythe cut him off with a cold look. "I told you," Black Scythe said, "I'm not interested anymore." He made it clear that Yongsik was on his own, regardless of whether he survived or not. Yongsik, desperate, insisted he was willing to become Black Scythe's subordinate, bewildered at the refusal. Black Scythe simply replied, "I don't need an underling with no real command power." The realization hit Yongsik like a punch to the gut. Black Scythe was implying that he was worthless. Regret flooded through him for having rejected the offer earlier. Nearby, a player remarked, "Did you see Black Scythe just turn him down?" Another one laughed, relieved. "Good. I was worried he might keep him alive for some documentary nonsense." A third player chimed in, "Now, we can kill him whenever we want." Enraged, Yongsik vowed to take down at least one of the players who had turned against him. Suddenly Youngmin came to help him. Yongsik was happy to see Youngmin. But before he could act, a sudden blow struck his face. It was Youngmin. Youngmin looked at him with a cruel smile. "Are you tired?" he asked mockingly. "I'll make sure to help you." Yongsik, trying to shake off the blow, mumbled that he didn't need his help, but Youngmin's expression only grew darker. With a devilish grin, Youngmin taunted, "I'll kill you myself, make it easier for you." He delivered another harsh punch, sending Yongsik sprawling to the ground. Yongsik groaned in pain, clutching his cheek. Before Yongsik could utter a curse, Youngmin grabbed him by the collar, striking him repeatedly. Each punch came harder than the last, as Youngmin's presence loomed over him, dominating and relentless. Blood streamed from his nose, and one of his eyes was swollen shut. Yongsik could barely comprehend what was happening. His pride shattered as he realized he was being betrayed, unable to make the final move against Youngmin. Then, with a brutal kick, Youngmin delivered the finishing blow. A notification appeared, announcing the death of the region's representative. The message declared Youngmin as the new representative, having claimed the title by assassinating his predecessor. A grin spread across Youngmin's face as he basked in his victory. With this newfound authority, he relished the idea of exercising complete control over his fellow players. Looking down at Yongsik's lifeless body, Youngmin vowed to assert his power to its fullest. He remarked that Yongsik's downfall was due to his constant fleeing, branding him an embarrassment. His grin widened, knowing the other players had witnessed his ruthless display and would now recognize his strength. Turning to address the local players, Youngmin noticed that the crowd seemed hesitant, almost fearful. Whispers filled the air. One player, still in shock, muttered about how he had killed someone with his bare hands, leaving others covered in goosebumps. Another asked what had led up to this moment, recalling how Youngmin had previously seemed to defer to the gang leader. They wondered if he had planned to betray him all along. Skepticism and disbelief spread among the crowd. Some found it hard to accept that someone like him could now be their regional representative. A voice from the crowd finally declared that the representative had changed. Youngmin smirked, fully aware that the tides had turned in his favor. Though he felt a pang of regret, he had already devised a plan to handle the situation. Without hesitation, he sprinted off, heading straight for Black Scythe. When he arrived, Black Scythe eyed him suspiciously. "What's the matter?" he asked, his tone blunt. "Did you get the message?" Youngmin, brimming with excitement, replied, "I'm the new regional representative now. I'm in charge." Black Scythe remained expressionless but nodded in acknowledgement. Youngmin then boldly declared, "I'm ready to accept that offer you gave to the Life is a documentary." Simply put, Youngmin agreed to comply with all of Black Scythe's demands in exchange for his safety. He felt confident his plan would work. After all, he was now the new regional representative, unlike Yongsik, who had failed because he lacked command authority. Youngmin was certain that Black Scythe wouldn't turn him down now, especially since he hadn't yet used his newfound authority. However, Black Scythe's expression remained stern. "Your attitude isn't exactly winning me over," he said flatly. He then added, "If you want me to consider your offer, get on your knees." Youngmin blinked in confusion, not fully grasping what Black Scythe meant. "But I'm in a position to give orders," he protested. Black Scythe shook his head. You're mistaken. You think you have something to offer, but you're the one who lost here. I don't care about titles or positions. If you want my protection, you're going to have to earn it, so kneel. As the other players began to draw closer, Young Min felt a wave of panic. He had to make a decision quickly. Swallowing his pride, he dropped to his knees before Black Scythe. Please, he begged, let me serve under you. I'll follow your every command, I promise. Black Scythe stared down at him, his expression unreadable. Deep down, he was tired of this pitiful display. He had seen it too many times before. Yet, unlike Young Sik, he recognized potential in Young Min. After a tense pause, Black Scythe nodded. Fine. I accept, he replied. Young Min sighed in relief, thanking him profusely. But Black Scythe cut him off with a dismissive wave. Stop groveling, he snapped. I don't want to see you like this again. Young Min understood. Rising to his feet, he stepped aside as Black Scythe moved past him to face the players who had been pursuing. The group exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of their next move. One player nervously suggested attacking immediately, but another quickly objected. He can take on multiple enemies at once, the player whispered. We don't stand a chance against someone like that. Sensing their hesitation, Black Scythe decided to offer them a choice. Listen up, he called out. You have two options, you can either die by my hand, or you can abandon this pointless quest for power and go back to hunting monsters. He pointed at them, his eyes cold. Personally, I'd recommend the first option if you're looking for a quick end. The players froze, realizing just how serious he was. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them as they contemplated their next move. However, Black Scythe was also fine with the latter option. He made it clear that anyone who raised a sword against him would no longer be considered human. The players gulped nervously, their fear palpable. A number of them began to back away, deciding to abandon their pursuit. Young Min was surprised by the sudden retreat. Black Scythe had managed to intimidate them all into standing down. Despite his fierce demeanor, Young Min thought, Black Scythe could be a reliable ally. Black Scythe surveyed the area, sensing that the round was slowly coming to an end. While the gnomes still posed a threat, it seemed the players would soon overcome the fifth wave. Yet, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction with this conclusion. He turned to Young Min, addressing him directly. Young Min responded with a warm smile, ready to fulfill his promise. All right, Black Scythe said, it's time to make good on your word. With confidence, Young Min agreed and asked for his first command. Black Scythe's eyes narrowed. Break the relic, he instructed, and use all 10 of your commands of authority. Young Min's smile faltered, replaced by a look of shock. He knew breaking the relic would have dire consequences for everyone involved. His earlier eagerness turned to frustration and doubt. Why would you want that? He asked, feeling a surge of anxiety. Even with all his power, he feared he might not be able to handle the fallout. But Black Scythe cut him off sharply. Stop questioning and follow orders, he demanded. Young Min tried to negotiate, asking if he could use just 9 of his 10 commands instead. But Black Scythe's patience wore thin. Don't repeat yourself, he warned. Decide quickly, or face death. Reluctantly, Young Min nodded. I'll do it, he conceded. Black Scythe began to list the names of the individuals on whom Young Min was to use his authority. Shim Sung Yu, Little Chili Pepper, Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Don't Bother Me. He ordered Young Min to command these 10 people to destroy the relic. Young Min's eyes widened in disbelief. The list was full of his closest friends. Was Black Scythe doing this on purpose? His friends begged him not to go through with it, but he could only shrug and offer a quiet apology. I'm sorry, he said, but it's Black Scythe's orders. With a heavy heart, Young Min gave the command to his friends, destroy the relic. After Young Min called out the names given by Black Scythe, a notification blared across all screens, alerting every player that the relic was under attack. Instantly, all eyes turned to the relic, and disbelief rippled through the crowd as they saw 10 players relentlessly striking it. Panic erupted, and frantic shouts filled the air, urging them to stop. A surge of players rushed forward, desperate to prevent the destruction of the relic, fearing the severe penalty that awaited if it shattered. One player screamed orders to halt the attackers, while another tried to physically pull away a player hitting the relic. A third suggested taking extreme measures, even killing the attackers if necessary. But before anyone could intervene, the relic cracked wide open and shattered completely. A notification flashed, relic destroyed. Primary mission failed. A new message announced that in 30 minutes, a divine retribution proxy would be summoned. Another screen popped up with urgent instructions for all players to survive the impending divine retribution. The round would continue until the countdown ended. The players glanced at each other in confusion, wondering if they were about to face a new kind of boss battle. Then, a notification for a subquest appeared, and Ryu Min's grin widened. The subquest's objective was to survive the Divine Retribution proxy, with a timer counting down and a prize of 3,000 gold for those who succeeded. The sight of the prize seemed to change the mood among the players. Although the primary quest only offered 2,000 gold, many began to calculate that completing the subquest would net them even more, an additional 3,000 gold. Suddenly, what seemed like a failure now offered a more lucrative opportunity. Black Scythe had anticipated this turn of events. He had instructed young Min to destroy the relic, knowing full well that he didn't want to do it himself. As the notification confirmed the relic's destruction, another message appeared, confirmed, relic was broken by the players who attacked it. A penalty was immediately imposed on those 10 players, a permanent 50% reduction in all their stats. The 10 players, who had only followed young Min's orders, stood in shock and disbelief, unable to accept the harsh consequences for their actions. The 10 players, furious at young Min, turned on him. Young Min, visibly shaken, stammered out an apology, insisting he had no idea about the punishment. But before he could finish, another notification flashed across their screens: region representative penalized, stats permanently reduced by 50% for failing to protect the relic. The reality sank in hard. Young Min let out a scream of rage, cursing loudly and kicking the wall in frustration. Meanwhile, Ryu Min watched them closely. Understanding the severity of permanent stat reductions, a near-death sentence in a game where survival depended on every advantage, Ryu Min decided to prepare himself for the upcoming battle against the Divine Retribution proxy. He quickly accessed the shop and spent his extra gold on some essential items. First, he chose the Assassin's Hood, a standard helmet for assassins that added 3 points to agility and 20 to defense. He knew that even minor improvements could make a difference. Then, he purchased the Agile long boots, which, despite their tight appearance, were surprisingly comfortable, offering 15 defense, plus 2 agility, and a 5% speed boost. Ryu Min knew that every little stat increase could aid him in the upcoming subquest. He began crafting, carefully combining various items with a mana stone. One successful attempt created a skull and bones necklace that boosted all stats by 1. Determined to enhance all his gear, he attached a mana stone to each piece, resulting in a seasoned hunter's leather armor with improved damage reduction. Another combination yielded a Grim Reaper's scythe, which granted an additional 2 points to strength. Although he understood that low-grade mana stones wouldn't offer much of an advantage, he figured any boost was better than none. Meanwhile, the players gathered in the center of the village, sensing an ominous presence around them. Anxiety filled the air as they questioned whether this was the beginning of the Divine Retribution. The tension grew as they braced for what was to come. One of the players urged everyone to hold out for the next 30 minutes. Another suggested that their best chance for survival might be to keep running away. Ryu Min listened to them and knew they were underestimating their opponent. In his past life, out of the original 2,700 players, only around 500 had managed to survive. Escaping wouldn't be easy. The proxy of divine punishment was not something they could outrun. Even at level 40, it was a formidable monster, swift and merciless. But Ryu Min had a different plan. He wanted to defeat it and claim the substantial reward that came with it. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light pierced through the darkened sky. The source of the light was the Divine Retribution's messenger. As it approached, most of the players looked up, thinking all they had to do was evade it until time ran out. Meanwhile, Ryu Min felt an unusual calm settle over him as he observed the enemy. He held a unique advantage, the title of First Ever Angel Slayer, earned after defeating the Angel Brielle. This title doubled his stats against divine-type enemies, and the proxy of divine punishment fit that category perfectly. The divine entity descended from the sky, its appearance marked by an aura of light. In its hands, it wielded a staff with a bell embedded in a circular end. It struck the ground with the staff, sending a loud, resonating sound across the village. A barrier of radiant light formed, encircling a section of the village, and notifications flashed before the players. The proxy of divine retribution had cast a restriction field. Panic set in as players realized they were trapped. Another alert confirmed their stats would be reduced by 50% while inside the barrier. Several players desperately tried to break the barrier, striking it repeatedly, but it held firm. Ryu Min quickly assessed the situation. Around 300 people were now caught within the field. He knew there was little he could do to save them all. As he watched, the divine entity spread its angelic wings, releasing a flurry of needle-like blades that filled the sky. Ryu Min recognized this as the signal to begin. He closed his eyes, not wanting to see the massacre. The proxy of divine punishment unleashed a flurry of gleaming blades that shot through the air like streaks of light. The players, caught in its relentless assault, scrambled in every direction. Panic spread among them as the blades cut through the air with an eerie whistling sound, slicing through armor, skin, and bone alike. Cries of pain and alarm filled the air as several players fell to their knees, clutching at their wounds. Others desperately tried to dodge, but the speed of the blades made them almost impossible to evade. More blades rained down, their numbers multiplying, creating a deadly downpour that left no room for escape. Trapped within the restriction field, the players realized they were cornered. The light arrows fell like a storm, and those who had managed to dodge the initial wave were quickly overwhelmed by the unending barrage. Fear gripped them, there was no way out, no safe place to hide. Ryu Min, however, saw this as his chance. As the others frantically looked for cover, he moved with calculated precision. While the proxy was focused on the chaos it was creating, Ryu Min used the distraction to his advantage. He silently moved closer, his eyes never leaving the proxy. Every muscle in his body was tense, ready for the perfect moment to strike. He noticed the barrier beginning to weaken, its edges flickering and losing their solidity. This was his moment. He knew that once the barrier faded completely, he'd have a brief window to launch a surprise attack. The proxy of divine punishment was still targeting the scattered players, its attention solely on its targets. Confident that it hadn't noticed him yet, Ryu Min crept closer, stopping just 5 meters away. His heart pounded in his chest, but his movements were steady, every step silent on the ground. He activated the death emblem on his scythe, feeling its dark energy surge through the weapon, making it hum with power. This was going to be a decisive blow, he needed it to count. The proxy's senses seemed to flicker with awareness, but it was already too late. With a swift, powerful motion, Ryu Min swung his scythe, the blade glinting with a deadly light. It cut through the air with a sharp whistle and struck the proxy directly in its face. The blade dug deep into its eye, and a violent scream erupted from the proxy, echoing across the battlefield. The impact was brutal. The proxy staggered back, clutching its wounded eye as dark energy crackled around it. Its health bar dropped significantly, the single blow reducing it by a staggering 40%. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent, as if even the world itself was stunned by the attack. Ryu Min didn't waste a second. He knew the proxy would retaliate and try to trap him again. As he predicted, it began casting another restriction field, its remaining eye blazing with fury. Without waiting for it to complete, he dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the expanding barrier. Watching for his next opening, Ryu Min noticed a gap in the proxy's defense. He could see the energy gathering around its hands, preparing to raise the field. He charged forward, his movements swift and agile, aiming for the other eye. His scythe gleamed with a dark sheen as he launched himself into the air, his body twisting mid-leap. "I'll take the other eye," he muttered under his breath. Just as he was about to strike, the proxy let out a deafening cry, sensing the imminent danger. But Ryu Min was faster, his scythe already descending in a deadly arc. The proxy of divine punishment continued to scream in rage as Ryu Min landed gracefully a short distance away. With its restriction field now in place, every player inside found their stats reduced to 50%, but Ryu Min didn't seem bothered in the slightest. To him, the proxy, now blinded, was nothing more than a glorified sandbag. Even as it continued to howl in pain, the proxy fired light arrows wildly in all directions, hoping to strike him down. Ryu Min remained behind the proxy, shrouded in darkness, having activated his Night of Death ability. The light arrows, obscured by the surrounding shadows, failed to find their mark. The proxy seemed utterly disoriented, flailing blindly in its attempts to hit him. Ryu Min understood the mechanics of this world well. In a place like this, darkness often triumphed over light. Seizing the moment, Ryu Min leapt into the air, his scythe poised for another strike. His expression was focused and determined. "Time to finish this," he declared, his voice cold and resolute. He swung his scythe with all his might, aiming for the proxy's wing. The blade sliced through the air, connecting with a solid impact. One of the proxy's wings was severed, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. The proxy let out a guttural cry, its body racked with pain. Refusing to relent, the proxy raised its staff, preparing for a counterattack. But Ryu Min, now fully engulfed in battle mode, reacted swiftly. He slashed again with blinding speed, catching the proxy off guard. The blade struck true, eliciting another pained moan from the proxy. It stumbled, struggling to maintain its balance and composure. Ryu Min stepped back, his movements fluid and precise, as if dancing in the air. He hovered for a moment, calculating his next move. Then, with unwavering resolve, he charged forward once more, targeting the remaining wing. His scythe cut through the air again, severing the second wing cleanly. Another agonized cry erupted from the proxy as the severed wing fell to the ground. Ryu Min landed lightly beside the fallen wings, his gaze fixed on his foe. He checked the proxy's remaining health and saw that it was now down to a mere 10%. Victory was within his grasp. The proxy of divine punishment was about to play his last card, and Ryu Min knew it. Ever the strategist, he decided it was time to create some distance between himself and his divine foe. Keeping a safe gap was essential, after all. As he backed away, a new notification flashed across his screen. It was a warning about the proxy's last radiant storm, a passive skill that granted it immense strength and a temporary state of invincibility. Ryu Min watched intently as the proxy began to glow, its body radiating a brilliant yellow while its staff shimmered ominously in purple. He recalled from past experience that this was the moment when its endurance hit rock bottom. Had he rushed in earlier, the proxy would have unleashed its full might against him without hesitation. Suddenly, lightning crackled through the air, and the proxy let out a guttural roar that could rival any heavy metal band. Tiny purple warp holes started forming in the sky, raining down like celestial confetti. But Ryu Min, the patient observer, held his ground, carefully watching the spectacle unfold. This attack, known as Last Radiant Storm, came with a countdown timer that appeared on his screen. The timer ticked down from 50 seconds, adding a sense of urgency to the scene. For the first 30 seconds, the proxy was surrounded by a static field. At the 10-second mark, the staff began to crackle and flash with energy, intensifying with every moment. Ryu Min's lips curled into a knowing grin. He waited as the countdown neared its final moments. The proxy's once invincible state was finally disarmed. In that split second, Ryu Min seized the opportunity. He launched himself from behind, moving with speed and purpose. His scythe gleamed in the dim light as he lifted it high, eyes locked on his target. With a powerful downward swing, he brought the blade down with all his might. The scythe cut cleanly through the proxy's neck, severing its head in a single, decisive blow. The divine body crumpled, its head rolling away. The battle ended with a dramatic finale, just as Ryu Min had planned. After Ryu Min's triumphant showdown against the proxy of divine punishment, a flurry of notification windows filled his screen, showering him with glory and rewards. First came the confirmation of his monumental feat, proof that he had successfully vanquished the proxy. Cheers erupted, only to be followed by a wave of celebratory alerts. 3 successive notifications flashed, announcing that he had leveled up. His pockets felt heavier with 8,200 gold coins, and an extra 4,000 coins topped it off like icing on a cake. Cash truly is king, no denying that. But the real prize was the title he had earned, Nemesis of Divine Retribution. Now, that was something special. He checked out the benefits, an incredible 80% reduction in damage from divine-type attacks. Game-changing, for sure. As he read further, he realized that to earn this prestigious title, one had to be the first to eliminate the proxy of divine punishment. A rare and rewarding accomplishment. And the rewards kept pouring in. He received condensed ether, a substance that is nothing short of the holy grail for crafting god-ranked items. But the surprises didn't end there. A radiance rune appeared next, a mystical gem that fused directly into his body, akin to a magical tattoo. This rune offered unique advantages, enhancing all divine-type skills by 1% and increasing his intelligence by 1 point per level. Given Ryu Min's current level of 30, this meant an immediate boost of 30 intelligence points and a 30% enhancement in his divine abilities. With this new power, a grin spread across his face. The radiance rune was his, and it felt like everything was falling perfectly into place. Just then, another notification flashed across the screen, breaking the tension in the central square. It announced that the subquest had been completed with perfection. With 3,000 gold pieces in hand, it was time for some well-deserved celebrations. The players were abuzz, and all eyes were on Blackscythe, the man of the hour. Whispers filled the air about how he had single-handedly defeated the proxy of divine punishment. Some marveled at his monstrous skills, while others outright called him a beast. But then, the angel named Olive cut into their chatter with a declaration. She proclaimed that Ryu Min was the first human she had ever truly acknowledged and expressed her excitement. Ryu Min, however, hardly seemed to care. He was busy scanning through his own notification screens. In a light-hearted mood, Olive suggested an interview, hoping to get his take on his spree of divine slayings. Ryu Min was less than thrilled by the idea. Without even sparing her a glance, he curtly replied that he had done it simply because he wanted to. Olive found his reasoning puzzling. After all, he could have just passed the stage and still received a reward. But no, Ryu Min had chosen a different path, going on what seemed like a relentless killing spree. He calmly explained that if he hadn't acted, there would have been a massacre of the players. The other players, who had been listening closely, began to rethink their perceptions. Maybe Ryu Min, or Blackscythe, was more than just a powerful player, perhaps he is a nice person. Even one of the players admitted that he'd expected someone like Black Scythe to be ruthless, but maybe he was different. Meanwhile, Olive, with her celestial wisdom, couldn't quite wrap her mind around a human protecting his own kind. To her, it was baffling how humans could coexist peacefully one moment and then turn on each other the next. Lost in thought, Ryu Min concluded that this was just what he expected, especially from a self-absorbed angel. Still confused but not without admiration, Olive praised the crowd for their perseverance but reminded them of a harsh reality: it was far too early to relax. The game was far from over. She then decided it was time to display the results of the third round. The massive screen lit up with the scores. Unsurprisingly, Black Scythe dominated every zone, racking up a staggering 3,631 enemy kills. He was on fire. Behind him were Level 13 Stupid Idiot and Heavenly Demon in second and third place, respectively. In Ryu Min's own zone, he reigned supreme, with Sangchul and Seo Aaron trailing behind him. Black Scythe's level and score were so unreal, it left the players in disbelief. Some even speculated he might have received some secret XP boost. In his mind, Ryu Min thought he indeed got XP buff, but no one will know until they become rank 1 in map. Meanwhile, Ryu Min's notifications took center stage. First, congratulations for topping the ranks in every zone. Next, another round of applause for winning his specific zone. But here's the big news: he received a coupon for a rare ring selection of intermediate grade and a reward selection box. The choices for the ring included the Ring of Resistance, the Ring of Azure Magic, and the Ring of Rushing Winds. Without much thought, Ryu Min chose the Ring of Resistance, unimpressed by their names. The ring offered increased durability to 450, a resistance boost of 35%, and added 4 points to luck, a decent bit of gear that might make people think twice before messing with him. Another notification followed, presenting more choices: a 50% stat boost buff for the 4th round, 4,000 gold, or information about 4th round. Ryu Min skipped over the triple experience option, knowing that round 4 wasn't exactly a free-for-all monster hunt, with 4,000 gold up for grabs. Then, Olive turned to the players, her smile taking on a menacing edge, and asked if they had checked their rankings. When she revealed that the cutoff was at rank 1,225, players erupted in shock and disbelief, accusing the system of being unfair. Many were astonished at their low placements despite their efforts in slaying monsters and demanded a recount. The drama was far from over. For those who didn't make it into the magical top 1,225, Olive coldly declared it was time to squash the bugs. With a snap of her fingers, players who failed to qualify began to fade away, screaming in panic. The screen then announced the end of round 3, showing that out of 214,007,550 total survivors, only 1,225 remained in the designated zone. Round 4 was set to kick off on April 1, 2023, at the stroke of midnight. Seo Aaron jolted awake, finding herself back in the real world. She stared at her hands in disbelief. She had actually made it through round 3. Not only had she survived, but she had also acquired a new class, Summoner. Excitedly, she summoned a small fairy, a cute, winged creature that fluttered onto her shoulder. These fairies had been instrumental in her survival during the 3rd round, serving as both bodyguards and shields. And the best part? She had clinched 3rd place. Pondering her next move, she wondered if Black Scythe might appreciate receiving a Monstone as a gift. Meanwhile, across town, a table lamp found itself the target of some serious aggression. With a thunderous crash, it was sent flying across the room. Wang Yongmin, fuming with rage after receiving a penalty that slashed his stats by half, cursed Black Scythe vehemently. He regretted discarding a valuable artifact in his frustration. But then, his phone buzzed, and the message he read caused his mood to swing from fury to dread. This is bad, he thought, anxiety building for round 4. When Wang Yongmin saw an incoming call from Kim Song-han, his heart sank. "I'm in serious trouble," he muttered to himself. Reluctantly, he answered the phone, trying to sound composed. Song-han's voice, however, was anything but calm. "Have you lost your mind?" he shouted, his words laced with expletives. "Do you even understand the mess you've caused?" Yongmin tried to maintain his cool, but Song-han was relentless. "Don't play dumb with me," he snapped. "You know full well you're the reason we're all in this mess." Song-han's fury was unmistakable as he continued, "How could you abuse your position to manipulate your own friends?" Defensively, Yongmin retorted with a sarcastic smile, "I didn't have a choice. I was threatened with death if I didn't comply. You should have chosen death." Song-han fired back, his voice heavy with anger and disappointment. Yongmin was stunned by the harshness of the response, but Songhan didn't let up. You should have died rather than betray your friends, he insisted. Yongmin's face darkened with rage. Songhan's words had cut deep, igniting a fury within him that was hard to contain. Yongmin tried to defend himself, calling Songhan's accusations unfair. He argued that, as the zone representative, he too had suffered, with his stats reduced just like everyone else's. His voice was filled with anger and frustration at what he saw as betrayal by a friend. Songhan wasn't having it. He bluntly accused Yongmin of being the source of all their problems, driven by greed to claim the position of zone representative. Under pressure, he labeled Yongmin as a traitor. Just as Yongmin was about to fire back, Songhan cut him off sharply. Whether it's in this world or any other, don't ever call me again, he warned. And don't even pretend to know me. If I see your face again, I'll kill you. With that, Songhan ended the call abruptly. Fuming, Yongmin tried to call back, insisting that he was the real victim and had done nothing wrong. But when he tried to reach Songhan, all he got was a message that the number was currently unavailable. Frustration boiling over, he vowed to his remaining friends to crush Songhan for his insults. He dialed again, only to be met with silence. Furious, he cursed loudly and tossed his phone onto his bed. As his anger festered, Yongmin began to convince himself that he didn't need friends, that true meaning in life could only be found in solitude. He remembered Songhan's threat to kill him if they ever crossed paths again, and his rage grew even hotter. In his fury, he swore that he would kill all his former friends if he ever saw them again. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Hotel, the department head was permitted to enter a room. He bowed to the figure in front of him, who acknowledged that the Sangchul had successfully survived the round. Sangchul responded modestly, claiming it was all just luck. Ma Jiangrok noted that the third round had been a bit tough and asked how Sangchul was holding up. In reply, Sangchul modestly suggested that perhaps the monster was just weaker this time, which made him feel less anxious. Jiangrek then inquired about Sangchul's class and level. Sangchul responded that he was a level 11 knight and mentioned that Co Aaron was at the same level. He explained that Aaron belonged to the summoner class, which was quite rare. Jiangrek found it impressive, especially since the summoner class was considered uncommon. Sangchul admitted he was also surprised by it and recounted how Aaron, after her class change, could summon fairies and create protective shields. He credited her with allowing him to hunt safely. Jiangrek agreed, saying it was indeed remarkable. Then, he jokingly told Sangchul to keep his distance from Aaron but added that he could still date her if he wanted. Sangchul looked puzzled by Jiangrek's suggestion. Jiangrek clarified, saying he meant that dating could make it easier to see a person's flaws, but he didn't think Sangchul should become too serious with her. Confused, Sangchul asked if he should actually pursue a romantic relationship with her. Jiangrek laughed, amused to see Sangchul so flustered. It had been a while since he had seen him like this. He reassured Sangchul that it wasn't necessary, especially if it might lead to complications. Sangchul seemed relieved and said that Aaron probably wouldn't feel anything for him anyway. Jiangrek questioned why Sangchul, who was dependable and manly, would think that way. Sangchul explained that Aaron always addressed him as Mr. Bodyguard, maintaining a strictly professional relationship. Shifting gears, Jiangrek reminded Sangchul about the urgent report he needed to deliver. Unexpectedly, Sangchul began his report with an apology. Jiangrek asked what he was apologizing for. Sangchul clarified that he had failed to deliver the message he was tasked with or follow orders to assist Black Scythe. Jiangrek had a feeling there was a good reason for this and waited for Sangchul to explain. Sangchul began detailing the situation, and Jiangrek listened closely. When he heard about the divine punishment proxy, Jiangrek guessed it must have been a formidable opponent and asked if Black Scythe had managed to defeat it. Sangchul confirmed that Black Scythe had indeed taken down the enemy with such skill and precision that it seemed as if he already knew exactly how to win. He also mentioned that Black Scythe appeared to be entirely self-reliant. This made Jiangrek suspect that Black Scythe possessed extraordinarily powerful stats, far beyond what he could imagine. He even felt a pang of guilt for having once believed his own strength, bolstered by the Dark Knight's rune, was enough. His expression turned serious as he contemplated what it would be like to meet Black Scythe, if that was even possible. Jiangrek reassured Sangchul that he wouldn't be held accountable, acknowledging that his reasons were valid. Sangchul apologized again, but Jiangrek shifted the conversation to the criminals they were hunting and the current status of the investigation. Sangchul explained that there were many people with the name Yongmin in their country, assuming that it was his real name. He added that they had managed to narrow the list down to 5 individuals. If they assumed that he was a sole resident in his 20s, Jiangrek asked about their addresses. Sangchul replied that finding the residential addresses of those individuals would take about a month. Jiangrek was a bit disappointed to hear that they wouldn't be able to locate the culprits until after the 4th round, which Sungchul confirmed. However, he added that since they still had some time, there was no need to rush. Jiangrek then asked about Sungchul's gold collection. Sungchul reported that he had accumulated 10,000 gold pieces. Jiangrek informed him that he was already halfway there and gave him instructions on how to acquire the tracking skill, which could be purchased for 20,000 gold from the shop. Sungchul responded that he understood. Then, Jiangrek was informed by him that a shareholder had purchased a substantial amount of his company's stock the previous month. Jiangrek took a moment to think what this meant for the company. It's Heavenly Demon Consulting, Sungchul clarified, referring to the company that the director was currently focusing on. Jiangrek asked how much of the stock had been purchased. Sungchul warned him not to be shocked before revealing the answer, an astonishing 31%. Jiangrek could hardly believe that a single person had bought that much of the stock. Seeing Jiangrek's reaction, Sungchul admitted that he, too, had questioned his vision when he saw the figure on the monitor. Jiangrek's mind raced, considering the implications for Heavenly Demon Consulting, which had a market value of 900 billion won. The 31% stake amounted to 280 billion won, an enormous sum. He found it hard to believe that anyone would have that kind of money to spend. Was it a move by his brother, or was there a wealthy individual he didn't know about? He quickly reached for his cell phone, suspecting that whoever had made such a massive investment was aiming to get involved in the company's management. He asked Sungchul for the shareholders' contact information. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, someone was checking his phone while lying in bed. It was Ryu Min. He knew that Jiangrek would be looking for him by now, but he didn't want to make the first move and lose face as a major shareholder. Just then, Ryu Won burst into the room, demanding to know his level. Startled, Ryu Min dropped his phone, which smacked him right in the face. Annoyed, he asked why Ryu Won was suddenly asking about his level. Ryu Won, clearly frustrated, explained, "There's this kid who's always bragging about how great his brother is, like he's some big deal. He's been saying his brother is already level 11. Upon hearing this, Ryu Min smirked and told Ryu Won that he was above that level. Ryu Won, eyes wide with admiration, immediately asked what his level was. Ryu Min hesitated, wondering how much he should reveal. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he calmly replied, level 12. Ryu Won's face lit up with admiration, and he eagerly asked if Ryu Min had a special class. Ryu Min just responded with a nonchalant, yes. This only made Ryu Won more curious, and he pressed for more details, but Ryu Min shook his head and said, "That's a trade secret." Pouting, Ryu Won remarked that there shouldn't be any secrets between brothers. Ryu Min replied with a sigh, telling his younger brother he needed to sleep and that Ryu Won should leave. With a disappointed expression, Ryu Won left the room, closing the door behind him. The moment Ryu Won was gone, Ryu Min's phone rang. It was the call he had been waiting for. He picked up, and with a calm demeanor, asked, "Who's calling?" The caller introduced himself as Jiangrek, the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. This was exactly what Ryu Min had anticipated. Playing his part, he made his voice sound innocent and slightly clueless. After all, the more naive he appeared, the more likely Jiangrek would underestimate him. Jiangrek asked if Ryu Min had indeed made a substantial investment in his company last month. Ryu Min confirmed, adding a touch of curiosity to his voice as he asked if something was wrong. Jiangrek explained that since Ryu Min had become the largest shareholder of Heavenly Demon Consulting, he wished to meet him in person. He suggested they have a meal together to discuss things further. Ryu Min agreed, but when Jiangrek proposed meeting that Friday, Ryu Min hesitated. He knew that day was essential for obtaining the rune of inner thoughts. Thinking quickly, he suggested they meet another day since he already had plans for Friday. Jiangrek agreed, and they wrapped up the conversation. Ryu Min had expected this call. He knew Jiangrek wouldn't dare act recklessly with such a significant shareholder in his company, especially when that company had been established to gain his father's favor. Smiling, Ryu Min thought to himself that he'd meet Jiangrek after securing the rune. This was a business partner he planned to exploit thoroughly. Runes could be obtained in various ways. They were exclusive rewards, found in specific locations during particular rounds, or dropped by boss monsters. On rare occasions, even regular monsters might drop them. However, few knew that runes could also be obtained in the real world, and Ryu Min was one of those few, now hunting for another rune even outside the game. He was well aware of how difficult it could be for a rune to manifest. Climbing the stairs of an abandoned building, Ryu Min moved carefully, his steps almost silent. He hid in a shadowed corner, waiting for a man named Jang Seokin to appear. Jang Seokin was using his real name even in the game world, a bold but reckless move. This was the same criminal who had once kidnapped Ryu Min's brother, a memory that still burned in his mind. Ryu Min could never forget that man's voice, the taunting laughter that had haunted him. Today, he intended to confront the man who had caused his family so much pain. Ryu Min's mind flashed back to a haunting memory, his brother, blindfolded and bound, helpless in the clutches of Jang Seokyeon. With a sinister grin, Jang had taunted him, asking if he wanted to save his brother. He had pressed a blade close to Ryu Won's throat, and the chilling demand had followed, to pay a price by revealing a piece of knowledge that no one else knew. Ryu Min, keeping his calm, pretended to play dumb, but Jang Seokyeon saw through the act instantly. He let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "You think you can fool me?" Jang's expression turned deadly serious. "I know you're a regressor," he declared, his tone filled with confidence. Ryu Min's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know that?" he demanded, trying to mask the fear creeping into his voice. Almost reading his thoughts, Jang smirked. "You're wondering how I know, aren't you?" he teased. "I found out using the rune of inner thoughts on your brother," he continued, savoring the look of disbelief on Ryu Min's face. "And I used it again on you, back on that stage." Ever since that fateful incident, from his 11th regression to this very moment, Ryu Min had been driven by a singular purpose: revenge against Jang Seokyeon. All other emotions and goals had faded into the background, consumed by his need for retribution. He adjusted his mask, hiding his features, determined to acquire the rune of inner thoughts before Jang could. As if on cue, Jang Seokyeon entered the abandoned warehouse, a figure slung over his shoulder. He dropped the person onto the cold, dusty floor, a woman, bound and with tape over her mouth. He ripped the tape away and warned her sternly not to scream. Trembling, the woman, still shaking with fear, only managed to beg for her life, despite being given the chance to speak. Jang's expression darkened with frustration. "Is that all you have to say?" he growled. "I have a child? Please, just let me go." "I don't want," she stuttered, offering him money in desperation. Jang's face twisted with irritation. "Money," he sneered. "Why are you apologizing now?" Through shaky breaths, the woman explained that she had accidentally looked in the wrong direction the other day, which had somehow provoked Jang's wrath. Jang's annoyance only deepened. "Is that your excuse?" he snapped, his eyes narrowing. "You'll regret saying things like that," he warned, his voice laced with menace, his intentions clear. He wasn't here for apologies. Jang Seokyeon, reflecting on his actions from 2 nights ago, felt a hint of embarrassment. He had been wandering around the city, searching for a girl to pick up, believing that finding just one could somehow solve all his problems. Spotting a woman engrossed in her phone, he immediately noticed her attractive figure and decided she was the one. The woman continued down the street, completely unaware of his presence. When she turned into a dimly lit alley, Jang seized the opportunity and followed her quietly. Sensing his moment, he rushed toward her, his entire body emitting a strange, glowing light. The woman turned in surprise, her vision suddenly blurred by the intense brightness. A sharp pain shot through her eyes, causing her to cry out, "Who are you?" In her panic and disorientation, she dropped her phone. Jang continued his assault, ignoring her screams, until he finally left the scene, glancing back briefly to see her on her knees, still blinded and in pain. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, Jang reveled in the power he had to cause chaos whenever he wanted. He lived recklessly, uncaring if he met his end, finding his life otherwise dull and meaningless. Before his journey to the other world, he had been a frequent visitor to correctional facilities. He had acquired the rune of luminescence, which allowed his body to emit a blinding light that disoriented his opponents. To him, it was the perfect tool for his twisted sense of fun. Later, Jang walked into a local cafe. He was immediately greeted warmly by a female employee whose beauty caught his attention. After placing his order, she informed him that his total was 50,000 won. Handing over the money, Jang casually asked if she worked part-time there. The employee seemed confused by his question, so Jang clarified, mentioning that while he was a regular at the cafe, this was his first time seeing her. The woman explained that she hadn't realized he was a regular and added that all the part-timers had left recently. She commented that strange changes were happening in the world. Jang nodded as it all started to make sense to him. The part-timers likely had no intention of continuing their jobs, knowing the dangers of the world around them and the constant threat of death looming over them. Jang Seokyeon continued probing the cafe employee, pressing her about whether she was the owner. She replied affirmatively. He then began asking more personal questions, like her age. Though visibly uneasy, she responded that she was 32. From this, Jang deduced that she wasn't a player. She confirmed this with a hint of relief, admitting she was happy not to be involved in the game world. Emboldened, Jang asked for her phone number and bluntly confessed that he liked her, his expression earnest but intense. The woman, clearly uncomfortable, said nothing in response. Sensing her unease, Jiang demanded to know what was wrong. The woman hesitated. Jiang assumed that she didn't like his face. Jiang's mood shifted instantly to anger. He shouted, asking if the few blemishes on his face repulsed her. His fury mounting, he slammed his fist against the counter, refusing her earlier offer of coffee and instead demanding his money back. With shaking hands, she returned his money, and he snatched it away, fuming. He stormed out of the cafe, swearing under his breath about her. He was enraged that she seemed to be judging him solely based on his appearance. Seething with resentment, he swore she would pay for what he perceived as her disdainful look. Waiting for her to leave the cafe, Jiang struck her on the back of the head with a bat as soon as she stepped outside. Back in the present, the woman was trembling as she apologized to him, her voice wavering with fear. Jiang reprimanded her, accusing her of believing that people should only be judged by their looks. She desperately promised never to do it again, but Jiang was far from satisfied. He sneered at her, pushing her down onto a mat on the ground. Grabbing her wrist tightly, he asked if she truly thought he wouldn't see through her act of fear, her attempt to escape the situation. The woman screamed for him to let her go, but his expression grew more twisted as he loomed over her. His voice cold, he taunted her, saying that if she were truly sorry, she ought to be ready to face the consequences. The woman, desperate to free herself, pleaded, "It's all my fault," and tried to pull away from Jiang Xiaqian. He tightened his grip and sneered, "Stay still. You brought this on yourself." Neither of them noticed that Ryu Min was approaching. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension, instructing Jiang Xiaqian to freeze. The command startled him. Thinking he was alone, he began to panic, wondering if a detective had stumbled upon them. Swearing under his breath, he turned to see who had spoken. Ryu Min, wearing a white mask and wielding a large scythe, stood before him. Jiang Xiaqian called him a madman, but Ryu Min calmly warned him against swearing, hinting that he'd need those curses later. Observing the masked figure with the scythe, Jiang Xiaqian mocked him, calling his weapon a toy. Ryu Min remained composed, pointing out that Jiang Xiaqian clearly didn't understand the situation. "Does this look like a toy to you?" he asked, lifting the scythe. Realizing the scythe was real, panic flickered in Jiang Xiaqian's eyes. "Are you a player?" he stammered. Ryu Min replied, "What does it look like to you, idiot?" Turning to the woman, Ryu Min told her, "You can leave now. This is your only chance." Jiang Xiaqian snapped his head toward her and shouted, "Who said you could go?" Terrified, the woman hesitated. Seizing the moment, Ryu Min dashed toward Jiang Xiaqian. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaqian failed to react in time and felt a sharp pain as Ryu Min delivered a swift kick to his groin. He crumpled to his knees, clutching himself and cursing in agony. "Didn't I tell you to save those curses?" Ryu Min taunted with a grin. Turning to the woman, he calmly told her, "Go. Leave him to me." She muttered a quick "thank you" and fled towards the door. Now alone with Jiang Xiaqian, Ryu Min's face darkened. "Let's start the real game," he said menacingly. Jiang Xiaqian, still clutching his groin, seethed in pain and anger. "I'll kill you," he bellowed, his voice hoarse with rage. Ryu Min, unbothered, smiled. "I like your spirit. It wouldn't be fun if you gave up so soon." Enraged, Jiang Xiaqian hurled more curses at him, his eyes burning with fury. He lunged at Ryu Min with his blade, striking over and over, but Ryu Min dodged each attack effortlessly, moving with a fluid grace that seemed almost inhuman. Each failed attempt only fueled Jiang Xiaqian's frustration. His strikes grew more frantic, his breathing more ragged, while Ryu Min remained calm and poised, like a predator toying with his prey. Jiang Xiaqian was baffled, his frustration mounting as he struggled to comprehend how Ryu Min could evade his relentless attacks so effortlessly. Ryu Min dodged yet another swipe of the blade and glanced at the weapon, smirking. "Really? You're still swinging around a goblin's dagger," he mocked. Before Jiang Xiaqian could react, Ryu Min moved in a blur, slashing his hand with a swift, precise motion. Blood sprayed from the wound as Jiang Xiaqian screamed in agony, clutching his injured arm. Ryu Min's taunts cut deeper than his blade. "Does it hurt? And here I thought I hadn't even gotten serious yet," he sneered. Panic spread across Jiang Xiaqian's face as he tried to stanch the bleeding with his other hand. But Ryu Min gave him no time to recover. He swung his scythe again, severing Jiang Xiaqian's other hand in a swift, ruthless stroke. Another howl of pain escaped his lips as he went pale with fear. Desperation set in, he knew he was moments away from death, yet he clung to a sliver of hope. He decided his only chance was to blind Ryu Min. With a scream, he unleashed a blinding white light, hoping to disorient his foe. But something was wrong. His brilliance flickered, then dimmed, the light sputtering out. Panic and confusion seized him as sweat beaded on his brow. Why isn't it working? He muttered under his breath, terrified. Ryu Min watched with an amused expression. Oh, poor Mr. Lightbulb, he chuckled, you didn't know, did you? When the Night of Death is activated, no light can shine. Aware of Jang Seokin's desperate move, Ryu Min had cast Night of Death earlier to prevent any light from breaking through. Now, he advanced, his scythe glinting ominously. But just in case, I think I'll take a few precautions, he muttered darkly. He moved with brutal efficiency, slicing through Jang Seokin's ankles. The man crumpled to the ground, a scream of agony ripping through the air. Demon! Jang Seokin spat, crawling backward, his voice trembling with terror. Why are you doing this to me? Ryu Min looked down at him with cold disdain. Why, he echoed, almost mocking the question. Then, with a swift motion, he drove the tip of his scythe into Jang Seokin's leg. Blood spurted from the wound, and a fresh scream tore from his lips. Why do people kill bugs? Ryu Min asked rhetorically, his voice calm and measured. Without waiting for an answer, he stabbed the other leg, drawing another shriek of pain from his victim. Because leaving them alive only brings trouble, Ryu Min answered, his tone chillingly calm. Jang Seokin, his face twisted with rage, spat out the word, psychopath, at Ryu Min. In response, Ryu Min calmly taunted, let's see how long you can keep that attitude. Without hesitation, he continued his brutal assault, stabbing Jang Seokin in various parts of his body. Each strike drew out a fresh scream and a new torrent of blood. Jang Seokin could barely move now, his body trembling as he lay face down on the ground. His mind raced, struggling to understand why Ryu Min was torturing him so mercilessly. What kind of grudge did this man hold against him? He couldn't fathom it. It felt so unfair. The pain was unbearable, every nerve screaming in agony. Tears, sweat, snot, and saliva mingled on his face as he considered the only escape he could think of, death. Desperately, he decided to bite his tongue, hoping to end his suffering quickly. His expression contorted in anguish as he prepared to carry out his grim decision, but before he could act, Ryu Min's scythe brushed lightly against his chin. Startled, Jang Seokin looked up at him, his eyes wide with fear. You were thinking of biting your tongue, weren't you? Ryu Min asked, his tone cold. Did you really think I'd let you do that? With a swift motion, he stabbed Jang Seokin again, blood spurting from the new wound. You don't get to die unless you beg for it, Ryu Min declared, his voice filled with venom. Ryu Min continued his vicious onslaught, slicing and stabbing, each strike more brutal than the last. Jang Seokin's mind was consumed with a single, desperate thought, to end the pain. In a broken whisper, he managed to say, kill me, please. Ryu Min paused, tilting his head as if he hadn't heard him. What was that? He asked. Jang Seokin repeated his plea, louder this time. Are you serious? Ryu Min pressed, his voice mocking. Jang Seokin begged again, his voice hoarse with pain. But instead of delivering the final blow, Ryu Min withdrew his scythe, his expression thoughtful. Do you really not know why I'm doing this? He asked, his tone cold. Especially since we're supposed to be complete strangers. Jang Seokin said nothing, just stared up at him, bewildered. Ryu Min leaned closer, his voice a low growl. We're not strangers, he said, addressing him by name. We've met before. The revelation stunned Jang Seokin. How did this man know his name? Why, he croaked, still struggling to comprehend. Why did you do this to me? Are you related to that woman? Ryu Min asked, you think I had any connection to that woman, he began. I don't. Jang Seokin remained confused, trying to understand the situation. Ryu Min continued, this has nothing to do with her. It has everything to do with you, and what you will do, or rather, what you were going to do. Seokin's brows furrowed in confusion. What are you talking about? He asked. Ryu Min explained, you were planning to abduct my brother and use him as leverage to force me to reveal information I'm not supposed to. You tried to deny it, but I know. Jang Seokin shook his head, I haven't done any such thing. Ryu Min cut him off sharply, no, not yet. But in the future, you will. For you, it hasn't happened. For me, it's already in the past. Seokin blinked, trying to wrap his head around the idea. What do you mean? How do you know this? Ryu Min's voice was calm and cold, because I've lived through it before. You would have captured my brother and forced me to divulge secrets. Then, if I hadn't intervened now, you would have received the rune of inner thoughts. Seokin seemed lost, struggling to comprehend the meaning. The rune of inner thoughts, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Yes, Ryu Min clarified, there's a hidden rune in this warehouse. It manifests only when someone hears a genuine voice, a voice that comes from the heart. Seokin asked, what do you mean by a genuine voice? Ryu Min explained, a voice filled with sincerity, coming straight from the core of one's being. Had I not come here tonight, that woman would have begged you for mercy in her own voice. You would have heard it and claimed the rune, using it for even more criminal activities. Seakin remained silent, absorbing the information. Ryu Min went on, I've regressed multiple times, and each time, you end up the same way, a criminal who deserves nothing less than death. This rune would have made you far more dangerous. Seakin's face drained of color. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. If I deserve to die, just kill me now, he pleaded. Ryu Min stared down at him, unyielding. No, he said, I won't lay a hand on you. Seakin was stunned, trying to understand what Ryu Min was planning. Why? He asked. Ryu Min's voice was calm but firm. Because I intend to let you die slowly, to give you time to reflect, he said, watching Seakin's face contort with pain. Seakin gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing his situation. He couldn't fathom why Ryu Min would block him from speaking if he wants the rune of thoughts, the very thing that could give him a fighting chance. Ryu Min's whisper cut through the silence. Why am I stopping you from speaking? He leaned in closer, his eyes cold and unreadable. Because I want to test the rune of inner thoughts. Seakin looked up, perplexed, and for the first time, truly afraid. Ryu Min finally revealed to Seakin that he had already acquired the rune. He explained how it responded to his own genuine voice, which was triggered the moment Seakin had begged him to end his life. A notification appeared before him, confirming that the condition for the rune had been met, the target's genuine voice had been brought forth. Another notification appeared, indicating that Ryu Min had located the hidden rune of inner thoughts. The rune appeared solely to Ryu Min, glowing faintly in the dim light of the warehouse. Without hesitation, it began to merge with his body. As it assimilated, another screen appeared, announcing that the rune's power would automatically be applied to the player's form. Ryu Min read the rune's description. The rune of inner thoughts allows the user to perceive the immediate thoughts of anyone within a 30-meter radius. By focusing intently, the user can even glimpse the target's true intentions. Testing its effectiveness, Ryu Min watched Seakin's expression closely. I'm experimenting with it now, and it seems to work, he remarked, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Seakin, still reeling from shock, spat out, then if you've achieved your goal, just kill me already. But Ryu Min refused, his voice calm and detached. That would be far too merciful, he replied, after all you've done to others. Seakin could only curse at him, calling him a demon. Eventually, he fell silent, standing frozen, unable to think of anything else to say or do. Ryu Min observed him carefully, noticing that his eyes had lost their focus. For a moment, he thought Seakin was already dead. Even though there were no other witnesses, Ryu Min knew he still had to be thorough. He activated another skill he had acquired, Erase Traces. Almost instantly, a faint green light enveloped the scene, wiping away every bit of evidence, blood, footprints, fingerprints, and even the body itself. When the light faded, it was as if nothing had ever happened there. Ryu Min watched the area carefully, satisfied that the skill had worked perfectly. It's always better not to leave a mess behind, he muttered to himself. He removed his mask, feeling the cool air on his face as he began to leave the warehouse. Having accomplished what he came for, Ryu Min made up his mind to pay a visit to Ma Jiangrok the next day. The next day, Ryu Min dressed in a sleek black suit, radiating sophistication and style. Wow, what's the occasion? Ryu Won asked, clearly impressed, his tone curious. Got a hot date or something? Ryu Min chuckled, shaking his head. No, nothing like that. I have an important meeting with a potential business partner. Ryu Won blinked in surprise. Business partner? Are you getting into something new? Yeah, you could say that, Ryu Min replied calmly, adjusting his cufflinks. Ryu Won's mind raced. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern, remembering Ryu Min's past foray into stock trading. Now, Ryu Min was diving into the business world? Ryu Won quietly worried about the possibility of his brother facing disappointment. He wondered what would happen if this venture didn't go the way Ryu Min expected. Noticing the worry etched on his younger brother's face, Ryu Min smiled. It warmed his heart to see that Ryu Won was more anxious about his emotional state than the potential financial fallout. With a confident grin, Ryu Min reassured him, don't stress. I'll tell you everything after the meeting. Just trust me, alright? Won nodded, still slightly uneasy but reassured by Ryu Min's words. I trust you completely. You know that, he said sincerely. Ryu Min ruffled his brother's hair. Good. Now, just stay home and be safe. The streets are dangerous, especially with all these players running wild. I know, Ryu Won agreed, recalling recent news reports. It's getting crazy out there. Players are abusing their abilities, committing all kinds of crimes. I even heard about criminals escaping from prisons overseas. Yeah, Ryu Min acknowledged grimly. The moment someone reaches the right age, they can become a player. That's just fueling the chaos. Every month, the number of people is shrinking, and players are only getting stronger. I can see where this is headed, and it's not good. Ryu Min's thoughts drifted to the future he feared. He imagined a world where players ruled, and non-players might be persecuted, possibly even enslaved by those who had no regard for the law. Determined to avoid that dark future, Ryu Min continued, "That's why I need to build Black Side's reputation, before things fall apart completely." Concerned for his brother's safety, he added, "And remember, be extra careful when you go out, alright?" One nodded. "Okay, I will. But hey, what's your class, anyway?" he asked with a playful glint in his eye. Ryu Min smirked. "That's a secret." One pouted, his expression adorable. "Come on, I really want to know." With a playful grin, Ryu Min pinched Ryu One's cheek, teasingly promising to reveal his class soon. "Now, focus on your fancy lunch instead of craving those black bean noodles, alright?" Ryu Min joked. Ryu One, rubbing his cheek, replied with a light-hearted, "Ow, got it." Standing by the grand entrance of the building, Ryu Min reflected, knowing that Giant Rock would pick this place for their meeting. It made sense to operate on familiar turf. As he walked into the luxurious hotel, Ryu Min noted that the location, an Osang Group property, was actually owned by Giant Rock, though this was a well-guarded secret, likely known only by Giant Rock's closest circle, and now Ryu Min. Ryu Min knew he had to use this insider knowledge to his advantage, but first, he had to establish the right impression. Playing the role of an unassuming, slightly naive businessman was key. With that in mind, he approached the front desk, nervously introducing himself and explaining his meeting arrangements. The receptionist asked if he was there to meet with the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Ryu Min confirmed, and she informed him that the CEO would be arriving shortly, directing him to the lounge to wait. Thanking her, Ryu Min moved to the lounge, deliberately adopting an absent-minded air as he glanced up at the impressive chandeliers. Acting as though he were new to such an extravagant setting was all part of the plan. Then, someone approached him and asked, "Are you Ryu Min?" Finally, he's here, Ryu Min thought to himself. He turned to greet the newcomer but stopped when he saw the bodyguard standing in front of him. The guard asked if they had crossed paths at the Galleria Forest, and Ryu Min confirmed, recalling the encounter with a subtle smile. Ryu Min recalled seeing the bodyguard during moving day when he had been handing out rice cakes with the actress Erin. Suddenly, the bodyguard bowed, acknowledging the encounter and apologizing for any previous disrespect. Inside, the bodyguard was puzzled by Ryu Min's youth. This kid didn't even look 20, yet he was supposedly the major investor with 280 billion won at his disposal. Doubt simmered in the bodyguard's mind about how someone so young could wield such vast wealth. Ryu Min, using his mind-reading rune, picked up on these thoughts but kept his expression calm. He brushed off the apology, explaining that the bodyguard had acted out of ignorance, and mentioned that he hadn't known the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting lived in the building either. The bodyguard quickly corrected him, explaining that he wasn't the CEO. "Huh?" Ryu Min responded, confused. The man then formally introduced himself as On Sang-cheol, head of the department. He added that Giant Rock, the CEO, was running late, and that was why On had arrived early. On then invited Ryu Min to wait inside until Giant Rock arrived. Nodding, Ryu Min followed him into the building and sat down, settling into a comfortable chair. After ensuring Ryu Min was seated, On excused himself, stepping outside to discreetly send a text. He informed Giant Rock about meeting with the shareholder but expressed doubts about whether this young man was truly the one behind the massive investment. He suspected there might be someone else pulling the strings and urged Giant Rock to be cautious. Back in the room, Ryu Min picked up on the bodyguard's suspicions, unsurprised. He knew Giant Rock was the type to send someone ahead to size up his guests. Moments later, Giant Rock entered with a warm greeting, introducing himself as the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. With a friendly handshake, Giant Rock met Ryu Min's gaze, his tone respectful yet guarded. Ryu Min returned the handshake as Giant Rock gestured for him to sit back down, inviting On Sang-cheol to join them as well. Ryu Min understood the subtle move. It was Giant Rock's way of taking control of the meeting while maintaining an air of hospitality. As the food arrived, Giant Rock suggested they enjoy the meal before diving into the business discussion, setting the stage for their conversation. Giant Rock mentioned that a variety of traditional Korean dishes had been prepared and hoped they suited Ryu Min's taste. The table was laden with an array of tempting dishes, meats, vegetables, fish, and chicken, all beautifully presented. He added that, with such gourmet food from a high-end hotel, it was bound to be a treat. After savoring a few bites, Ryu Min smiled and complimented the meal. "This is really delicious," he remarked, clearly impressed. Giant Rock was pleased by the compliment and nodded, happy that Ryu Min was enjoying the food. But beneath the surface, Giant Rock was scrutinizing Ryu. The bodyguard's earlier comments about Ryu Min's youth echoed in his mind. Giant Rock found it hard to believe that someone so young could be responsible for an investment as significant as 280 billion won. He wondered if there was someone behind Ryu Min, someone from my family. Like his brothers or an uncle. He was determined to find out. With a friendly grin, Giant Rock complimented Ryu Min again, saying, "It's impressive to see someone so young holding such a significant stake." Curious, he casually asked Ryu Min's age. "I'm 20, Ryu Min replied. Giant Rock paused briefly before responding, "I see, I'm 29 myself. It's refreshing to meet someone in their 20s at your level." Ryu Min smiled and simply said, "Yeah, same here." The conversation shifted as Giant Rock, not one to beat around the bush, asked how Ryu Min had managed to accumulate such wealth at such a young age. "Were you born into a wealthy family?" he inquired. Ryu Min noticed Giant Rock's straightforward approach. He smiled slightly and answered, "No, I wasn't born into wealth. I was just an average student up until recently." "Up until recently?" Giant Rock asked, clearly intrigued. Ryu Min leaned forward a bit and asked, "Have you heard about the person who won the Noto lottery 4 times in a row, becoming a billionaire practically overnight?" Giant Rock nodded, recalling the news. Ryu Min smiled and revealed, "Well, that person is me. I'm the one who caused that media frenzy a few months back." Giant Rock was visibly taken aback and asked if Ryu Min was really the one everyone had been talking about. With a calm nod, Ryu Min simply responded, "Yes." However, Giant Rock was puzzled. The article he had read mentioned that the lottery winner had only earned 60 billion won. So how had Ryu Min managed to invest a staggering 280 billion? Ryu Min explained that after his lottery win, he had invested heavily in Bitcoin, confirming what Giant Rock had suspected. Giant Rock, impressed, praised Ryu Min for making such a bold move, admitting that he himself wouldn't have had the guts to invest such a large amount. The bodyguard, who had been silently observing, suggested that Ryu Min's success must have been due to sheer luck. Ryu Min, however, shook his head. "It wasn't just luck," he said firmly. The bodyguard, unconvinced, brought up an article where Ryu Min was reported to have said he saw the lottery numbers in a dream. "If that's not luck, then what is?" he asked, sounding skeptical. Ryu Min smiled and clarified, "I lied when I said I saw them in a dream." He paused briefly, realizing that this moment could be crucial to gaining Giant Rock's trust. "This is something I've never shared with anyone before," he said, his voice lowering as if to prepare them for a revelation. "I have the rune of foresight." Giant Rock and his bodyguard exchanged glances, clearly surprised. They pressed Ryu Min for more details. With confidence, Ryu Min explained that the rune of foresight allowed him to see glimpses of the future, several years ahead. "In other words," he continued, "it's like being a seer who can predict what's to come." Giant Rock and the bodyguard were taken aback. The bodyguard, particularly, found it hard to believe. "Is this guy serious?" he thought. "A seer? What kind of explanation is that?" Ryu Min remained composed, his expression unwavering as he was surrounded by a faint, almost mystical, cerulean aura. "Yes, that's how I knew the lottery numbers," Ryu Min affirmed confidently. "The rune of foresight showed them to me." There was a moment of silence as Giant Rock and his bodyguard tried to process what they had just heard. Could it be true? Or was Ryu Min fabricating an elaborate story? Either way, Ryu Min's conviction left them questioning their doubts. Ryu Min went on to explain that his success with Bitcoin wasn't a gamble, but a calculated move based on his ability to foresee the future. He had staked everything because he believed in his power to see what was coming. But then, Giant Rock, still skeptical, asked if Ryu could demonstrate it. Could he predict his next action, for example? Ryu Min thought about it. He could easily guess Giant Rock's next move by reading his thoughts. But, Ryu Min decided to put limits on his ability to make it more believable. After a brief pause, Ryu Min apologized, explaining that his powers didn't work on command. "They activate randomly," he said, trying to downplay the full extent of his abilities. Giant Rock took a sip of his drink, considering the response. That makes sense, he thought. A power like seeing the future should have limits, otherwise, it would be too overpowered. "Is that so?" he muttered aloud, still processing. Then, something clicked for Giant Rock. He needed to know, did you invest 280 billion in Heavenly Demon Consulting because you foresaw its success? He asked. Ryu Min smiled slightly and nodded. Exactly. I invested because I saw the company's potential for rapid growth. But how far will it go? Giant Rock asked, pressing for more information. It'll join the Korean Composite Stock Price Index within 6 months, Ryu Min said confidently. Giant Rock was stunned. If that actually happened, it would be monumental, not just for the company, but for him personally. His father would finally acknowledge his abilities, and he could very well be the next chairman. The thought filled him with excitement, but doubt crept in. Could this really be true? It seemed almost too good to be real. The room fell into a heavy silence, with Giant Rock deep in thought, until Ryu Min spoke up again. But to succeed, you'll need to completely revamp your industry. What do you mean by that? Giant Rock asked, confusion breaking through his excitement. Before Ryu Min could respond, the bodyguard stood up abruptly, visibly angry. Change the industry? Are you serious? He exclaimed. Why would we do that? You might as well be asking us to change the company's name. If they're going to change the entire industry, it's only natural the company's name will change too, Ryu Min stated calmly. The room went silent, with everyone staring at him in disbelief. Is he serious? Giant Rock wondered. Did Ryu come all this way just to crack jokes? But Ryu wasn't joking. He was sitting firm, treating the conversation as seriously as the business at hand. In this room, everyone was a player, fully aware of the risks of casually revealing one's rune. And yet, Ryu Min had taken that risk, disclosing his ability without hesitation. Why? Because, as a major shareholder and someone intending to become a key player in the company's management, he needed them to understand the value he could bring. His 280 billion won investment wasn't just for profit, it was to push the company toward success. To make that happen, they needed to cooperate with him. The bodyguard's skepticism broke the silence. Mr. Giant Rock, you can't actually believe this, right? But Giant Rock remained quiet, his expression unreadable. Ryu sighed, realizing they still didn't trust him. Honestly, I get it, Ryu said. You don't believe in my abilities. He turned to the bodyguard. Have you ever wondered why I moved into the house on the lower floor? The bodyguard froze, caught off guard. Wait, the lower floor, the thought clicked. Wasn't that the apartment right below Aaron's penthouse? Ryu continued, it's not just some random coincidence, is it? The bodyguard blinked, suddenly piecing things together. The house below CO Aaron's? What does he mean by that? Giant Rock urged him to explain it. Reluctantly, the bodyguard admitted, about 2 months ago, Mr. Ryu Min moved into the apartment directly beneath Aaron's penthouse. Ryu nodded. That was just a few days after I acquired the Rune of Future. Giant Rock's brows furrowed. Why are you bringing this up now? He asked, confused. The bodyguard shifted uncomfortably. I only learned about it today. But, think about it. If Ryu didn't have knowledge of the future, why would he move so close to someone tied to the company he was about to invest in? Giant Rock considered this. It seemed too deliberate to be a coincidence. But then again, couldn't Ryu just be someone with inside knowledge, someone aware that Giant Rock was sponsoring Aaron? As Giant Rock mulled it over, Ryu calmly enjoyed the meal in front of him. He knew it wasn't enough to convince Giant Rock yet. The CEO's expression still carried doubt. How about this? Ryu Min said, his voice calm and measured. The hotel we're in right now. Giant Rock, you own it, don't you? You're the eldest son of the Osung Group. You founded Heavenly Demon Consulting to prove yourself and earn your father's recognition. The bodyguard shot up from his chair, enraged. Who's feeding you this information? Only Giant Rock's close relatives know about that. Calm down, Ryu replied coolly, before turning to Giant Rock. Apologies, bodyguard muttered. Giant Rock remained silent, collecting his thoughts. While he admitted to himself that Ryu's statements were accurate, it still wasn't enough to convince him that this so-called foresight was real. Any family member could have told him. For all Giant Rock knew, Ryu could have been hired by someone to manipulate him. The idea of shifting their entire business strategy simply because one major shareholder suggested it sounded reckless, even absurd. Changing the entire industry based on your word sounds ridiculous, Giant Rock finally spoke, his voice steady. Sure, a rune that can see the future might be possible, but trusting your claims blindly? That's a different story. He leaned back in his chair, glancing at the bodyguard before continuing, Look, I appreciate your investment in my company. But this kind of discussion should be held at a shareholders' meeting. It's up to you to convince them, not just me. Giant Rock stood up, preparing to leave. Sorry, but I've got other meetings. I hope you understand. Ryu, unfazed, called out, Wait a moment. There's something more. Giant Rock paused, one hand on the chair. What else do you have to say? Internally, Ryu weighed his options. Is this the only way left, he thought. Finally, he spoke up, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. How about this, then? I'll give you intel about the 4th round. Giant Rock hesitated, turning back to face him. 4th round? What are you talking about? Ryu sat back down, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. I saw what's going to happen. The tragedy that's about to unfold. And I have the details. Wouldn't that be enough to prove my ability? Intrigued, Giant Rock sank back into his seat, faster than he had risen. You actually have information on round 4? Ryu nodded. I do. And if you listen, it'll be enough to show you what I'm capable of. Moments later, Ryu was gone, leaving Giant Rock and the bodyguard alone in the room, both still processing what they had just heard. The bodyguard bowed, his face flushed with shame. He had lost his composure earlier, raising his voice without thinking. That's all right, Giant Rock said, watching him closely. You were just looking out for me, right? Speak your mind. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment before speaking. To be honest, sir, I'm suspicious of that man. The idea of someone being able to see the future, it's just hard to believe. If Ryu-min really has that kind of power, why would he want to help us? With an ability like that, he could live the life of his dreams. Why bother with us at all? Giant Rock nodded thoughtfully, listening as the bodyguard continued. Sure, he says he wants to grow alongside our company and make more money. But why? He's already got 280 billion won, more than enough to last several lifetimes, even if he spent it frivolously. Why take this kind of risk? Greed, Giant Rock replied after a pause. Human greed knows no limits. Still, you're right. It does seem too dangerous, too unbelievable. Who's to say a rune like that even exists? The bodyguard sighed. Exactly. But if Ryu is telling the truth, and he really can see the future, we need him on our side, no matter what. Just think about it. If he can give us insight into every round, we could prepare perfectly. It'd be like playing with a cheat code. Growing the company would just be a bonus. Giant Rock leaned back in his chair, contemplating his words. We'll know in time, won't we? Let's see how things unfold. Meanwhile, Ryu-min walked down the street, hands in his pockets, a small smirk on his face. He knew it was only a matter of time before they fully believed in his abilities. After the 4th round, there would be no doubt left. He hadn't revealed everything, he kept the critical details about side quests and top-rank strategies to himself, but what he had shared was more than enough. The most important part? Ryu had told them that round 4 wasn't going to be a hunt for monsters. It would be a bloodbath among the players. A massacre. He warned them not to be careless or complacent. That warning alone would prove his foresight. After that, they would treat him with the respect and reverence he deserved. They'd protect him, not because he was rich, but because he was their key to survival. After all, having a seer as an ally is far better than having one as an enemy, Ryu mused to himself, his confidence growing. Now that he was already playing the role, why not fully commit? With that decision made, he reached for his phone, realizing he needed to get in touch with someone. Meanwhile, Juri walked briskly down the street, her mind racing. She glanced at her watch, knowing she was running late. Standing at a red light, she tapped her foot impatiently, hoping it would change soon. Out of nowhere, a flashy sports car pulled up, blocking the entrance to the nearby grocery store. Confused, she stared at the car, wondering what the driver was thinking. Then the window lowered, revealing Ryu-min behind the wheel. Juri, he called out. She recognized him immediately. The light turned green, and she hurried across the street, making her way toward his car. Is this your car? She asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Yeah, Ryu nodded, offering a quick apology for parking in front of the store. Hop in. Let's go for a drive and talk. Sure, Juri agreed, curiosity piqued. As the car sped down the road, Juri couldn't help but be impressed by the luxurious vehicle. She had never been in a car like this before. Ryu mentioned it was his first drive in it too, having only recently bought it. How much did it cost? She asked, intrigued. Not much, Ryu replied nonchalantly. Around 900 million. 900 million? Juri exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. That's not much to you? Do you know how many convenience stores you could open with that kind of money? Ryu laughed softly. Compared to what I earned from the lottery, it really isn't that much. Fair enough, she admitted, shaking her head in amazement. She couldn't deny it, Ryu was incredibly wealthy. 60 billion from Nato? It's like we live in completely different worlds. Juri blushed, unable to shake the feeling that this outing felt a bit like a date, making her shy. Her cheeks grew even warmer when Ryu suddenly said, I need to confess something. Her heart skipped a beat, and she stammered out a flustered, huh? Confess? Noticing her reaction, Ryu quickly clarified, relax, it's nothing weird. Don't get the wrong idea. Trying to compose herself, Juri replied, wrong idea? No, of course not. But inside, she felt like she wanted to disappear into the nearest hiding spot. Curiosity piqued, she asked, so, what is it? Ryu leaned back casually and admitted, "That story I told you before, about winning the lottery from a dream? That wasn't true." "Wait, really?" Juri asked, surprised. "Yeah," Ryu explained. "I actually knew the lottery numbers because of my rune of future. It's tied to my class as a seer." "A seer?" Juri repeated, genuinely impressed. "That's incredible. The rune of future sounds amazing." She smiled, appreciating that Ryu had shared such a personal secret with her. "Thanks for telling me. I know it's not easy to open up about stuff like that." Ryu shrugged and said, "Well, you did tell me you're a supporter. It's only fair." "Fair?" Juri thought to herself. Not exactly, since she hadn't revealed her own rune to him yet. But as the conversation went on, she wondered if now might be the right time to do so. Sensing her hesitation, Ryu reassured her. "It's fine. You don't have to tell me if you're not ready." Taking a deep breath, Juri decided to open up. "Actually, in the first round, I got the rune of protection," she confessed. "It creates protective barriers around me, one for each person within 10 meters. So, if there are 5 people, I'm surrounded by 5 barriers." She felt a weight lift from her shoulders after revealing her rune, finally feeling comfortable enough to share that part of herself. Curious about why Ryu had decided to reveal his rune so suddenly, Juri couldn't help but ask. He sighed and responded, "Keeping it a secret was weighing on me. Plus, I figured you wouldn't believe what I'm about to tell you unless I was upfront first." "What's on your mind?" she asked, her attention fully on him as the car sped along. Ryu took a moment, then revealed critical details about the upcoming round 4. Juri was shocked, her eyes widening at the implications. He warned her to stay cautious, explaining that the actions of other players would be highly unpredictable. "I will," she promised, genuinely appreciating his concern. Internally, she couldn't help but wonder if his care for her hinted at something more. The thought made her blush. "Does he also have feelings for me?" she pondered, secretly hoping it might be true. Later that evening, Ryu sat on his bed, stunned as he replayed the day's events in his head. "Juri has had feelings for me all this time," he hadn't realized it until now, but her kindness made so much more sense. The revelation stirred mixed emotions in him, though a part of him felt flattered, he knew it might also work in his favor. Having her trust him would make it easier to build an alliance, and she'd likely believe in his foresight more readily. At least that was one less worry on his mind. "Time to get some rest," Ryu muttered, knowing he didn't have much on his plate for the remainder of the month. Time passed quickly, much like someone disappearing without a trace. Before he knew it, it was March 31st, 11:55 p.m. Before his venture into the other world, he had made a crucial purchase, an epic item from the day's I-10 selection, the Shadow Gloves of Darkness. These epic gloves came with impressive stats, providing +5 agility and a semi-transparency feature for weapons, which only activated at night. The gloves had a durability of 1000, with a usage rank requiring regular players or above. Their description hinted at mysterious powers, claiming they could shroud their wearer in the darkness of night, rendering both the gloves and weapons nearly invisible. Combined with his Knight of Death skill, Ryu knew these gloves would be a powerful tool in the upcoming round. Suddenly, a knock interrupted his thoughts. It was one, standing at the door, ready to brief him. "Brother, it's time," one said, his voice edged with nervousness. "Do you think you can survive this one too?" Ryu shrugged, a calm confidence in his tone. "I'll know once I give it a shot." "You're a seer, aren't you?" One stammered, nervously glancing at Ryu. "You mentioned you had some intel on the 4th round." Ryu leaned back, his expression calm. "Knowing something and acting on it are two different things," he clarified, his tone steady but firm. One fidgeted, clearly uneasy. "But how can you be so calm about this?" His voice wavered, betraying his fear. Ryu's eyes narrowed slightly as he issued a quiet but firm warning. "Stop saying things like that. Talking about death only invites it." He paused, reclining further on the bed, his mind racing. While round 4 would likely be a death trap for many, it wasn't a concern for him. Inside the game, Young-min was pacing in frustration, muttering under his breath. "Damn it, it's happening again. The stat penalties." His stats were decimated, down by a permanent 50% due to past betrayals. He cursed inwardly, feeling the weight of the consequences for turning on his former mentor, Cho Jong-shik. With 0 command tokens left, Young-min wondered how he'd possibly survive the upcoming challenges. Young-min reflected bitterly on the dangers ahead. Competitors vying for the zone representative position might target him, and those he once called allies could be seeking revenge. As he surveyed his bleak surroundings, he muttered, "Where the hell are we?" The sterile, white environment made him feel like nothing more than a lab rat in some twisted experiment. That's when he spotted Ryu. His jaw clenched in anger. To Yongmin, Ryu, Black Scythe, was no mere rival. He was a manipulator, a devil who had likely foreseen these events and pulled strings behind the scenes. Yongmin was convinced that Black Scythe had orchestrated the destruction of the relic and had been suspiciously quick in taking down the proxy of divine punishment. His fists tightened at the thought, and he longed to be strong enough to wipe the smirk off Ryu's face. But he knew better. Frustration and anger aside, Yongmin acknowledged he had no choice. If he wanted to survive, he had to accept the devil's hand. With reluctance, he approached Ryu. Black Scythe, Yongmin called out. Ryu turned toward him, unfazed. What's on your mind? Ryu asked, his tone casual, as if everything around them wasn't unraveling. Yongmin's voice held a hint of desperation as he asked, our agreement from the last round, does it still stand? Ryu raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. What agreement, he replied, feigning ignorance, though they both knew the truth. Unfazed by Yongmin's persistence, Ryu met his plea with a cold smile. I did promise protection if you became my subordinate, didn't I? His smirk deepened, but there was no warmth behind it. But that was then. Now, I have no need for someone like you. Yongmin's heart sank as Ryu continued, his voice sharp and dismissive. You don't have any command tokens left. Without those, what use is the title of zone representative? And with most players already locked into their classes, those tokens mean next to nothing now. He gave a mocking glance at Yongmin, who could only listen in stunned silence. Ryu's smile grew more frigid. You're nothing more than a walking target, Yongmin. Yongmin's face paled, the weight of Ryu's words crushing him. His chest tightened with dread as he darted his eyes around, expecting the judgmental gazes of other players to fall upon him. But to his surprise, no one seemed to notice. No accusing looks. No whispers. Ryu, seemingly amused by Yongmin's unease, gave a reassuring smile, though it did little to ease the tension. Relax. You're only a target in theory, he said smoothly. In reality, no one's paying attention to you right now. Yongmin, still confused, stammered, why aren't they? I thought. Ryu cut him off, his tone now laced with the wisdom of experience. The zone representative position isn't what it seems. People are beginning to realize that. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. He paused, his eyes narrowing. The role paints a target on your back, and with players switching classes, those command tokens won't hold much value. The risk far outweighs the reward. A bead of sweat trickled down Yongmin's temple as he absorbed Ryu's words. He couldn't deny the truth behind them. He would give up the command tokens in a heartbeat if it meant survival. Before he could dwell on the thought, something caught his attention. Erin and her bodyguard, both draped in regal armor that gleamed with authority and power, were approaching. Startled, Yongmin wondered why they were coming toward Ryu and him. The sight of them only added to his confusion and fear. As Erin and her bodyguard approached, Ryu turned to greet them. The bodyguard acknowledged Ryu first, asking if he remembered them. With a slight nod, Ryu confirmed, of course, I remember. What brings you here? The bodyguard shot a quick glance at Yongmin before casually remarking, not much. Just wanted to thank you again for saving us from those thugs last time. The word thugs was a clear jab at Yongmin, who had been the aggressor in that situation. Yongmin's face reddened with anger. Thugs, he shouted, his voice filled with indignation. But before he could say more, Ryu calmly raised a hand, silencing him instantly. The unspoken threat of Ryu's black scythe hung in the air, forcing Yongmin to hold his tongue. Turning his attention back to Erin and the bodyguard, Ryu spoke politely, there's no need to keep thanking me. Once was more than enough. However, the bodyguard wasn't ready to let it go. We really are grateful, our CEO also wants me to thank you. Before the conversation could take a different turn, Ryu cut in, clearly uninterested in prolonging it. But before he could steer it away, Erin hesitantly pulled out a purple crystal, offering it to him as a token of their gratitude. Please, take this, she urged, her voice a little shaky. Ryu's eyes narrowed slightly as he inspected the crystal. A low-grade purple mana stone, he thought, surprised by the unexpected gift. He hadn't anticipated receiving something so valuable. Erin, sensing his hesitation, added quickly, I thought a crystal would be a better way to show our thanks than just words. Ryu didn't hesitate any further. With a swift motion, he accepted the crystal, nodding in appreciation. Thank you, he said sincerely. While turning the stone over in his hand, he couldn't help but think that there was no reason to refuse such a valuable item, especially when it was offered with genuine intent. Ryu Min casually thought that once he returned to the real world, he planned to experiment with the mana stone, aiming to craft a low-ranking one from it. Erin, still looking nervous, silently wondered if Ryu genuinely appreciated the stone or if he was merely being polite, not wanting to hurt her feelings. Despite her doubts, She noticed that he didn't seem disappointed or dismissive of the seemingly insignificant stone, leaving her to question if his kindness was genuine. Inwardly, Ryu couldn't help but smirk, acknowledging that Aaron's ignorance of the stone's true value was to be expected. If she had known how valuable it truly was, there was no way she would have handed it over so easily. Standing nearby, Young-min eyed the crystal intently. In his mind, he revealed that he, too, possessed something similar. This revelation caught Ryu by surprise, his inner voice musing, "This guy has a mana stone too?" Young-min continued, unknowingly spilling more information as he mentioned that his stone was called the Black Diamond. Ryu's eyes flickered with interest at the mention. "Black Diamond," he repeated, startled. He explained aloud that a black diamond was an incredibly rare item, one that had only a slim chance of dropping after defeating a monster. Even more elusive than regular mana stones, obtaining one in this round was virtually impossible. It was clear Young-min had no idea just how precious the item he was carrying truly was. With a smirk, Ryu silently thought to himself, "Is this guy lucky, or just ridiculously unlucky to get caught with it in front of me?" Breaking the silence, Aaron's voice interrupted Ryu's thoughts. Black Scythe? Do you need a protective barrier?" she asked hesitantly after seeing him stow the stone away in his inventory. Curious, Ryu raised an eyebrow. "Protective barrier?" Aaron nodded, explaining that she had recently switched to the summoner class and could summon a fairy that would cast a barrier around him if necessary. Ryu politely declined with a confident smile. "I appreciate the offer, but no thanks," he replied smoothly. "I don't think I'll need it. I will be fine." Aaron, feeling a slight twinge of disappointment, lowered her eyes and softly said, "Oh, I understand." She then bowed politely, adding, "We should get going now. I hope you do your best in this round." Ryu smiled in return and replied, "Thanks, you too." As Aaron and her bodyguard turned to leave, Ryu caught sight of Young-min trying to slip away as well. "Wait," he called out. Young-min hesitated, turning back. "What?" he asked. "You might want to think twice before leaving," Ryu cautioned. Puzzled, Young-min furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Ryu calmly reminded him, "You're a walking target. Just because no one's coming for you right now doesn't mean you're safe." Young-min frowned, unsure. "But no one's after me at the moment," he insisted. Ryu shook his head, explaining, "Maybe not right now, but there are still players out there, those who haven't chosen a class yet. They'll be looking for command tokens. And as the zone representative, you're an easy target for them." Young-min paused, considering Ryu's words. "Out of 1,000 players, who would really target me?" he asked, still skeptical. "If you want my help, I can make sure you stay out of their sights," Ryu offered. But before Young-min could even thank him, Ryu added with a sly grin, "Of course, it won't be free. Aaron paid with a mana stone. If you've got something similar, we can make a deal." Young-min quickly rummaged through his inventory, pulling out a gleaming black diamond, its surface smooth and polished like glass. "I've got this," he said, holding it out nervously. Ryu's eyes gleamed as he took the stone, tucking it away safely. "Anything else?" Ryu inquired, half joking. Young-min nervously shook his head. "I don't have anything else, unless you want my clothes, but I'm not about to walk around naked," he added with a weak laugh. Ryu smirked. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in your clothes," he reassured. With the black diamond handed over, Young-min asked anxiously, "So, you'll help me now?" Ryu nodded. "I said I'd keep my word, didn't I?" Just then, an eerie, celestial laughter echoed through the realm, as if an unseen angel was watching, amused by the shrinking number of players still left in the game. Confusion rippled through the crowd of players as they tried to process the situation. Some wondered if real-life fights had broken out once again. Standing with his arms crossed, Ryu quietly mused that it would be unusual if the players managed to stay out of trouble for an entire month. The angel, sensing the growing tension, summoned everyone's attention. A system window appeared before them, revealing the chilling objective for Round 4, kill each other for 3 hours. Only 521 survivors will remain in the zone. Shock spread like wildfire among the players. "What does she mean by kill each other?" someone muttered in disbelief. As if reading their minds, the angel's gaze swept over the crowd, her tone cold and matter-of-fact. "It's exactly as it sounds," she confirmed. "Stab the person next to you, end their life, it's that simple." Her blunt explanation struck like a blow. This round wasn't about battling monsters or facing external threats. It was about reducing the number of players, with one method, mutual slaughter. As panic set in, a flurry of questions erupted. "No monsters this round?" someone asked, confused. Another voice, tinged with fear, wondered aloud, "How are we supposed to level up then?" In the midst of the murmuring, one player speculated, "Maybe if each of us kills just one person, half of us could survive." With a playful smile, the angel raised a finger to her lips. That's a secret, she teased. It wouldn't be any fun if I just told you, right? Ryu watched her, his mind racing. Wouldn't be fun, he thought, echoing her words. He knew there was more to it. The angels weren't the masterminds behind this twisted game, they were merely the enforcers. Someone higher up was pulling the strings, controlling the rules. And if the angel wasn't revealing everything, it was because the real host had ordered her to keep certain truths hidden. The angel delivered her unsettling ultimatum with chilling indifference. Surviving this round wasn't as simple as just killing another player. Only the top 521 would make it through, but the criteria for ranking remained a mystery. Quick kills wouldn't necessarily guarantee a higher position. With a cold smile, she abruptly ended the briefing, urging them all to kindly eliminate each other. The countdown started, ticking away at 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Fear and confusion gripped the players. Most stood frozen, grappling with the horrific dilemma. Should they really start killing each other? They didn't bear any grudges, but this round was bound to turn chaotic. Amidst the growing panic, Young-min stood out. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he hid his inner thoughts. Killing had served him well in the past, and now he had a clear target in mind. Stifling a laugh, Young-min couldn't help but relish the thought of taking out an old foe. Ryu, observing him closely, quickly deduced that Young-min intended to eliminate a former friend who had bullied him, confirming his suspicions. Grinning wider, Young-min thought to himself, if nobody wants to target me, wouldn't that work to my advantage? No enemies means a clear path. But his grin soon twisted into anger as old resentments resurfaced. Cursing his former friends, he swore to hunt them down and eliminate them all. Suddenly, his confidence shattered as he jumped in fear, thinking someone was coming for him. But it was only Ryu, who approached with a calm, purposeful stride. Do you have any business with me? Young-min asked, still rattled. Ryu's voice was steady. I told you I'd help you avoid being targeted, didn't I? I'm here to keep that promise. With a casual flick of his hand, a crimson aura began to swirl around Ryu's palm, and in a matter of moments, a scythe materialized. Young-min's eyes widened in terror, his body frozen as if anticipating the inevitable. Ryu looked poised to strike, leaving Young-min, and the audience, hanging in suspense. The air thick with tension as the deadly weapon hovered over its potential victim. Young-min's head flew through the air, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Before the shock could settle in, Ryu's calm expression remained unchanged as he wiped his blade clean. Almost immediately, a system notification popped up before Ryu, revealing a hidden subquest: eliminate the zone representative within the time limit. Ryu had effortlessly completed it by killing Young-min, the current zone representative. As a reward, he received a rare item, a lowest rank mana stone draw token. The token had some specific conditions, though. It could only be used by someone at practice rank or higher and would expire after the next round. The prize was luck-based, offering between 1 to 5 random mana stones. Ryu smirked inwardly as he read the notification. He had secured exactly what he was after. Dismissing his scythe, he felt a rush of excitement about the loot. While the subquest reward was a nice bonus, it wasn't the only reason he had dispatched Young-min. Suddenly, panic screams erupted from the crowd as onlookers pointed toward Young-min's lifeless form. One girl, her voice trembling with accusation, cried out, "He killed the zone representative. Black Scythe's a murderer." Fingers were pointed, and more voices joined in, calling Ryu's actions barbaric. Ryu found their outcry deeply hypocritical. Just moments ago, these same players had been eyeing the zone representative's head themselves. Now that Young-min was gone, they were pretending to be virtuous, accusing him of being inhumane. As the crowd's condemnation grew louder, they began questioning his humanity, branding him a cold-blooded killer. Inwardly, Ryu acknowledged the irony. Sure, he had taken lives before. Seokyun's death was fresh in his mind, but nothing in this game was black and white. The rules of survival left him with little choice, especially in this round. He was acutely aware that more difficult choices would lie ahead, and more lives would inevitably be lost as they approached round 20. But he wasn't reckless, every action had a purpose. Despite knowing this, the criticism was relentless. All over a single death, even in a game where everyone was forced to make impossible choices. As the crowd simmered with fury, various thoughts bubbled up in the minds of the players. One plotted to rally the others against Ryu, another sought to ruin his reputation, while some quietly considered physical confrontations. A few even feared his rise to power as the new zone representative. All of them believed they had a chance to take him down. Ryu, perceptive as ever, caught on to their thoughts. His smirk deepened, amused by their futile schemes. They really think they stand a chance? How laughable, he mused, barely containing his inner chuckle. The crowd, seeing his smirk, became even more enraged. "What, you think this is funny?" one player shouted, while others hurled insults, calling him a psychopath for grinning after killing someone. The tension crackled in the air. Just then, a system notification flashed before everyone's eyes. Player Black Scythe has been designated the new zone representative. Silence fell over the crowd as they processed the news. It was as if they had just armed a predator. Someone dangerous was now in command. The air grew thick with uncertainty. No one knew what their next move should be. Ryu, still wearing his smug grin, mocked the crowd's sudden quietness. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Why aren't you all shouting anymore? Scared now that I'm the zone representative?" His gaze swept over the uneasy faces. He taunted them further by casually mentioning command tokens, suggesting that those who hadn't undergone their class change were especially vulnerable. His words caused visible discomfort. Nervous murmurs rippled through the group. "What are you talking about?" one player finally stammered. Then, someone pointed at Ryu's name, noting that its color had shifted. "Look! Black Scythe's name has changed," they exclaimed. More players began to notice it as well, their confusion mounting. How had his name color changed, while theirs remained the same? Ryu stayed calm, his demeanor betraying his extensive experience. He knew exactly what was happening. With 100 regressions under his belt, he had encountered this situation before. He inwardly confirmed that his name had likely shifted from neon to red, a sign of the bloodshed he had caused. Breaking the silence, he explained the mechanics. "In rounds like this," he began, "your name turns red when you kill someone. The more people you take out, the darker the shade gets." His voice was matter-of-fact, as if discussing the weather. He continued, "The system separates those who've killed from those who haven't. Funny thing is, players tend to target killers first. It makes them feel better, like they're not the bad guy. But the irony is, once they kill a killer, they become one themselves. It's a vicious cycle, encouraging everyone to spill more blood." The crowd's fear deepened as his words sank in. They realized that by eliminating Ryu, they'd only be setting themselves up for the same grim fate, trapped in a spiral of violence. Ryu thought that their hesitation to kill now would only result in more deaths later. Frustrated by their inaction, he asked, "What are you all waiting for? There's no time to waste." Yet, instead of acting, the crowd remained angry, accusing him of being a murderer and demanding he stay put. Ryu couldn't help but marvel at their audacity, talking down to the #1 ranked player in the world like that. He decided to be blunt. "You're all making it sound like I'm the only one who ever planned to take out the zone representative. What about last time when everyone rushed to Jongshik? Were you planning to give him a hug?" His voice hardened. "This is survival. It's kill or be killed." Ryu found it baffling that they had made it this far without grasping such a basic truth. He urged them to drop the pretense and face the harsh reality. "If your life was on the line, you'd be pulling out a weapon to defend yourself too," he said, his gaze cold and serious. "This isn't the time for idle talk. If you've got a problem with me, let's settle it like we did last time, with a vote. But stop wasting time." Turning away from them, Ryu mused silently. Even if he kept quiet, they would inevitably start arguing amongst themselves. But by the time they realized what needed to be done, it might be too late. If he didn't push them to act now, they'd keep squabbling, and fewer than 521 would survive. He knew it was a gamble, stirring up conflict in the group, but it was the only way to save more lives in the end. His words, harsh as they were, might be the wake-up call they needed. Suddenly, a girl spoke up, agreeing with him. "Yeah, Black Scythe is right. We can't just sit around. We need to do something," she urged. A man quickly countered, challenging her. "Then what do you suggest? If you've got an idea, let's hear it." The tension in the air thickened as the crowd waited for someone to take the lead. The girl, clearly annoyed by the man's sarcastic tone, shot back, asking, "Why do you have to be so snarky? I'm just saying we need to figure something out." The man, undeterred, suggested they settle things with a one-on-one duel. However, another voice immediately challenged the idea, asking how fighting to the death could ever be considered fair. "You think this is just some game?" the person added, clearly frustrated by the lack of urgency. This sparked an argument between them, the tension rising rapidly. Nearby, Erin stood with her bodyguard, anxiety etched on her face. "What should we do?" she whispered, her voice shaky. "Do we really have to kill someone, like Black Scythe said?" The bodyguard, eyes cold, nodded without hesitation. "If we don't, someone else will kill us," he replied firmly. "It's them or us. I don't care who they are." Erin hesitated, her kind-hearted nature conflicting with the brutal reality before her. She remained silent, torn between survival and her conscience. The bodyguard, seeing her hesitation, turned to her with a serious look. "Listen, Erin. You need to toughen up. Taking a life isn't easy, but in this game, it's necessary. If you hesitate, you're dead. Nervously, Aaron asked, "You talk like you've done it before, have you?" The bodyguard shook his head, though his voice was resolute. "No, I haven't. But I've thought it through. You need to get ready. This isn't going to be easy." Aaron glanced at him uncertainly. "Who should we go after?" "Let the situation decide," he replied. "When the time comes, you'll know." Meanwhile, tensions within the group continued to escalate. One player snapped, urging someone else to stop wasting time and pick a target. But instead of complying, the person fired back, asking, "What about you? Who are you going to target?" Another player interjected, arguing that the best strategy was to focus on those with red names, since they'd already killed someone. "They're the real threats," he reasoned. But this sparked more dissent, as someone else questioned who had the right to make such a decision. Fingers started pointing at Blackscythe, with accusations flying about how his red nickname only confirmed his reputation as a killer. Amidst the chaos, one person scoffed at the idea of targeting Blackscythe. "You think we can take down someone at level 30? They asked, incredulous. "We wouldn't stand a chance, even if all of us attacked at once." Another chimed in, doubting their ability to overwhelm Ryu. "Even if we worked together, we couldn't overpower him." As the voices grew louder, a nervous player cautioned them to lower their voices, casting a worried glance in Ryu's direction. "What if he overhears us?" Ryu, wearing a scowl of irritation, silently noted that he could hear every word the group was saying. As his sharp gaze swept over them, a palpable wave of unease washed through the crowd. Some of them visibly tensed, avoiding his stare as if it burned. The tension was briefly broken by another player who, fed up with the heated chatter, spoke up. "Is this really what we're doing? We can't just kill people, even if they've done wrong. Life's still life," he argued passionately, attempting to appeal to their dwindling sense of morality. A second player nodded in agreement. "If we start killing murderers, what's the difference between us and them? We'd just be creating more killers." But another, more pragmatic, voice cut through the moral debate. "Look, we need to focus on survival. We have to decide who's the real threat here, or none of us will make it." Someone else quickly chimed in, tired of the back and forth. "Enough talking. We should just target those who've already crossed the line. They're the ones we need to take out." A girl, standing near the back, scoffed. "And how exactly do you plan to do that? Line up all the criminals and ask them to raise their hands," she asked sarcastically, drawing a stifled laugh from a joker in the corner. One of the men, clearly irritated by her comment, turned to her with a sneer. "Who the hell are you to make jokes? Either say something useful or shut up." He spat out a curse under his breath. The girl's face twisted in anger at the insult. "Why are you swearing at me? Maybe I should kill you first," she snapped. The man smirked, unfazed. "Go ahead and try," he challenged, his voice dripping with disdain as he hurled another curse at her. Before things could escalate further, the clown who had laughed earlier decided to jump into the fray. "Why are you still running your mouths? We're here to fight, not bicker. Just get on with it already." The two arguing players immediately turned their frustration on the clown. "You're just making things worse," one of them shouted. The girl, livid, pointed at him. "People like you just love stirring up trouble, don't you?" The clown's amusement vanished, replaced by fury. His eyes darkened as he summoned his weapon, snarling, "I'll kill every last one of you if I have to." Not backing down, the girl quickly summoned her own weapon. "Come on, then. If you're so tough, let's see what you've got." Ryu couldn't help but shake his head at the chaos around him. What a mess, he thought, watching the group argue without any real action. They were all bark, no bite. He figured they'd turn on each other eventually, it was only a matter of time. Just then, one man finally had enough. He stepped forward, demanding everyone stop shouting and get serious. But in that very moment, his expression shifted from frustration to pure shock. His eyes went wide, his jaw dropped. The reason? Young Min, who Ryu had decapitated mere minutes ago, was casually standing up, yawning as if he'd just woken from a nap. The crowd froze, utterly dumbfounded, staring at him as if they'd seen a ghost. Well, in a way, they had. Ryu's eyes narrowed in realization. "Because, that's the hidden rule for this round," he mused silently. "After 10 minutes, anyone who dies respawns." Meanwhile, Young Min, completely oblivious to the stunned faces around him, looked confused. "Why's everyone looking at me like I crawled out of a grave?" he wondered. Then, his eyes landed on Ryu, piecing together what had just happened. Moments ago, he'd been talking to Blackscythe, but now? His mind raced, trying to figure it out. Suddenly, a man in the crowd broke the silence, yelling in disbelief, "He's alive again." Another player quickly jumped to conclusions, assuming Yong-min had somehow gained divine power. But a more experienced voice among them chimed in, explaining it was likely a respawn feature of the game. The revelation spread through the crowd, sparking curiosity. Wait, does that mean anyone who dies will come back? A girl, standing nearby, shrugged and casually remarked, well, if that's the case, maybe killing isn't such a big deal after all. Her words seemed to flick a switch. People started gripping their weapons tighter, considering that if death wasn't permanent, maybe it was time to act. Amidst the growing tension, a nervous girl stepped forward, trying to calm the rising storm. She warned them not to rush into anything, pointing out that they didn't fully understand how the resurrection worked yet. But before she could finish, a figure emerged from behind her. Without warning, he slashed her across the back, silencing her plea for peace. As she collapsed, clutching her wound, the attacker loomed over her, sneering. Why don't you die first, then, he spat, his voice dripping with malice. He continued to strike, hurling insults with each vicious blow. The crowd, already on edge, tensed further as the violence erupted. The other players watched in horror, wide-eyed and trembling, as blood splattered everywhere. The assailant, drenched in crimson, stood panting like a predator fresh from the hunt, his weapon and appearance reminiscent of a bloodied wolverine. In the chaos, some players nervously muttered, "Come on, she'll respawn. We need to regroup," hoping that the girl's body would miraculously revive. But as the seconds dragged on, the unsettling realization hit them, she wasn't coming back. One jittery player, biting their nails in growing anxiety, whispered, "She's not respawning." Another nervously suggested that maybe it was just taking time. Yong-min took about 10 minutes, right? Let's give her a little more time, someone else added, clinging to hope. The group agreed, anxiously waiting. After what felt like an eternity, a soft, golden light began to surround the lifeless girl. Her clothes and wounds were restored, as if she'd never been touched. In a matter of moments, she stirred and slowly stood, stretching as if waking from a deep sleep. The onlookers were stunned, mouths agape at the miraculous sight. But as she fully regained her senses, a new realization hit her. She remembered everything. Who did it? Who attacked me? She demanded, her sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. Silence followed. No one dared to speak. But just as the tension thickened, the man who had killed her earlier stalked toward her again, ready to strike once more. This time, however, before he could land the fatal blow, he sneered and proudly admitted, "It was me." But before his blade could reach her, a blur of movement sliced through the air. In an instant, a figure appeared behind the man, slashing his hand clean off, sending him crumpling to the ground. Blood sprayed as the killer fell lifeless, his arrogant grin frozen on his face. The victorious figure, grinning widely, pointed at the fresh corpse. "So, they really do come back after 10 minutes, huh?" he said, almost mockingly. Yet, despite knowing this, the group couldn't hide their disgust. Some players looked visibly sick, their stomachs turning at the carnage unfolding around them. Ryu, watching silently, noted that while the reality of resurrection had been confirmed, it didn't make the sight of murder any less unsettling. People were horrified, but Ryu knew better. In chaotic situations like these, it didn't take long for people to show their true nature. Chaos soon erupted. With the newfound certainty of resurrection, players started turning on one another. A man suddenly rushed forward, stabbing someone from behind, the crowd quickly devolving into a frenzied bloodbath. In the midst of the frenzy, another player, apparently having given up on any sense of morality, sliced through someone from behind without hesitation. The chaos around them only intensified as players turned on each other. Amidst this, a heated confrontation broke out, with one man managing to block an incoming attack. "You've all lost your minds," he shouted in disbelief. One player, recently stabbed, hurled insults at his attacker, but the stabber, oddly calm, apologized, claiming he had no personal vendetta. However, in a twist, the wounded player immediately retaliated, slashing at his attacker. "How about you feel what it's like?" he spat, though the other man blocked the blow, urging his opponent to stop fighting and accept his fate, since they would both respawn anyway. The wounded man, not backing down, retorted coldly, "Then why don't you go first?" Before the other could react, he struck him down, ending his life. The scene spiraled into utter madness. Players attacked one another relentlessly, their shouts filling the air. Some begged for mercy, while others screamed in agony as blood painted the ground. The battlefield had become a gruesome spectacle of violence, with no end in sight. Watching the carnage unfold, Ryu noted how the mass of players, now over 1,000 strong, had descended into an animalistic fight for survival, no different from stray dogs tearing at each other. The sight reminded him of a war zone. Quietly, he summoned his scythe, a crimson glow flickering around his hand as the weapon materialized. It was time for him to enter the fray. The moment Ryu began to move, everything changed. His mere presence sent a ripple through the chaotic battlefield. Combatants froze in their tracks, their attention shifting as Black Scythe approached. With a single, sweeping motion, Ryu unleashed his power, and a wave of red energy sliced through the air, cutting down everyone in his immediate vicinity. The ground was suddenly littered with corpses, blood pooling around him as the deadly quiet settled. But Ryu wasn't done. He sensed 3 individuals attempting to ambush him from behind. Before they could even launch their attack, he dispatched them in an instant, his presence detection skill making their feeble attempts laughable. They didn't stand a chance. Scanning the battlefield, Ryu's eyes landed on a man wielding a massive, double-sided axe, laughing maniacally as he took down his foes with brutal swings. Ryu smirked to himself, knowing that the man's rampage wouldn't last much longer. As Ryu observed the chaos around him, he quietly acknowledged that this 4th round was tailor-made for Black Flame Dragon. With the absorption rune in his possession, this stage was practically a banquet for him. From the deep hue of Black's name, Ryu deduced that the man had already eliminated about 10 players. He figured Black would likely have to make use of the stack few times, considering the pace of his rampage. Black couldn't contain his amusement, glancing at his status window in sheer delight. Each player he took down caused his stats to skyrocket, and he was reveling in it. Sure, it was normal to grow stronger from slaying monsters, but the unexpected boost from eliminating other players? That felt like hitting the jackpot. The absorption rune worked by increasing a stack each time an enemy was defeated. Once the stack was full, a random stat would be added, and the size of the boost depended on the level of the defeated player. Armed with this knowledge, Black was like a predator on the hunt, grinning wickedly as he sought out his next target, eager to cut down as many as he could. Each time his status window updated, showing the steady growth of his stack, he couldn't help but wonder if it was due to the high level of his victims. His most recent kill was around his level, and the stack jumped significantly. That made him think, what would happen if he managed to take down Black Scythe himself? The thought of filling his stack instantly and gaining new abilities flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Going after someone of Black Scythe's caliber could lead to disastrous consequences, and he wasn't eager to tempt fate. Instead, he decided to stick to weaker players, using them as stepping stones to grow even stronger. Spotting another player nearby, he swiftly moved in, delivering a lethal strike from behind. As his blade cut through his unsuspecting opponent, Black murmured under his breath, "Nothing personal." Pulling his bloodied weapon free from the lifeless body, he chuckled to himself, feeling a strange sense of relief wash over him. The chaos, the bloodshed, it was all an outlet for his pent-up aggression, and it felt oddly therapeutic. Recalling the trouble Jongsik had caused in the previous round, Black Flame Dragon's grin widened. He couldn't shake the feeling that this round was designed perfectly for him. Just then, he sensed movement behind him. Someone was trying to sneak up for an ambush. Without missing a beat, Black Dragon sidestepped the incoming attack, raising his weapon overhead. As he readied his strike, he mused inwardly about how most players gain nothing from eliminating each other. But for him, it was different. His stats surged with every kill. With a swift, clean cut, he took down his would-be attacker. But me? I get stronger every time I bring someone down, Black muttered to himself, barely breaking stride. As players started respawning, he observed with a smirk. And the best part? My prey just keeps coming back for more. His eyes fell on a girl who had just reappeared, her expression barely registering her new reality before he cut her down again, blood spraying across the ground. As he wiped the blood from his weapon, he wondered how many he'd killed by now. He had lost count but knew that the more he eliminated, the higher he would climb on the leaderboard. His ambitions were crystal clear, eliminate everyone he could to secure the top spot. However, his momentum came to an abrupt stop when he found himself face to face with Ryu. Ryu advanced toward him, and in an instant, the air around them shifted. With a single move, Ryu unleashed his skill, Night of Death. The sky turned unnaturally dark, casting an eerie shadow over the battlefield. Black blinked, bewildered by the sudden shift, and noticed that other players around him were just as confused, eyes darting toward Ryu in shock. Something about Ryu's scythe caught Black's attention, it was becoming transparent, almost ghostly. Alarmed, Black quickly realized he needed to be on guard. But before he could react, a red hue filled his vision, and suddenly, he felt weightless. His world spun, the ground seemingly flipping as he found himself airborne. It was only as his severed head tumbled through the air that reality hit him. Ryu's strike was flawless, severing Black Flame Dragon's head cleanly from his body. The head hovered momentarily in the air, spinning upside down before gravity took over. Despite the brutal end, Black felt surprisingly calm. After all, it was Ryu, Black Scythe, who had taken him down. As his vision dimmed, Black reflected on his mistake, realizing that crossing paths with Ryu had been a miscalculation. He would respawn soon, but next time, he'd be more cautious. Elsewhere on the chaotic battlefield, the sound of clashing swords filled the air, accompanied by shouts, curses, and the endless struggle for survival. In the midst of this chaos, Yong-min stood back, quietly observing the carnage. His attention shifted as a figure beside him suddenly resurrected, rising from the dead after 10 minutes had passed. So it's true, Yong-min thought with a twisted grin. People really do come back. The rules of the game were now clear to him. This wasn't just survival, it was a chance for revenge. His mind raced as he realized the opportunity before him. He could take out everyone who had betrayed him. Clenching his fist, he smiled wider, resolved to settle old scores. Walking through the battlefield where players ruthlessly slaughtered one another, Yong-min scanned the chaos, his eyes seeking one specific person, Kim Sung-han. A predatory grin formed on his face when he finally spotted him. There, trembling and wide-eyed, Kim stood frozen amidst the violence. "Look at this idiot," Yong-min chuckled to himself, watching Kim visibly quake with fear, terrified over the prospect of a stat penalty. Yong-min couldn't resist. Laughing, he waved dramatically to catch Kim's attention. When Kim turned and saw him, his confusion was palpable. Without warning, Yong-min sprinted toward Kim and landed a brutal punch to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. As Kim cradled his face in shock and pain, Yong-min stood over him, smirking. "Good to see you again, you coward," he sneered. Kim, dazed and in agony, could hardly comprehend what had just happened. But as he lay there, trembling, the grim reality hit him. Yong-min sneered as he called Kim's name again, yanking him up by the collar. His voice dripped with malice as he mocked, "Didn't you say you'd finish me off if we ever met again? Well, here I am. Give it a shot." Before Kim could respond, Yong-min landed another vicious punch. Kim's screams echoed across the battlefield, filled with pain and fear. Satisfied, Yong-min let go of him, his voice relaxed as he murmured, "Refreshing." With a dark, brooding aura, Yong-min scanned the chaos, his thoughts shifting to the other former comrades who had betrayed him. His thirst for revenge was far from quenched. If there was a hell, he thought, it would look something like this, a killing field drenched in blood, where mercy no longer existed. A place where every soul was trapped in a cycle of brutal violence and endless suffering. Among the turmoil, Erin was on her knees, clutching a knife that dripped with blood. Her breathing was ragged as she watched bodies fall around her, but her eyes were distant, her mind on the verge of collapse. The bodyguard, dispatching enemies with grim efficiency, noticed her fragile state. Walking over, he asked with mild concern, "You tired?" Erin shook her head weakly. "Not tired," she replied, her voice trembling. "Just struggling." It wasn't her body that was exhausted, it was her mind. She was barely holding on. The bodyguard silently assessed her, thinking to himself that while he could endure, it was Erin's mental state that worried him. If she couldn't pull herself together, it would impact their mission, and worse, he wouldn't be able to face the CEO. Just then, something caught his attention. A man had crept up behind Erin and grabbed her by the hair, yanking her head back. He raised his weapon, ready to strike. Without hesitation, the bodyguard sprang into action, closing the distance in an instant. Disarming the attacker with a swift movement, he sneered, "Like hell I'd let scum like you touch her." With a smooth motion, he plunged his blade into the man's chest. The attacker crumpled to his knees, gasping in agony. Turning back to Erin, the bodyguard spoke coldly. "Finish him." Erin's hands trembled as she stared at the man struggling before her. Fear and hesitation gripped her, but she knew there was no other choice. Steeling herself, she forced her feet to move, rushing forward. With a determined cry, she plunged her knife into the man's heart, ending his suffering. The bodyguard watched as Erin shakily stood up. Inwardly, he thought she does as she's told. Her face still pale from the ordeal. Between gasps and sobs, she asked, "How much longer do we have to keep this up?" He replied flatly, "Probably another hour." Erin looked around at the chaos unfolding, her voice wavering as she said, "Just watching this, it's tearing me apart inside. I don't get why they're all so determined to kill each other." Inwardly, the bodyguard couldn't help but think she's so weak. Always has been, a delicate flower completely sheltered from reality. Out loud, he told her, "If you're that tired, take a break. You've already killed 50 people, so that should be enough to put you on the leaderboard. Leave the rest to me." Erin nodded, grateful. "Thank you, for everything." But in his mind, the bodyguard smirked. "I should be thanking you. I've been carrying her the entire time, but now I don't have to hold her hand anymore. I can finally focus on myself." Earlier, he had deliberately injured people and let Erin finish them off so she could rack up kills. But now, with her taken care of, it was his turn to cut loose and rack up his own kills. With only 10 minutes left in the round, he was eager to make his move. Meanwhile, Ryu continued his slaughter, a blur on the battlefield. As someone tried to sneak up on him from behind, Ryu sighed inwardly. Round 4 is always so draining. In one swift motion, he turned and eliminated his attacker without missing a beat. I can't afford to lose focus, he muttered to himself, eyes scanning the battlefield. The prize for being number 1 across all zones was too tempting to ignore. His thoughts shifted to the ultimate goal, reaching round 20. He knew that every second counted. No telling how strong the final boss will be, Ryu thought as he darted toward another group of players. I have to get as powerful as possible before that moment comes. As Ryu cut down one of the 2 fleeing players, the other continued to run, shouting in fear that Black Scythe was after him. But to his surprise, Ryu sped past without delivering a final blow. The man came to a halt, panting in relief, thankful to still be alive. Inwardly, Ryu reasoned that there was no point in taking down someone he had already killed. In round 4, it wasn't just about the sheer number of kills. To rank highly, you needed diversity in your eliminations. Killing the same person repeatedly only counted as a single kill. He couldn't help but shake his head at Youngmin's reckless approach, obsessively taking out the same people over and over, especially his own friends. Youngmin's being absurd, Ryu thought, watching the scene unfold. He's just killing them in the same spot over and over. They don't even have a chance to get their bearings, let alone make any progress in the rankings. At that moment, one of Youngmin's unfortunate friends respawned yet again. Without hesitation, Youngmin whirled around and delivered a brutal punch to the man's face, calling him a bastard and demanding he hurry up with his respawn so the cycle could repeat faster. Ryu grimaced. If he keeps this up, they'll have no chance of recording anything in this round. He's essentially dooming them to failure. Suddenly, a system notification chimed, announcing that only 1 minute remained before the round's conclusion. Ryu's mind raced. 1 minute, there's not much time left. I need to secure as many points as possible. Darting across the chaotic battlefield, he scanned the crowd, looking for anyone he hadn't killed yet. He spotted 2 familiar faces, players he had already eliminated, and then, finally, a figure he didn't recall. Wasting no time, Ryu dashed towards him, his large black scythe gleaming as it sliced through the air. The man fell instantly, just as Ryu hoped. But then, everything froze. A radiant golden barrier formed around Ryu and the other surviving players. Out of nowhere, an angelic figure appeared, her laughter echoing across the battlefield. She smiled mischievously and asked, "Did you all enjoy your little killing spree?" Ryu, watching the angel with a cynical eye, mused internally, "We were killing people just like us, there's no way anyone would enjoy something like that." The angel, meanwhile, floated above the carnage, her tone playful but edged with sarcasm. "Oh dear, look at all this filthy blood," she sighed dramatically. "You've turned this once pristine place into a total disaster. But, well done. You all worked so hard to kill each other." She waved it off as if it were a trivial matter, then casually mentioned, "Time to bring everyone back before we check the final tally." Ryu couldn't help but note to himself that she was pretending to take credit for something the system handled entirely. The angel wasn't bringing anyone back, the system was. As if on cue, severed limbs began to regrow, and those who had been slaughtered moments before were resurrected. Youngmin's friends, among the revived, immediately began pounding against the shimmering golden barrier that encased them. Their eyes wild with fury, they hurled curses and threats at Youngmin, their hatred for him palpable. But Youngmin only chuckled darkly. "Idiots," he muttered, thoroughly enjoying their misery. He seemed completely unaffected by their anger. Suddenly, the angel's playful demeanor dropped, replaced by a chilling expression of authority. "Silence," she commanded, her voice laced with an unmistakable threat. "Anyone who speaks another word will lose their head." The venom in her voice stilled the chaos instantly. Youngmin's ex-friends, even Youngmin himself, went quiet, their defiance fading as they recognized the seriousness of her warning. With the battlefield now eerily still, the angel smiled once more, her tone light and cheerful again as she announced they would review the results. But before doing so, she added with a teasing grin, "Oh, and we still need to reveal the subquest for this round." Confusion rippled through the players, none of them had known there was a subquest. Sensing their bewilderment, the angel mocked them openly. "Seriously? You didn't realize there was one? How clueless can you be?" Just then, a system notification flashed before them, revealing the hidden objective for round 4, subquest, eliminate the zone representative within the time limit. The reward for completing the subquest was revealed to be a low-tier mana stone draw token, sending a ripple of shock through the crowd. No one had anticipated such a hidden challenge. The angel, with a condescending smirk, mocked their surprise, calling them fools. Only one person in this zone managed to complete the subquest, she said, her eyes twinkling with amusement. And that person is? Black Scythe. All eyes instantly turned to Ryu. One player, piecing it together, muttered, now that I think about it, Black Scythe did kill Young-min right at the start of the round. Frustration flared in another man, who clenched his fists in anger. He cursed silently, bitterly realizing that becoming the zone representative had been a significant advantage. If I'd known, I would have killed Young-min myself, he fumed, inwardly raging over the missed opportunity. Meanwhile, Young-min, his face ashen, replayed the moment in his mind. I was killed, by Black Scythe, checking his status window, he grimaced. The temporary command tokens he'd held as zone representative were gone. His mind flashed back to when Ryu had told him he would help him avoid being a target. Now, it was clear, Ryu had simply wanted to strip him of the zone representative title for himself. The angel's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Alright, now let's check the final scores, she started, but then paused, her eyes gleaming mischievously. But first, you're probably wondering how these rankings were determined. The crowd stirred nervously. The angel explained, the rankings are based on the order in which you eliminated unique individuals. Killing the same person over and over doesn't boost your score. It only counts as one kill. A murmur of shock spread through the players as they digested the revelation. It wasn't just about racking up as many kills as possible, they needed to be strategic. The angel, noticing their disbelief, chuckled, clearly enjoying their discomfort. What, did you think it was that easy, she scolded, snapping her fingers. Let's see the results, shall we? Suddenly, the results of round 4 flashed across the screen. Ryu, or Black Scythe, stood at the top with an astounding 722 kills across all zones. In second place was Stupid Idiot, trailing with 521 kills, while Heavenly Demon took third with 433. Within Ryu's own zone, he maintained first place as well, with Cute Baby Bird securing second with 211 kills, and the Bodyguard following closely at third with 209 kills. The angel, still sporting her signature grin, remarked, well, it seems Black Scythe claims first place again. Ryu stood there, arms crossed, his expression calm and unaffected. Inwardly, he knew the truth, it was only natural that he dominated. The Celestial being smiled, commenting on the astounding feat he had achieved, eliminating 70% of the total players, which numbered around 1,000. It was a feat that left the crowd in disbelief. They struggled to wrap their minds around how one individual could take out over 700 players on his own. An incredible achievement, the angel said, her tone a mix of awe and amusement. Surely, a reward is in order. Almost on cue, a system notification appeared, congratulating Ryu on securing the top spot in his zone. Another message followed shortly, declaring him the highest-ranked player across all zones. For being the top player in his zone, Ryu was awarded an intermediate-grade rare armor selection coupon. As the notification for his all-zone victory popped up, he was gifted an intermediate-rank special reward selection box. Ryu, inwardly calm and focused, saw the value in the rare armor coupon. It was the perfect opportunity to upgrade his gear and prepare for what lay ahead. The round might have ended, but Ryu knew this was just the beginning. The system presented Ryu with 3 armor options: polished bronze armor, a blood-red assassin suit, or the robe of darkness. After considering his choices, Ryu selected the blood-red assassin suit, drawn to its versatility and agility. Classified as rare armor, it boasted 60 defense points, along with a +4 boost to agility, a 5% increase in both attack speed and movement speed, and a durability rating of 600. Only those ranked regular or above could wear it. This crimson suit, rumored to have once belonged to a notorious assassin, carried with it the faint scent of blood. With that decision made, Ryu turned to his special reward selection. His options were a temporary 50% stat boost, usable until the end of round 5, 5,000 gold, or critical information about round 5. Knowing that the upcoming round had a difficult subquest but also an attractive reward, Ryu opted for the stat boost, confident it would help him push through the challenges. The angel, hovering nearby, interrupted the moment. I trust you've all reviewed your rankings by now, she said with a playful grin. She revealed that those ranked 521st and lower in the zone would face elimination. Her smile twisted into something darker as she raised a hand to her face and announced the beginning of the annihilation. Immediately, a golden aura surrounded several players, inducing waves of panic and fear. Realizing their fate, the unlucky ones below the cutoff began to plead desperately with the angel, their voices filled with terror. Please! It can't be permanent death this time, right? They cried out, begging for another chance. Their pleas fell on deaf ears as the angel watched with detached amusement. Young-min stood nearby, watching the scene unfold. He glanced at his former friends disappearing one by one and inwardly sighed with relief, relieved to have survived the cutoff. A sly grin crept across his face. Erin, on the other hand, clenched her fists and tried to block out the cries, unwilling to let the horror of the situation sink in. The angel's grin widened as the doomed players vanished from the battlefield, marking the cruel end of those unable to escape their rank. Meanwhile, Ryu remained indifferent to the cries of the eliminated, his mind accustomed to such scenes after experiencing the day's events multiple times due to his regressions. The screams eventually died down, and with them, he opened his eyes as the final notification for Round 4 appeared. It announced the conclusion of the round, stating that across all zones, a total of 90,953,209 survivors remained, with 521 survivors in his particular zone. The system then reassured them that their souls would soon return to their bodies in their original dimension. A message followed, revealing that Round 5 would begin at midnight on May 1, 2023. With a final, "See you in the next round," the system congratulated them on surviving. In the real world, specifically inside the luxurious Imperial Hotel, the bodyguard hurried through the hallways, bursting into Gianrock's room. "Sir," he called urgently. Gianrock, roused from his rest, glanced at the bodyguard, surprised by his sudden intrusion. "Why are you here?" he asked, slightly confused. "I don't recall summoning you." The bodyguard, still slightly out of breath, explained, "I couldn't reach you, sir. I feared something might have happened, so I decided to check in on you." With a composed smile, Gianrock responded, "As if something could happen to me." His voice carried a hint of amusement as he continued, "Did you really think I'd die in Round 4? Didn't you see the results?" The bodyguard nodded. "Yes, sir, I saw you ranked 3rd. Despite this, concern lingered in his tone. "It was an intense round, though." Gianrock reclined, rubbing his temples. "I collapsed from mental fatigue the moment I got back here," he admitted. "Round 4 was brutal." The bodyguard agreed, recalling the carnage. "It was. Over 90 million people were killed." Gianrock scoffed lightly. "And that's not even counting the repeated deaths. If you did, the number would be much higher." Gianrock, reflecting on his consistent top 3 performances, found his thoughts drifting to Black Scythe. The sheer gap between Black Scythe's score and the rest left him pondering if this figure was even human. "Could someone like that really be just another player?" he muttered, half to himself. The bodyguard, standing nearby, offered a theory. "He might be an active-duty Special Forces operative. That level of skill isn't something you see from a regular person." Remaining silent, Gianrock's admiration for Black Scythe only deepened. The more he thought about him, the more fascinated he became. Black Scythe's identity didn't matter, what was important was that Gianrock saw him as someone worth allying with. He mentally noted to consult a seer later about Black Scythe's true nature. Changing the subject, the bodyguard remarked on how eerily accurate the seer's predictions had been for Round 4. Initially skeptical, he admitted he only began to believe when he witnessed the chaos firsthand. Gianrock nodded in agreement, a flashback filling his mind. He recalled when Ryu had warned them, saying, "Round 4 won't be about hunting monsters. It's going to be a slaughter, a massacre among players." When Gianrock had asked for clarification, Ryu explained it was a fight to the death between competitors, urging them to stay sharp. The bodyguard snapped him out of his reverie with another question. "What's our next move?" he asked. Gianrock, slightly confused, sought clarification. "What exactly are you asking?" "About Ryu Min, the seer. Do you plan on partnering with him in business?" the bodyguard pressed. Gianrock gave a firm nod. "Yes. Ryu Min holds 31% of the company's shares, which effectively puts the future of our company in his hands." The bodyguard's eyes widened. "So, we're going to pivot the entire industry, just like he suggested?" "Exactly," Gianrock replied, his tone resolute. "With Ryu's foresight, the possibilities are limitless." As Gianrock rose from his bed and slipped on his coat, he questioned the need for further discussion. He stressed that the company had immense potential for growth in this direction, and aligning with Ryu Min was essential. "We need him on our side," Gianrock remarked. He advised the bodyguard not to let pride or Ryu's youth cloud his judgment. "Even if you don't like his behavior, you should praise him and play along. Only then can we truly benefit from the insights of this seer," he added, his tone firm. The bodyguard nodded in understanding. "I'll be more cautious when dealing with Ryu Min from now on." "Good," Gianrock responded. "Now, give Ryu a call. Tell him we should celebrate surviving Round 4 today, and ask if he'd like to bring his family along." The bodyguard hesitated for a moment before asking, "What should I say to him?" Jianrock grinned, explaining, just tell him it's a small gathering to mark our survival. And see if Aaron should come along too. The bodyguard raised an eyebrow. Aaron? Why her? With a knowing smile, Jianrock replied, we need a celebrity at these sorts of things. The scene then shifted to Café Scala, where Ryu stood beside his car, waiting. Spotting someone, he waved with a smile. Hey, Yuri, he greeted warmly. Yuri smiled back. Ryu, you're looking sharp. Not as sharp as you, he quipped with a grin. She raised an eyebrow playfully. What's up with you? Making lunch plans all of a sudden? Ryu chuckled. I thought it'd be nice to celebrate surviving round 4. My treat. Yuri laughed softly. Well, if you're paying, I won't say no to taking advantage of my rich friend. The two got into the car, speeding off down the road. As they drove, Yuri thanked him. Because of you, I was able to prepare for round 4. Ryu glanced at her with a half-smile. But what if I was lying all along? Did that ever cross your mind? Yuri responded with a light laugh, saying, you would never lie to me, Ryu. What would you even gain from that? Ryu smiled softly. Thanks for trusting me. She quickly replied, no, I'm the one who should be thanking you. If you hadn't told me about the round, I would have had to kill dozens of people. I'd be dead by now. Internally, Ryu knew that her gratitude wasn't necessary. Even without his warning, Yuri would have survived, thanks to the rune of protection she possessed. She wasn't as helpless as she believed, in fact, she was quite capable. Comparing her to Aaron, he thought Yuri was more like a resilient weed thriving outside a greenhouse, while Aaron was the delicate flower sheltered within it. After a bit of driving, they arrived at a cozy restaurant and ordered their food. Enjoy, Ryu said casually. Thanks. Bon appetit, Yuri replied with a polite smile. Ryu couldn't help but notice how often she expressed gratitude, and he found himself wondering why she felt the need to thank him so much. Meanwhile, Yuri's mind was elsewhere, haunted by darker thoughts. As she sat there, the weight of her actions gnawed at her. She questioned whether someone like her, a murderer, deserved to sit and enjoy a meal so calmly. Though she had come because Ryu invited her, this peaceful moment felt wrong. Noticing her silence, Ryu glanced at her. Why aren't you eating? He asked, sensing her unease. He could tell that the guilt of taking lives was still weighing heavily on her. Yuri hesitated before responding. I just don't feel too well, she muttered, clearly struggling to shake the remorse. Is it because of what happened during the round? Ryu asked gently. You shouldn't blame yourself. You did what you had to in order to survive, just like everyone else. He tried to reassure her, knowing that she wasn't the only one wrestling with the burden of killing to stay alive. Still looking down with a sorrowful expression, Yuri said quietly, but I killed them. Ryu leaned in, his tone firm but understanding. That's enough, Yuri. What if something like that happens again in the future? Will you just stand by and let it happen? He then shared his own fears, revealing that he worried for his family every time he entered a round. My brother cried when I woke up, you know. He was relieved I survived, Ryu said softly. We all have people waiting for us out there. We can't let guilt keep us from doing what we need to do. As Yuri listened to Ryu, something clicked within her. The thought of her father, how devastated he would be if she didn't make it out, suddenly struck her. She looked at Ryu. You know, I used to forget about my own family, Yuri admitted with a soft chuckle. But thinking of them is probably what's kept me going all this time. Her expression softened as she said, Thank you, Ryu. For comforting me. Don't mention it, he replied with a smile. Now, come on, dig in before the food gets cold. She took a bite, savoring the flavor. Wow, this is really good, she said, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. I think all that stress from round 4 is finally melting away. Ryu smiled, pleased to see her spirits lifting. I'm glad you like it. But really, you should thank the chef, not me. Yuri chuckled lightly. Thanks for the food, Min. Ryu blinked, slightly surprised. That's the first time you've called me by just my first name, he noted with amusement. She hesitated, then asked, Is it all right if I keep calling you that? Of course, he answered warmly. I don't mind at all. As they continued eating, Ryu observed that Yuri seemed to be feeling much better. Deciding it was the right moment, he leaned back and got to the real reason he had called her. Actually, I wanted to share something important with you about round 5. Yuri paused mid-bite, her expression shifting to one of shock. Wait, do you know what's going to happen in round 5? She asked, her voice full of surprise. Ryu nodded. Yeah. I've seen the future. Round 5 is going to be the toughest one yet. She leaned in, clearly concerned. What do you mean? What makes it so difficult? There's going to be a zone merger, Ryu explained. That means all the split zones will be combined into one massive battlefield. Yuri's eyes widened in disbelief. Does that mean we could meet in the game? Ryu took a sip of his drink before replying, yeah, but not in round 5. Internally, though, he knew the truth. They would meet in round 5, but if he told her that outright, she'd want to see him immediately. He couldn't risk exposing his true identity just yet. Setting his glass down, he leaned forward, his tone more serious. You're going to have to be careful about a few things. Pay attention to what I'm about to tell you. Yuri nodded, now fully focused as Ryu continued. Round 5 is going to be incredibly challenging, he said, choosing his words carefully. You need to be prepared for anything. Ryu leaned in, his voice calm yet firm. You might struggle to pass this round on your own, but there's one way you can make it through. Yuri looked at him with wide eyes, curiosity piqued. What's the way? Ryu didn't hesitate. You need to go seek out Black Scythe and ask for his help. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Black Scythe? Are you serious? Yes, Ryu replied confidently. I'm suggesting you reach out to him, the top-ranked player across all zones. Still taken aback, Yuri was skeptical. You want me to ask Black Scythe, of all people, for help? Ryu nodded. It's not about asking for help in the traditional sense. Think of it more as forming a temporary alliance. Both of you can benefit from working together. Yuri struggled to comprehend the suggestion. But he's on a completely different level than me. Black Scythe is level 30. Why would he want to team up with someone like me? Ryu smiled, reassuring her. You've got strengths of your own. Black Scythe isn't just looking for someone powerful, he's looking for someone useful. And believe me, you can be very useful. Deep down, Yuri couldn't deny the appeal. The idea of partnering with a high-level player like Black Scythe was tempting, but doubts still nagged at her. But what if he doesn't want to work with me? I don't have anything special to offer. Ryu's expression softened. He knew better. What she considered a minor ability was, in reality, something far more valuable than she realized. Trust me, he said, his voice gentle yet firm. You have more to offer than you think. Black Scythe will recognize that. I'm confident he'll cooperate, not just for this round, but for others in the future. Yuri blushed slightly, still unsure but feeling a bit more at ease. Are you sure about this? She asked, her voice soft. I don't want to be a burden. Ryu smiled. I wouldn't steer you wrong. And besides, what kind of friend would I be if I didn't share this with you? Her heart warmed at his words, and she gave a small nod. Thank you, Ryu, she whispered. This means a lot. Anytime, Ryu replied. Suddenly, Yuri looked down at his hand and then back at him. Can I see your hand for a moment? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Without hesitation, Ryu extended his hand beside hers. As their hands touched, a brilliant green light radiated from their palms, filling the room with a vibrant glow. The atmosphere shifted, the light reflecting their connection in a way words couldn't express. Yuri insisted that she owed Ryu for his help and, without hesitation, a green aura enveloped his entire body. Smiling brightly, Ryu thanked her, knowing she didn't like the idea of being in anyone's debt. He had expected her to return the favor, boosting his stats as a form of gratitude. With that accomplished, Ryu knew it was time to head home and make the most of his newfound advantages. Just as he was about to leave, a system notification appeared, notifying him that all of his stats had been increased by 50% due to Yuri's blessed skill. His kill count also flashed on the screen, 100 out of 100, a perfect score for exterminating insects. Thanks to the Butcher Runes effect, this gave him an additional 100% stat boost. Sitting back on his sofa, Ryu reflected on his current strength. His stats were now significantly higher, boosted by both Yuri's blessing and the Butcher Runes enhancement. He opened his status window, noticing his luck stat had shot up to an impressive 84. With that kind of luck on his side, he felt optimistic about the challenges ahead. He pulled out a rare lowest rank magic crystal ticket from his inventory. The ticket granted a random number of magic crystals, anywhere from 1 to 5. It was a time-limited item, only usable until the next round, and restricted to apprentices and above. The description reminded him that it was an item with unpredictable rewards, dependent entirely on luck. If he were an ordinary person, Ryu thought, he might have prayed to some higher power for a good result. But he scoffed at the idea, muttering under his breath, praying to some god? No thanks. Ryu couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was pulling the strings. After all, what kind of force could gather 1.8 billion people and pit them against each other in this twisted game? There had to be a divine being at work, a deity who was treating human lives like mere playthings. And whoever it was, Ryu intended to survive, no matter what god might be watching. With a serious look, Ryu declared that if he ever reached the point where he could make a wish after clearing the final round, his one desire would be the complete annihilation of the deity responsible for this cursed game. Resolute in his mission, he activated his lowest rank mana stone draw token. The system flashed a congratulatory message, revealing that he had received 5 lowest rank magic crystals, 2 red, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 purple. Ryu was taken aback. 5 crystals was the maximum possible outcome. Smirking, he mused that rather than praying to a god, it was his disdain and curses that seemed to bring him the best fortune. Luck, it seemed, had favored him today. He quickly got to work, starting by merging the 2 red crystals into a low-ranked red magic crystal. Ryu explained aloud that combining magic crystals of the same rank and color results in a higher-tiered crystal. Using both the purple crystal he'd received from Aaron and the one from the ticket, he synthesized a low-rank purple crystal. Satisfied with his new materials, he began enhancing his gear. First, he infused the assassin's hood with the red crystal, gaining a 2% damage increase. Next, he applied the purple crystal to his Shadow of Darkness gloves, enhancing all his stats by +2. Moving on, he merged the yellow crystal with his Ring of Resistance, which granted him an additional +2 in luck. Then, he enhanced his Swift Log boots with the green crystal, boosting his dexterity by +2. Finally, he imbued his Blood Assassin suit with the deep blue crystal, which provided him a 1% reduction in damage. As he surveyed his upgraded equipment, Ryu grinned, knowing every enhancement was worth it. With his magic crystals now spent and his gear optimized, Ryu turned his thoughts to the next step. He needed to prepare for his upcoming meeting with Jianrock. Before he left, Ryu had a conversation with One, informing her that the company he had invested in was led by none other than the heir of the Osum Group. One's eyes widened in disbelief at the news, clearly astounded by the magnitude of Ryu's connections. Ryu calmly explained to One that he'd been invited to a party as a business partner, signifying their future collaboration with Jianrock. Nervous, One asked if Ryu should even attend such an event. Ryu reassured him with a smile, adjusting his slightly crooked tie, and mentioned that Jianrock had specifically told him he could bring family. "Don't worry about it," Ryu said confidently. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, causing One's anxiety to spike. Ryu opened the door to reveal a familiar figure, the same bodyguard they had encountered at the penthouse on their first day. The sight of him, stern and imposing, made One even more tense. He remembered how the man had refused their offer of rice cakes back then. The bodyguard looked at them both before asking about Ryu's companion. Without missing a beat, Ryu introduced One as his younger brother. The bodyguard handed One a business card and, with a rare smile, formally introduced himself as the section chief, Sangchul. Apologizing for his earlier cold behavior, Sangchul explained that the party was also an effort to make amends. He assured them that they were not expected to feel pressured and suggested they leave soon since the limousine was waiting. The scene shifted to the nightlit Imperial Hotel, one of the most luxurious buildings in the city, owned by Jianrock himself. As they entered the grand lobby, One remained visibly on edge. Just then, Jianrock spotted them and called out Ryu's name, his smile wide and welcoming. "Good to see you're alive and well," Jianrock said, shaking Ryu's hand warmly. Ryu responded in kind, and soon Jianrock turned his attention to One, asking if he was Ryu's brother. Ryu introduced him as his younger sibling, and in his nervousness, One extended his left hand instead of his right for the handshake. Jianrock didn't seem bothered by it, chuckling slightly before introducing himself as Ma Jianrock, the president of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Ryu quietly leaned over and advised One to use his right hand next time, prompting a flustered "hello" from the young boy. Jianrock then inquired if One was also a player, to which the teenager, still feeling uneasy, quickly denied, stating that he was only 14 years old. With a light-hearted grin, Jianrock commented on One's luck, narrowly missing the deadly game by just 1 year. He joked about being a bit envious before leading them to the room where their meeting was set to take place. "Though it might not be grand, we've prepared something special for tonight," he said as they entered a lavishly decorated space. The room was filled with an array of gourmet dishes, a personal chef, and an assistant standing by. One's face lit up the moment he saw the feast before him. Jianrock, noticing his excitement, remarked, "You must be hungry after everything. Though it's a small spread, I trust it will satisfy you both." Internally, One couldn't help but think Jianrock was joking. There was nothing small about the abundance of food on display. With a welcoming smile, Jianrock invited them to help themselves. However, Ryu's focus was suddenly diverted by the sound of footsteps approaching. His eyes widened slightly as Aaron entered the room, elegantly dressed in a stunning outfit. He hadn't expected her to be invited to this gathering. Once Aaron stepped inside, Jianrock stood and greeted her, asking why she was late and if anything had happened. Apologizing, Aaron explained that she had been held up by attending a fellow actor's funeral. Jianrock, understanding her situation, reassured her kindly. Shifting to a more formal tone, he asked Aaron to greet the major shareholder he had mentioned earlier. Turning toward Ryu and One, Aaron introduced herself with a graceful nod, saying, "Hello, I'm CO Aaron, an actress." But then, her eyes widened as she recognized them. "Wait, you're the new neighbors who gave out rice cakes, aren't you?" she exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. Ryu nodded with a slight smile, confirming her realization. Aaron's face brightened as she warmly greeted them again, expressing her delight. "What a surprise! It turns out the shareholder is my neighbor after all," she said with genuine enthusiasm. Despite her outward composure, Aaron couldn't help but note that Ryu looked younger than her. The idea that someone so young could hold the majority of shares struck her as improbable, making her momentarily wonder if the CEO was playing some kind of prank on her. Meanwhile, One, blushing and nervously fidgeting, leaned in to quietly confide to Ryu, "That's CO Aaron. I'm a huge fan." Internally, Ryu realized that One probably wasn't aware of the connection between Ma Jianrock and Aaron, which explained his surprise at her sudden presence. Ryu mused over whether this kind of reaction was typical for people meeting someone as beautiful and famous as Aaron. Noticing One's anxious behavior around Aaron, Ryu decided to play along, feigning a hint of nervousness and awe to match his younger brother's enthusiasm. Jianrock, observing this interaction, smirked to himself. He didn't know that Ryu was faking it, but he figured it was natural for any man to be flustered in the presence of someone as stunning as Aaron. Reflecting on his decision to invite her, Jianrock felt confident it had been a good idea. With a casual wave of his hand, he invited them all to dig in. "You must be hungry, please help yourselves." As they settled down at the table filled with an array of exquisite dishes, One's eyes sparkled with delight. He eagerly took a bite of the food and leaned over to Ryu, whispering in amazement, "The meat, it just melts in my mouth." Encouraging One to enjoy the meal further, Ryu joined the conversation as Jianrock asked if they were satisfied with the food, mentioning that he had personally instructed the chefs to pay extra attention to tonight's menu. Ryu complimented the meal, expressing how delicious it was. Jianrock, with a grin, turned his attention to One, asking for his thoughts. Still a bit nervous, One admitted, "It's incredible. I've never tasted anything like this before." Jianrock beamed, satisfied that their efforts had paid off. Internally, he recalled how he had pressured the chefs the previous night, insisting they perfect each dish until they met his exacting standards. After a moment of silence, Jianrock asked another question, this time directed at Ryu. "Why is it just the two of you tonight? No other family?" he inquired, curious about the absence of their parents or other relatives. Ryu's expression darkened slightly as he responded, "One is all the family I have left. Our parents, they're gone." The room fell quiet for a moment as Jianrock registered Ryu's words. His eyes widened briefly, and he quickly offered his condolences. Internally, he scolded himself for being so thoughtless, realizing too late the impact of his question on the now somber atmosphere. Seeing the sadness wash over One's face, Jianrock resolved not to speak further on the subject. A brief silence settled over the table as dessert was served. Jianrock, sipping his tea, contemplated how to lift the mood. His eyes drifted towards Aaron, seeking her help. After setting his cup down, he stood up and gestured for her to join him outside. Understanding the cue, Aaron quietly rose and followed him out of the room. As they walked a few paces down the hall, Jianrock stopped and turned to face her. "What did you think of the meal?" he asked, his tone lighter. With a smile, Aaron replied, "It was wonderful, truly." However, Jianrock's expression grew more serious as he leaned in slightly and asked, "But do you really believe I asked you here tonight just to enjoy dinner?" Jianrock gently scolded her, explaining that he hadn't invited her simply to attend a gathering. His intention was for her to help improve the atmosphere, and he was surprised by her apparent lack of awareness. Aaron, taken aback, apologized for her misunderstanding, admitting she had assumed it was just a social event. With a sigh, Jianrock questioned her reasoning and then asked whether her bodyguard had neglected to inform her of Ryu Min's true identity. Aaron, still confused, replied, "Isn't he our majority shareholder?" Jianrock's expression turned more serious. "Yes, but he's also something far more significant. He's a seer," he revealed. Aaron's eyes widened in shock, and she stammered, "A seer?" "Exactly," Jianrock confirmed. "A seer is someone with the rare ability to glimpse into the future." He then pointed out the value of someone with such power, explaining how important it was for them to keep Ryu satisfied. "Imagine how beneficial it would be if he were to share information about the next round," he emphasized. He advised her to use her charm and make an effort to please Ryu, even suggesting she smile and act accordingly to win his favor. His tone became more firm as he encouraged her to do whatever it took to keep Ryu happy. Aaron, however, respectfully refused, explaining that she couldn't simply comply with such demands. At this, Jianrock's expression hardened. He reminded her that he had helped propel her career as an actress and that it was only fair she return the favor by creating a pleasant atmosphere for Ryu Min. Seeing her hesitation, Jianrock pressed her for an answer. Reluctantly, Aaron agreed with a nervous, "Yes, sir." When they returned to the room, Jianrock casually apologized for their brief absence, stating that their business discussion had taken longer than expected. Meanwhile, Ryu and Wonnie sat in awkward silence, unsure of what had transpired. The tension in the room was palpable as Jianrock glanced at Aaron, making it clear that he expected her to follow through on his instructions. Aaron, maintaining her composure, gave a polite smile, while Jianrock observed her closely, intent on seeing how she would handle the situation. As the meal came to an end, Jianrock suggested they move the gathering to a different location. While preparing to leave, he couldn't help but internally question why Aaron seemed reluctant, despite his clear instruction to charm Ryu. However, before he could dwell on it further, one excitedly interrupted, showering Aaron with praise and confessing that he was a big fan of hers. Blushing slightly, he complimented her, saying that she looked even more stunning in person than in her photos. Aaron smiled warmly and thanked him for his kind words. One, still visibly nervous but eager, politely asked if they could take a photo together when she had the chance. She responded enthusiastically, which caused his face to light up with joy, and she graciously thanked him in return for being such a dedicated fan. Meanwhile, Jianrock was secretly messaging Aaron on his phone, noting to himself that one seemed far more enthusiastic about her presence than Ryu. This prompted him to reconsider his initial plan. Moments later, Aaron received a text from Jianrock, informing her of a change in strategy. He suggested that, instead of focusing on Ryu, she should now focus her efforts on getting close to one. Internally, Aaron felt conflicted. She couldn't believe she was being asked to manipulate an innocent fan like one. Despite her discomfort, she remained composed, unsure of how to respond to this new request. Meanwhile, Ryu, who had been quietly observing everything, was fully aware of Jianrock's scheming. Thanks to his mind-reading ability, he had been following the man's thoughts throughout the entire exchange. Jianrock, unaware of Ryu's special powers, was confident that once Aaron won over one, Ryu would naturally follow, making it easier for them to extract valuable information for the upcoming round. As they reached their next destination, Jianrock led the group to an exclusive, private room reserved for double VIPs. The room was lavishly decorated, with a rich, deep red color dominating the interior. It exuded an air of opulence, and the space offered unlimited access to premium drinks, snacks, and music. Taking in the extravagant surroundings, one shyly reminded Jianrock, "I'm still in middle school, so I can't drink." Jianrock, noticing one's nervousness, reassured him with a smile. "Don't worry, there are plenty of non-alcoholic options. You're not missing out." He then directed the bodyguard to arrange for the double VVIP special course and ensure one had suitable beverages. The bodyguard nodded in acknowledgement and exited the room. Ryu chimed in, casually mentioning his own dislike for alcohol. Jianrock, trying to lighten the mood, encouraged him to at least give it a try, reminding Ryu that he was of legal drinking age. Ryu simply shrugged, then turned to Aaron. "Would you mind stepping outside with one for that photo?" he asked. Aaron agreed without hesitation, and the two excused themselves, casting curious glances back as they left the room. Once alone, Ryu's demeanor shifted. His tone turned sharp, and his gaze grew intense as he spoke. "Do you think I'm easily fooled, Jianrock?" His voice carried an underlying threat, instantly putting Jianrock on edge. The CEO's confident facade faltered as he asked, "What do you mean by that?" Ryu leaned forward slightly, eyes locked on Jianrock. "You seem to have forgotten that I'm a seer," he stated coldly. "Did you really believe I wouldn't know about your little conversation with Aaron?" Jianrock was visibly startled, his mind racing to piece together how much Ryu knew. Could Ryu have foreseen it in one of his visions? Before he could respond, Ryu continued, his tone unwavering. "You crossed a line, Jianrock. You tried to manipulate my brother to get to me." The weight of Ryu's words hung in the air as Jianrock processed the accusation, his expression one of shock. He realized Ryu wasn't merely bluffing, he knew exactly what had transpired. Jianrock quickly bowed his head, the tension in the room rising. "I apologize, Ryu," he said earnestly. "I acted out of line. I only wanted to help foster a good relationship with Aaron, but I never intended to offend you or your family." His voice faltered as he realized how deeply he had miscalculated. "It was foolish of me, and I sincerely regret it." Ryu's eyes never left him, scrutinizing every word. After a long pause, Ryu finally spoke, his tone still firm but less harsh. I'll let this slide, Giant Rock, since you've acknowledged your mistake. But let this be a warning, don't ever try to use my brother like that again. Giant Rock nodded quickly, his expression filled with genuine remorse, silently grateful that Ryu had decided to forgive his lapse in judgment, at least for now. Giant Rock felt a wave of relief wash over him after Ryu decided to give him another chance. But before he could fully settle into that comfort, the door swung open, and the bodyguard returned. Giant Rock quickly straightened his posture, trying to hide any sign of weakness in front of his employee. With a calm but firm tone, he told the bodyguard, "Leave us for now. I have something important to discuss with Ryu." The bodyguard nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. As soon as they were alone again, Giant Rock inwardly cursed his missteps. He had thought that everything was progressing smoothly, especially with Aaron's presence, but instead, he found himself offending Ryu. Breaking the tense silence, Ryu suddenly asked, "Do you still want information about the next round?" Giant Rock, eager for any help, quickly replied, "Yes, absolutely. Do you know what's coming?" Ryu leaned back slightly, his gaze unyielding. "I came here to discuss round 5, but after your earlier actions, I'm reconsidering whether we should even continue this partnership." Giant Rock immediately apologized once more, his voice filled with sincerity. "I'm truly sorry, Ryu. I hope you won't hold that against me." Ryu nodded but made his stance clear. "If we're going to work together, Giant Rock, there can be no more deception. Complete trust is necessary. And as for the company, you'll need to make sure there's no unnecessary interference or politics. Convince the other shareholders at the meeting. Keep everything in line." Without hesitation, Giant Rock agreed, his tone resolute. "I will. I'll ensure that the shareholders fall in line and that no one interferes." Ryu, now satisfied with Giant Rock's commitment, allowed a small smile to cross his face. "Good. If you hold up your end, I'll make sure the company prospers." He then shifted the conversation back to what Giant Rock had been so eager to know. "As for round 5, it's going to be far more difficult than anything you've faced before." Giant Rock's expression brightened momentarily, glad to finally get the information he sought. But his relief quickly faded as Ryu's words sank in. Ryu continued, "However, don't worry too much. With the right preparation, you'll get through it." Though the warning about the increased difficulty troubled him, Giant Rock, still processing Ryu's ominous tone, asked cautiously, "What exactly makes this quest so difficult?" Ryu leaned back, his voice calm but foreboding. "The quest requires you to kill 300 orcs. But that's not the issue, it's because the zones are merging." Giant Rock's eyes widened as the weight of Ryu's words hit him. "Zones merging? That means we'll run into players from other zones, like Black Scythe." Ryu nodded slightly, though his expression remained unreadable. "Yes, but you won't be in the same zone as Black Scythe." Giant Rock, still grappling with the implications, asked the question that had been gnawing at him. "Do you know who Black Scythe really is?" Ryu, without giving much away, replied, "I don't know his true identity, yet. But I will find out soon enough." Internally, he smirked, knowing full well that the person Giant Rock was so curious about was standing right in front of him. Then, shifting gears, Ryu added, "There's more. You've set your sights on Hwang Yongmin, haven't you?" Giant Rock froze, stunned that Ryu was aware of his hidden agenda. How do you know that?" Ryu's tone sharpened. "There's no point hiding anything from me, Giant Rock. I told you, my abilities are beyond imagination." Giant Rock, taken aback, hesitated before responding. "Your rune of the future, it's more powerful than I ever imagined." But what Ryu said next truly shook him. "Stop pursuing Yongmin." Giant Rock blinked, thoroughly confused. "Why should I stop? He's a threat. Why are you protecting him?" Ryu remained cryptic. "Let's just say if you go after him, you'll end up suffering more than you can imagine. That's all I can tell you." Giant Rock sat in silence, contemplating Ryu's warning. He knew Ryu wasn't one to exaggerate, but it was hard to let go of his plan, especially now. As Ryu watched him closely, Giant Rock finally gave in, realizing it wasn't worth the risk. "Fine. I won't track down Yongmin anymore," he relented, his voice low. With their business discussion wrapped up, Giant Rock forced a chuckle, trying to lighten the mood. "Shall we return to the party, then? No drinks, of course." Ryu nodded, watching as the tension visibly drained from Giant Rock's face. But Giant Rock wasn't entirely at ease. He inwardly sighed, knowing that he needed a way to unwind after all this stress. As they headed back, the sound of rain could be heard outside, a distant figure huffing and puffing under the dark, stormy sky. The old man, drenched in blood, stumbled through the narrow alley, fear gripping his every step. His breaths came in shallow, frantic gasps as he limped further, but there was no escape. Finally cornered, he turned around, trembling, to face his pursuer. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed, heightening his terror, and before he could react, a sharp blade sliced through his legs, sending him crashing to the ground. Writhing in agony, with one hand already severed and his legs useless, the man screamed in desperation. But his cries were abruptly silenced as a cold voice warned him, "Shut up, or I'll cut your tongue out." His predator, Giant Rock, stood over him, the gleam of his sword reflecting the dim light. Why are you doing this to me?" the old man gasped, barely able to speak through the pain. "What have I done to deserve this?" Giant Rock's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with disdain. "You've got a lot of nerve for a child molester. Do you really need me to spell it out?" The old man's eyes widened in terror as he stammered, "That was years ago. I already served my time, I'm just an old man now." Without a word, Giant Rock lifted his sword and brought it down with brutal force, impaling the man's shoulder. The scream that followed was cut short as Giant Rock hissed, "If you keep screaming, I'll make sure you die slowly, piece by piece." The man's cries dwindled into quiet sobs, and Giant Rock smirked. "At least you've still got enough sense to listen." He crouched down beside the old man, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. "For someone like you, breathing is a sin. Don't you agree?" As Giant Rock spoke, the blade in his hand began to pulse with a sinister, dark energy. Tendrils of shadowy aura snaked from the sword, wrapping around the old man's body. His eyes widened in horror as the darkness crept over his skin, suffocating him, silencing him before he could beg for mercy. The black aura surged, seeping into the man's body, consuming him from within. Giant Rock watched in eerie silence, feeling the surge of dark magic flow into him as the old man's life force was drained. Though part of him wished for a quicker end, he knew the ritual was necessary. The dark magic he wielded required the souls of the living, and each death recharged his power. As the old man's body was enveloped entirely in darkness, Giant Rock's expression remained cold and detached. "Your life was nothing but filth," he muttered as the last of the man's form vanished into the void. He stood tall, the dark aura fading as it returned to his sword. With a grim satisfaction, Giant Rock reflected on his role as a dark knight. Executing scum like the old man felt like a twisted sense of duty, a calling. As much as he loathed the necessity of sustaining his magic, there was an undeniable thrill in dealing judgment to those he deemed unworthy of life. Giant Rock let out a breath, feeling the tension slowly ebb away. He summoned his sword, intending to let it feed, but nothing happened. The sword, steeped in dark energy, required living souls, not the lifeless corpses in front of him. Realizing its limitations, he sheathed it with a resigned sigh. A sudden rustle came from behind a nearby trash can. Giant Rock quickly moved to investigate, only to find a stray cat staring back at him. He exhaled in relief, silently reassuring himself that his actions had gone unnoticed. After all, he had carefully lured the victim into this isolated alleyway in the early hours of the morning, where no one would see him. But then, a troubling thought crossed his mind: Ryu Min, the seer. If Ryu had glimpsed this moment through his rune of the future, that meant he knew the truth about Giant Rock's secret life as a killer. Rather than feeling threatened, Giant Rock found the idea strangely exhilarating. Did Ryu approach him, fully aware of his dark deeds? Grinning to himself, Giant Rock called his bodyguard over. "Clean up the mess," he ordered, before leaving the alley with his usual composure. 2 weeks after that night, following the tense meeting with Giant Rock, Ryu spent a quiet day at home. He had no pressing tasks to attend to, and he welcomed the opportunity to rest and gather his thoughts. He knew this period of relaxation was temporary, a brief pause before things escalated again. But today marked the end of his break. While scrolling through a discussion board where players were exchanging information about the rounds, something caught his attention. A new development was on the horizon, and Ryu knew it was time to act. Internally, he noted that the rune of clone, one of the 5 powerful runes known to exist in the real world, was about to resurface. A small smile forming on his lips as the pieces began to fall into place. The social media was flooded with news. 1.8 billion people who had been drawn into another world were reduced to just 90 million in 3 months. The economy was in danger due to the deaths of the younger generation, and schools across the nation were shutting down. In a corner of the city, a fat man sat reading the news on his phone. His clothes were stained with blood. He was furious because only the 4th round had concluded, and so many players had already died. It felt like a loss to him. According to breaking news, after the 4th round, the number of players killed by other players had suddenly increased. Thousands of security cameras had been destroyed, and the city was now completely lawless. At night, players united and formed an online community against the government, which was increasing anxiety among the citizens. The fat man smiled because he knew that if other players had been in his position, they would have done the same. He picked up his phone, put it in his pocket, stood up, and said, "What's wrong with doing what you want before you die? That's why people shouldn't be pressured so much by rules and restrictions." Then, in anger, he picked up a glass and smashed it on the ground, shattering it into pieces. The anger he had been suppressing exploded because now no one could stop him. With an arrogant smile, he declared himself better than all the other players. The room was filled with corpses, and the fat man began to laugh. Who should I kill next? He asked himself. He was a bit nervous but also happy because, for the first time, he had killed someone in real life. However, the feeling he had expected didn't come. Perhaps it was because he had already experienced all of this in the 4th round, he thought. But he was angry because killing ordinary people only gave him 1 stack, whereas hunting players in the 4th round was more efficient, he reasoned. Then he smiled again because he had acquired a new skill called absorption. Whenever he killed enemies, his bar would fill up, and once full, he would receive a random stat boost. The points he gained were proportional to the level of the enemy he killed. The fat man opened the door of the room. He was restless and wanted to kill players because they gave him more stacks. Curious, he took out his mobile phone and remembered that they had mentioned a forum for players. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his face when he got the idea to join the forum and kill players there. This way, he could earn even more stacks. He opened the forum. It was the first online forum in the country created to help players and change the world. The PCW forum was conducting interviews for membership to ensure that only real players could be part of this community. Before joining, the fat man had to fill in personal information, level, class, nickname, zone name, and round number. Only after filling this out would he be accepted for an interview. The fat man found all this very strict because, apart from providing information, he also had to give an interview. But he had no other choice, so he filled out the form. He was confident that no player would even think that a player was killing other players. The next day, following the instructions, the fat man arrived at a place for the interview. According to the interviewer's message, he had to reach the Welcome Cafe by noon, and he could wear anything he wanted. He saw the cafe's signboard, which read, Welcome Cafe, but he started to get angry because the place was in the middle of a forest, and no buses even came here. He didn't think much and opened the cafe door. In the back of his mind, he thought that if the interviewer turned out to be a fool, he would kill him too. Inside, the cafe was luxurious and more sophisticated than he had expected. 2 people were sitting at a table, talking. One had green hair, and the other was wearing a pink hood. They were the only customers in the cafe. Seeing the fat man, one of them stood up and asked, "Are you here for the PCW interview?" The fat man walked towards them and said, "Yes." The interviewer asked in a soft tone, "What's your nickname?" The fat man replied, "Black Flame Dragon." They shook hands, and the man introduced himself as the interviewer. The fat man started sweating. He was about to ask in surprise when the interviewer asked, "Are you a player?" He laughed and then nodded, saying, "Yes." The interviewer introduced the player wearing the pink hoodie, telling him that his name was Little Cuckoo. He said that Black Flame Dragon and Little Cuckoo could become teammates, so he asked them to greet each other. The fat man greeted him, and he responded, but the fat man was annoyed to see that such a weak-looking guy was also a player. When they sat down, the fat man looked around the cafe's interior and commented that their business might not be doing well because there were no customers or employees. The interviewer confidently smiled and replied that the place was isolated, so they had rented it for interviews. The fat man became curious and asked where the cafe owner was. The interviewer calmly replied that food was also served here, and the owner was preparing food in the kitchen. The fat man's curiosity grew, and he started observing his surroundings more carefully. He noticed that there were no cameras anywhere in the cafe. The overweight man shifted impatiently in his seat before finally asking, "So, when are we starting the interview?" The interviewer glanced at him and replied in a composed tone, "We'll begin shortly. There's still one more participant on the way." Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed through the room. A tall figure in a sleek black suit entered, exuding an air of quiet confidence. His movements were measured, his expression unreadable. The interviewer immediately straightened up and greeted him politely. "Welcome. May I have your name?" The suited man met his gaze and replied in a calm, steady voice, "Black Scythe." Previously. While browsing on his tablet, the man mentioned that another great player was Little Cuckoo, who always ranked between 4th and 10th. Apart from these 2 players, there were 50 more players who were in the top 100 in their respective zones. Hearing this, the president's eyes lit up. He realized that he would now have to stay busy conducting interviews. Then he drew attention to my age 30, who was in a deep sleep. Hearing the president's voice, he woke up with a start and for a few seconds couldn't understand where he was. The president got angry and asked, "Were you sleeping?" What were you doing last night that you're so sleepy now? He refused to listen to any excuses and directly ordered him to complete 50 interviews by the next meeting. If he failed, someone else would take his high-level candidate position. Still half asleep, my age 30 promised to complete the task. After that, the president asked Lost Yak if he had contacted the Black Scythe. Lost Yak took out his phone and calmly said that if that had happened, he would have informed him immediately. The president took a deep breath. For him, this was a big loss because if the Black Scythe had joined, he would have directly gotten an executive position. Then he asked Yamti if she could get more articles written by journalists. We'll need more marketing to bring the Black Scythe into our team, the president said. Yamti smiled and replied, if there's money, everything is possible. The president confidently said, don't worry about money. I'll reward your hard work properly. Yamti was happy to hear this and thanked the president. Just then, Lost Yak's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately said, wait, president. A new user has just sent a request to join the forum. The president became curious and asked, who? Lost Yak stammered and softly said, Black Scythe. The entire hall fell silent. Back to the present, the interviewer greeted Black Scythe with an excited smile and asked, did you have any trouble getting here? Black Scythe nodded and said, yes. The interviewer scratched his head nervously and apologized, explaining that this was the most private place they could find. Then he gestured for the others to sit down. The interviewer noticed that Black Scythe was very handsome and thought that he must be quite popular with girls. He pulled out a chair for Black Scythe, and as soon as he sat down, the interviewer explained that they had also come for the interview just like Black Scythe. The fat man clenched his teeth and filled with anger. Just then, Little Cuckoo coughed and greeted everyone. Black Scythe appeared slightly annoyed, yet a subtle glint in his eyes and the faintest smirk on his lips betrayed his amusement. Ryu Min introduced himself as Little Cuckoo. The overweight man standing nearby flinched, his expression laced with unease. Fear gripped him. After all, Black Scythe was the same player who had killed him 5 times before. His fists clenched involuntarily, a surge of frustration boiling within him. He wanted to demand answers. Had they ever crossed paths in real life? What had he done to earn Black Scythe's hatred? Yet, the words remained trapped in his throat. The interviewer, oblivious to the fat man's inner turmoil, looked at him expectantly. Is something wrong? He asked. Aren't you going to introduce yourself like the others? Lowering his head slightly, the fat man finally muttered, Black Flame Dragon. At that moment, Black Scythe shot him a sharp, irritated glare. The fat man's heart sank. Did Black Scythe truly not recognize him? He had been convinced that revealing his username would instantly jog the other's memory. But the realization hit hard. Despite being killed by him multiple times, he had never even been significant enough to be remembered. Ryu Min, meanwhile, sipped his milkshake in silence, though his thoughts ran deeper. He wasn't sure why Black Scythe was playing up this whole act, but he knew one thing for certain, this so-called Black Scythe wasn't who he claimed to be. His real username was Ki Rubing Bang, a notorious con artist who had swindled his way through the game, amassing wealth through deception and fraud. He wasn't a well-known figure yet, but in time, he would rise to infamy upon acquiring the cloning rune, a skill he would later abuse to orchestrate countless crimes. Ryu's eyes remained fixed on the man. The harsh reality was that even criminals had gained power in this new world. But in a way, that was a good thing. It meant they were easier to track. He had introduced himself as a fund manager, but in truth, he was nothing more than a fraudster. His real plan? Using the username Black Scythe to manipulate other players into lending him money, only to vanish without a trace. The interviewer then placed a tablet on the table, scanning through the gathered information. Once their identities were confirmed, he leaned forward slightly. All right, he said, let's begin the interview. Turning his attention to Ryu Min, he asked, why do you want to join PCW? Feigning nervousness, Ryu responded, the world isn't safe anymore. I don't feel comfortable going out alone, so I figured it would be best to stay with other players for protection. Satisfied, the interviewer nodded before shifting his focus to the fat man. And you? The fat man hesitated for a moment. He couldn't exactly admit that he had come here with the intent to kill other players. Clenching his fists, he forced out a response. I have the same reason as Ryu, he said, choosing his words carefully. I can't even attend school anymore, and with the next round approaching, I figured this would be the safest option. Next, the interviewer turned to Blackie. What about you? Kim In-ho leaned back, exuding an air of arrogance. I saw a post on a forum and got curious. That's all, he said dismissively. The interviewer forced a nervous smile. Meanwhile, Ryu instantly saw through the act. Whatever Blackie said was meaningless, he was already in. Then, clasping his hands together, the interviewer's demeanor shifted. A wicked grin spread across his face as he revealed the true purpose of this meeting. "There's one final requirement," he said, his voice laced with amusement. "To pass this interview, you need to kill someone." Ryu widened his eyes, pretending to be shocked. The interviewer, falling for the act, took the opportunity to explain further. "The government has already started cracking down on players. They fear us, which is why they've turned their backs on us. But soon, we'll be the ones in control." His voice grew harsher, filled with conviction. "We're not bound by laws anymore. It's time we show them who really rules this world." Ryu continued playing along, acting as though he was scared. The interviewer studied him carefully before adding, "If anyone here isn't willing to go through with this, you're free to leave. But understand this, if you walk away now, don't expect any help from us in the future." Ryu wiped the cream from his milkshake off his lips, his mind processing the situation. It was clear, anyone who refused would be blacklisted. This entire setup was designed to push them into committing murder, trapping them in this ruthless organization. The fake Black Scythe and the Fat Man remained silent, lost in thought. Seeing their lack of resistance, the interviewer smirked. "But, there's no one here to kill," the Fat Man finally pointed out. The smirk widened into something far more sinister. "Oh, don't worry," the interviewer said. "I've already made the necessary arrangements." Outside, the rain poured heavily, drumming against the windows like a rhythmic warning. The interviewer rose from his seat, gesturing for the others to do the same. The cafe owner, noticing their movements, spoke up. "It's still pouring. You've rented the place, you're welcome to stay longer." The interviewer merely offered a polite smile. "We appreciate it, but we're in a bit of a hurry." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned back. "By the way, where's the restroom?" The woman pointed toward the far end of the cafe. "In the corner." And with that, the real game began. The interviewer retrieved his car keys from his pocket, his fingers idly tapping against the metal before he turned toward the cafe owner. "Could you do me a favor?" he asked, his voice smooth and casual. The woman, oblivious to the hidden intent behind his request, offered a polite smile. "Of course. What do you need?" "I'm in a bit of a hurry. Could you bring my car around from the parking lot?" Without a second thought, the woman nodded. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," she assured him before grabbing a red umbrella and heading outside. The heavy rain drummed against the pavement as she stepped toward the parked car, water splashing beneath her feet. She flicked the umbrella closed and reached for the door handle. But just as she opened it, multiple hands shot out from the darkness behind her. A gasp barely left her lips before a powerful grip clamped around her throat. She struggled, her fingers clawing at the unseen attacker's arm, but her efforts were futile. Within moments, her body went limp. The one who had orchestrated this attack was none other than the interviewer himself. A cruel smirk tugged at his lips as he watched her fall unconscious in his grasp. His plan had worked flawlessly. Inside the cafe, both Ryu and the Fat Man were left stunned by what they had just witnessed. Ryu's voice broke the silence. "What the hell are you doing?" His tone was calm, but his sharp gaze betrayed his simmering anger. The Fat Man, visibly shaken, took a step back. Why did you do that?" Without acknowledging their questions, the interviewer effortlessly lifted the woman's unconscious body and turned toward them. "Quit standing around. Get in the car." His voice carried an unmistakable authority, as if their compliance was expected. Raindrops slid down the woman's limp fingers as he placed her in the back seat. The Fat Man hesitated, shifting uncomfortably, but ultimately followed Ryu into the vehicle. As the car weaved through the rain-drenched streets, silence filled the air, thick with unspoken tension. The only sound was the rhythmic drumming of raindrops against the windshield. The destination? A desolate, abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. Upon arrival, the interviewer stepped out first, lifting the woman over his shoulder as though she were nothing more than a sack of grain. The others trailed behind as he led them into the dimly lit structure, their footsteps echoing against the cracked concrete floor. He unceremoniously placed the woman on the ground and straightened up, his expression turning cold. "Now," he said, his voice sharp as a blade. "Who's going to kill her?" His gaze landed on the fake Black Scythe, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "How about you?" Fake Black Scythe barely hesitated before nodding. "Fine." But before he could move, another voice cut through the tension. "Wait." All eyes turned toward Ryu, who had remained silent until now. The interviewer's brows lifted in curiosity. "What is it?" Ryu took a slow step forward, his gaze unreadable. Then, in a calm voice, he asked, "Can I do it?" The interviewer's face lit up with intrigue. He hadn't expected this. "Oh?" He turned to fake Black Scythe. "Would you be willing to give up your turn?" Fake Black Scythe merely shrugged. "Do whatever you want." As Ryu moved past him, Kim gave a smug grin. "Do a good job," he sneered. You're doing me a favor. Ryu turned his cold gaze on him and replied in an emotionless voice, thank you. I'll make good use of the cloning rune. The smirk on Kim's face wavered. A flicker of confusion crossed his features, but before he could react, Ryu's hand shot out, gripping his throat with unrelenting force. There was no warning. No hesitation. A sickening crack echoed through the empty building as Ryu twisted Kim's neck with brutal efficiency. His body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Black Flame Dragon and the interviewer were frozen in place, their faces drained of color. The interviewer stumbled back, his voice shaking. You killed him? His eyes darted between Kim's corpse and Ryu, sheer disbelief flooding his expression. Do you even realize what you've done? That was Black Scythe. A legend. His voice wavered with shock and fear. Have you lost your damn mind? Ryu slowly lifted his head, his expression as cold as the grave. His piercing gaze met the interviewer's trembling form. You talk too much, he said flatly. The interviewer felt his heart hammering against his ribs. Those eyes. His breath hitched as a chilling realization settled in. It wasn't just the look of a killer, it was the gaze of a predator. It felt as though an apex beast had just marked him as prey. He instinctively stepped backward, but Ryu was no longer looking at him. Instead, his focus was on something unseen, until, suddenly, a translucent system notification flickered into existence before his eyes. You have killed another player while impersonating them. Activation conditions met. You have acquired a hidden rune, Doppelganger Rune. This rune will automatically bind to your body. A small, satisfied smile played at Ryu's lips. He had obtained the Doppelganger Rune. As for the man who was destined to become infamous in the future, Ryu didn't care in the slightest. Ryu's gaze dropped to the lifeless body on the ground, his expression unreadable. His decision to impersonate Little Cuckoo had turned out to be more advantageous than he had anticipated. The interviewer, now seething with rage, stormed toward him, his voice trembling with fury. Little Cuckoo. Explain yourself. Why did you kill Black Scythe? Ryu, unbothered by the outburst, reached into his coat and retrieved a pristine white mask. With slow, deliberate movements, he secured it over his face. As a strange gleam flickered in his eyes, he replied in an icy tone, Kim was a fool who dared to steal my identity. The interviewer stiffened. His breath hitched as confusion clouded his mind. His thoughts raced, trying to make sense of Ryu's cryptic words, but nothing added up. Meanwhile, Ryu's attention had already shifted. His gaze fell upon the unconscious cafe owner lying motionless on the cold floor. The interviewer's rage flared even hotter. His teeth clenched as he pointed at the woman, his face twisting with frustration. If you were so desperate to kill someone, then it should have been her. Not Black Scythe, he roared. Unfazed by his outburst, Ryu silently walked toward the woman. He crouched beside her, reaching for something discarded on the ground, a crumpled trash bag. With a detached expression, he slowly unfolded it, his voice devoid of emotion as he muttered, Fake Black Scythe was just as worthless as you are. The interviewer's fury boiled over. His chest heaved as he took a deep breath, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white. His glare burned with pure hatred. Say that again, he snarled, his voice laced with venom. Ryu didn't respond. He simply rose to his feet, his movements steady, calculated. The interviewer, his patience snapped, reached for his weapon. In an instant, a radiant golden sword materialized in his grip, its gleaming blade humming with energy. Still, Ryu remained unfazed. Without a hint of concern, he extended his hand. A deep, ominous energy began to swirl around him, its presence thick with an unnatural darkness. Slowly, the energy coalesced, taking form, his weapon emerging from the shadows. The interviewer's eyes locked onto it, and for a brief moment, hesitation flickered across his face. His body tensed as a wave of unease crept up his spine. Ryu calmly slid his weapon back into its sheath, his gaze still sharp and piercing. Then, in a voice as cold as the void, he repeated, the interviewer and Kim, both of them were trash. A chill ran down the interviewer's spine. He swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. But what truly sent fear coursing through his veins was the weapon Ryu wielded. His breath hitched, his pulse racing. It wasn't a sword. It wasn't a dagger. It was a massive, menacing scythe. Something he had never seen in the hands of any player before. Ryu rested the enormous scythe on his shoulder, his piercing gaze locked onto the interviewer. He didn't speak, but his silence alone was suffocating. The interviewer's breath hitched as realization struck him like a lightning bolt. His mouth hung open in shock, his eyes widening with terror. And then, it all made sense. There was only one player who wielded such a colossal scythe as their primary weapon. A shiver ran down his spine as he pieced everything together. Now, he understood why Ryu had said Kim was impersonating him. The weight of the truth settled in, twisting his stomach with fear. Ryu's voice, as cold as death itself, cut through the silence. Now do you understand? He asked, his words carrying an undeniable finality. Now you realize who the real Black Scythe is? The interviewer stumbled back, his legs nearly giving out beneath him. His chest rose and fell rapidly as sheer panic overtook him. He had been toying with a monster all along, completely oblivious. Ryu's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. I'm sorry, he murmured, tilting his head slightly. I lied. The interviewer's hands trembled violently. His grip on his sword slackened, and before he knew it, the weapon slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the floor. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, overcome with terror. Tears welled up in his eyes as he frantically pleaded for his life. Please, have mercy. I didn't know. If I had understood sooner, I would never have. His desperate cries were cut short. Ryu's eyes remained emotionless as he uttered a single word. No. Before the interviewer could process what was happening, his world tilted. A sharp pain, then nothing. His severed head tumbled across the floor, rolling aimlessly until it came to an eerie stop at Black Flame Dragon's feet. A deep chill crawled up Black Flame Dragon's spine. His breath hitched as he stared at the decapitated head, its lifeless eyes still frozen in shock. The gruesome sight sent a shudder through his entire body. This is the real Black Scythe, he thought, dread settling deep within his chest. He's on a completely different level. What terrified him even more was that he hadn't even seen Ryu make a move. All he had witnessed was the interviewer's head hitting the ground. By then, the swing had already been executed. Ryu slowly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Black Flame Dragon. His voice carried an icy finality. Now, it's just the two of us. Any idea what happens next? A sinister gleam flickered in his eyes. If you have anything left to say, now's the time. Your moment has come. Black Flame Dragon forced himself to breathe. His instinct screamed at him to beg for his life, but the memory of the interviewer's swift demise held him back. He knew pleading would be pointless. Instead, he clenched his fists, steeling himself. I won't waste time begging, he declared, forcing confidence into his voice. Ryu smirked. Good. Then, as if amused, he added, really? Black Flame Dragon hesitated, then took a steady breath. There is something I want to ask before I die. Ryu tilted his head. Go ahead. Black Flame Dragon's voice was steady but filled with curiosity. Back when we first met, why did you kill me 5 times in the 4th round? I just want to know. Ryu's response was immediate and blunt. To keep you in check. Black Flame Dragon blinked. Keep me in check? His brows furrowed. But why? Ryu's expression remained unreadable. Because out of all the people there, you showed potential. I had to make sure you didn't interfere with my plans. Something in Black Flame Dragon loosened. He hadn't realized it before, but hearing that answer brought an odd sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. So that's why. For a moment, he almost felt at peace. Ryu's voice broke through his thoughts. Any other questions? If I end you now, will you have any regrets? Black Flame Dragon hesitated. Fear clawed at his throat, but he had already decided, begging was pointless. Instead, he swallowed his terror and mustered the courage to ask one last thing. Why do you want to kill me? He asked. What have I done? Ryu's expression turned ice cold. Because you're garbage. Black Flame Dragon stiffened. Me? What did I do? Ryu's gaze darkened. Weren't you here to kill that woman? Black Flame Dragon hesitated before answering. Yes, but I haven't actually done anything yet. A flicker of irritation crossed Ryu's face. His voice turned sharper. You think that changes anything? Ryu's expression darkened, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. You haven't done anything? You just stood there and watched, like some useless bystander. Do you think that makes you innocent? Standing idly by while a crime unfolds is just as condemnable as committing it yourself. That's why you don't deserve to walk away from this. Black Flame Dragon clenched his fists, his lips pressed into a tight line. He wanted to argue but found himself at a loss for words. His silence only confirmed his guilt. Ryu exhaled sharply and, after a moment, spoke again. Fine. I'll give you one chance. Unlike the others, you're not entirely beyond saving. Your biggest crime is your inaction. So, tell me, do you understand what that means? Black Flame Dragon hesitated before nodding. I understand. Ryu tilted his head slightly. Good. Then let's make a deal. If you want to walk away from here alive, empty everything you have. Right here, right now. For a moment, Black Flame Dragon stared at him, confused. But when he realized Ryu was dead serious, he hurriedly began withdrawing items from his inventory. His survival meant more to him than any treasure. Ryu's gaze swept over the growing pile of loot, his interest piqued. Not bad, he mused. Orange marble stones, yellow marble stones, and even some sellable equipment. Not as valuable as black gold ore, but still a decent haul. Black Flame Dragon, feeling the weight of the situation, quickly added, "That's everything. Even the equipment I was wearing. I swear, I don't have anything left." Ryu eyed the pile and smirked. "If I sold all this, I could easily get 2,000 gold. More than I expected from him." Yet, instead of taking everything, he casually picked up a few marble stones and some equipment, storing them in his inventory. Black Flame Dragon blinked in confusion. "That's it? You're not taking more?" Ryu shrugged. "No need. Keep the rest." It was a calculated move. The gear stripped from the corpses around them wasn't worth looting, it wouldn't sell, and Ryu had already decided not to waste time on insignificant scraps. He had already killed them without hesitation because he knew they had nothing valuable. Still processing what had just happened, Black Flame Dragon cautiously asked, "So, does this mean you're letting me go? You're keeping your word?" Ryu gave a small nod. "Yes. A promise is a promise." Relief flooded Black Flame Dragon's face, and he exhaled deeply. "Thank you. Seriously, thank you." Ryu's tone remained cold as he delivered his final words. "Live differently from now on. Whether you clean up this mess or leave it as it is, that's your problem, not mine." Black Flame Dragon nodded solemnly. "I will." However, Ryu had already decided, he would deal with the woman himself. Black Flame Dragon hesitated before speaking. "I can help." But Ryu immediately cut him off, his voice as cold as ice. "Forget it. How could I possibly trust someone like you? Just leave." Black Flame Dragon lowered his head in submission. "Understood." As he turned away and took his first steps to leave, a deep sense of relief flooded his entire being. "I'm alive," he thought, barely believing it. "I was certain I'd die today, but he actually let me go." Another thought crossed his mind, maybe Black Scythe isn't as merciless as the rumors say. I expected him to strip me of everything, yet he only took a few stones and some gear. Losing a couple of shop-bought items to keep my life? That's a fair trade. Yet, as he walked further, an unsettling emptiness settled in his chest. It twisted and churned, slowly transforming into anger. Was this really fair? Just because I stood back and did nothing, I had to suffer this kind of humiliation? His hands clenched into fists, his frustration growing with each step. Then, almost involuntarily, his gaze drifted back toward Ryu. From behind, the infamous Black Scythe didn't look nearly as intimidating. He seemed vulnerable. Even if he's strong, he's just a person like me. If I attack him from behind, wouldn't he die like anyone else? The thought took root in his mind, spreading like wildfire. Black Flame Dragon felt his grip tighten around his axe, his pulse quickening with anticipation. This is my chance. If I manage to kill him, imagine how much stronger I'll become. His level must be insanely high. My stats will skyrocket. His heart pounded as he took slow, deliberate steps forward, closing the distance between them. He whispered under his breath, "Don't turn around. Just stay still." Then, with a burst of reckless determination, he raised his axe high above his head. "Die, you bastard," he roared, swinging with all the force he could muster. The weapon struck true, and Ryu's body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. For a brief moment, Black Flame Dragon stood frozen in disbelief. Then, realization dawned, and a euphoric grin spread across his face. He burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the battlefield. "I did it. I actually did it," he howled with joy. The great Black Scythe, taken down by a mere level 10 player. "You let your guard down, fool. How could you trust someone so easily?" But his victory was short-lived. Something felt off. His triumphant grin wavered as a creeping unease clawed at his mind. Why haven't I received any system notifications? He wondered. Normally, the moment he killed a player, the game would alert him to his stat increases. But now, there was nothing, no messages, no stat boosts, nothing at all. Dread pooled in his stomach. Slowly, he turned his head, searching for any clue as to what had gone wrong. Then, he heard a voice, one that made his blood run cold. "Why do you look so shocked?" His body stiffened. Heart pounding, he turned back toward the voice, only to see Ryu standing a few steps away, completely unharmed. A smirk played at his lips, his piercing gaze locked onto Black Flame Dragon. The sweat drained from Black Flame Dragon's face. His throat felt dry as he stammered, "How? I just killed you." His mind raced. Does he have some kind of resurrection ability? Or, am I losing my mind? Desperate for answers, he spun around to look at the ground where Ryu's body should have been. But there was nothing, no corpse, no blood, no sign that a fight had ever taken place. It was as if his attack had never happened. Ryu's smirk widened. "What you killed," he said coolly, "was just my clone." Black Flame Dragon's eyes went wide with horror. A clone? Ryu gave a small nod. That's right. The doppelganger rune allows me to create an identical copy of myself. It can't fight, but it serves other purposes, and this little experiment has been more valuable than I expected. Black Flame Dragon's face contorted with rage. His fists clenched as he trembled. You tricked me, he shouted, his voice filled with fury. Ryu's expression darkened. His sharp gaze locked onto Black Flame Dragon. Tricked you, he repeated, his tone laced with cold amusement. Are you really trying to play the victim here? Let me remind you, I was the one who nearly got his skull split open by an axe. Who's the real victim? Black Flame Dragon spat, his frustration boiling over. Victim? You were the one who robbed me blind. You threatened me and took everything I had. Ryu remained silent for a moment, his icy stare unyielding. Then, without warning, he raised his scythe. A sudden sense of dread washed over Black Flame Dragon. Something felt wrong. His body stiffened, refusing to obey his commands. His breathing became shallow as panic surged through him. What's happening? Why can't I move? Before the realization could fully settle, a swift flash of steel severed his head clean from his shoulders. His decapitated body crumpled to the ground as his head rolled away, his wide, lifeless eyes still frozen in shock. Ryu exhaled calmly, surveying the now silent battlefield. There were no survivors, except for one. With a flick of his wrist, he activated Trace Eraser. Within seconds, the bloodstains and corpses vanished without a trace. If an outsider were to stumble upon this place, they would never guess that a violent massacre had occurred just moments ago. But one person knew the truth. Ryu turned his attention to the last remaining figure, a woman laying motionless, her head concealed beneath a black bag. The only living witness to what had transpired. He stepped toward her with slow, deliberate steps. I need your attention, he said, his voice steady. The woman didn't move. She remained completely still, her breathing barely audible. Ryu narrowed his eyes. Drop the act and sit up properly. At that, she hesitated, then reluctantly straightened her posture. Though the bag covered her face, he could sense her unease. In a soft, almost trembling voice, she asked, How did you know I wasn't really unconscious? A faint smirk tugged at Ryu's lips. You thought fooling a player like me would be that easy? The woman hesitated for a moment before softly whispering, I'm sorry. Then, shifting uncomfortably, she asked, This bag is really stuffy. Can I take it off now? Ryu's response was immediate and firm. No. Keep it on until I'm gone. She gave a small nod. All right. Without wasting time, Ryu continued, How many customers were in here earlier? Do you remember their faces? The woman thought for a moment before answering. There were 4 of them. One was an older man, probably around 40 or 45. I spoke to him, so I remember him clearly. But the others, their faces are a blur. Ryu studied her carefully, analyzing every word. She wasn't lying, her uncertainty was genuine. That was all he needed to confirm, whether or not she had seen his face. Satisfied, he gave a curt nod. That's all I wanted to know. The woman shifted slightly, her voice carrying a note of unease. So, does that mean I'm safe? It's over now. Ryu's voice was steady but firm. Yes. You can go home without worry. It won't be easy, but try to forget what happened here today. And don't get the authorities involved unless absolutely necessary, it'll only make things worse for you. Retaliation is always a possibility. A shiver ran down her spine, but she nodded in understanding. I won't say anything. Ryu turned slightly, preparing to leave. Good. Now, count to 60 before removing the bag. Not a second sooner. The woman swallowed nervously and began counting in a hushed voice. As she did, the silence around her grew heavy. The only sound was the faint rustling of wind against the bag covering her face. 58, 59, 60. With trembling hands, she yanked off the bag, her eyes darting around in frantic search of the man who had spared her. But the space around her was eerily empty. The ruined store remained, but there were no bodies, no blood, no sign that a violent battle had ever taken place. It was as if everything had vanished into thin air. Her breath hitched. Was it all a dream? She scanned the area once more, desperate for any trace of the mysterious figure who had saved her, but there was nothing. Only an unsettling silence remained. Doubt clouded her mind, and she murmured once more, did that really happen? The truth, lost in the void of uncertainty, would haunt her for a long time. After leaving the scene behind, Ryu returned home. As soon as he stepped inside, Ryu-1 greeted him at the door. Why are you wearing my hoodie? One asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Ryu didn't bother to answer and simply walked past him. Undeterred, one followed and asked another question. Did you eat anything? No, Ryu replied curtly. One sighed. Then at least order something to eat. All right, Ryu agreed. Without another word, he removed the hoodie and tossed it into the trash bin. One, noticing this, frowned. Why are you throwing that away? I'll buy you a new one, Ryu said flatly. He had no intention of letting one wear something he had on while taking another person's life. One didn't press the issue. Instead, with a subdued expression, he muttered, "School's shut down, and with all these players running wild outside, I can't even step out of the house." Ryu could sense the frustration in his voice. Wanting to lift his spirits, he casually asked, "How about a trip to Everland?" One's eyes lit up instantly. "Really? We can go?" "Yeah. Then let's go." One's excitement was palpable. The next day, the two brothers arrived at Everland. It had been ages since their last visit, and seeing one's genuine happiness made Ryu feel at ease. "This place is still running," Ryu remarked as they walked in. "Most places like this have shut down, but Everland is still operating." As they strolled past a shop, they noticed a family walking out, each of them donning a pair of fluffy rabbit ears. One's gaze lingered on them for a moment before he spoke. "I want to try those too." They ended up picking panda ear headbands instead. In the next moment, they both stood there, looking unexpectedly adorable with the accessories. Ryu snapped a few pictures, capturing the rare light-hearted moment. From that point on, one wanted to try everything. They rode the roller coasters, explored various attractions, and even watched pandas playing around in their enclosure. Ryu felt content seeing his younger brother enjoying himself without a care in the world. However, the mood took a subtle shift when one suddenly fell silent. His excitement faded, replaced by a somber expression. Tomorrow. His brother had to return to that game tomorrow. Noticing one's unease, Ryu reassured him, "Don't worry. I'll be fine. I might sleep a little longer when I come back, but that's all. It's dangerous, yeah, but I know how to handle it." One nodded hesitantly, but the concern in his eyes didn't fade. Seeing this, Ryu patted his head lightly. "How about we check out the safari ride next?" April 30, 11:50 p.m. Sitting in his room, Ryu-min waited, mentally preparing himself for the transition to the parallel world. His resolve was firm, his mind sharp. Just then, a message notification popped up on his screen. "Yuri, Min. It's almost midnight, isn't it? I'm so nervous right now, but I have a feeling things will go smoothly this time. Let's not stress about it and focus on giving our best. Go, fighting. We'll see each other again, alive and victorious." A quiet chuckle escaped Ryu-min's lips as he read her message. She's anxious. That long text makes it obvious. It wasn't surprising. After all, he had warned her in detail about the dangers of the 5th round. But she didn't need to worry. From this point onward, he would be her shield. Starting with the 5th round, the zones were set to merge, meaning he would finally cross paths with Min Yuri. Even if it was just to take advantage of her buffs, he had already decided to ensure her safety. "She's looking for the black scythe, but she has no idea that I'm him." As he checked the time once more, he smirked. "Oh? It's time already? Then, let's begin." As the clock struck midnight, Ryu-min's eyes slowly closed. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness was pulled away, plunging him into the parallel world once more. As Ryu-min's eyes fluttered open, he was met with a familiar sight. A vast stretch of open grassland spread before him, eerily reminiscent of the battlefield from the very first round. One by one, figures materialized around him, avatars of the remaining players, summoned onto the plains just as before. For Ryu-min, this scene was nothing new. He had witnessed it unfold multiple times. But for many of the others, it was different. The air was thick with tension, and it wasn't just because of the round ahead. The crowd had thinned considerably. Is this really all of us?" someone muttered. "There's no way. More players must be arriving soon." "Don't kid yourself. Last round, we had about 500 left. Now that I think about it, yeah, the numbers do seem right. It's too quiet, something feels off." As murmurs of unease spread through the group, a familiar presence descended from above. A figure suddenly appeared, a radiant being with gleaming wings, its smile twisted with amusement. "Welcome once again, humans. Congratulations on making it to the 5th round. Kihihihi." The angel's tone was light-hearted, but not a single player returned the enthusiasm. Their expressions remained grim, their gazes filled with silent contempt. Of course, none of them had any fondness for these so-called celestial beings. The angels were the ones responsible for throwing them into this relentless death game. "Oh my, what's with the long faces? Cheer up, will you?" the angel chuckled. "You all had quite the time last round, didn't you? Killing each other so enthusiastically, kikiki." Its laughter echoed across the plains, further igniting the players' quiet resentment. "Ah, I see. Not in the mood for jokes today," the angel mused, feigning disappointment. Fine, I'll get serious then. Its previously mischievous expression faded, replaced by a more businesslike demeanor. Currently, we have 442 survivors. Originally, this round was supposed to begin with 521, but it seems we're short by almost 80. I suppose some of you decided to settle your differences outside the game as well. A ripple of tension spread through the crowd. The numbers dropped again? Why do they keep decreasing like this? The angel, unfazed by their reactions, continued. Well, whatever happens in your world isn't my concern. However, with only a little over 400 of you left, things might start feeling a bit uneventful. The angel's lips curled into a sinister smile. So, I took the liberty of preparing something special. Are you ready for what comes next? It's time for the zone integration. The moment those words left the angel's lips, murmurs of confusion spread among the players. Many exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to grasp the meaning behind the announcement. Finally, one player stepped forward, raising a cautious hand. Angel, could you clarify what zone integration actually means? The celestial being let out a sigh, as if mildly irritated by the question. You'll understand once I explain. There's no need to overcomplicate things. The player quickly bowed their head. I see. My apologies. To put it simply, zone integration refers to the merging of zones. You may not realize it, but your country alone had hundreds of separate zones. To be precise, 875. Gasps rippled through the crowd. 875? Seriously? We had that many zones? The angel chuckled, as if their astonishment was amusing. Oh, don't act so shocked. Compared to some other nations, this is nothing. Consider this, each zone originally started with around 10,000 participants. Naturally, countries with larger populations had more zones to accommodate their numbers. A few players frowned as the realization dawned on them. Wait a minute. If every zone had its own angel overseeing it, that would mean tens of thousands of angels exist. This was something none of them had truly thought about before. The sheer scale of it all was overwhelming. The angel, clearly entertained by their whispers, smirked. Correct. Each of us is assigned to a specific territory. Took you this long to figure that out? Humans really are slow. Though the angel's words dripped with mockery, no one dared to respond. It was pointless to argue with a being that held absolute authority over them. However, one thought lingered in the minds of the players. One of them hesitantly spoke up. Wait, Angel, you said you were assigned to a territory. Does that mean you didn't create this survival game? For a brief moment, the angel's expression faltered, as if caught off guard. However, the slip was fleeting, quickly masked by a neutral, unreadable gaze. What makes you think that? The angel asked, feigning indifference. One of the players hesitated before responding. It's just difficult to believe that so many angels would willingly cooperate to create a survival game of this scale. There has to be someone pulling the strings. The angel let out a mocking chuckle. Oh? And what if we did come together of our own volition, with no higher power orchestrating things? Would you commend our efforts? Quit overthinking things. Worrying about pointless details will only give you a headache, humans. I apologize. Faced with the angel's sharp retort, the man had no choice but to lower his head in fear. Ryu Min. Unlike the others, Ryu Min wasn't fooled. He had caught the angel's attempt to steer the conversation away, a clear sign that information about the true mastermind was off limits. It was highly unlikely that the angels, known for their arrogance and rivalry, had come together as a unified force to orchestrate this game. And players can kill angels. No, there had to be an unseen hand controlling everything from the shadows. Enough of these foolish questions. Your only concern should be survival, the angel muttered irritably, unwittingly confirming that they weren't the one in charge. Now, let's not waste any more time. We're proceeding with the territory integration as planned. And before any of you start coming up with wild theories, this is happening only because your numbers have dwindled. Don't overthink it. With a mere flick of the angel's wings, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Rumble. What's going on? An earthquake? The sudden shift left the players in shock, but Ryu Min remained unfazed. He knew exactly what was happening. It's not the ground that's shaking, it's space itself. A deafening noise reverberated through the air as the very fabric of reality wavered, twisting and reshaping before their eyes. A deep, resounding hum reverberated through the air as the very fabric of reality distorted. Jagged black fissures emerged, stretching skyward like cracks in a shattered mirror. Then, as if the world itself had been flipped inside out, space twisted and rotated like the shifting faces of a cube. With each seamless turn, new figures materialized, hundreds of unfamiliar players, their bewildered gazes darting around. The heavy sound of merging dimensions echoed across the landscape. The black lines flickered once before vanishing, leaving behind a vastly different scene. The once sparsely populated grassland was now densely packed with people. Is it over? Who are all these people? A tense silence settled over the crowd as they cautiously studied one another, wariness evident in their eyes. Hovering above them, an unfamiliar angel observed the scene with amusement, a smirk tugging at their lips. And with that, the territory integration is complete. The angel gestured grandly. What's with the awkward silence? You're all humans, aren't you? At least greet each other instead of gawking like statues. The players remained stiff, but the same couldn't be said for the celestial beings. A group of 10 angels had gathered in the sky, exchanging stiff pleasantries. Their smiles lacked any real warmth. Olive, how many do you have in your sector? 442. About the same as ours, then. Seems like it. So, who's going to break the news to the humans? Someone needs to explain how things work from here. Ugh, I'll do it. The angel named Olive, the overseer of Ryu Min's territory, lazily raised a hand. Oh? Trying to earn favor with the higher-ups, are we? Another angel teased. Ha, as if. Then why volunteer so quickly? Fine, you do it if it's such a big deal. No thanks, sounds tedious. Well then, Priscilla, you handle it. What? Me? No way, that's too much trouble. Guys, does it even matter? Someone just do it already. Yeah, the boss isn't going to care who explains it. Good point. Alright, Olive, go ahead. Your voice is the nicest among us anyway. Ugh, whatever. The angels, clearly unbothered by the gravity of the moment, treated the responsibility like an unwanted chore. Even for something as straightforward as an announcement, the angels treated it as an inconvenience. With a sigh, Olive flapped her wings and descended to the center of the meadow. Alright, listen up. I assume your respective angels have already informed you? Due to the dwindling number of participants, we've merged multiple territories into one. The crowd responded with silent nods, their expressions tense. At present, 10 territories have been combined, bringing the total number of players here to 4,844. 10 territories merged? Nearly 5,000 people? The realization dawned on them, explaining why the area suddenly felt so crowded. Glances were exchanged, unease creeping in. With unfamiliar faces all around, the thought of continuing the competition alongside complete strangers made their hearts pound. This isn't an isolated case. Other territories have also undergone integration to ensure a sufficient player count. Naturally, that means your territory name has changed. From now on, this region will be designated as CESKS007, consisting exclusively of South Korean players. Ah, so everyone here is from South Korea? At least we won't have a language barrier. But what happens when we merge with other countries? Indeed, this was only the beginning. As the number of survivors dwindled to 500 or fewer, further integrations would take place. Eventually, South Korean players would find themselves competing against challengers from other nations, a scenario some had already anticipated. It's inevitable, Ryu Min thought. And he knew exactly when that moment would come. By round 11, the second zone integration would take place, forcing players to battle against participants from other regions. But that wasn't the only thing Ryu Min expected. He was well aware that the angels had something extra planned for this round. And sure enough. Before we dive into the main quest, let's mark this occasion with a little side game. A side game? The players murmured amongst themselves, intrigued by the sudden change of pace. Each territory had its own representative, correct? But now that we've merged, that system no longer works. So, what do? Simple, we select a new representative for this integrated territory. A new zone representative? Since only one person could hold the title, it meant a competition was inevitable. The rules are straightforward. The 10 former representatives will step forward and battle each other. The last one standing will be declared the leader of this newly unified region. A death match. To claim leadership, they had to eliminate each other. So they have to fight until only one remains? That's brutal. Yet, despite the harsh nature of the challenge, most players didn't seem concerned. In fact, amusement flickered across their faces. This should be fun to watch. I wonder who'll come out on top? The spectacle was about to begin, and for the onlookers, it was nothing more than entertainment. This calls for some popcorn. Since the battle only involved territory representatives, who had no emotional ties to one another, the onlookers treated it as casual entertainment. Of course, the actual participants didn't share that sentiment. Damn it. So we have to fight to the death just to decide on one leader? I never even wanted to be a territory representative in the first place. Hold on? If we die here, do we get resurrected like before? Is there no way to just forfeit? I don't care about being the representative. Expressions of reluctance and frustration were evident on the faces of the 9 representatives. Only one among them remained composed, Ryu-min. Unlike the others, he knew exactly how valuable this position would become. The angels, noticing their hesitation, chuckled. Come now, representatives. No need for such long faces. It's called a death match, but that doesn't mean you'll actually die. Just like before, anyone eliminated will be resurrected once the match concludes. Oh, so we'll be revived again this time? Of course. Despite the angels' reassurances, the representatives still seemed unenthusiastic. The role of territory representative had felt meaningless up to this point, offering no real advantages. However, the angels weren't finished yet. Judging by your reactions, it seems you think this position holds no real benefits. But are you sure about that? Wait, are you saying there's an actual advantage to becoming the integrated representative? Absolutely. The new representative won't just have command authority anymore. Instead, they'll gain domination authority. Domination? What's that? A significant upgrade. Unlike before, where representatives could only issue commands, domination grants direct control over any player within your territory, so long as their level is lower than yours. Regardless of their job class, you can manipulate them however you see fit. As long as their level is lower? That means I could control anyone beneath me. No matter their class. The representatives, who had initially been indifferent, now looked intrigued. Up until this point, most players had transitioned into their job classes, rendering the old command authority practically useless. But this new ability? It erased that limitation entirely. Of course, there are still some restrictions. Domination can only be used 10 times, and if the representative is killed, their authority transfers to their killer. But tell me, isn't it tempting? The ability to control fellow humans as you wish. There was no need for a verbal answer. The gleam in the representative's eyes spoke volumes. They wanted this power. They were willing to fight for it. And Ryu-min was no exception. Up until now, being a territory representative wasn't worth much. But from this round onward? That changes. I must win this match and claim the title. His decision to eliminate Hwang Yongmin in the previous round had been intentional. He knew this moment was coming. Starting from the 5th round, the representative's authority would evolve into something truly useful. And then there was the hidden subquest. Regardless, Ryu-min's goal was set in stone. With my current level and combat prowess, even a 9-on-1 fight isn't a concern. Before the extra game could commence, the angels gathered in a tight circle, their voices buzzing with animated discussion. Not only did this newly integrated zone require a single representative, but it also needed a new angel to oversee and guide its players. Now that the territories have merged, we need to appoint a guiding angel, one of them pointed out. Right? We can't afford to bicker over it like last time, another added. However, despite recognizing the necessity, not a single angel appeared eager to take on the role. It seemed that whether human or celestial, no one was particularly keen on accepting unwanted responsibilities. So, is there anyone bold enough to volunteer? Elu asked, scanning the group expectantly. Silence. Not a single hand was raised. The lack of response was almost comical. Well, I guess I shouldn't have bothered asking, Elu sighed, shaking his head. All right, back to the real issue, Ellen interjected, steering the conversation back on track. Since no one wants to be the guide, what do we do? Any suggestions? The angels exchanged glances before offering their ideas. What if we leave it to chance and roll a die to pick? A game of luck, huh? It's not the most exciting method, but it's fair. Or we could take turns, rotating the role every now and then. Wouldn't that be unfair? The ones at the end might never get their turn. Besides, these zones will probably merge again soon anyway. As the angels mulled over their options, numerous ideas were thrown into the mix. What should have been a straightforward decision had taken on an air of gravity, their expressions growing more serious with each passing moment. Then, breaking the silence, Priscilla spoke up, her tone laced with amusement. Instead of resorting to a dull game of chance, why don't we tie it to this extra round? She paused, ensuring she had their attention before continuing. The zone representatives are about to battle, right? Let's make it interesting. The angel overseeing the first player to fall will automatically be assigned as the new guide, consider it a penalty for their bad luck. A ripple of intrigue spread through the group. Oh, that sounds exciting. Now that is a fun idea. I like Priscilla's proposal. Anyone else in favor? Count me in. Me too. A smirk played on Priscilla's lips as support for her idea grew. But just as it seemed settled, Olive raised her hand, her expression unwavering. Hold on. Instead of punishing the angel responsible for the first eliminated player, why don't we do the opposite? What do you mean? Someone asked. Simple, Olive said, tilting her head slightly. Rather than forcing the loser's angel to take the role, let's reward the one who oversees the last player standing. The winning angel would be granted a special title, how about Queen? That way, instead of a penalty, it becomes a position of prestige. The decision was made. Rather than selecting an angel at random, the one assigned to the human who emerged victorious from the deathmatch would be crowned queen. Unsurprisingly, it was Olive, the angel responsible for the protagonist's region, who had pitched this bold suggestion. Hearing her idea, the red-haired angel, who had previously proposed the penalty system, visibly scowled, clearly displeased by the shift in direction. Some of the angels looked puzzled at first, uncertain what the title, Queen, truly entailed. But the more astute among them quickly filled in the blanks. Being the queen meant absolute authority. Complete submission. Every angel, without exception, would be bound to obey her commands without question. The revelation sparked a ripple of excitement. The idea that their human's victory could directly elevate them to such a powerful position was too thrilling to ignore. Soon, imaginations ran wild as angels pictured themselves in that seat of supremacy, reigning over their peers. What had begun as a playful wager now carried a competitive edge. Applause broke out. Olive's suggestion had taken hold, and it was unanimously agreed upon. Still bristling, the red-haired angel gave Olive a side glance, muttering under her breath, "You must really believe your human has what it takes to win." Smiling without a hint of modesty, Olive replied, "You're not wrong." The red-haired angel smirked, trying to provoke her further. "Well, don't get too cocky. My representatives held the top spot in our regional rankings since the first round. He's not going down easily." Feigning a gasp, Olive gave a theatrical look of surprise, though inwardly, she was stifling a laugh. Rankings? As if that mattered. If her rival only knew the identity of Olive's chosen one, Black Scythe himself, her confidence would surely crumble. But Olive had no intention of revealing that just yet. With subtle amusement in her tone, she turned and asked, "So, do you accept the terms?" Reluctantly, the red-haired angel nodded. There was no valid reason to object. One by one, the remaining angels also voiced their agreement, each secretly placing their hopes on their human champions. Then, one of them chimed in, "Since this brilliant idea came from Olive, why not have her go down and explain it to the players?" Taking the cue, Olive gracefully descended from the sky, her wings unfurling with elegance as she addressed the crowd below. "We will now begin the bonus round to determine the representative of the unified territory," she declared with clarity. "Representatives, please step forward and gather beneath me." At her command, 10 individuals broke away from the watching crowd. Though some exchanged wary glances, they stepped up to the marked area without hesitation. Among them was the protagonist. As they took their places in the center, Olive raised one hand, and in response, the ground began to rumble. The players watched in awe as the land around them transformed. Fire erupted from cracks in the earth, reshaping the terrain. Massive stone columns thrust skyward, encircling the area as if summoned by an ancient power. Bit by bit, the land molded itself into a battlefield, an arena bathed in flames and tension. At the very heart of it all, a grand coliseum stood, towering and oppressive. Fear flickered across the faces of some representatives, but Olive was unmoved. Her smile was serene, her tone crystal clear. "The time has come," she said. "This is a battle to the end. You will fight until only one of you remains standing in this arena." With that declaration, the deathmatch began. If you step outside the arena's bounds, you won't return. No second chances out there, Olive warned, her voice echoing across the Colosseum. So if you value your lives, stay inside. Now, let the match begin. The moment her words rang out, the 10 representatives unsheathed their weapons, tension thick in the air. None made a move just yet, each eyeing the others warily. Among them, however, was a man clutching a gleaming longsword, his ambition burning brightly. In his mind, this was his chance to rise above the rest, to claim the title of king by cutting down every last one of them. He scanned the group, noting how hesitant everyone seemed. It didn't surprise him, they all recognized one another's strength. Still, he scoffed internally. None of these fools are stronger than me. He had reigned supreme in his region's rankings from the very beginning and had no intention of surrendering that top spot. What gave him even more confidence was the powerful rune engraved on his weapon, a dismantling rune. Just one slash, one graze even, and the rune's effect would tear through the target like a curse. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his blade practically guided itself. It always knew the right point to strike. Thanks to that alone, he had annihilated over 300 players in the 4th round, 312, to be exact. Up in the sky, a few angels watched the standoff with mixed reactions. One of them let out a bored sigh, clearly unimpressed by the delay in action. Another hovered beside her, attempting to hype things up by shouting encouragements. The man with the rune wondered if the angels had some sort of bet going, based on how restless they looked. Regardless, he had waited long enough. This was the perfect moment to put on a show. With slow, deliberate steps, he strode confidently to the center of the arena, sword resting on his shoulder. He turned his gaze from one opponent to the next, searching for someone to serve as his opening act, the first kill that would set the tone for his dominance. His goal wasn't just to win. He wanted everyone, angels and humans alike, to remember his name and fear it. He planted himself in the middle of the battlefield, openly inviting an attack. His expression made it clear, "Come at me if you dare." Then, from the crowd, a lone figure began walking toward him. It was a man wielding a massive, dark scythe, an ominous sight that made the sword wielder's confidence falter for a moment. That weapon, it's not ordinary. Scythes weren't exactly common. Plenty of players had edgy nicknames with "scythe" in them, but the number of people who actually used one was close to none. It was far too large, far too unwieldy, unless someone had the skill to make it dance like a dagger. He squinted to read the other player's nickname. Black Scythe. His heart skipped a beat. No. It can't be. He tried to rationalize it, convincing himself that it was just a coincidence. Maybe someone else had chosen a similar name. But then he remembered, the system didn't allow duplicate nicknames. Each one was unique. There was no mistake. The man standing before him wasn't just some scythe-wielding lunatic. It was the Black Scythe. And in that instant, for the first time since the match began, the confident swordsman felt a chill crawl down his spine. It finally dawned on the swordsman, this wasn't just some skilled opponent. The man standing before him with that ominous Black Scythe was none other than the top-ranked player across every region, Black Scythe. The only player known to have reached level 30. The shift in the representative's demeanor was visible to all. The confidence he'd worn so arrogantly a moment ago crumbled into disbelief and fear. The angels, observing from above, were left stunned by the sudden change in mood. One turned to Priscilla, the red-haired angel responsible for that player, and asked hesitantly, "Wait, isn't that your representative?" Priscilla didn't respond right away. Her eyes were locked on the scene below, and her teeth dug into her nail out of sheer frustration. Her human wasn't moving, he just stood there, frozen, and she couldn't for the life of her figure out why. What the hell was he doing? Then, out of nowhere, Olive burst into laughter, an uncontrollable, almost mocking cackle that echoed through the sky. Priscilla's head snapped toward her. "What's so damn funny, Olive?" she growled. Wiping a tear from her eye, Olive grinned. Forgive me, really. But it's just too good. Look at your little champion down there, he's trembling while staring at my representative dragging a scythe like he's mowing the lawn." Following her gaze, Priscilla finally took in the sight of the man approaching her representative. The scythe he carried was massive, elegant, and dangerous looking. It made an impression, no doubt. But even so, Priscilla frowned. She couldn't feel any menacing aura coming from him. "So what?" she snapped. "Are you saying my representative is terrified just from looking at yours? Isn't that what it looks like?" Olive replied smoothly, her grin widening. Priscilla's irritation only deepened. "You're talking nonsense. You really think someone who's held the #1 spot in my region since the very first round would be scared of some flashy scythe? Don't make me laugh." Olive tilted her head, almost amused. "In your region, huh? Well, unlike yours, my representative hasn't just been #1 locally, he's never once dropped from the top of the global rankings." A few angels nearby immediately voiced their disbelief. "Come on, you expect us to believe that? Is she making stuff up now?" But Olive didn't flinch. She calmly pointed down at the scythe wielder's name hovering in the air. If you'd been paying attention to the ranking boards, you'd recognize that name in a heartbeat. Their eyes followed her gesture. Black Scythe. Gasps filled the air. It was him, the name that appeared at the top of every leaderboard every single round. The one no one had been able to dethrone. Silence fell over the angels as they processed the realization. Priscilla, meanwhile, shook her head in disbelief. No. This couldn't be real. If he was truly Olive's representative, then her own player didn't stand a chance. And then it happened. Without a word or warning, Black Scythe moved. His scythe cleaved through the air in a single fluid motion, and before the red-haired representative could even react, he fell, defeated in an instant. There was no struggle. No resistance. Just a clean, merciless takedown. Up above, Olive clasped her hands with a radiant smile. Looks like Priscilla's out. The angels stared, dumbfounded. Their disbelief turned to dread. Down in the arena, the remaining 9 representatives now had a name to associate with the nightmare standing in their midst. Why is Black Scythe even here? some of them thought in a panic. It didn't take long for the others to realize something terrifying: they stood no chance. If even the strongest of them had fallen in one strike, what hope did they have? One man, particularly shaken, only level 13, felt his legs go weak. His eyes darted between his sword and the approaching figure. There was no way to fight this. No way to win. Black Scythe didn't stop walking. His expression unreadable, he approached the rest, scythe in hand, completely composed. The closest representative panicked and stepped back, trying a different tactic. Hey there, Black Scythe, he called out with a forced laugh. Wow, it's such an honor to fight beside someone as well known as you. Seriously, I'm touched. I might cry, haha. When he got no response, he quickly shifted his tone. Wait, can we talk for a second? He pleaded, his nervous chuckle fading into desperation. But Black Scythe just kept walking, his silence more intimidating than any threat. Behind Black Scythe, one of the female representatives quietly dismissed the notion of combat. She calmly stowed away her weapons into her inventory, signaling her refusal to fight. The man who had earlier tried to flatter Black Scythe hesitated for a second before raising both hands high, signaling his surrender to the angels observing from above. His bold move quickly inspired others, one after another. Several representatives followed suit, their weapons lowered in defeat. The angels looked down in disbelief. This wasn't how the match was supposed to go. Their expressions twisted into outrage as they processed what was unfolding. The excitement of the showdown, the chaotic clash they had so eagerly anticipated, was unraveling before their eyes. Their game was being reduced to a farce. Enraged, one of the angels floated forward and issued a chilling warning, her voice booming across the arena. Anyone who surrenders will have their heads burst like overfilled balloons, and don't expect resurrection afterward. The threat echoed ominously in the silence that followed. The hands that had once been raised in surrender now slowly lowered. Panic filled the representatives' eyes as they realized that backing out was no longer an option. One of them, a girl with a quiver on her back, retrieved her bow. Others followed suit, drawing swords, gripping axes, and preparing for a battle they knew they couldn't win. There were 8 of them left. And although they understood their odds were abysmal, they still held on to the faint hope that they might succeed if they attacked all at once. Watching them change their stance, Ryu Min tilted his head slightly. So they fear the angels more than me? He mused, his expression unreadable. But the thought didn't bother him, if anything, it amused him. Whether they came one by one or all at once, it wouldn't change the outcome. Their efforts would be crushed just the same. A faint smile curled on his lips, and that smile alone made the others recoil internally. There was something terrifying about his calm, something that made them question if they were walking straight into their own graves. But they couldn't back down now. Driven by pride, fear, and desperation, the 8 top-ranked players from their respective regions launched their assault. A barrage of blades and arrows descended upon Black Scythe. They charged from all directions, trying to overpower him through sheer numbers. And then, he moved. In a single, breathtaking motion, Ryu Min dashed forward, his scythe blurring through the air like a phantom. He weaved through the chaos, zigzagging with inhuman speed. Before the first few attackers even realized he had passed them, their bodies dropped to the ground. The remaining players froze mid-step, stunned by the precision and brutality they had just witnessed. Then, they too became targets. Ryu Min spun his weapon, his dark scythe carving through the air like a reaper's judgment. Those who had hoped to retreat were hunted down one by one, their resistance crushed under his overwhelming presence. Above the arena, the angels fell into an eerie silence. The spectacle had left them speechless. They had expected bloodshed, but not like this. This was a massacre, wrapped in grace and dread. Moments later, the silence gave way to gasps and exclamations as they fully registered what had happened. Black Scythe had cleared the stage. He had won. They exchanged glances, realization setting in. Olive, the angel who had brought forth Black Scythe, was now the de facto victor of their wager. And by the rules they had all agreed to, the rest of them would now serve under her command. Priscilla, flushed with fury, couldn't accept it. You knew this would happen, didn't you, Olive? She spat, her voice sharp with accusation. Olive turned toward her, unfazed, the corners of her lips curving in satisfaction. Of course I did. What, did you think I suggested this out of kindness? The fire in Priscilla's eyes flared. You manipulated us. I offered a suggestion. You all agreed without question, Olive replied, folding her arms. No one forced you. You said it sounded fun, remember? Now that you've lost, you want to play victim? The other angels stirred, some looking uneasy, but Priscilla stepped forward again, defiance bubbling inside her. We should never have agreed to this. She tricked us. Tricked you? Olive's tone sharpened. Or outplayed you? There's a difference. Before the argument could escalate further, Olive narrowed her eyes. Don't do anything stupid, Priscilla. You really want to throw hands in front of the humans? That'd be a new low for us. Priscilla flinched, her fists clenched tightly. Besides, Olive added in a sing-song voice, if the head angel hears about you starting a fight, you'll be enjoying a nice long stay in the insect cell. The mere mention of that place made Priscilla recoil as if she'd been slapped. Of all punishments, that was the one she feared most. Her anger remained, but the fire in her eyes dimmed. For now, at least, she would stay her hand. But the tension between the angels was far from over. That place, the insect cell, was the one location Priscilla dreaded more than anything. The moment Olive mentioned it, all the fire in her eyes dulled into resignation. Seeing her so subdued, Olive chuckled softly. What's the matter, she said with a smirk. Changed your mind about fighting? Priscilla didn't reply. Her silence was all the answer Olive needed. Well then, Olive said cheerfully, as the winner, I hereby declare myself queen. And as for you, Priscilla, you can be the guide for our lovely new representative. Priscilla clenched her jaw. For how long? She asked through gritted teeth. Olive waved her hand dismissively. Until I'm in a better mood. With that, Olive turned her attention away, fully expecting obedience. When she noticed Priscilla still rooted to the spot, she raised an eyebrow. Well? Get moving. Your job starts now. Swallowing her pride, Priscilla reluctantly stepped forward, moving toward the crowd of human players. Inwardly, she cursed her own foolishness for ever agreeing to the wager that brought her to this point. Clearing her throat, she addressed the players in a clear but curt tone. As you've witnessed, the match has ended, and a new representative has been selected. A system notification had already informed the players of what she said. New zone representative, Black Scythe. With his victory, she continued, Black Scythe has been granted a temporary title, Ruler's Authority. This skill enables him to issue commands to players within certain limits. Though she tried to keep her voice steady, her words carried a trace of bitterness. The gathered players, on the other hand, showed nothing but awe. Many had already heard of Black Scythe's exploits. Now, seeing him wield such power firsthand, they understood why opposing him might be unwise. He was level 30, far beyond them, and that alone gave him the right to command. After formally acknowledging Black Scythe's new status, Priscilla turned her attention to the fallen representatives. With a deep breath, she extended her white wings wide, golden feathers detaching and gently drifting down toward the lifeless bodies. Upon contact, each body began to shimmer with a soft, radiant light, gradually restoring color to their pale skin. One by one, the representatives began to stir. Some opened their eyes in confusion, unaware of what had occurred, while others sat up, visibly shaken, recalling only fragments, a shadowy figure, a sweeping scythe, and the sting of defeat. You were all defeated, Priscilla informed them bluntly, by Black Scythe, who now holds the position of Unified Region's representative. Her words sank in quickly. The expressions on their faces shifted from confusion to realization, then to reluctant acceptance. There was no room for argument. What had happened was undeniable. Priscilla wasted no time stripping away their former privileges. The authority you once held as representatives will now be revoked, she announced. However, this is not the end. Opportunities to regain status may come again. Despite her attempt at reassurance, it did little to lift the atmosphere. Disappointment hung thick in the air. Then, with no fanfare, Priscilla raised her hand, and a translucent window appeared in front of every player, its contents glowing in silver text. Main mission activated. Objective: defeat 300 orcs within the allotted time. Time limit: 10 hours. Secondary objective: acquire 4 equilibrium stones. Survival limit: only 25% of participants will advance to the next phase. Rewards and penalties remain undisclosed. A heavy silence followed as everyone read the message. The challenge was brutal. The numbers alone made it clear, only a quarter of them would make it through. With the looming presence of the orcs and the uncertainty surrounding the mysterious equilibrium stones, a sense of urgency and dread spread through the crowd. Murmurs and anxious whispers filled the air. No one knew exactly what failure would mean. But one thing was certain: this game had just become deadly serious. When the players began murmuring among themselves, clearly displeased by the mission details, Priscilla let out an exasperated sigh. Her golden eyes narrowed as she spoke with sharp sarcasm. Complaining already? Is it the survival rate that bothers you? Shall I reduce it even further? The grumbling came to an abrupt halt. Her words, laced with threat, carried more than enough weight to silence everyone. Satisfied, Priscilla continued, her tone dry. You've had it easy up until now. It's about time things got serious. Don't expect the same mercy moving forward. Her words stirred unease through the group, but not everyone looked worried. A few players exchanged confident smirks, their pride shielding them from doubt. These were the ones who didn't think of themselves as ordinary participants, they believed they had the strength to crush the orcs with ease. Priscilla caught their expressions but said nothing. Let them believe that, she thought. The battlefield would break their arrogance soon enough. As the discussion shifted, a voice from the crowd called out, raising a question that had been on several minds. What about the secondary mission? Why hide the reward? Instead of brushing it off, Priscilla turned toward the speaker with an amused look. Good question. You've probably noticed that unlike before, the secondary objective is actually visible now, she replied. And that's precisely why the reward is concealed. If I revealed both, where's the challenge? Ryu Min stood silently among the group, already tired of the cryptic nature of these so-called games. His memory was sharp, he hadn't forgotten that the fifth round's hidden reward had been the Equilibrium rune, one of the 8 essential runes. And only one could be acquired per zone. Of course, he knew that there were alternate paths to obtaining these rare runes, but those methods were even more punishing than the main quests. Just completing the mission wouldn't be enough, only the most qualified could truly earn the rune. Priscilla's voice broke through his thoughts. To those aiming for the hidden reward, you'll need to collect 4 Equilibrium stones, she announced, her tone serious. Only one person in the entire zone will be granted the prize, and there are only 4 stones to be found. Gasps and nervous glances spread through the players. A former representative raised his hand and voiced the obvious concern. What if someone can't find all 4? Then the mission's pointless for them, right? Rather than soothe them, Priscilla's response only intensified the pressure. Don't worry, she said with a shrug. You can always take the stones from someone else, by force. That statement caused a noticeable shift in the atmosphere. The players exchanged wary looks. It was no different from how the representative titles were won, elimination through combat. Priscilla confirmed as much. Yes, it's the same system. If someone holding an Equilibrium stone is killed, their stone will drop. But don't get greedy. Only the stone will fall. No gear, no loot, no extras. Then she paused, letting her next words hit harder. And just so you know, anyone who dies during this phase will stay dead. There will be no second chances. Her warning hung heavy in the air. No revival. No forgiveness. The challenge was no longer about strength alone, it had become a matter of cunning, survival, and timing. The real test was about to begin. After finishing her lengthy explanation, Priscilla ended with a mocking smile and a final message. Do your best, everyone. I'm looking forward to the results. With that, the angels vanished, leaving behind silence and tension. Watching them go, Ryu Min muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed, what a bunch of bothersome pests. Now alone with his thoughts, he began to plan. His first priority was to wipe out the required 300 orcs, and then he'd circle back to assist Minuri. Efficient and methodical, that was his style. As he strode through the crowd of players, the atmosphere tensed around him. All eyes followed his movements, but no one dared lift a weapon. Though some had considered attacking him to steal the title of representative, the moment they met his gaze, or even felt his presence, those thoughts quickly dissolved. His overwhelming aura suffocated even the boldest of hearts. When he walked past, players instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, as though a predator had spared them. Elsewhere, a few former representatives gathered and debated their next move. Confused and aimless, one of them suggested an unorthodox idea. Why don't we follow him? Black Scythe always outpaces us anyway. If we trail him, maybe we can pick off the leftovers. Another man looked at him as though he'd lost his mind. Follow him? Are you insane? If he activates his authority as the representative, we could end up bound to him forever. Still, the first man shrugged. Better than wandering blindly. He always finishes first. If nothing else, we can learn something from him, assuming we don't get caught. Though most hesitated at first, fearful of being enslaved, they slowly began to consider the plan. The key, they realized, was distance. If they stayed just far enough behind, they could avoid triggering any control-based skill. But none moved right away. So, with a deep breath, the one who proposed the idea turned and left by himself, choosing to act rather than wait. Eventually, the rest followed his lead, straying from indecision and trailing quietly in the direction Black Scythe had gone. Not long after, Ryu Min arrived at the edge of a crimson forest where an orc village was tucked among the thick trees. Tall tents made of hide stood like domes, and the smell of roasted meat drifted through the air. He slipped through the foliage with practiced silence, his form blending with the shadows. Those following him from a distance crouched in the underbrush, watching as he moved without hesitation toward the village. At the outer edge of the settlement stood a lone orc guard, thick-muscled and towering, who let out a deep, guttural roar the moment he spotted the intruder. But his warning cry was cut short. Black Scythe moved like lightning. In a blur of motion, the massive scythe he carried sliced through the air. A single arc, clean and silent, and the orc's head was already separating from his shoulders. The body slumped forward and collapsed in the dirt with a heavy thud. Without stopping, Ryu Min crossed the threshold into the village. Around him, orcs were tending fires, sharpening blades, and carrying supplies. At the sight of a human stepping into their camp with such ease, they froze, their yellow eyes widening. Then, all at once, they charged at him, weapons raised and war cries echoing. Ryu Min answered their aggression with graceful brutality. His scythe glowed with a sinister red energy as he spun into the crowd. Each swing was precise and devastating. Heads flew, bodies fell. The crimson arc of his weapon seemed to thirst for blood. 2 orcs tried to flank him, he didn't even glance in their direction before cutting both down with a single, reverse sweep. The earth beneath him became soaked with blood, but he remained untouched, his expression calm. When the skirmish was over, he walked forward with the same composed stride as before, completely unfazed, as though it had merely been a warm-up. His gaze fixed on the largest tent in the village, situated at the center like a chieftain's hall. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside as if it were his own domain. Time passed. Eventually, Ryu Min emerged from the tent, his scythe resting on his shoulder and his pace unhurried. Whatever business he had within had already been settled. He glanced around once and continued deeper into the village, his mind already focused on the next part of his plan. And from the shadows of the trees, those who had dared follow him watched in awe and dread. Before long, the small group of players who had been discreetly tailing Black Scythe spotted him emerging from the orc settlement. His figure, unscathed and calm, contrasted starkly with the blood-soaked battlefield behind him. Witnessing the ease with which he had decimated the orc village, a few players began to believe that the creatures were no stronger than the gnolls they'd encountered in previous missions. But the one who had originally proposed following Black Scythe wasn't convinced. "Are you sure it looked easy because they were weak?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. "Or was it only because it was him?" His warning gave pause to the others. They realized he had a point. Just because Black Scythe made something look effortless didn't mean it was. Acknowledging the wisdom and caution, they agreed to stay alert. With their confidence bolstered by watching his actions, the group made the decision to strike out on their own and attack an orc settlement. After all, they had numbers, and in their minds, that would even the odds. Still, despite their shared goal, unity among them was shallow. One cloaked figure at the back was already scheming, considering how long he could tolerate being among what he deemed weaklings. Another planned to cooperate only until he determined whether he could survive better alone. A third had a more sinister mindset. He intended to use the others as a living shield if things went south. Eventually, they stumbled upon what looked like a promising target. Towering wooden walls enclosed a sprawling village nestled among the trees. From a distance, it looked 3 times the size of the one Black Scythe had just cleared. The sight filled them with excitement, they believed it to be a treasure trove of kills. But their optimism was short-lived. As they approached, a pair of sharp-eyed orc sentinels positioned in crude towers spotted their movement. Without hesitation, one of the guards lifted a large horn to his lips and blew with all his might. A deep, ominous sound rang out, reverberating through the trees like a war cry. The players froze. They hadn't expected the village to react so quickly. The call to arms hadn't even faded when thunderous footsteps began to echo from within. From behind the village gates, a swarm of armed orcs poured out in droves. The sheer number was overwhelming, dozens at first, then more, until the ground itself trembled under the weight of their charge. In a flash, the players found themselves surrounded. They were a group of just over 10, but now encircled by a horde of bloodthirsty warriors. Each orc wore a twisted grin, their eyes gleaming with savage hunger. The scope of the village suddenly became clear. It wasn't just large, it was massive. Far larger than they had assumed. Reality crashed down on them like a hammer. This wasn't going to be a simple raid. The mage who had first suggested tracking Black Scythe turned to the others, panic creeping into his voice. "What do we do now?" No one had a solid answer. Only one option seemed viable: fight. And fight they did. The orcs wasted no time. With guttural roars, they charged forward, weapons raised, eager to shred their prey. The players reacted with urgency. A swordsman lunged to meet the first attacker, his blade clashing with the orc's massive, spiked club. The force of the collision sent a shockwave into the air. Yet, the impact caused the orc's arm to jerk backward, opening a brief window. Without hesitation, the player capitalized. His sword struck true, cutting the orc down. The moment ignited something in the group. Seeing one of their own take down an orc stirred hope. The tension thinned just slightly as they realized the orcs weren't as quick as expected. Riding that surge of morale, the same swordsman turned and slashed toward a second enemy, charging with renewed confidence into the fray. With confidence surging, the swordsman drove his blade deep into the orc's chest, grinning as he expected the creature to collapse instantly. But that smile vanished the moment the orc didn't fall. The beast remained standing, barely flinching from the wound. Then, before the player could react, the orc retaliated with brutal speed. To his horror, the player realized his weapon was stuck, wedged tightly in the orc's dense muscle, refusing to budge. What followed was a blur of chaos. With a thunderous swing, the orc's spiked club crashed into the player's side, hurling him several meters away. Just like that, the tide shifted. The rest of the orcs, feeding off the momentum, surged forward with terrifying force. Encircled with no room to flee, the human players were overwhelmed. Screams echoed as one player after another was struck down without mercy. No one was spared. Caught beneath the sheer weight of a charging orc, the very man who had proposed following Black Scythe now lay pinned, his body crushed into the dirt. His breath came in short gasps, fear and regret flooding his mind. Is this really how it ends? Trampled like an insect, he wondered. His thoughts were silenced a moment later when the orc above him raised its weapon and brought it down. His scream, once sharp and loud, faded into nothing. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Ryu Min advanced alone, silent and purposeful. He'd long since noticed the group that had been tailing him earlier. With 20 people moving together, there was no way to go unnoticed. Still, he hadn't paid them much attention. He figured they would be safe, at least as long as they avoided fortified orc settlements. Even for him, villages with sentry towers were trouble. The moment a guard orc sounded the horn, dozens of warriors would swarm the area like a flood. That's why Ryu Min always avoided those high-alert locations. With more than 200 such villages scattered across the map, it was best to choose his targets carefully. Over time, Ryu Min had become intimately familiar with these enemies. Orcs were built differently from humans. Their bodies were so tough and tightly wound with muscle that weapons often got stuck if plunged in recklessly. That's why he never relied on stabbing blows. He always aimed for their weakest spot, the head. Even when outnumbered, he struck with surgical precision, his large scythe flashing crimson in the sunlight as he dispatched enemies with clean, efficient sweeps. It didn't matter how many orcs charged at once, if he struck true, none of them stood a chance. After clearing yet another orc village, Ryu Min brought down the final defender, a towering brute who let out a last guttural roar before collapsing beneath the scythe's arc. With the village now silent, Ryu Min checked his quest log. A bright notification greeted him. Quest complete, 300 orcs defeated. He had done it. In just under an hour, Ryu Min had become the first player in the entire region to complete the orc extermination objective. Satisfied, he closed the window and immediately turned his thoughts to Minuri. There was no time to waste. Activating his tracking ability, he focused on her presence and began heading back without delay. Elsewhere, in a different part of the forest, Choi Manji of the Young Explorers Club approached the group's leader, Cho Yang-ho. The man looked worn, his armor scratched and dirty, but he was still standing. "You all right, Yang?" Manji asked. Yang-ho nodded, though his breathing was heavy. "I'm fine. Just tired." Still, despite what they'd seen, he didn't fully believe that the orcs were truly that dangerous. His confidence in human strength hadn't yet been shaken, but that belief was about to be tested soon. Though the orcs walked with clumsy, lumbering steps reminiscent of pigs, the members of the Young Explorers Club weren't foolish enough to let appearances deceive them. They had already witnessed the power these creatures possessed in combat. As they regrouped under the canopy of blood-red trees, their leader, Cho Yang-ho, turned to one of his more reliable members. "Mankey, how many orcs have we taken down so far?" Mankey scratched his head before replying, "About 50, give or take." That number immediately caused Cho Yang-ho to frown. They had a strict goal: eliminate 300 orcs within a 10-hour window. At their current pace, they were far behind. Internally, he knew they wouldn't make it if things continued like this. However, the rest of the team didn't seem too worried. They believed they could make up for the slow start in the latter half of the mission. But Cho Yang-ho wasn't so optimistic. He understood that if they truly wanted to succeed, they would need to take risks, starting with a larger orc settlement. But as soon as he floated the idea, Mankey voiced concern. "Isn't that too dangerous?" he asked, glancing toward another member, who quickly agreed. "We struggled with just 3 orcs. A whole village? That's suicide." Another chimed in, suggesting they'd be better off sticking to smaller camps and picking off stray orcs. With nearly everyone expressing the same doubts, Yang-ho chose not to argue. Instead, he let the silence linger for a few seconds before speaking again. "I get it. But if we keep playing it safe like this, we're just postponing failure. We all know how this ends if we stay on this path." His eyes hardened, and his tone dropped. Even if it's tough, we need to push through. Remember this, there's no future aboard a sinking ship. The gravity of his words sank in, and with no one else objecting, the group pressed forward. Entering deeper into the crimson leaf forest, the outline of a massive orc village came into view. It was the same one they had scouted earlier. From a distance, Mankey was the first to spot a sentry post atop a wooden watchtower. "There's a guard," he said, pointing to a silhouette hunched over the lookout. Cho Young-ho nodded and immediately ordered the team to circle around the perimeter. They followed a narrow trail along the village's edge, hidden beneath thick foliage and trees that masked their movements. Eventually, they reached the side of the village's outer wall, an uneven wooden barrier built from logs and rope. There, tucked between two sections of fencing, was a gap just wide enough for them to squeeze through. Mankey knelt and peered into the village. "Strange? I don't see anyone," he whispered. Cho Young-ho exchanged looks with the others, then gave a subtle nod. With Mankey taking the lead, the group slipped through the gap and began exploring the village silently, sticking close to the walls and shadows. Walking through the empty paths between tents and wooden huts, Young-ho asked in a low voice, "Could they all be inside their shelters?" "Most likely," Mankey replied. "Judging by the village's size, we can probably expect around 5 orcs per tent." Cho Young-ho grew tense. Up close, the village looked even larger than he had imagined, easily big enough to house over 100 orcs. As the gravity of the situation weighed on him, one of the members whispered, "Should we strike one tent at a time?" Young-ho nodded. "That's the best bet? Hit fast, take them out before they react." "I agree," Mankey said. 5 orcs isn't a problem if we surprise them." Without wasting more time, the group positioned themselves around one of the larger huts. Cho Young-ho raised a hand, signaling for silence, then gestured toward the door. They waited for his signal to begin the ambush. Carefully and in complete silence, Cho Young-ho led his group through the narrow tent entrance. Inside, they found another wooden door that seemed to separate the inner chamber. Without hesitation, they broke through it, bursting into the room with weapons drawn, only to freeze at the sight before them. There were 10 orcs inside, not 5 as they had anticipated. The orcs, startled by the sudden intrusion, rose from their seats with low growls and sharpened glares. The tension spiked immediately. One of the club members, eyeing their numbers nervously, turned to Cho Young-ho and asked, "What now?" "We take them down one at a time," the leader responded calmly, keeping his eyes on the nearest orc. As the monsters began to close in, Cho Young-ho gave a sharp command to target the one on the left. That orc, a hulking brute, lunged forward and swung his club, but it collided with a raised shield. In that brief opening, Cho Young-ho dashed in and slashed across the creature's leg, cutting deep enough to bring it crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Mankey moved in next. With a swift, upward swing, his blade sliced near the orc's shoulder. Their coordination worked perfectly, and within seconds, the first orc was eliminated while the others were still reacting. Suddenly, one of the orcs, a particularly large one with coarse blonde hair, let out an enraged roar. Like a wild boar, he charged through the room with terrifying speed, his mace swinging high. The blow connected with Mankey, sending him to his knees with a pained gasp. The sight ignited something in Cho Young-ho. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward, his blade aimed with precision. Before the orc could land another strike on Mankey, Cho Young-ho pierced its weak spot, felling the second beast. Mankey, though injured, was safe, for now. The remaining 8 orcs were now completely alert. They hadn't attacked yet, but the pressure in the room was suffocating. Mankey clutched his side while the rest of the club took stock of their situation. "We can't win this," one of the members whispered, eyes wide with fear. Cho Young-ho didn't disagree. They were outnumbered, and with one of their own wounded, things weren't looking good. Deciding quickly, he barked, "Retreat, now!" They bolted from the tent, carrying Mankey between them. But what they saw outside made their hearts sink. The clearing they'd passed through earlier, which had been free of danger, was now swarming with more orcs, another 10 at least, and all headed straight toward them. "Where did all of these come from?" someone shouted in panic. "About 10 more," another quickly counted, eyes scanning the crowd of snarling enemies. Panic began to set in. The member supporting Mankey stumbled slightly, muttering, "This is it, we're done." Mankey, groaning in pain, wondered if this really was the end of their journey. But Cho Young-ho wasn't finished yet. "Raise your weapons," he said coldly, eyes scanning the horde. Some hesitated. A few were already mumbling their final words to each other. One looked to Cho Young-ho with tears brimming in their eyes. "We can't win. Why are you still fighting?" "Look closely," Cho Young-ho replied. "Why do you think they haven't attacked us yet?" Confused, the team turned their eyes to the orcs. And then they saw it, smirks. Wicked, amused expressions twisted the faces of the monsters. They're laughing at us, he said. They find this amusing. They see us as prey trembling before the slaughter. Doesn't that enrage you? The silence that followed was heavy. Do you enjoy being looked down on like this? Treated like insects in a cage? If this is the end, then take at least one of them with you. Let's fall with dignity. His words struck like thunder, lighting something inside their hearts. Slowly, each member raised their sword, a fierce determination replacing their fear. Even Mankey, wounded and barely standing, gritted his teeth and prepared to fight again. The orcs, seeing the humans change in attitude, stopped mocking. Their expressions shifted to cold focus as they began closing the distance slowly, menacingly. Cho Young-ho raised his hand once more. When I give the signal, strike together. Same target. But just as tension reached its peak, a loud explosion echoed across the village. A fiery glow burst from a distant section, lighting up the sky. Startled by the sudden noise, several of the orcs turned away, their attention drawn to the disturbance. Without hesitation, a few sprinted toward the source of the flame, abandoning their prey. The club members turned to look. What was that? One asked. A fire was spreading in the distance, though they couldn't tell how or why. Cho Young-ho narrowed his eyes. The chaos had worked in their favor, but not all the orcs had left. The original 8 from the tent still stood their ground. Their numbers are down, he called out. Now's our chance. With their leader's voice rallying them, the group lunged forward. Blades clashed and shouts rang out. Fueled by adrenaline and desperation, the team fought with everything they had. When the dust settled, the last orc collapsed to the ground. The players, covered in sweat and blood, stood, barely, but they were alive. One of the members dropped to their knees, panting. We only survived because of you, Captain. But Cho Young-ho shook his head. We all chose to fight. Without you, I wouldn't be standing here either. He turned to Mankey, who sat slouched against a tree. How bad is it? I've had better days, Mankey replied with a strained smile, his eyes wet with tears. But I'll live. Knowing Mankey needed to rest, Cho Young-ho instructed the others to hide and remain silent. Despite their protests, he insisted on going alone to investigate the earlier commotion. Moving cautiously between tents, Cho Young-ho noticed something odd. An eerie stillness had settled over the village. No orcs in sight. The air was heavy but calm. Once he felt safe, he advanced slowly, trying to find the source of the fire. That's when he heard it, a faint sound, followed by a strange glow. He turned the corner and stopped dead in his tracks. Dozens of orcs were strewn across the ground, lifeless. A golden light shimmered faintly from their corpses before their bodies began to dissolve into motes of light, disappearing into the air. Cho Young-ho walked between them, his face tense with disbelief. Who could have done this? Then, in the middle of the carnage, he spotted someone standing alone. A tall figure with a black cloak and a massive weapon, one that Cho Young-ho instantly recognized. Black Scythe? As if hearing his name, the figure turned, eyes meeting Cho Young-ho's. Black Scythe stared at the man's username, eyes widening in recognition. It clicked. That wasn't just anyone, it was him. The player known to the world as the Mercenary King. Ryu Min begins explaining the mercenary class. He says it's a close-range combat class, similar in nature to a warrior. Mercenaries often carry a wide variety of weapons, and their combat skills also resemble those of a warrior. However, there's one significant trait that sets them apart and makes them incredibly powerful: contracts. When a mercenary signs a contract with another person, they gain extraordinary strength and enhancements. Because of this, mercenaries often prefer to form parties, either with people they trust or by entering a contract with a special class holder known as the Mercenary King. The Mercenary King is a unique solo class that allows its user to lead and command all contracted mercenaries. Anyone who signs a contract with the Mercenary King receives various powerful buffs and additional effects. Due to these benefits, there's rarely a reason for anyone to decline such a contract. Ryu Min then looks at the person standing before him and realizes, he's face to face with Yango, a solo-class Mercenary King. This surprises Ryu Min, as he hadn't expected to meet such a person here. Yango approaches Ryu Min with a nervous smile and greets him. Hello, Black Scythe. Ryu Min asks, you know me? Yango chuckles, replying, of course. Who wouldn't know about someone who's always ranked number 1? Internally, Yango is panicking. Damn, I really shouldn't be meeting someone who's ranked first in every zone. He might not take it well if I ask for a handshake. Reading Yango's thoughts, Ryu Min quietly reflects, he doesn't seem like someone who would deceive others. Maybe that's why he qualifies as a Mercenary King. He has the mindset and heart of a true leader. Yango then asks him, did you really kill all those orcs alone? Ryu Min nods. Yango is visibly shocked and says, you're truly amazing. You live up to your reputation. He then bows deeply and says, thank you. Because of you distracting them, I managed to survive. I didn't even know you were here. Yango acknowledges that even if Ryu Min didn't deliberately help them, killing the orcs indirectly saved their lives. Ryu Min replies, "Alright, hurry up and get out of here with your team. I've killed all the orcs in this village, so you don't have to worry about them." Yango, slightly confused, asks, "Wait, how did you know I was with my team?" Just then, he turns around and sees his teammates arriving. Shocked, he says, "What are you guys doing here? I told you to wait." One of them responds, "We thought maybe you'd leave us behind." Yango is taken aback and replies, "I'd never abandon you like that." Ryu Min observes the interaction and thinks, these four must be the mercenaries under Yango's contract. They came because they were worried about him. He's already formed a team that truly cares about him. The group then notices Ryu Min, and one of them asks, "What are you doing here?" Ryu Min casually replies, "I just came for a bit of hunting." But when they see the pile of orc corpses around, they realize he has eliminated them all without much effort, even if there were over 100 of them. Ryu Min then urges them, "Leave now. If you're done here, get moving. A boss might spawn soon because of the orc massacre. It could be dangerous." They salute him and say, "Yes, sir. We'll be nearby. It was an honor to meet you, Black Scythe." Just as they're about to leave, they hear a strange sound. One of the teammates with a shield says, "Did you guys hear that?" Another asks, "Hear what?" He replies, "Listen closely." Now even Yango hears it and says, "What's going on here?" Ryu Min calmly answers, "An intermediate boss is spawning. Get out now." Yango is stunned, "An intermediate?" Before he can finish, a huge orc boss jumps into their view. Yango's teammates are horrified. "Is this an orc?" one gasps. But the intense aura and monstrous condition of the creature make it clear, this is no ordinary orc. It's a high-powered warrior. Ryu Min looks at it without fear and mutters, "So you finally showed up? Orc warrior." He regrets not leaving sooner due to dealing with the group, but he knows he has to defeat this boss to obtain a Stone of Balance, a required item for one of his subquests. "If I kill this one, I can wrap up this part of the quest and move on to the next trial," he thinks. As the boss advances, radiating fury, Yango stammers, "It looks really angry." He shouts, "Run," but is cut off as the orc swings its massive blade in a furious strike aimed at him. The strike causes a powerful explosion, shattering the surroundings. His teammates scream his name. But just 2 seconds earlier, Ryu Min had jumped in and pulled Yango out of harm's way, saving his life. "Black Scythe, thank you." Yango gasps. Ryu Min replies, "Stay back if you don't want to die." As the orc warrior advances, Ryu Min charges forward. "You think this is fun, huh?" Ryu Min taunts, slashing the orc's leg with his scythe. The orc screams in pain and retaliates with a violent attack, but Ryu Min dodges effortlessly. Jumping back, he grins. "What's the point of powerful attacks if I can dodge every one of them?" Infuriated, the orc launches a flurry of strikes. Ryu Min weaves through them, nimble and calm. "I've already cut his neck twice and it didn't go through, this guy's too damn thick," he mutters. Determined, Ryu Min leaps again and spins his scythe into the orc's neck, carving deeper this time. Still airborne, he continues to rotate his weapon rapidly around the orc's throat. Finally, the orc's head is severed. It tumbles to the ground, and Ryu Min stands triumphantly atop the corpse. Thanks to this victory, Ryu Min gains 37.73% EXP, 4,000 gold, and a 2,000 gold bonus. As Ryu Min stepped down from the dead orc's core, everyone looked at him in awe. Did he kill that thing? A new message appeared before Ryu Min, listing the items he had earned. You have obtained Sword Ring Pommel, Orc's Heart, Lesser Azure Mana Stone, Stone of Balance. Subquest Progress, Stones of Balance, 1 out of 4. A faint grin curled at the corner of Ryu Min's lips as he read the notifications. He thought to himself, taking down a boss is miles more satisfying than dealing with those weaklings. The EXP bar that had barely moved throughout the earlier skirmishes now surged upward, an increase of over 37% in one go. That alone would have been impressive, but there was more. Along with the experience boost, he received 4,000 gold, plus an additional bonus payout. Not bad, he mused, but that's not even the best part. Several rare items had dropped as well. The most eye-catching among them was the sword labeled Ring Pommel Sword. Ring Pommel Sword. Type, Weapon. Rarity, Epic. Attack Power, 100. Effect, with every successful strike, gain plus 5% attack speed. Stacks up to 10 times. Durability, 1000. Requirement, usable by regular grade players or higher. A blade distinguished by a loop-shaped guard. Elegant yet deadly, it was forged for relentless pursuit and momentum. Ryu Min stared at the weapon and muttered to himself, shame it's a sword and not a scythe. If the item had been his weapon of choice, there would have been no hesitation. He considered the numbers. His current weapon, the Reaper's Scythe, only had 25 attack power, though the Reaper's rune doubled that when used with a scythe. Even then, it topped out around 50. That meant the ring pommel sword had twice the raw damage. Still, Ryu Min thought, damage isn't everything. Despite the sword's advantages, switching weapons wasn't so simple. He was used to the scythe's rhythm, its sweep, its reach. Even though he started out as a hunter, he had grown comfortable with all kinds of weapons over time. None, however, fit him as naturally as the scythe did. I'll hang on to it for now, he decided. A rare weapon like this will fetch a hefty sum later. He tucked the sword into his inventory, then moved on to the next drop, the Orc's Heart. Orc's Heart. Description: a dense, crimson stone shaped eerily like a heart. Despite its unsettling appearance, it's not biological. Highly valuable for crafting certain unique items. Many discard it out of ignorance, but doing so is a costly mistake. This one's a keeper, he thought. The Orc's Heart was a required material for an upcoming craft he had in mind. Tossing it would be idiotic. He also pocketed a lesser azure mana stone, a decent reagent, and another stone of balance, inching him closer to finishing that particular subquest. That boss was worth it, he thought, glancing down at the slain orc warrior. After wrapping up his inspection, Ryu Min turned around, and stopped. Yango stood there, eyes wide, clearly shaken by the display he had just witnessed. In the next second, he composed himself and spoke with deep respect. You're truly something else, Black Scythe. I wouldn't even dream of taking on that creature myself, let alone solo. He gave a sincere bow. Thank you. You didn't just defeat the monster, you saved our lives doing it. I'm not in the habit of letting people die when I can help it, Ryu Min replied simply. Yango hesitated, then asked, did you know it was going to appear? Ryu Min didn't feel like going into the mechanics. After clearing the regular orcs, a mid-boss typically shows up. Nothing unusual. With that, he turned, ready to move on. My business here is done. I'll be leaving now. Understood, Yango replied, bowing again. Thank you once more, Black Scythe. Safe travels. Ryu Min was about to walk off when he overheard a voice behind him. Let's go hunt. Seeing Black Scythe fight lit a fire in me. Their morale had clearly skyrocketed. But before they could move, one of Yango's comrades suddenly collapsed to his knees with a pained groan. Mangy. Yango rushed over in alarm. What's wrong? The injured man clenched his teeth. I can't go on. My body's at its limit. You said you were fine earlier. I said that because I was worried about you, Hyungnim, Mangy rasped. But now I can't keep up. Yango gritted his teeth, panic settling in. You have to endure. If we can survive until the round ends, we'll get healed when we return. Mangy weakly shook his head. You know it too. If we don't meet the 300 kill quota, we vanish. There's no second chance. I don't have the strength to keep fighting. Please, just leave me behind. A heavy silence fell. Ryu Min stopped walking. Yango, usually composed and reliable, was clearly rattled. You can still swing a weapon, right? We'll soften up the orcs, just finish them off. That should count. Mangy looked at his brother, eyes heavy with guilt. But if you focus on helping me, none of you will get enough kills. I'll drag everyone down. I don't want to slow you down, Mangy murmured, voice trembling with fatigue. Please, just go. I don't want you to see me like this. Zhou Yong's face twisted with helplessness as he crouched beside his injured comrade. No, he said firmly, shaking his head. I can't leave you like this. You're losing strength by the minute. How could I possibly turn my back on you now? From a few paces away, Ryu Min paused and narrowed his eyes, watching the exchange. He hadn't expected this reaction from Zhou Yong, the famed mercenary king, known for leading vast battalions with unwavering resolve. To see him so visibly distressed over one injured man was surprising. If it were Ryu One lying there like that? Ryu Min thought silently, recalling his own brother. He would have reacted the same. That moment of empathy led him to a decision. Looks like you're in a tough spot, Ryu Min said as he stepped forward, addressing the group. Mind if I take a look? Zhou Yong and the others turned toward him with expressions of confusion and uncertainty. Ryu Min's unexpected offer was met with silence, their hope tempered by skepticism. In their minds, there didn't seem to be any way to save Mangy now. Is there really something you can do? Zhou Yong asked cautiously. Ryu Min didn't answer with words. Instead, he knelt beside Mangy and examined the injuries. These are serious, he said, but not beyond repair. He placed a hand over the worst of the wounds and began to chant softly, words unintelligible to the others. Then, a soft green light radiated from his palm, bathing Mangy's battered form in a calming warmth. The group watched in stunned silence as the bleeding stopped and the wound visibly closed. The astonishment was palpable. Mangy looked down in disbelief, his mouth opening but no words coming out. "It's gone," he finally whispered, pressing a hand over the newly healed skin. "Even the pain, it's just gone." "That's right," Ryu Min replied calmly. What the others didn't know was that the healing he'd just performed had technically exceeded the skill's intended capabilities. Though the skill, First Aid, was categorized as a basic one, Ryu Min's intelligence stat, bolstered to an impressive 123, and the bonus 32% skill amplification from the rune, had turned it into something far more potent. Normally, the skill would only treat light injuries or stop bleeding, but in his hands, it could even mend a dislocated shoulder. "Try moving your arm," he instructed. Cautiously, Mangy rolled his shoulder. As the pain failed to return and his mobility returned, his eyes lit up in joy. "It works. I can move again. It doesn't even hurt." "Don't get carried away," Ryu Min warned. "It's an emergency patch-up, not a full recovery. Push yourself too hard and the injury could reopen. But for now, you should be able to fight without issue." "Black Scythe, thank you. I owe you my life," Mangy said with heartfelt gratitude. Jo Young stepped forward next, bowing slightly. "I'm deeply grateful. I can't thank you enough for saving one of my own." He opened his inventory and took out a crimson mana stone, low tier, but still valuable. The rest of the party followed suit, producing items from their own pouches. Some offered mana stones, others, spare equipment they'd intended to sell. Jo Young extended the items toward Ryu Min. "This might not be much, but please accept these as a token of our appreciation." Ryu Min raised a hand, intending to refuse. "That's not necessary." But before he could decline further, the gifts were already in his hands. "It's not about the value," Jo Young insisted. "You gave our friend hope when we had none. Whether you accept the gesture or not, know that I won't forget this favor. Someday, I'll repay the debt." In that moment, Ryu Min realized he'd gained more than gold or loot. He'd earned the trust and gratitude of the Mercenary King, a man whose strength would one day prove crucial. "I was going to pick up a basic skill anyway," he thought to himself, but this turned out to be an even greater return than expected. This encounter was bound to leave a lasting impression. Before parting ways, Ryu Min looked at Jo Young's group and said calmly, "Well then, take care. I'm sure we'll cross paths again." Min Yuri found a quiet spot and watched the system interface tick down slowly. Time until round ends, 8 hours 55 minutes and 15 seconds. Main quest progress, orcs defeated, 0/300. She got scared as soon as she saw Black Scythe and lost him. Previously, Min Yuri found herself preparing for the upcoming 5th round. Just before stepping into it, Ryu Min's words echoed clearly in her mind. "The quest involving 300 orcs isn't something you can take lightly," he had warned her earlier. "They're not just strong, they come in hordes, and they're relentless. Don't even consider going in alone." "So, what are you suggesting?" she had asked. "Seek out Black Scythe as soon as the territory integration is complete," he replied without hesitation. "Don't challenge them without him. And if, for some reason, you can't reach him right away, then wait at least an hour before taking any action." "I understand," she had said, nodding in gratitude. "Thanks for the warning." Now, with those instructions fresh in her mind, Min Yuri remained patient, waiting calmly as the territory merger completed. She trusted Ryu Min, and intended to follow his advice to the letter. As soon as integration was finalized, she scanned her surroundings, unsure how to even begin finding Black Scythe. "Where do I even start?" she murmured. But the answer came swiftly and easily. She didn't need to search at all. Among the 10 individuals selected as area representatives for the bonus match, Black Scythe was already present. "There he is," she whispered, spotting him immediately. "I'll talk to him once it ends." The outcome was clear and overwhelming. Black Scythe dominated the match. The gap in ability between him and the others was undeniable. "Well, he is already level 30, she muttered to herself, trying to rationalize the feat. "It makes sense." As the match concluded, she began to walk toward him, but as he descended from the platform, her steps faltered. She stopped several feet away, her body refusing to move forward. She didn't understand why at first. "What's wrong with me?" she asked herself, confused. But the answer was painfully clear. It was fear. An instinctive, visceral fear that gripped her as she remembered the brutal scenes she had just witnessed, enemies mercilessly decapitated by his hand, blood spraying across the battlefield. No matter how much her rational mind told her he was an ally, her instincts whispered caution. "Min told me I need to work with Black Scythe," she reminded herself. "He'll need my help. He won't hurt me." But by the time she snapped out of her daze and lifted her head again, he was already gone. He left, she whispered in disappointment. I missed my chance. It seemed Black Scythe had already moved on to begin the main quest. Min Yuri now stood alone, weighing her next steps. Min said I shouldn't take on the orcs by myself, but I can't just stand here and do nothing. Left with no other option, she followed Ryu Min's final piece of advice, wait for 1 hour before taking action. Min Yuri released a tense breath as a wave of unease washed over her. Doubt began to gnaw at her confidence. This isn't good, she murmured, brows furrowing. What if I really vanish if I can't kill 300 orcs in time? She had entered this round with her faith placed firmly in Black Scythe, but now she couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. The irony stung. Her hesitation earlier had caused her to miss her chance. Fear had slowed her down. And now she was alone. Realizing this, she shook her head. I can't just stand around waiting. There's no telling if Black Scythe will return to this exact spot. Resolving to act, she moved forward carefully, scanning her surroundings with a sharp gaze. Her footsteps were slow but purposeful. She didn't know where he had gone, but she had to try. I think he might have gone this way, she speculated, glancing down a well-trodden path that stretched through the trees. She followed it, one cautious step at a time. Roughly 10 minutes later, she spotted a faint silhouette ahead, structures in the distance, crudely built and worn by time. From their design, it was obvious, an orc village. Spikes, wooden barricades, and crude tents sprawled around the area. Could he be inside? She wondered aloud, but immediately shook her head. No. That's too reckless. I can't charge in blind. Just as she decided to pull back, her heart dropped. A rustling in the underbrush. A low growl. From the trees beside the path emerged the last thing she wanted to see, an orc. It looked exactly as she remembered from the briefings and the game-like system, green skin, brutal build, and rage-filled eyes. A battle axe rested heavily in its hand, and the creature snarled before charging straight at her. Min Yuri's heart raced. This isn't what I wanted. I was trying to avoid this. But retreat was no longer an option. With no time to lose, she activated one of her core support skills, Bless. A golden light shimmered over her body, amplifying her stats. Her agility, the primary attribute she had poured points into, jumped from 24 to 36. Even her strength, though lesser in focus, rose from 12 to 18. Drawing the gleaming rapier she had received during her class advancement, she readied herself. The blade, light and precise, suited her fighting style perfectly. Fortunately, she had a few things going in her favor. First, the orc was alone. No backup, no ambush, just a direct confrontation. Second, and more importantly, she remembered Ryu Min's advice, orcs are bulky and muscular, but their necks aren't as well protected. That's your best target in a fight. Recalling that tip, her confidence began to build. If she stayed calm, if she focused, she might just pull this off. The orc roared and closed the distance fast, lifting its axe high and bringing it down in a brutal arc aimed straight for her shoulder. Min Yuri's eyes narrowed. The orc's axe carved a deadly arc toward Min Yuri's shoulder. But her reflexes kicked in just in time. She twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the brutal swing. Ha, dodging isn't too hard, she muttered under her breath. Just like Ryu said, these things aren't exactly accurate. With that in mind, she scanned the orc's movements, looking for a weak spot, specifically, its neck. But in the chaos of real combat, it was far more difficult than she'd imagined. There were no target indicators or autocorrections like in a game. If she misjudged and struck the wrong spot, she could easily open herself to a vicious counterattack. As the orc pulled back its weapon for another strike, Min Yuri maneuvered to the side and saw her chance. She lunged forward, rapier flashing, aiming straight for the neck. But the orc shifted unexpectedly, and instead of piercing its throat, her blade sank into its chest. Damn, she hissed, gritting her teeth. Still, luck was on her side. The rapier slid in cleanly and came out just as easily. Most players would have panicked. Many weapons got lodged in the dense muscle, making it nearly impossible to retrieve them in time. But not her. Not this time. Breathing out in relief, she remarked, glad it didn't get stuck. I was bracing for the worst. She didn't waste time. Keeping her footwork light and swift, she continued to maneuver around the orc, striking again and again, each time aiming for the neck. The beast roared and flailed, but her persistence paid off. On her 6th attempt, her blade finally found its mark. The rapier punched clean through the orc's throat. Blood gushed as the monster staggered backward, then collapsed with a thunderous thud. Min Yuri exhaled heavily, her body trembling from the intensity of the fight. She bent forward slightly, catching her breath. That was harder than I thought, she whispered. But I did it. I really beat an orc alone. As she wiped sweat from her brow, something caught her eye. A figure was moving toward her. She blinked, once, twice, trying to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. "Wait, is that really him?" she whispered, her voice filled with disbelief. The figure's silhouette became clearer as it approached. Cloaked in shadow, radiating a quiet dominance, it was unmistakable. "Black Scythe," she said, barely above a whisper. Relief flooded her. After all the searching, the man she had been desperate to find was finally in front of her. But just as she was about to greet him, he walked past her without a word, his attention fixed elsewhere. Startled, Yuri quickly called out, "Excuse me." She couldn't afford to lose this chance again. The man halted mid-step and slowly turned to face her. His piercing gaze met hers. "What is it?" he asked, his voice curt and unreadable. Yuri hesitated. Her throat tightened, words caught between nerves and urgency. But she swallowed her anxiety and spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "Black Scythe, let's form a team." His brow arched, clearly unimpressed. "Why would I do that?" Yuri knew words wouldn't be enough. So instead of replying, she raised her hand. A radiant light bloomed from her palm, "Bless." The warm glow extended outward, enveloping Black Scythe's form. A soft hum filled the air. As the energy soaked into him, he paused. His expression shifted, not from genuine surprise, but from calculated play-acting. After all, he already knew the truth of her abilities. He'd known everything from the beginning. Feigning intrigue, he glanced at the notification window in front of him. "Huh, what's this?" Yuri smiled, regaining some confidence. "It's my buff skill. Bless. It boosts all stats by 50% and lasts 3 hours." With the aura still shimmering between them, she stood tall, her pride evident. And Black Scythe, playing along with the charade, opened the system menu to confirm what he already knew. Ryu-min gave a small nod, eyes glancing at the buff's effect still lingering on his body. "It checks out," he said calmly. Yuri clasped her hands together, trying to remain composed. "Is that enough of an explanation? My buff skill could be a huge asset in any hunt." Ryu tilted his head slightly, as though weighing the offer. "So you're saying, if I want continued access to this buff, I need to work with you?" She nodded. "To put it simply, yes. I'd like your help with my hunting." Ryu crossed his arms, deliberately drawing out the silence. Then, with a hint of a smirk, he replied coolly, "You do realize I'm the one with the advantage here, right? I could just recruit you as a subordinate." The statement caught Yuri completely off guard. She blinked, clearly not having expected that angle. He narrowed his eyes at her, his voice lowering. "Are you the kind of person who would betray a partner?" "Of course not," she quickly answered. "Good," Ryu said, finally relenting. "Then we'll try this partnership out." His tone softened just slightly as he added, "Since we're going to be cooperating, let's at least introduce ourselves. Black Scythe, level 32. Class, Reaper." Yuri perked up. "Oh. I'm Democracy, just call me Yuri. Level 13. My class is a buffer." Ryu raised an eyebrow. "A buffer, huh? From what I saw earlier, you seem to handle that orc decently. Are you sure you need help?" Yuri scratched the back of her head sheepishly. "That was actually my first real fight, and it was harder than I expected." With an exaggerated look of surprise, Ryu chuckled. "So it took you almost 90 minutes to score your first kill?" Yuri laughed along awkwardly. It wasn't exactly like that. I lost a bit of time waiting around for someone." She couldn't bring herself to say it outright, but she had been circling the area in hopes of finding him again. "Well, either way," Ryu said, glancing at the system clock, "we're short on time." Yuri gave a serious nod. "Yeah. I've only managed to take down 1 orc so far. I've got 299 to go." "Then let's pick up the pace," Ryu offered. Yuri looked at him curiously. "How do you propose we do that?" "I'll weaken the orcs to the brink," he replied matter-of-factly. "You move in and finish them. As long as you land the final hit, the kill will register as yours." In gaming terms, he was giving her the chance to last hit, an efficient method to rack up numbers quickly. Yuri's eyes lit up with confidence. "I can do that. You've already seen what I'm capable of, I won't mess up the finishing blow." "Then we've got nothing to worry about," Ryu said, turning away. "Let's move." But just as he began walking, Yuri called out, "Wait." He stopped and turned, calm and composed. "Something wrong?" She hesitated, her brows furrowing. "I really appreciate your help, but I can't help but wonder. Will tagging along interfere with your own mission?" Ryu looked at her with an expression bordering on amusement. "Don't worry. I've already finished the main quest." That simple answer brought visible relief to her face. "Then let's do this," Yuri said, her voice steady now. And with that, the two moved forward, one step closer to hunting down the remaining 299 orcs. Min Yuri wasn't entirely sure whether Black Scythe would accept her proposal to team up, but here they were, moving through the forest together. She still couldn't believe it. The elusive figure she'd been searching for was now walking beside her. Though uncertain how they'd handle the orcs as a team, she knew she'd soon find out. Their walk hadn't lasted long before danger emerged. 3 orcs stomped into view, snarling as they caught scent of the 2 humans. Min Yuri immediately took a step back and raised her rapier in a defensive stance, her nerves flaring. Just as she prepared to face them, Ryu Min calmly extended his arm in front of her. "Hold up," he said coolly. Without waiting for a response, he advanced. His scythe arced low with a fluid motion, the blade slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Thick green legs were severed effortlessly, the orcs crumpling to the ground as their massive upper bodies crashed into the dirt. Then, with a second swing that moved faster than Yuri could follow, Ryu's scythe carved through the air again. This time, it was their arms that were cleaved from their bodies. All 3 orcs, now reduced to head and torso remnants, writhed in pain and let out tortured howls. "Now," Ryu said, his voice emotionless, "finish them." Min Yuri hesitated. Despite their helpless state, the sight of the mutilated orcs made her pause. It was the first time she had seen such brutality up close. Ryu looked back at her. "Why are you stopping?" I'm sorry," she stammered, pushing past her hesitation. Taking a deep breath, she walked toward the fallen orcs. One by one, she delivered the final blows, her rapier piercing through each creature's exposed throat with swift, calculated thrusts. Moments later, a series of notifications filled her vision. "You have slain an orc. Experience gained, 2.35%. Gold obtained, 40. Min Yuri's eyes widened, stunned at how fast it had all happened. "That's it," she whispered in disbelief. "I got 3 kills just like that?" It felt surreal. Having faced one orc alone earlier, she knew how physically demanding and dangerous they could be. This, however, felt completely different. There had been no real risk, not when Black Scythe had neutralized them so efficiently. "They're not like goblins at all," she muttered. "They're supposed to be strong, but this wasn't hard." A realization hit her then, she wasn't getting stronger. She was standing behind someone overwhelming. Her eyes drifted toward Ryu Min again, this time with growing admiration. The way he moved, how effortlessly he dismantled such fearsome enemies, it was like watching a force of nature. "Let's keep going," Ryu said casually, already walking ahead. Min Yuri followed, feeling a mix of awe and renewed motivation. She was in the presence of someone truly extraordinary. After Min Yuri finished off the incapacitated orcs, she couldn't help but look at Ryu Min with renewed admiration. Watching him dismantle enemies with such composure and efficiency made her realize how fortunate she was to have crossed paths with him. When he said, "Let's move on," she nodded eagerly, responding with an enthusiastic, "Yes." They continued through the forest, pressing deeper into orc territory. The pattern quickly established itself. Ryu Min would dart in first, targeting legs and arms with precise, sweeping strikes that crippled their foes, leaving them helpless on the ground. All Min Yuri had to do was step forward and deliver the finishing blow. It was like a systemized production line of death. "I had no idea hunting could be this smooth," Min Yuri commented in disbelief. If an orc had seen this, it might have died from shock before the scythe even touched it. Ryu didn't respond, though a faint smirk threatened to break through his neutral expression. After a while, he asked, "What's our current count?" Min Yuri puffed her chest out a little with pride. 52, and it's only been 30 minutes. That's pretty amazing, right? To her, it was a feat worth celebrating. But to Ryu Min, it was far from impressive. In the past, eliminating over 300 enemies in under an hour was standard procedure for him. By comparison, this pace felt leisurely. Still, he acknowledged that most of their time had been spent wandering between spawns. The real challenge wasn't fighting, it was finding the targets. His eyes scanned the thinning monster population. "These orcs are scattered too widely," he thought. "Taking them down is easy, but locating them is inefficient." Ryu Min's mind quickly turned toward a better solution. "If I keep dragging her around like this, we'll just waste more time. I need to accelerate this process. But if I take Min Yuri in a orc village, it could be dangerous for her. I can't fight and protect her at the same time." He remembered the orc shaman. A special type of monster with the ability to summon other orcs. If they could find him, the hunt would become far more productive. It was a shortcut that allowed him to avoid combing the entire field for scattered groups. Coincidentally, their current route naturally aligned with the direction of the shaman's lair. It was a perfect opportunity. They pressed on. Along the way, Min Yuri's spirits stayed high. "At this pace, we might hit the 300 mark within 3 hours, she said brightly. Ryu glanced sideways at her. 3 hours? That's too long. We'll finish it within 1. She blinked in confusion. 1 hour? Did I hear that right? Yes. Under an hour, he confirmed without a shred of doubt. Min-Yuri stared at him, stunned. Wait, seriously? How's that even possible? Ryu finally unveiled a portion of his plan. By using the orc shaman. I won't kill it, just exploit its summoning ability. That way, we don't need to search for orcs. They'll come to us. It was a clever strategy, manipulate the summoner to keep producing enemies, allowing them to rack up kills quickly without wasting time between fights. However, something nagged at Min-Yuri's curiosity. She furrowed her brow and asked, but, how do you even know about the orc shaman? This is your first time here, isn't it? Ryu didn't miss a beat. I came across it once before I ran into you, he replied smoothly. That's how I know its location. It was a complete fabrication, but his delivery was flawless. Min-Yuri accepted it without further question, her thoughts drifting instead to the efficiency of his methods. So that's how he does it, she murmured to herself, eyes gleaming with admiration. And so, the two of them advanced toward their next objective, a single goal in mind, to crush the quota in record time. Min-Yuri found Ryu Min's explanation convincing enough to ease her concerns. Then, with a steady voice, he assured her, I'll make sure nothing puts you in danger. His calm confidence made her heart stir slightly. Her initial surprise faded, replaced by a soft smile. You're more thoughtful than I expected, she said, almost playfully. Maybe that old saying is true, you don't really know someone until you've spoken with them. Before long, the pair reached a secluded village nestled in the wilderness. It was a humble place, made up of small wooden huts with straw roofs, barely more than 5 buildings total. Not a single orc patrolled the area. Min-Yuri tilted her head in confusion. This is where a boss is supposed to live? It looks too tiny. Despite the peaceful appearance, Ryu Min remained cautious. He knew better than to judge by appearances. The quaint little hamlet was nothing more than bait. A trap, deliberately designed to appear harmless so it could lure in players with their guards down. In a previous regression, he had seen what lay behind the curtain of deception. While circling behind the village in that timeline, he'd come upon a gruesome pile of corpses, players who had walked into the trap unprepared. All of them had fallen victim to the orc shaman, a cunning creature who relied on deceit rather than strength. It wasn't bravery that defined the shaman, it was cowardice masked as cleverness. Yes, Ryu Min could end him easily. But that wasn't the plan. The shaman's summoning ability made him far more useful alive, for now. Follow me, Ryu said, motioning for Min-Yuri to stay close. They moved through the village, passing a few small, empty huts. The silence was eerie, too quiet. Min-Yuri looked around with growing unease. There's no sign of any orcs. Are you sure this is their territory? That's because the orcs don't actually live here, Ryu replied calmly. Only the shaman stays here, hidden inside. Eventually, they arrived at a slightly larger structure. Though it shared the same thatch design, its size and subtle details set it apart. Ryu gestured toward it. That's the place. The shaman waits inside, listening for intruders and preparing ambushes. Min-Yuri's eyes widened. Wait, the orcs lay traps. He's not just any monster. As a boss, he has some intelligence. These small huts? They're just part of the bait, Ryu explained. This whole village is a facade to draw players in and kill them. Min-Yuri looked concerned. Then, are we caught in the trap too? Ryu nodded. From the shaman's perspective, yes. But that works in our favor. Do you have a plan? She asked, her tone serious. We'll turn the trap on him, Ryu said. It's simple. When players enter that larger hut and steps on red carpet there, they trigger a hidden zone. That alerts the shaman, and he summons a horde of orcs, usually 10 to 20, to swarm the intruder. It's almost impossible to escape once they've surrounded you. He gave a small smile. But if we can bait the trigger without getting caught, the summoned orcs will believe they missed their target. Then they'll send out scouts to track us down. And we'll be waiting for them, he added. Min-Yuri hesitated, then offered, I'll be the one to go in. Ryu raised an eyebrow. By yourself? She nodded. There's no need for both of us to walk into a trap. It'll look suspicious if we both go in. Besides, I understand the plan and I want to contribute. Let me do this. Ryu studied her expression for a moment, then gave a small nod. All right, I'll wait here. With a determined breath, Min-Yuri turned toward the hut and pushed the door open. The hinges groaned as she stepped inside, the musty scent of aged wood meeting her nose. The interior was dimly lit, devoid of movement or noise. Each step she took echoed off the floorboards, magnifying her presence in the silence. She soon arrived at a wide-open space, large enough to accommodate 24 orcs. This must be it, she whispered to herself. The trap point Ryu mentioned. Her thoughts flashed back to his instructions. The orc shaman is inside, listening. He only reacts to sound, doors creaking, footsteps entering. Once you step onto the red carpet, he thinks he has you and summons his minions to trap you inside. The trick is to only go as far as the carpet, make some noise, then leave. Once the summons fail, scouts will be dispatched to re-engage us. That's our real target. Min Yuri's eyes landed on a faded red rug stretched across the center of the room. Heart pounding, she took a careful step onto it, letting the sound of her footfalls carry through the hut. Then, without hesitation, she spun around and walked straight out, never once glancing back. As she stepped into the open air again, she exhaled sharply and muttered, "That wasn't so bad, but it still made me nervous." Ryu Min was standing nearby, arms crossed casually, eyes on the door. "You all right?" he asked. She gave him a small grin. "Yeah, I followed the plan. Reached the carpet and everything." "Good," he replied with a nod. "That's all we needed." Still unsure, she glanced back at the hut. "Will the orcs really send scouts?" Ryu didn't answer right away. "We'll know soon enough. Just wait." Almost as if on cue, the door creaked open behind them. Just as they waited in silence, the door creaked open. 6 orcs stepped out, their heavy boots thudding against the ground. Their orders were clear: track down the humans who had fled moments earlier and lead them back into the trap. That was when Ryu Min calmly emerged from the shadows, his scythe already drawn. "Looking for someone?" he asked coolly. Before the orcs could even react, the steel edge of his weapon blurred through the air. One orc collapsed instantly, its limbs severed in an instant. The gruesome thud of flesh and bone echoed as the others instinctively reached for their axes. They were too slow. With a flurry of precise, ruthless strikes, Ryu disabled the rest, arms and legs cleaved cleanly before their weapons could even leave their belts. Once the orcs lay helpless, writhing or unconscious, Ryu stepped back without another word. His part was done. Now it was Min Juri's turn. With a flick of her rapier, she elegantly dispatched the downed enemies. Each thrust and slash was clean, efficient, and without hesitation. As the final orc gurgled its last breath, Min Juri let out a sigh, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. "That's the last of them, for now." Ryu nodded, then said, "Let's draw out the next group." Min Juri looked at him, eyebrows raised. "You think they'll really fall for the same trick again?" "They might have some wit," Ryu replied with a dry chuckle, "but their memory is no better than a goldfish's." Without another word, Min Juri turned on her heel and slipped back into the hut. Again, she triggered the trap. Again, a group of orcs emerged, only to be swiftly dismantled by Ryu and finished off by Min Juri. Their teamwork grew sharper with each repetition, as though they'd trained together for years. Strike after strike, trap after trap, the process repeated. In time, the bodies of summoned orcs were piled beside the huts, a grotesque monument to their growing synergy. Finally, as the last orc fell, Min Juri's voice rang with excitement. "Black Scythe? That makes 300. Ryu Min opened his status window and gave a satisfied nod. "Right on time. 1 hour." Min Juri clapped her hands with a laugh. "Can you believe it? We caught 248 in just 1 hour. That was amazing." Her voice softened as she added, "Really, thank you. I wouldn't have managed this without you." Ryu offered her a small smile, his expression genuine. "Glad to hear it. So, how much did your level go up?" Beaming, she replied, "I'm at level 19 already." "Just 10,000 experience left until level 20, he said, half to himself. Once she ranked up, she'd unlock more powerful abilities, skills that could significantly strengthen their partnership. Then he looked at her and said, "What if I help you get there right now?" Surprised, Min Juri shook her head. "You don't have to go that far." "I do," Ryu said plainly. "I need a buff from you before I take down the High Orc. It's the only way I'll have a shot at setting a new record." The 5th round's High Orc was no ordinary boss. It was an elite enemy, dangerous enough to rival a mid-tier boss, and under stricter kill conditions. Time was critical. If he wanted to beat the record, everything had to be perfect, including having the right support. But before he could explain further, Min Juri lifted a hand gently to stop him. "You've already helped me so much. You don't need to do more." Ryu arched a brow. "So, are we done hunting together?" "What? No," she replied quickly, almost flustered. "After everything you've done? I wouldn't dream of walking away now. This time, I'll be the one helping you." He smiled. "Then help me by reaching level 20. Let me handle the rest until then." She didn't respond immediately. Instead, she stood in thoughtful silence. There was no irritation in her eyes, only quiet contemplation. She glanced at him and murmured inwardly, "I can't believe someone like Black Scythe is looking out for me like this." Finally, she looked up at him with a soft smile, grateful, touched, and more determined than ever. "All right. I'll reach level 20. Let's finish this together." Minjuri gave a sheepish smile, brushing her hair behind her ear. It's a little embarrassing to say, but I'll be relying on you. Ryu Min gave her a casual nod, already turning back toward the village. Let's get back to it, then. But just as they were about to resume their hunt, a low rumble echoed behind them, faint at first but quickly growing louder. They both turned instinctively, gazes sharpening. A group of 5 men emerged from the edge of the treeline, their weapons drawn but held cautiously at their sides. They didn't look like monsters, these were players. One of them pointed abruptly and called out, "Hey, over there, isn't that Black Scythe?" The moment they recognized Ryu Min, their steps halted, tension freezing them mid-motion. It was as if they'd stumbled across a predator while strolling through a peaceful glade. Then another voice piped up from their group, tone laced with surprise. "Wait, there's a woman with him." Their wary expression softened slightly, giving way to confusion and curiosity. The men exchanged quiet, uncertain looks. Eventually, one of them stepped forward and raised a hand half-heartedly. Hello?" Ryu didn't respond. His eyes narrowed as if he were looking at something unimportant and mildly irritating. His silence was heavy and intentional. Another tried to break the ice, speaking with caution. "Are you doing something here?" But none of them were really focused on the conversation anymore. Their attention had shifted to the heap of orc corpses stacked beside the huts. "Wait a second," one murmured. "All of those were taken down by them?" A realization began to settle among them. The carnage wasn't caused by random chaos. It was the result of coordinated, efficient slaughter. And the culprits were right before them, Black Scythe and his companion. "Seriously, that many orcs in one tiny village?" one of the men muttered, confused. "This doesn't add up." Another squinted at Minjuri, curiosity quickly turning into speculation. "Who's the girl?" "A teammate," he whispered under his breath. "Since when does Black Scythe work with anyone?" A different man leaned closer and commented with a smirk, "Weird, her face is a mix, but her body's definitely something. Didn't think he was into that kind of thing." While they didn't speak these thoughts aloud, the judgments and crude comments swirled freely in their minds. They thought themselves untouchable, as if they could mock anyone in their heads, even someone as dangerous as Black Scythe. They had no idea how wrong they were. Ryu slammed his scythe on the ground. Ryu Min's eyes sharpened. His voice cut through the tension like a blade. "If you're not here for something important, get lost." The men were taken aback. One blinked rapidly, confused by the sudden hostility. Excuse me?" Ryu turned to face them fully now, his gaze frosty and his voice tinged with irritation. "I said, leave. Don't waste my time." The curt dismissal stunned them. What really stung, however, was his use of casual speech, completely disregarding the usual formality strangers owed each other. One of the men scoffed, offended. "What's with that tone? Who gave you the right to speak down to us?" "Yeah," another added, puffing up slightly. "It's rude to be so informal when you've never met someone before. You may be first-rank player." Minjuri's expression remained unreadable, but internally, she scoffed. "Are they insane? They are arguing against Black Scythe." Black Scythe gave the man a sharp cut on his forehead. "If you value your life, get lost now." A heavy silence settled over the group. No one dared to reply. They had made a mistake, a serious one. After that, the group ran off. Another chimed in with an apologetic nod toward Ryu Min, "Sorry to have bothered you." Without waiting for a response, the group ran off swiftly, retreating down the path they had come from. Ryu Min didn't move a muscle as he watched them leave, his gaze following their every step until they disappeared behind the thickets. He wasn't just watching, he was reading them, tapping into their surface thoughts. "They're not retreating for good," he thought. "They're hiding. Observing. They're curious about my methods, especially the way I've been handling the orcs." He could practically feel their eyes still on him from a distance, their withdrawal a calculated move to avoid confrontation while gathering intel. "Fine. Watch if you must," Ryu Min mused inwardly. "It makes no difference to me. As long as I meet my objective, your curiosity changes nothing." His attention drifted from the treeline back to Minjuri, who had remained silent through the encounter. It was time to resume their task. "I should deal with the boss soon," he muttered to himself. "But first, I'll make sure Minjuri reaches level 20. Turning to her, he said, "Let's get back to it." However, Minjuri didn't move immediately. Instead, she tilted her head and looked at him curiously. Minjuri stared at him for a second longer, then slowly nodded. Ryu offered a small reassurance. "Don't worry about them. Let them waste their time watching. Just stay focused, we'll keep hunting." Meanwhile, further off in the woods, the 5 men who had been dismissed stood clustered behind a large boulder, partially concealed by brush. "I think we're far enough away now," one whispered. Another glanced back cautiously. "What now?" Are we just going to watch? A third gave a low chuckle. Of course. I mean, aren't you at least a little curious? Black Scythe isn't exactly known for letting others see how he works. I was wondering the same, another added. How did he manage to summon or attract so many orcs in one tiny village? The fifth member crossed his arms, eyes fixed on the direction they had come from. We keep our distance, observe from the shadows. If we're careful, we won't get caught. A smirk formed on one man's lips. Afraid you'll get squashed like one of those buzzing pests? Not even a little, he replied with mock bravado. Let's get closer. Driven by their shared curiosity and a reckless sense of daring, the group began inching forward, weaving through trees and underbrush, careful not to make a sound. There, he's still over there, one of them whispered as they approached a low hill. From their vantage point, they spotted the edge of a modest cottage nestled at the heart of the ruined village. And beside it, just as before, stood Black Scythe and his companion, ready to resume their grim task. From this distance, we should be safe from his detection, one of the observing men whispered, crouching low behind a bush. Their eyes stayed fixed on the scene ahead, where Ryu Min, standing outside the small thatched cottage, faced off against a fresh wave of orcs that emerged from the nearby shadows. Without hesitation, he moved like a silent reaper, his blade slicing through limbs with chilling precision. Severed arms and legs hit the ground with dull, sickening thuds, quickly forming a grotesque heap. And just as suddenly as it began, Ryu Min stepped back, as if signaling that his role was done. He stood there like a conductor whose final note had been struck, withdrawing from center stage. Watching in hushed awe, one of the men murmured, "Why isn't he finishing them off?" The answer came moments later when Minjuri dashed forward, rapier glinting in the light. She pierced through the weakened orcs effortlessly, ending their suffering with swift jabs. Another observer furrowed his brows. Is he helping her level up? What kind of tactic is that? A third one muttered, baffled. What's he trying to gain from this? It was hard for them to process. The Black Scythe, widely known as the top-ranked player, someone they had always associated with ruthless efficiency and solo dominance, was now taking time to assist a woman in grinding experience. The notion itself felt absurd. One of them scoffed under his breath, just what kind of charm does she have to earn that kind of treatment? They continued watching, feeling the weight of disparity. While they often struggled to take down a single orc and burn through potions in the process, here was a pair dispatching dozens in elegant synchronization, barely breaking a sweat. A sense of bitter envy crept in. He's making it look so damn easy, another added through clenched teeth. But as they continued watching, something else caught their attention, something more subtle. Hold on, one said, narrowing his eyes. Look closely at that woman, doesn't something seem off about her? One of the hidden men furrowed his brows and pointed quietly toward the cottage. Do you see that? He whispered. Every time she steps into that thatched house, the orcs come pouring out right after her. The others turned their attention toward the cottage, watching as Minjuri once again stepped out, trailed by a new group of snarling orcs. It had happened multiple times by now, not just once or twice. It was a consistent pattern. They follow her, he added, tone low and tense. Like moths to a flame. I've been keeping count, at least 30 have emerged so far. Someone else muttered, doesn't that seem suspicious? How could so many orcs be packed into such a tiny house? Another, glancing between the pile of slain orcs and the quaint structure they'd come from, made a grim deduction. If each of those corpses came from that single cottage, then we're looking at hundreds, maybe 300 or more. A third man ran a hand over his mouth in disbelief. It's not natural. The only explanation I can think of is, that place isn't just a building. It's a spawn zone. The group fell quiet as the idea sank in. That's gotta be it, someone eventually agreed. A hidden orc respawn point. It's the only thing that makes sense. Otherwise, this entire scene would be impossible. In the game-like world they lived in, areas that continuously regenerated monsters weren't unheard of. But finding one hidden within a nondescript village cottage? That was something else entirely. Then anger stirred among them. A frustrated voice hissed, so that's why they drove us off earlier. They didn't want competition for the spawn point. They're farming the orcs for themselves. Another slammed his fist into his palm. Bastards. They're hogging all the experience and loot. Though their fury simmered, they knew better than to confront Ryu Min head-on. As the Black Scythe, his power was unmatched, and his reputation brutal. Let's just wait, one of them finally said through clenched teeth. Once they clear out, we'll move in and take over. Simple as that. The others nodded reluctantly, each of them burning with resentment but lacking the strength to do anything about it. So, they hunkered down and waited, not realizing that this decision, to stay and watch, would end up sealing their fate. Back near the cottage, Minjuri was practically beaming. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, and her grip on the sword was tighter than usual. "Black Scythe," she called out, eyes shining. "I hit level 20. It had taken her less than 20 minutes. A rapid ascent no ordinary player could hope to match. Ryu Min looked over at her with his usual calm. "Congrats." She nodded enthusiastically. "I even unlocked a new ability, Bless. Its effectiveness jumped up from 50 to 60%. Ryu raised a brow. "Can you try using it on me?" "Sure," she said with a grin. "Just a second." She raised her hand, and a warm, golden glow began to radiate from her palm. The light gathered, shimmered, then surged forward toward Ryu Min like a wave of divine energy. As it enveloped him, a translucent system notification appeared in front of his eyes. As the newly activated skill surged through him, a notification blinked across Ryu Min's vision. Bless, activated, all stats increased by 60%. Duration, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. An emerald light enveloped his mind and body, flooding his senses with strength and clarity. It felt like being wrapped in raw, divine energy. Minjuri stepped closer and proudly announced, "That was my latest buff skill." She then raised her hand again, this time casting another spell. A wave of wind-like energy flowed from her fingers as she said, "This one's called Swift. It boosts both your attack and movement speed by 60%. Swift, activated, attack speed plus 60%, movement speed plus 60%. Agility increased by 40. Duration, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Though its effect didn't last nearly as long as Bless, Swift was by no means trivial. A speed enhancement of this magnitude, even for half an hour, was a powerful edge, especially when coupled with a significant agility bonus. It wasn't just a buff, it was a combat accelerator, a true game changer. Ryu nodded in recognition. "That's a solid skill," he said, already calculating how it would shorten his kill times. "I'll keep it refreshed every 30 minutes, Minjuri chimed in cheerfully. "No need to worry about its short window." "Good. In that case, let's wrap up the grind here and go after the orc shaman next." Minjuri hesitated for a moment. "Isn't it still efficient to farm here? These orcs keep coming." "It is," Ryu admitted, "but we can't camp here forever. There are stronger bosses we need to take down. We move when the job is done." She looked up at him, eager. "Then, is there anything I can do to help when we fight the boss?" His voice grew sharp, more command than suggestion. "Don't get in the way. I'd rather you stay safe than become a burden." Minjuri wasn't offended. Instead, she smiled faintly, sensing the concern buried under his strict tone. "Got it. I'll be careful." Before heading toward the cottage again, Ryu Min took one final glance to the side, toward the 2 o'clock direction, without turning his head too obviously. A faint smirk crossed his lips. "They're still there," he thought. The same 5 men he had previously sent away were now crouching in the distance, thinking they were hidden. But they had no idea he'd sensed them long ago. The rune of inner thoughts allowed him to pick up faint traces of their intent and emotions, like reading whispers in the wind. "So," he mused internally, "they're still bad-mouthing us. Even now." He let out a silent exhale, not of frustration, but of resolve. He had already devised something, an improvised little lesson. A subtle test of character. A way to expose their cowardice and ill intent. With the corner of his mouth lifting ever so slightly in a sly grin, Ryu turned back to the cottage and pushed open the door. Minutes later, the silence shattered, literally. The wooden door exploded outward, cleaved in half by the violent slash of a scythe. Ryu Min stormed out, his cloak whipping behind him, the blade of his weapon trailing energy. Orcs came running after him. Ryu Min burst through the doorway, his movements sharp and deliberate. Minjuri, keeping a wise distance so as not to get caught in the chaos, gasped the moment she laid eyes on him. "Why is he running?" she whispered in disbelief. This was the Black Scythe, the man who had effortlessly torn through waves of orcs like they were nothing more than twigs. To see someone like him fleeing was both shocking and puzzling. What kind of threat could drive him to retreat? Even the 5 men were stunned to see him running. He is Black Scythe, why is he running? Then they realized. Trailing closely behind Ryu was a towering orc, its appearance immediately distinguishable from the rest. It radiated a presence that was darker, more commanding. This one wasn't a grunt. It was the orc shaman. A guttural roar burst from the shaman's mouth, and in a flash, 24 orcs manifested around Ryu as if summoned by dark magic. They encircled him like a trap snapping shut. One of them asked, "What's with the orc in mask?" Other replied, "Maybe it's the boss orc, and he is summoning orcs." Minjuri's heart skipped a beat. "He's completely surrounded," she murmured anxiously. "Should I jump in to help?" She hesitated, her grip tightening around her sword. But then her eyes narrowed with clarity. "No, this is Black Scythe we're talking about." She knew better than anyone that Ryu wasn't someone who allowed himself to be cornered by accident. With the kind of agility and speed he possessed, evading 20 orcs would have been child's play. He wouldn't stay put unless he had something in mind. This has to be part of his strategy, she concluded, eyes sharp. As if to prove her right, Ryu didn't flinch. Instead, he danced through the encirclement, weaving in and out of enemy reach. His scythe struck with swift precision, each move calculated to redirect or disrupt. Minjuri couldn't help but marvel. He's deflecting and dodging them all? It's like watching a masterclass, she thought, filled with admiration. Then the orc shaman summoned more orcs, but Ryu was handling all of them well. Dodging, deflecting, and killing them one by one. 20 orcs, armed with brutal axes, came at him in unison, but Ryu didn't falter. He flowed between them, dodging with a rhythm so precise it looked like he was dancing. Unbelievable, one of the observers gasped. How's he avoiding all that? He's not human. But just as all began to spread among the group, someone barked out urgently, "This isn't the time to stand around." Huh? Why not? Another asked, startled. Look! The first man pointed. That boss, the shaman, he's wide open from behind. If we move now, we might be able to land a surprise attack and snatch the kill. Are you serious? You want to steal the boss from Black Scythe? Another asked, hesitating. This is our shot. He's too busy fending off the orcs. There's no way he'll notice right now, one said with confidence. And if he finds out later? Someone asked nervously. We just say we were trying to help, the man said with a smirk. It looked like he was in trouble, didn't it? Their greedy logic convinced the group, and they crept forward, circling around the battlefield toward the shaman. Minjuri watching Ryu, but then her attention shifted. From behind the orc shaman, figures began to creep into view. Her expression darkened as recognition dawned. It's them. The same 5 men they'd encountered earlier had reappeared. This time, they moved with purpose, weapons at the ready, eyes locked on the shaman. Minjuri frowned as she pieced it together. They're trying to snipe the shaman while Ryu keeps the rest busy, she realized grimly. It wasn't just opportunistic, it was an outright attempt to steal the boss he was clearly targeting. That shaman's his, she thought, her tone serious. They have no idea what they're meddling with. Few moments ago, Minjuri hesitated before speaking, her voice laced with concern. Black Scythe, am I slowing you down? I mean, with everything going on, am I in your way? Ryu, who had been checking the cooldowns of his skills while casually surveying the area, looked up at her, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever. No, he said plainly. I've already cleared the main quest. Minjuri blinked, caught off guard. You already finished it? Ryu gave a slight nod, as if it wasn't anything worth making a fuss over. Now I'm just wrapping up the side objectives. I've already collected 1 stone of balance. Minjuri's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, you're serious? You've already got 1? I am after the bosses, I killed 1 orc warrior. Ryu said. The weight of that single word, already, hung in the air like a thunderclap. In present, 5 men. Their weapons were drawn, their footsteps cautious, but just as they closed in, everything turned pitch black. A shroud of darkness blanketed their vision, plunging them into confusion. What the hell? Someone gasped, trying to keep his voice down. The group instinctively covered their mouths, but it was already too late. The orc shaman's head snapped around, alerted to their presence. He immediately backed away, sensing the danger. Damn it, one of the men hissed. He noticed. The shaman, perhaps enraged at the failed ambush, raised his axe skyward and bellowed a warcry that shook the air. As the veil of darkness lifted, the group was met with a chilling sight. 20 orcs stood before them, summoned in an instant. No, this is bad. We're screwed, one of them cried. Following their leader's orders, the orcs charged without hesitation, axes swinging. The men screamed in terror. Help! Somebody! Unlike Ryu, they had no skills, no speed, no experience to handle such a coordinated assault. They had struggled even against 5 orcs earlier, and now they were facing 4 times that number. The attack was brutal. Steel clashed against flesh, and the battlefield filled with the screams of men who had thought themselves clever. From afar, Ryu stood calmly, his expression unreadable. The panic, the bloodshed, it hadn't surprised him in the slightest. So they took the bait, he murmured to himself. He had planned for this. Ryu could have easily dispatched the orcs back in the house. Instead, he faked a retreat, putting on a performance to see if those men would succumb to temptation. It was a test, not of skill, but of character. And they had failed. I knew it, he said quietly. They couldn't resist the opportunity. The moment they made their move, Ryu had cast Night of Death, enveloping the area in darkness. When the light faded, the aggro had shifted to them. The shaman no longer focused on Ryu, he turned his fury toward the backstabbers. The result was clear, all 5 had perished without landing a single blow. Ryu felt no remorse. They tried to use my struggle for their gain. If they had shown restraint, they'd still be breathing. He had even given them a chance to walk away, by asking them to leave earlier. But greed had sealed their fate. Now, with the dead lying behind him, Ryu tightened his grip on his scythe and stepped forward. As the shaman spotted him returning, the massive creature let out a roar and lifted his axe once more. The summoned orcs charged, weapons raised. But this time, Ryu made no move to dodge. As they crossed into his range, his scythe blurred through the air. A flash of motion, then silence. A spray of green blood erupted into the sky as the orcs dropped to the ground, cut down in an instant, unable to even complete their attack. Ryu stood in the center of it all, unfazed, his weapon dripping, his presence radiating cold finality. No matter how many orcs surged toward him, the outcome remained unchanged. Each one was effortlessly cleaved down before they could even raise their weapons. Their bodies fell apart mid-charge, as though they had stepped into a vortex of invisible blades. To anyone watching, it would have looked like they were being fed into a high-speed shredder, an execution so fast it was almost imperceptible. Amidst the carnage, Ryu muttered to himself, "Yeah, the attack speed really has gone up." He felt it clearly. With the effects of the blessing buff and the swift passive stacking together, and an additional 50% speed bonus granted by nightfall, his strikes had become blindingly fast, nearly undetectable by the eye. The orc shaman, wide-eyed in disbelief, watched as his summoned kin were annihilated without resistance. Driven by desperation, he began casting again, gripping his staff tightly to conjure more reinforcements. But before the spell could even take shape, Ryu's silhouette flashed through the darkness like a whisper of death. "Rest in pieces," Ryu said coldly as his scythe cut a perfect arc through the air, severing the shaman's head in a single, clean motion. A system alert immediately appeared before his eyes. System message. You have defeated Orc Shaman. Experience gained, plus 37.73. Gold obtained, 4,000. Level up. Item acquired, Marble of Eternity. Item acquired, Mystic Wooden Totem. Item acquired, Lesser Blue Magic Stone. Subquest progress, Stone of Balance, 2/4. Among the dropped loot, Ryu's eyes were drawn to one item in particular. Item, Marble of Eternity. Classification, Necklace. Rarity, Epic. Description, a necklace set with a cloudy white bead said to trap the souls of fallen enemies. Effect, each monster kill grants 1 stack. Every 100 stacks consumes 1 durability and grants plus 1 stat point. Durability, 1000 by 1000. Restriction, usable only by regular grade or higher. Ryu narrowed his eyes in thought. It was reminiscent of the Flame Dragon's absorption rune, though this one required kills rather than absorption. The principle was straightforward. For every 100 enemies defeated, 1 stat point could be earned, up to a total of 10 points before the necklace would break from wear. Not bad at all, Ryu murmured. It's basically a permanent stat booster. Still, he frowned slightly. The limitation was clear, the item was consumable. Once its durability hit 0, it would vanish. But what if I had a way to restore its durability, he mused with a grin. Then I could raise my stats infinitely. Hell, even 100 points. And he knew such a way existed. Somewhere in the upcoming 8th round, a special rune could be obtained, one capable of restoring item durability. If he could pair that rune with this necklace, the potential gains were limitless. Just then, Minjuri's voice rang out nearby, tinged with confusion and curiosity. "Black Scythe? Where are you?" But Ryu didn't respond. Having activated the power of the Reaper rune earlier, his figure had been cloaked in shadows so dense that even when standing still, he was virtually invisible. With a silent breath, Ryu finally deactivated the Night of Death, a skill. The darkness around him dissipated, and his silhouette gradually reappeared under the faint moonlight, calm, composed, and already thinking several steps ahead. Ryu had erased those 5 men dead bodies using his skill before undoing the Night of Death. Just then, the shifting interplay of shadow and dim light finally led Minjuri's gaze to settle on a familiar silhouette. Her voice, both relieved and mildly exasperated, echoed out. "There you are, Black Scythe. I've been running around looking for you." Ryu turned slightly, gesturing toward the orc shaman's decapitated corpse that still lay warm on the ground. "As you can probably tell, I've been preoccupied." Minjuri, however, didn't seem the least bit surprised by the aftermath. Her expression remained calm, as though this level of devastation was to be expected from him. "So you've managed to eliminate him," she said. "But, didn't you see anyone else nearby? I thought I heard shouting. It seemed like someone might have been trying to steal the shaman's kill." Ryu shook his head lightly. "Can't say I noticed anyone." Her brow furrowed with suspicion. "That's strange. It really sounded like people were screaming. Ryu fell silent. There was no need to elaborate on what had actually happened, on the evidence erased in the blood-soaked soil. Some truths were best left buried. Instead, he changed the subject. Let's move on. We should clear the next boss before time catches up with us. They soon made their way to the third target, the orc archer. Compared to the grueling fight against the shaman, this battle was over in the blink of an eye. Ryu didn't waste time. With rapid, precise cuts, he sliced the archer to pieces in mere moments. Then came the familiar chime of the system alert. System message. You have defeated /orc archer. Experience, plus 37.73%. Gold earned, 4,000. Acquired, agile archer's boots. Acquired, rusted arrowhead. Acquired, lesser green magic stone. Subquest progress / stone of balance, 3/4. Ryu's gaze swept over the loot, though one item drew his attention more than the others, the marble of eternity. This epic-grade necklace had more than proven its worth, steadily accumulating stacks from every monster he had slain. For every 100 kills, a stack could be converted into a permanent stat increase, at the cost of 1 point of durability. Not only that, but the agile archer's boots he had just obtained offered a notable bonus, plus 10 to agility. A significant improvement over his current pair. With that in mind, he quickly decided to attempt a fusion upgrade. Pulling out an old green magic stone from his inventory, he paired it with the newly acquired lesser one. System alert. Item combination successful. Result, agile archer's boots, plus 4 agility bonus. With this enhancement, his agility stat received a further boost. Pleased, Ryu took a moment to reflect. He had now cleared all the mid-tier bosses in this zone. All that remained was the final enemy, the High Orc. Unlike the others, this final boss followed a different rule: the faster the kill, the greater the reward. This one's got to go down fast, Ryu muttered to himself. The quicker I finish, the better the loot. He remembered his previous best time, 43 seconds. A frustrating benchmark he had never managed to beat, not even across 99 regressions. But this time, he had an advantage: Minjuri's buffs. With renewed confidence, Ryu decided to hold off on fighting the High Orc for a bit longer. He wanted to take full advantage of the time he had left to grind levels and stats using the Bead of Eternity while its durability still held. Driven by that plan, he launched into an all-out massacre. Orcs fell before him like wheat under a scythe. He didn't slow down, didn't pause. By the time he stopped, his kill count had reached an astonishing 2,415. System message. Time remaining, 30 minutes 41 seconds. Ryu took a deep breath. Time to switch strategies, he thought. I don't think I'll be able to hit the next level before time's up. He was currently sitting at level 39. Just one more level would grant him access to a new set of skills, but realistically, the clock was against him. Still, he didn't feel disappointed. He had pushed himself hard, hunted relentlessly for nearly 7 straight hours, and wiped out thousands of enemies. That effort hadn't been in vain. Minjuri had stuck with him the entire time, and he'd even left her more than 100 orcs to slay, giving her enough to level up too. On top of that, her buffs had helped him immensely. But what truly satisfied Ryu was the 9 stat points he'd managed to acquire through the Bead of Eternity. One more kill, and this thing's durability hits 0, he noted, checking its stats. Durability, 1/1000. To make sure he could use it again in the future, he needed to stop now and later restore it using a rune he'd gain in the 8th round. Just then, Minjuri approached and asked, "Are you done hunting?" Ryu gave a short nod. "This should be enough." She smiled. "Then it's time to take down the final boss. Any clue where it might be?" "We'll have to look for it," he replied. Their eyes briefly met. Then, without warning, Ryu stepped back and said quietly, "Let's part ways here." Minjuri blinked. "What? You've followed me long enough," he said, his voice steady. "You've done enough, and I'm used to moving alone." Minjuri's eyes dimmed with a faint sadness as she murmured, "So, this is where it ends, huh?" Her expression clouded over, a subtle blend of disappointment and resignation painting her features. Though the words were never spoken aloud, her inner thoughts wavered. Should I ask if I can stick around until we clear the final boss? No. I shouldn't. Staying beside him any longer would probably just get in the way. This is the right moment to step back. Her reasoning was firm, even if her heart resisted. Deep down, she knew parting here was the smarter choice. Ryu Min, aware of her lingering thoughts, said nothing. He could sense the emotion behind her silence, but the danger that lay ahead made it clear Minjuri didn't need to be dragged into a fight that only he was prepared for. The High Orc wasn't just another target, it was a menace. Still, Minjuri stepped closer, extending her hand toward him. Let me refresh your buffs before you go, she offered softly. With a faint glow, the blessing and swift enchantments wrapped around him once more. She smiled lightly. I'm really grateful, she added. If you hadn't been there during the hunt, I doubt I'd have managed on my own. As she finished speaking, she pulled something from her inventory, a crystal glowing faintly with magical energy. This dropped while I was hunting earlier, she said, holding it out. It's a mana crystal. I'm not sure if you'll need it, but, here. Ryu glanced at the crystal, then at her. You can keep it, he replied simply. But she shook her head with quiet insistence. No, I've already gotten what I needed, just the experience was enough for me. Even without reading her thoughts, her honesty was clear. Yet her inner monologue drifted into Ryu Min's awareness unintentionally. I actually found two. I need to give one to Min, and I can't let Black Scythe walk away empty-handed. I owe him too much for everything. Unaware that both names, Black Scythe and Min, referred to the same person, Minjuri's sincerity touched Ryu. A faint smile curved at the edge of his lips. You've helped me as well, he said. So quit trying to repay me. Minjuri blinked in confusion, caught off guard by his perceptiveness, as if he had somehow seen straight through her. Taking the mana crystal from her hands, Ryu nodded once more. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, he said. With that, he turned and began walking away, his pace swift and determined. Let's meet again, he added, without turning back. Minjuri watched his figure shrink in the distance, unable to fully grasp what had just passed between them. But for Ryu Min, there was no time to waste. The clock was ticking, and the final challenge stood ahead. Distance from target 1,121 meters. Of all the foes in the fifth round, the High Orc towered above the rest in both strength and menace. Its monstrous power was no exaggeration. Under normal conditions, even a group of 20 players at level 20 would be crushed beneath its blows. Realistically, perhaps only 100 players working together, throwing their lives at it repeatedly, might stand a chance. But such a coalition had never formed, not in any timeline. That's why Ryu felt secure. As long as the round hasn't ended, he murmured to himself, no one's crazy enough to attempt it. This was a boss no one else dared to touch, not unless they wanted to court death. In his early regressions, even he hadn't considered facing it head-on. The first time he encountered it, he had merely been on his way to complete a subquest, and ended up paying the price with his life. 4 times. But each death taught him something, its patterns, its timing, the mechanics of the time challenge. And from the 5th try onward, the High Orc had never killed him again. With every round, he refined his strategy. Every attempt brought faster execution. Eventually, he brought his record time down to 43 seconds, his personal best. This time, he whispered, his eyes sharpening, I'll break that record. Fueled by the renewed swiftness buff, his legs surged forward with blinding speed. At full stride, he could now cover 100 meters in 7 seconds, a level of mobility most players could only dream of. His mind honed in on one objective. The High Orc wasn't confined to a static location, it wandered the field freely, unlike other bosses tethered to specific coordinates. That made tracking it a challenge, one Ryu had overcome by unlocking a key skill. He activated it now. System message. Skill activated, tracking. Target, High Orc. Status, target located. Distance, 321 meter. His heart thudded once in anticipation. There it was. The battle to set a new record, and maybe change fate, was about to begin. Tracking wasn't a privilege reserved only for players, monsters, too, could be marked and followed. As long as the user remembered the target's appearance and name, the skill worked just as effectively. While many assumed tracking was designed solely for locating bosses, its utility extended far beyond that. It was just as effective on regular monsters. As Ryu Min closed the gap between himself and his target, the outline of the High Orc gradually came into view on the distant horizon. The moment it entered his line of sight, he exhaled with visible relief. Good. No one's gotten to it yet. If I act fast, I can. But before he could finish that thought, he froze mid-step. His eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. The High Orc wasn't idly roaming. It was already in combat. A group of players had engaged it, and it wasn't going well. The monstrous orc had lifted a man into the air, gripping him by the torso. With a sickening crunch, it crushed him like a dried twig, tossing aside the broken corpse. The remaining players stood frozen, terror rooting them to the spot. Ryu Min's expression hardened. There were 5 of them in total, a makeshift party hastily formed out of necessity rather than camaraderie. Strangers, really. They joined forces after realizing that slaying 300 standard orcs alone was nearly impossible at their level, which hovered around 12 or 13. Their alliance had been born from shared desperation. Over the course of 6 grueling hours, they had chipped away at their objective. Each kill had brought them closer to their goal, and when the last orc fell, they were finally able to relax. A few even smiled, relieved they had completed the mission. Whether they made it into the top rankings or not was uncertain, but for the moment, they could breathe. One of them stretched and said, "We've come this far. It'd be a waste to stop now. How about hunting a bit more?" "Yeah," another replied, nodding. "If we push just a little further, we might hit level 20. The decision was unanimous. Their earlier hardships had faded, replaced by confidence and hope. Orc after orc fell beneath their weapons, and soon, they reached the milestone. Each of them unlocked a new skill, boosting their morale and feeding their growing self-assurance. They continued to hunt together even as time began to dwindle. Then someone suddenly paused mid-swing and pointed. "Hey, what's that?" The others turned. Not far ahead stood a towering orc unlike any they had seen before. It was massive, well over 3 meters tall, with a body like chiseled stone, muscles bulging beneath thick, sinewy skin. It held no weapon, yet exuded a terrifying aura of raw strength. "What the hell?" one of them muttered. "That's not a normal orc." "Could it be a boss?" another guessed. A day ago, that word would have been enough to send them running. But now, drunk on their recent successes and bolstered by their newfound powers, the group brimmed with a dangerous overconfidence. One of them grinned and said, "Wanna give it a shot? There's 5 of us, we should be able to take it." "Wait. Are we sure?" one asked hesitantly. "Well, bosses drop good loot, right?" another chimed in. "If we manage to take it down, we split the rewards evenly." The group nodded in agreement, and with shouts of determination, they advanced toward the creature. Their cries caught the high orc's attention. Its head slowly turned, golden eyes locking onto the charging group. In that instant, every member of the party felt it. This wasn't a boss they were about to hunt. This was death itself. The high orc let out an alien, guttural growl that sent shivers down their spines. Then it lunged with terrifying speed, landing before them with a seismic impact that shook the ground. Before anyone could react, the beast struck. Its fist whipped through the air like a cannonball. One man's head exploded on contact, reduced to pulp in an instant. Another was struck across the back, his spine snapping in half with a sickening crack. 2 were dead before they could even lift a hand in defense. The remaining 3 stood paralyzed, their thoughts clouded by fear. Fingers hovered over their skills, but their minds screamed run, and their bodies refused to listen. The high orc took a step forward. It wasn't a fight anymore. It was a slaughter in the making. The high orc's rampage didn't stop with just 2 kills. In a matter of seconds, 2 more of the party members were torn apart. Both fell with horrified expressions frozen on their faces, gaping mouths wide open as their chests were pierced straight through by the monstrous creature's fists. The last survivor stood trembling, paralyzed not just in body but in soul. His legs felt like glass, his breath ragged. I'm going to die here," he muttered, eyes wide with terror. Panic gripped his chest like iron, suffocating any thought of escape or retaliation. The mere presence of the high orc had reduced him to a trembling wreck. The monster turned toward its final victim, the corners of its lips curling into what almost looked like a cruel, mocking grin. It didn't need to speak to be understood, its expression said it all. "You're next." Raising its massive fist, the high orc prepared to end it. But the blow never landed. In a blink, the behemoth's body collapsed like a toppled statue. Its head separated cleanly from its shoulders and bounced against the blood-soaked ground. The final player stood frozen, not understanding what had just happened. From behind the fallen corpse, a faint breath escaped Ryu Min's lips. He had arrived in silence, the shadows concealing his approach, and with a single clean stroke of his scythe, he had decapitated the boss in one fluid motion. He hadn't been sure if it would work, it was a gamble. But it paid off. A notification window promptly appeared before his eyes. Boss defeated, high orc. Kill time, 1 second. New record achieved. Messages rapidly followed. Experience gained, plus 54.79%. Gold earned, 8,000. Bonus gold, 4,000. Level up. Current level, 40. Items acquired. High orc's gold gauntlets. High orc's fang. Passive skill enhanced. Seal of death, damage increased from 120% 140%. Night of death, range expanded from 500 meter to 1000 meters. New skill unlocked. Unique skill, Moonlight Destruction, Reaper exclusive. Description. Charge for 1 second to release a devastating crescent-shaped AoE / dealing 1200% base damage. Type, hybrid, physical and magical. Night bonus, damage x 1.5 under moonlight conditions. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Requirement, must be wielding a scythe. A glint of satisfaction crossed Ryu Min's eyes. "I've finally obtained it," he murmured. The Reaper's ultimate offensive ability. Unlike other classes, the Reaper class was notoriously limited in offensive skills. Most of their toolkit focused on buffs, debuffs, and utility. Having a single attack skill meant it had to be used wisely. There was no room for error. If it missed, there were no backup options. It was all or nothing. However, Moonlight Destruction was built to land. Its wide, sweeping arc practically guaranteed a hit, especially against groups or large enemies. When used right, it could turn the tide of any battle. Another notification followed. Acquired. Low-grade purple mana crystal. Stone of Balance. Subquest progress, Stone of Balance, 4 out of 4. Subquest complete. Reward, Rune of Balance. Now this was the real prize. Ryu Min's gaze sharpened as he reviewed the details. Rune of Balance. Effect: when the difference between your highest and lowest pure attribute is 10 or less, all base stats are doubled. Note: applies only to raw attribute points, gear bonuses or temporary effects are excluded. It sounded simple but was incredibly restrictive. For example, an average level 20 player might have stats like Strength, 30, Agility, 14, Intelligence, 3, Luck, 3, the disparity, 27, rendered the rune useless. But a player with more balanced distribution, say Strength, 20, Agility, 10, Intelligence, 10, and Luck, 10, would meet the criteria and have all stats instantly doubled. Ryu Min had anticipated this. His stat growth had been carefully planned with this very rune in mind. Current pure attributes. Strength, 27. Agility, 26. Intelligence, 18. Luck, 28. He had purposefully kept intelligence the lowest to maintain the required spread. His raw stats were unusually high for his level, partly thanks to the Marble of Eternity, which granted bonus attribute points. "Well then," he said with a grin. "Let's see what I'm working with now." He opened his updated status window, and his eyes widened slightly. Strength, 374. Agility, 518. Intelligence, 614. Luck, 374. All stats over 300, he said under his breath, astonished. He hadn't just grown stronger, he had shattered the limits of what most players at his level could even imagine. The Rune of Balance had worked perfectly. Ryu Min's staggering stats were no coincidence, they were a direct result of the synergy between multiple power sources. The blessings from Minjuri had boosted him by 1.5x, while the Rune of Slaughter doubled his output, and the newly activated Rune of Balance multiplied it again by another factor of 2. All these layers combined made his current numbers unbelievable, especially for someone only at level 40. But the surprises didn't stop there. His player grade had just been upgraded from regular to expert. This new classification unlocked access to features previously unavailable, such as the player trading system. It allowed the transfer of gold between players, assuming both parties had the feature enabled. However, Ryu Min wasn't particularly interested in trading with others, that function was of little value to him. Still, the real reward had just been claimed. You've defeated the 5th round boss, High Orc. Kill time, 1 second. This particular boss operated under a special rule, time attack. The faster one eliminated the boss, the higher the reward. Because you defeated the boss in under 10 seconds, you've earned the maximum bonus, 100,000 gold. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes at the notification and muttered, "This will be more than enough to learn every common skill I've yet to unlock." He was about to move on when something else caught his eye. Another set of messages had appeared, blinking subtly at the edge of his vision. "You've established a new time attack world record. Your performance will be immortalized in the Akashic Records. Reward, unique item selection voucher." Ryu Min blinked, startled. "Wait, what's this?" he said aloud. This was his first entry into the fabled Akashic Records, a list that documented legendary feats across all timelines and regressions. He hadn't expected any special bonus for a record kill, but here it was, in his inventory, a glowing voucher labeled Unique Item Selection Voucher. Ryu raised a brow. "So I can actually choose any unique item?" he whispered, half in disbelief. Without wasting time, he tapped on the voucher. A system prompt unfolded before him. Please select a category for your unique item. 1. Weapon. Shield. Helmet. Armor. Gloves. Boots. Necklace. Ring. Huh? They're letting me pick the item type too. He rubbed his chin in thought, narrowing his gaze. As for weapons? I plan to forge my own when I return, so I don't need one now. What I need is utility, something helpful for my current run, not just raw power. His fingers hovered over the interface, debating. Then, a realization clicked into place. A helmet, that might just work, he muttered, before pressing option 3. Meanwhile, a short distance away, the lone surviving member of the five-man party stood rooted in place, eyes locked on the fallen corpse of the high orc. His mind was reeling. Did I just survive that? He thought, breath ragged. Am I really still alive? The sight before him was surreal. That towering beast, the very one that had casually crushed his companions like ants, was now lying motionless in the dirt. And it wasn't by luck. It was defeated. Beheaded. And it had taken only one blow. One. The man's eyes drifted toward the figure responsible, the infamous Black Scythe, now standing quietly where the high orc had once stood. A strange mixture of fear and admiration gripped his heart. Is this how strong Black Scythe really is? Before he could muster the courage to speak, to perhaps thank the man who'd just saved his life, Ryu Min turned and vanished from view, melting into the forest shadows with effortless grace. The player stood there, mouth half open, watching the place where he'd once stood. I didn't even get to say thank you. His voice was little more than a whisper, carried away by the wind. As the countdown for the 5th round expired, the players were automatically summoned to a central gathering point. Just as they began arriving, a radiant, otherworldly presence shimmered into view, an angelic being hovering effortlessly with majestic wings. With a teasing smile, the angel addressed the weary group. Well? How did it go? Managed to complete the quest? She asked mockingly. I see the crowd has thinned considerably. Surely you didn't let yourselves fall to something as pathetic as orcs? Or perhaps you turned on each other fighting over kills. But no one responded. Their silence was heavy, not from shame, but exhaustion. Battle-worn and mentally drained, none had the strength or will to exchange words. Unbothered, the angel, Priscilla, fluttered her wings, and a translucent screen of light unfurled before them. Let's take a look at your results, she announced. All eyes turned toward the glowing panel. And when the names and rankings appeared, expressions of shock, disbelief, and awe spread like wildfire among the crowd. All zone rankings. First, Black Scythe, level 40, Reaper, 1 hour 0 minutes 6 seconds. Second, Dumb Idiots, level 25, Shaman, 2 hours 30 minutes 21 seconds. Third, Heavenly Demon, level 24, Dark Knight, 2 hours 47 minutes 21 seconds. Zone C ESKS 007 rankings. First, Black Scythe, level 40, Reaper, 1 hour 0 minutes 6 seconds. Second, Democracy, level 21, Buffer, 2 hours 55 minutes 38 seconds. Third, No Pain No Gay, level 23, Warlock, 3 hours 19 minutes 12 seconds. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Level 40? Are you serious? Someone muttered in disbelief. Most couldn't even react properly. The gap was too immense, the performance too surreal. While many stood slack-jawed, a few nodded in grim understanding. After all, Black Scythe had maintained his iron grip on first place since the beginning. This wasn't luck. It was consistency. Domination. Yet Ryu Min, the man behind the title, didn't appear particularly impressed. The string of achievements had started to feel routine. Congratulations. You have secured first place in your zone. Congratulations. You have secured first place overall. Your current standing, first in both your zone and the overall rankings. Zone reward, Intermediate Epic Necklace Selection Voucher. Overall reward, Special Reward Selection Box. As always, the same cascade of rewards followed. It was becoming familiar. But then, a new message drew his full attention. Achievement unlocked, 5-time consecutive overall champion. Title earned, the one ahead of all. Effect, all experience gained is increased by 1.5x. A faint smirk tugged at the edge of Ryu's lips. Finally. The title I've been aiming for. This title wasn't for prestige, it was a strategic necessity. With a 50% increase in experience gain, Ryu Min's leveling pace would now accelerate even faster, granting him a valuable edge in future rounds. I need to grow fast. Opportunities like this don't come twice, he said to himself. With that settled, it was time to claim his reward. Please select one of the following epic necklaces. Necklace of the Skeleton Knight. Necklace of the Java Tribe. Necklace of Resilience. Most would be clueless here, left to guess based on names alone, but Ryu Min had done his homework. He'd studied each of these items through his prior regressions and knew exactly which one he needed. No hesitation. Option 2. He tapped the Java Tribe necklace, and it instantly materialized in his inventory. Necklace of the Java Tribe. Type, necklace. Grade, epic. Description, a mystical relic of the otherworldly Java Tribe, pulsing with arcane energy. Effect, +3 to all stats, plus 35% resistance to abnormal status effects. Durability, 1000 by 1000. Requirement, minimum regular rank. Ryu examined the glowing accessory with a thoughtful gaze. Raw strength isn't everything, he murmured. What I need now isn't just power, it's protection. He had seen it countless times before, formidable players crumbling under the weight of status conditions. Poison, confusion, charm, there were monsters in later rounds that could incapacitate even the strongest warriors in seconds. They may not have shown up yet, but they will come, he muttered. And when they do, I'll be ready. Prepared, leveled, and equipped, Ryu Min stood at the edge of the next chapter, his power growing faster than ever. Items that offered resistance to abnormal status effects were notoriously rare, and highly prized. In acquiring the Java tribe's necklace, Ryu Min had secured a powerful piece of insurance. If he ever found himself in a position where he no longer needed it, he could easily sell it for a small fortune. After all, any seasoned player who had experienced the horrors of paralysis, confusion, or poison would pay dearly for protection against such conditions. Having finalized his necklace selection, Ryu Min's focus shifted to the final reward he'd been granted, the special reward selection box. A new message unfolded before him. Please select one of the following special rewards. 3x experience boost, valid for round 6 only. 6,000 gold. Information regarding round 6. Ryu skimmed the options. No stat bonus this time, huh? Just a pure EXP multiplier, he mused. But that was more than enough. Between the three choices, there was no real competition. He already knew what round 6 entailed, thanks to prior regressions, and gold wasn't an issue. His current balance exceeded 220,000. An additional 6,000 wouldn't even register. Option 1, he confirmed. Triple experience for the next round, that's what I need most. Just then, the radiant being Priscilla hovered back into view. Her angelic features twisted into a mockingly sinister smile. Well then, everyone, she called out sweetly. I trust you've all seen your rankings? Her voice carried a venomous lilt as she continued. In that case, it's time to deliver judgment. A deadly silence fell over the crowd. There were 1,585 players who cleared the main quest in this round. But only the top 212 ND performers will be allowed to move on. The rest? She snapped her fingers. Will be eliminated here and now. Gasps rang out across the crowd. Panic spread like wildfire. No, wait. Please. Angel, don't. Have mercy. But it was too late. The remaining players, ranked below the 1,211 spot, were already marked. Light flared. Screams echoed. And one by one, bodies crumbled into dust. As Priscilla looked on with cold detachment, she scoffed. Pathetic. Groveling, shrieking, begging like vermin. Humans really are insects. Watching the carnage unfold, Ryu Min narrowed his eyes. TCH. You're no better, he muttered quietly. I've seen angels crawl and whimper before, beneath my feet. For a brief moment, Priscilla's gaze flickered toward him. There was something different in her eyes, something tense. A flicker of wariness. Still, she murmured, glancing across the now much smaller crowd, I didn't think any of you would manage to complete the sub-quest, but it appears someone did. She didn't name Ryu Min, but her eyes told the story. System message. Round 5 complete. Total survivors, 19,327,557. Zone C ESKS 007 remaining players, 1211. Priscilla spread her wings, her voice rising once more. That concludes the 5th round. Rest while you can. Your consciousness will soon return to your home dimensions. She gave a final, mocking smile. The next trial, round 6, will begin promptly at midnight, June 1, 2022. And with that, the angel vanished. After the results of round 5 were finalized. Ryu wake up. After that, he had a meal with his brother and then Ryu Min sat down to take care of some long overdue crafting. Opening the item combination interface, he began to load in the various rare materials he'd gathered during the past 10 hours of slaughter. This time, he wasn't aiming for an ordinary enhancement, he was determined to forge a unique grade item. For the primary catalyst, Ryu selected Reaper's Scythe, his current weapon, which had served him well up to this point. He gently detached the embedded low-grade orange gemstone from the hilt. If this works, he murmured, it'll evolve into something far beyond an epic-grade weapon, perfect for someone at the expert level. Next, he filled the remaining slots with supporting materials. Orc's heart, still warm from battle. Mysterious wooden totem, pulsing faintly with latent magic. Corroded arrowhead, etched with traces of ancient curses. High Orc's molar, a grotesque but potent relic. But Ryu wasn't done yet. From his inventory, he withdrew one final item, a chunk of black gold ore, an exceedingly rare enhancement material he took from Huang Yongmin in a previous round. This will be the game changer, he said, slotting the black gold ore into the final submaterial space. With this, I'm not settling for epic. I'm going straight to unique. With all components in place, he hovered over the combine button and pressed it. A blinding light surged from the screen. A brilliant flash bathed his surroundings as a deep chime echoed, signaling the completion of the process. System notification, combination successful. Item created, Death Scythe. Type, weapon. Grade, unique. Description, a legendary scythe whispered to have once belonged to the Grim Reaper himself. Wherever this blade moves, the shadow of death follows. Attack power, 300. Effects, all stats plus 10, skill damage plus 10%. Durability, 3000/3000. Requirements, expert rank or higher. A proud grin tugged at Ryu Min's lips as he admired his new weapon. Finally, he said to himself, gripping the scythe with both hands, I've moved past that starter junk. This is worthy of the name Black Scythe. But his to-do list wasn't over yet. With the enormous gold reserves he'd amassed, over 220,000 in total, it was time to bolster his arsenal with a few practical abilities. Opening the skill store, he browsed the available common skills. Though they weren't flashy or offensive, they offered vital enhancements no serious player could ignore. Area Scan creates a localized minimap that displays enemies and terrain. Enhanced Vision, sharpened sight and awareness, better than any normal human. Basic Resistance grants a passive 15% resistance to abnormal status effects. Dexterity boosts skill execution accuracy by 20%. With more than enough gold on hand, Ryu Min didn't hesitate. Let's not be stingy now. He purchased all four. In silence, he reviewed his purchases and upgraded equipment. The new scythe glowed ominously by his side. The newly learned skills would act as the foundation of his survival moving forward. Slowly, everything was falling into place. After acquiring all four practical common skills from the store, Ryu Min glanced at his gold balance. Still got 14,000 left, he muttered. Despite combing through the shop's inventory one more time, nothing else struck him as worth the investment, at least for now. With better items, especially epic tier gear, expected to appear in the upcoming days, saving his remaining gold felt like the wisest move. Besides, thanks to unlocking the trading function, even unused funds would prove valuable down the line. Alright, he said to himself, let's sort out these mana stones next. Opening his inventory, Ryu Min began merging the lower grade stones, combining them to form more efficient versions. Once refined, he embedded them into his equipment, boosting his power incrementally. After ensuring every slot was filled and his gear was optimized, he equipped his full loadout and opened his status window to assess the final result. Name, Ryu Min. Alias, Black Scythe. Rank, Expert. Level, 40. Class, Grim Reaper. Titles, Time Regressor, Hidden. First Angel Slayer, Hidden. Challenger of Retribution, Hidden. The One Who Leads, Hidden. Attributes. Strength, 106. Intelligence, 150. Agility, 136. Luck, 106. Common skills. Tracking. Detection. Trace erasure. First aid. Area scan. Enhanced vision. Basic resistance. Dexterity. Exclusive skills. Seal of death. Night of death. Moonlight slaughter. Runes. Rune of slaughter. Rune of the Reaper. Rune of illumination. Rune of inner thoughts. Rune of the doppelganger. Rune of balance. Remaining stat points, 0. All four base stats now stood in the triple digits, even without any temporary buffs. This was purely due to his base growth and the Rune of Balance, which doubled his stats so long as their difference remained within 10 points. And once I add Minjuri's buffs and bless, he thought, my stats will spike even higher. Plus, with Rune of Slaughter active, his raw power would double again. Ryu Min nodded in satisfaction. I've reached the peak of my current potential. Now it's time to move forward with the Mong Rock operation. I'll need Hang Yong for that. His thoughts turned to the player he had subtly manipulated across several rounds. Wonder if that guy's still alive, Ryu mused, and without delay, activated tracking. Tracking activated. Target, Hang Yong Min. Face and name matched. Target is currently alive. A quiet chuckle escaped him. Perfect. Looks like I can still use him one more time. Despite Hang Yong's past bullying, Ryu had been quietly steering him to survive up to this point. But this would be the final round he'd involve him. In real life, that guy would never believe how much of his fate depended on someone he used to treat like dirt. The following day, Minjuri sat at a cozy cafe, seated alone at a corner table. The ticking clock above made her heart race. She was waiting for Ryu Min. Her hands wrapped around the warm cup in front of her, trying to steady her nerves. Why did he want to meet me? What could it be, she wondered, a flicker of hope sneaking into her heart. She quickly shook her head, catching herself spiraling into wishful thinking. Don't get carried away. Keep it cool. Don't let your feelings show. Still, her cheeks flushed lightly, and her heartbeat betrayed her efforts to appear calm. The cafe door creaked open, and there he was. Ryu Min stepped in, scanned the room, then approached with a relaxed smile. You're already here. Hope I didn't keep you waiting, he said casually. Minjuri straightened up in her seat, smiling back, trying not to seem too eager. No. I only just got here myself. In truth, she'd been there early, perhaps too early, but she didn't want him to know that. As they sat in the soft hum of background music, an awkward silence hung in the air. Why does it feel weird all of a sudden, she wondered, avoiding eye contact. Is it because of my silly daydreams earlier? Ugh? Ryu eventually broke the silence with a gentle question. So, how was round 5? Did you run into the Black Scythe? Minjuri, relieved by the change in topic, eagerly leaned into the conversation. Yes, just like you predicted, we ended up hunting together, she said with a bright expression. Honestly, I wasn't sure someone ranked that high would bother teaming up with me. But once he saw what I could do, he agreed. Ryu Min gave a casual smile, keeping up the act. Told you, he said knowingly. Once he saw the quality of your buffs, there's no way he'd turn you down. Encouraged, Minjuri continued with excitement. And it really paid off. The hunt went smoother than I ever imagined. It was the most comfortable run I've ever had, and for the first time, I actually came in second place in my zone. Feigning admiration, Ryu raised his brows and let out a low whistle. Second place? Not bad at all. What did you get as a reward? With a proud smile, she brought up her inventory screen and displayed her prize. I got a mid-tier rare necklace that boosts agility. Want to take a look? Ryu leaned in to examine the item and gave a well-practiced expression of interest. Wow. Looks nice. Of course, in a game world teeming with epic-grade gear, a rare-tier necklace barely earned a glance. But Minjuri's happiness was genuine, and that was what mattered. What do you think? She asked, watching him closely. Does it suit me? Ryu gave a polite nod. Yeah. Looks great on you. Then came the unexpected part. Minjuri took the necklace out of her inventory and extended it to him. Here. I want you to have it. I wouldn't have earned this without your advice, so it's only fair. Surprised, Ryu waved his hand, declining the offer. No need for that. You earned it through your own effort. Why give it away? She insisted with a small smile. It really wasn't that hard. Like I said, hunting with the Black Scythe made everything easier. Ryu tilted his head. Then why not gift it to him instead? Minjuri let out a soft laugh. You think someone like him needs a low-tier item like this? Come on. That kind of gear's completely beneath someone at his level. He nodded with a chuckle, agreeing internally. Fair enough. Even if he sold it, it wouldn't be worth much. Once again, he gently declined. Thanks, but no. I haven't even reached the regular rank yet. Something like that wouldn't help me right now. Minjuri blinked, visibly surprised. Wait, you haven't reached regular rank yet? What level are you, then? Ryu exhaled lightly, feigning frustration. 19. I barely managed to kill 300 orcs on my own in the full 10 hours. Though she didn't say anything, her expression soured slightly. Her thoughts flickered behind her eyes. Clearly, she found it hard to accept that someone with a prophetic skill was stuck at such a low level. Well, I guess prophets aren't meant for frontline combat, she offered diplomatically. But in her mind, she wrestled with something that didn't quite sit right. A prophet who can see the future is already broken, but if someone like that also had top-tier combat power? That would just be too much. It would break the entire system. What she didn't know was that the very man she was thinking about, Black Scythe, was sitting right across from her. Then, without warning, she asked something Ryu Min didn't expect. Minjuri glanced at Ryu Min curiously and asked, by the way, Min, how does a prophet even fight? Ryu gave a sheepish chuckle and scratched the back of his head. Ah, well, I use magic. It's honestly nothing impressive, I'm kind of embarrassed to show it. Minjuri was quiet for a moment, clearly thinking. Then, doesn't that mean you don't really need this agility necklace? She asked, lifting the item she had shown him earlier. Wouldn't something that boosts intelligence help more? That's true, Ryu nodded, but even magic users benefit from a bit of agility. Not for casting speed, but for movement and dodging. A little survivability goes a long way. Of course, none of that applied to Ryu Min, he wasn't a mage at all. But he kept up the story. Still, he firmly turned down the necklace once more. With a sigh, Minjuri relented and tucked it back into her inventory. Well, she said, a little deflated, how about this instead? From her inventory, she retrieved a small, faintly glowing red mana stone, the lowest grade available. I picked this up while we were hunting. It's probably not worth much, but it's just a little thank you. Please accept it, she said, holding it out to him. Ryu Min could sense that she had intended this gesture for him long ago, even before now. It warmed him more than he expected. Thanks for thinking of me, he said softly, accepting the stone. The sincerity in his voice clearly caught her off guard. Her cheeks flushed, and she stammered, I didn't do it just for you. I mean, you've been helping me all this time, so I thought I should show some appreciation. Her flustered explanation brought a gentle smile to Ryu Min's lips. I appreciate it either way, he said. And since you've given me something, it's only fair I return the favor. Minjuri blinked. Huh? Really? What kind of favor? Information, he said with a grin. About round 6. For a second, she seemed mildly disappointed. But that passed quickly, and she lit up with enthusiasm. Seriously? I'd love that. As he began explaining the details of the upcoming round, her expression gradually shifted from curiosity to surprise. Her eyes widened especially when he mentioned one particular player. So, you're saying I should try to team up with the Black Scythe again? She asked. Definitely, Ryu confirmed. He already knows what your buffs can do, and since you worked well together in the last round, I doubt he'll say no. Minjuri gave a slight nod, then mumbled, I just didn't think I'd be working with him again so soon. Isn't that a good thing? Ryu teased gently. I guess, she said with a shy smile. He was unexpectedly kind. Not as intimidating as I thought. Sure, a bit arrogant, but I suppose that comes with being at the top. Ryu Min raised a brow, amused at her backhanded compliment of himself. He also seemed really perceptive, she added. Like he could read people better than most. It's hard to explain, but it felt like he understood what I was feeling. Well, I do have the rune of inner thoughts, Ryu thought, amused by how effective it truly was. She saw Black Scythe as confident, empathetic, and strong, qualities that most would aspire to, yet Ryu knew how much effort and failure it had taken to get there. I may seem like I've got it all together, he thought to himself, but I failed over and over, 99 times, to be exact. This round is my final shot. I can't afford to fail again. He turned to look at Minjuri as if to commit the moment to memory. She has to be on my team. Her and the American priest. The rest? I'll figure out. Just then, Minjuri noticed his quiet stare. Min? Are you alright? You're zoning out. Are you nervous about the next round? Yeah, a little, Ryu admitted, snapping out of it. I'm not exactly strong, after all. That statement would have sounded absurd to anyone who knew the truth, but he had to maintain the prophet persona. Minjuri, unaware, gave him a sympathetic look. If only our zones were connected? I'd help you without question, she said earnestly. But I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Yeah, Ryu smiled. Until then, stay strong. She pumped her fist in determination. You too. Ryu chuckled to himself, wondering how she'd react when she discovered that the Black Scythe she admired was the same man sitting across from her. The next day, Ryu Min was back in his car, cruising toward the corporate building where he had arranged a meeting. Originally, the Heavenly Demon had invited him to lunch at a hotel restaurant, but Ryu had declined. He wanted the meeting to happen on his terms, inside the company's walls. This meeting's not just about business, Ryu thought, his gaze fixed ahead. It's about control. He'd already built credibility as a prophet. That was no longer in question. He was confident that Heavenly Demon, known for placing growth above all else, would be fully on board with whatever venture Ryu proposed. This wasn't just about generating wealth. To Ryu Min, money was simply a means to an end. If I can get this company behind me, he thought, I can acquire any item, anytime. No more waiting. No more grinding. Just steady power growth. And for someone racing against time, that was the only thing that mattered. Expanding the company wasn't just a strategic move for Ryu Min, it was a calculated step to tighten his connection with Heavenly Demon and, more importantly, gain access to the elusive priest. The financial windfall that came along with this plan? Just an added bonus. When Ryu arrived at the corporate headquarters, the bodyguard at the entrance greeted him with notable respect. Please wait here, sir. I'll escort you to the executive office. His tone and body language were professional but unusually polite, clearly acting on direct orders to treat Ryu with the utmost care. After a brief elevator ride, the doors opened to a lavishly decorated office. Heavenly Demon welcomed him with a booming voice and open arms. You're here, major shareholder, he said cheerfully, gesturing to a plush seat in front of his desk. Please, make yourself comfortable. Though the enthusiasm in his tone was exaggerated, Ryu Min didn't mind. It was obvious that Heavenly Demon was trying to stay on his good side. Major shareholder and prophet, the man continued, chuckling awkwardly. Was the trip here too much of a hassle? Not at all, Ryu replied calmly. It was quite comfortable. Have you eaten yet? I was hoping we could have lunch together. Ryu shook his head, his tone firm but polite. There's something more important than sharing a meal right now. Heavenly Demon's expression immediately shifted to interest, his eyes gleaming. Don't tell me. Are you here with news about round 6? Ryu-min almost chuckled. You're so eager, it's written all over your face, he thought. It was clear Heavenly Demon was nervous that the prophet might withhold information this time. Reading the room, Ryu said, of course. I came to share everything I know about the 6th round. The tension eased slightly in Heavenly Demon's shoulders. Have you seen it already? I have, Ryu confirmed. Just then, the bodyguard returned with tea and silently placed a cup in front of him. Though he maintained a neutral expression, Ryu could tell he was carefully listening in on every word. Ryu sipped the tea, then leaned back in his chair. I'll tell you what's coming next, he said. But in return, I'd like us to hold an emergency shareholders meeting. Heavenly Demon blinked in surprise. An emergency meeting? Yes. It's time to discuss the next phase of our partnership. We'll be changing both the company's name and its business focus. The moment Ryu brought up actual business matters, the mood turned serious. Information about future rounds might have been valuable, but long-term financial strategies carried equal weight for someone like Heavenly Demon. What do you need from me? He asked, straightening his posture. I need your vote, Ryu replied. If we bulldoze through the changes without convincing the rest, it could create unnecessary friction. Better to make sure the others are aligned, at least on the surface. Heavenly Demon grinned, clearly enjoying the challenge. Leave it to me. I'll make sure no one causes trouble. But I take it you've already anticipated resistance? I have, Ryu said. Based on what I saw, some of the older shareholders, those in their 30s and up, won't be happy about the shift. Heavenly Demon leaned in, curiosity evident. What kind of industry are we talking about here? Even the bodyguard, standing nearby, visibly perked up. Ryu-min smirked inwardly. The business I'm aiming to launch. Ryu-min's voice carried enough weight to instantly capture the attention of the two men sitting before him. Both instinctively straightened in their seats, their gazes fixed on him with anticipation. We're going to create a specialized open marketplace, exclusively for players. An open marketplace? One of them echoed with a puzzled frown. You mean like auction, F-market, or Kuang? Ryu-min nodded. Exactly that. But instead of conventional goods, this platform will revolve around in-game items. The difference is that only registered players can access and trade on it. Wait, are you saying players will be able to sell their items for real money? They'll have the choice, Ryu clarified. When listing an item, the seller can decide whether to accept cash or offer it in exchange for another item. I can understand the bartering part, Ma Jiangrock said slowly, his brows furrowed, but why would players even need cash? Ryu-min smiled slightly, as if expecting that question. Some do. They just don't have the right channels to convert items into money, yet. Yet? Ma Jiangrock's eyes narrowed. Are you implying that'll change later? A spark of approval lit in Ryu-min's eyes. Sharp, as expected. Yes. I've seen glimpses of what's coming. Eventually, once players surpass level 40, they'll gain access to something crucial, the gold trading function. Instead of relying on cash, they'll begin exchanging gold among themselves. Gold? Ma Jiangrock muttered, startled. Since neither of them had reached level 40, they had no way of knowing such a feature even existed, let alone that gold could be freely traded between players. At level 40, Ryu explained calmly, players unlock a function that allows gold transfers. With the right infrastructure, we can create a secure platform that facilitates these exchanges. We act as the middleman, ensuring safety, and take a cut in either cash or gold. Ma Jiangrock leaned back in his chair, folding his arms as he mulled it over. A marketplace exclusive to players? Not a bad concept at all. There was undeniable appeal in the first-mover advantage. No one had claimed this space yet, which meant they could secure dominance early and set the rules. Still, he kept his expression unreadable, preferring to proceed with caution. But realistically, he said, do you think players will actually use it? Ryu-min nodded with confidence. We're now in the 5th round. Players have gathered a sizable number of items, many of which they don't need. But monster-dropped gear can't be sold to NPC stores, so these players are stuck with excess loot and no outlet. So what you're suggesting, Ma Jiangrock said, tapping the table, is to give them that outlet, a place to exchange items freely when their inventories start overflowing? Exactly, Ryu replied. Plus, most players are now past level 20. They've unlocked the item fusion feature, and naturally they're curious to try different combinations. Now imagine if there was a place where they could instantly search and buy the materials they need. There'd be plenty of interest, Ma Jiangrock admitted, nodding slowly. Especially if the platform was easy to use. Right, Ryu agreed. Which is why now, while we're still in the early phase, is the perfect time to launch this. Ma Jiangrock's skepticism had visibly melted into intrigue. He could already envision the possibilities. He's right. The demand is there. If we develop a reliable system and market it properly, it could explode. As his mind raced through implementation strategies, one idea surfaced. What if we introduce an auction feature, he suggested. Instead of flat pricing, allow people to bid. That way, rare items will drive competition and fetch higher prices. I like it, Ryu said with an approving nod. It would definitely increase engagement. Also, Ma Jiangrock added, in the beginning, we should eliminate all listing fees. Make it free to upload items to attract as many users as possible. Then implement a tiered benefit system. Players who trade frequently earn perks, like reduced commissions or special badges. Ryu Min smiled, clearly impressed with the proactive thinking. Looks like he's already on board. Good. This wasn't just a viable business, it was a visionary one. In time, the gaming world would revolve around players, and with this system in place, they would have the first and only marketplace tailored to their needs. For Ryu Min, the benefits extended far beyond profit. With this platform, I can secure any item I need in the future. Not just equipment, but rare fusion materials and relics others don't yet understand. I'll corner the market before anyone else even realizes what they're holding. The seeds of a revolution were being sown, and Ryu Min would be the one to reap the rewards. If we can secure the materials, creating not just unique grade but even legendary and divine level items will become a reality, Ryu Min thought. With the industry decided as a social market, Ma Jiangrock asked, have you given any thought to the new company name? Do you have any suggestions? Ryu Min turned the question back to him. But Ma Jiangrock quickly shook his head. I'll refrain from offering input here. In times like these, it's better to follow the vision you've already seen. And above all, aren't you the true leader of this company now? Haha, Ryu chuckled modestly, not disagreeing, because the statement wasn't wrong. In that case, he said, leaning back in thought, how about this, Player Place? A name that signifies a space created for players. Player Place, or PP for short? Ma Jiangrock repeated aloud. The abbreviation sounds catchy. It feels right. Truth be told, he wasn't entirely sure how good the name was, but if it came from the prophet's mouth, it must be brilliant. Actually, I have another idea in mind as well. Want to hear it? Ryu asked. Of course. I'd love to. Ma Jiangrock's eyes sparkled as he launched into an energetic discussion about business strategies. Ryu Min mostly listened, acting as the final decision-maker, giving nods of approval or quiet judgment depending on what he heard. Their conversation grew so intense, even the quiet ticking of the office clock disappeared beneath their voices. Hours passed unnoticed, until Ma Jiangrock glanced at the window and blinked. Oh, it's evening already? Would you care to have dinner together? I'll have to pass, Ryu Min said with a gentle smile. My brother's waiting at home. Ah, I see. Ma Jiangrock looked visibly disappointed. Clearly, he had been enjoying their discussion. How long do you think it'll take to build and launch the platform? Ryu asked as he stood. At best? A month, Ma Jiangrock replied. We could go live after the 6th round. Ryu Min gave an approving nod. That timeline works for me. By the way, he added, it's time I share the 6th round's details with you. That's music to my ears, Ma Jiangrock grinned. Even on Sangcheol, standing nearby with a stoic expression, leaned in slightly to catch every word, feigning indifference. Ryu Min outlined everything, key elements, vital strategies, and important warnings for the 6th round. Once he was finished, Ma Jiangrock leaned back, brows raised in admiration. So, cooperation will be essential again. That was very informative. Thank you for the insight, Prophet. No need to thank me, Ryu replied. As he politely bowed in appreciation, Ma Jiangrock couldn't help but smile to himself. As expected, securing the Prophet was the best decision I've made. Thanks to him, everything's aligning perfectly, both in the real world and the game. He was oblivious to the fact that Ryu Min could read every single one of those thoughts like an open book, thanks to the rune of inner thoughts. But Ryu made no sign of it. Let's proceed with what we discussed today, Ma Jiangrock said, rising from his seat. I'll convene an extraordinary shareholders meeting soon to push through the agenda. You'll need to be there to present the plan. Will that be all right? It meant speaking in front of a crowd and explaining the project, but Ryu Min didn't hesitate. I'll be there. Great. We'll contact you with the meeting date. Director on? Yes, sir. Take the profit home. Also, stop by CO Aaron's house on the way and share the round 6 details with her. A few days later. As midnight struck, Ryu-min opened the store interface with anticipation. Today's featured item. Tattered vagabond garments. Type, armor. Grade, epic. Defense, 1. Effect, attack speed plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%. Durability, 1000 by 1000. Requirement, must be at least regular rank. Description, dirty and ripped clothing that barely functions as armor, but comes with surprising perks. Ryu-min's eyes lit up. Finally, an epic grade item worth looking at. While the armor's defense was laughable, the speed buffs it granted were extraordinary, perfect for an aggressive, high-mobility build. The cost? A steep 20,000 gold. To most players, this would be considered outrageous. 20,000 gold for something with a defense stat of just 1? It's ridiculous. But for Ryu-min, who was sitting on an enormous gold stash, the price barely made a dent. Others may hesitate, but I can afford to be bold. This one's mine. Until the player-exclusive market is established, there's no choice but to depend on whatever the system store offers. Ryu-min knew this well. But he also understood something most didn't, that once the social trading platform was up and running, the era of relying on the store would come to an end. Players would flock to the market instead, buying and selling whatever they needed directly among themselves. At that point, any material needed to craft unique, legendary, or even god-tier items would be right at my fingertips. Stores only stocked up to epic-grade equipment. Anything beyond that, legendary or divine, could only be crafted through a complex synthesis system. But there was a catch: the right combinations were nearly impossible to figure out without guidance. And that's where I have the advantage. Ryu-min had memorized almost every important combination formula, thanks to the design scrolls he had studied over countless regressions. Without those design scrolls, even I wouldn't have known how to craft higher-tier gear so quickly. Designs, simple information items that revealed exact recipes, would become invaluable later on. When players eventually discovered their usefulness, demand skyrocketed. It's not easy figuring out combinations through blind trial and error. There are too many possible materials to test. That's why, once the existence of design items became widely known, nearly 3/4 of players began hunting for them. Some of those design scrolls sell for outrageous prices, millions in real-world currency, just for a single crafting recipe. If someone came across a formula for a god-tier weapon, even the most cautious investor would throw money at it without hesitation. And if they didn't want to use the design themselves, they could always resell it to another desperate player. But for me, those designs are pointless. I already know them all. The value of the knowledge Ryu-min carried wasn't something that could be quantified. It wasn't just valuable, it was potentially infinite. At this rate, I should be able to craft my first god-grade item before round 11 even begins. With a quiet, confident smile, Ryu-min lay back on his bed. He needed rest. The extraordinary shareholders meeting was scheduled for 10 a.m. the next morning. As a major shareholder and the de facto executive voice of the company, there's no way I can miss it. With that final thought, Ryu-min closed his eyes. Outside, the world continued to move. But in the dark corners of the city, unseen forces were also beginning to stir. The next morning, extraordinary general meeting. The hum of low conversation filled the building as shareholders streamed in. Each one of them had invested in Heavy Demon Consulting, and each one carried a thick dose of skepticism. "Please take a company info pack and make your way to the front rows," Sang-cheol said, standing at the entrance and handing out slim folders. The brochures included everything from past performance data to updated financials and company strategies. But the shareholders barely gave them a glance. Their attention was fixed entirely on the raised podium ahead. They had all seen the shareholder meeting notice and its agenda. One item stood out more than any other. The shareholders meeting unfolded with expected turbulence, yet it never spiraled out of control. Questions flew in rapid succession, some skeptical, others outright critical, but Ryu-min held his ground with poise. Each inquiry was met with a calm, logical answer. There was no fumbling, no panic in his voice, only clarity. Even as doubts were hurled at him like arrows, Ryu stood unshaken, addressing each one with surgical precision. Gradually, the crowd's fervor waned. The barrage of questions began to thin out. The once rowdy shareholders, who had entered the hall with clenched jaws and raised brows, were now silent. "Any further questions?" Ryu asked, his gaze sweeping the room. No one responded. The air, which had earlier buzzed with tension, was now still. Shareholders exchanged glances as if wordlessly agreeing. What more is there to say? He's already laid it all out. Though most had initially doubted him, especially because of his youth, it became clear to everyone that Ryu Min wasn't someone easily flustered. The most taken aback, however, wasn't the shareholders. It was Ma Jiangrock. He'd observed Ryu closely from the sidelines, astonished by the young man's composure and command over the room. If there are no objections, Ma Jiangrock finally announced, we'll now proceed with the vote on the special resolution. To pass, the motion required a 2/3 majority, at least 67%. But with Ryu Min holding a commanding 31% and Ma Jiangrock, the so-called heavenly demon, possessing 20%, their combined support already ensured success. The remaining shareholders, while officially casting votes, were more for show, there to preserve the image of unity and legitimacy. Is there anyone opposed to changing the company's name and industry? Ma Jiangrock asked, scanning the room. Silence. With no dissenting voices, he smiled broadly. Then I declare that the proposal has passed unanimously with 100% approval. Though the decision had been made, the atmosphere remained tinged with uncertainty. Some shareholders nodded quietly while others exited the hall deep in thought, still trying to process what had just happened. As the crowd began to disperse, Ma Jiangrock made his way over to Ryu Min. Major shareholder, he said with genuine admiration, you handled that flawlessly. Not even a trace of hesitation. Ryu let out a soft laugh. I ran through a few scenarios in my head at home. I guess it helped. In truth, he hadn't rehearsed a single line, but his performance had subtly lowered Ma Jiangrock's guard. We've got the green light now, Ryu continued, his tone more businesslike. All that's left is building the site and setting up the infrastructure. I'm leaving that to you. Of course, Ma Jiangrock replied without hesitation. Leave everything to me. You just focus on surviving the next round. There was a flicker of concern in his voice, a trace of unease about Ryu's well-being. The prophetic abilities were too valuable to lose. If Ryu Min fell in the next round, it would be more than a business setback, it would be a disaster. Ryu picked up on this unspoken anxiety instantly, reading it as easily as a book. He's worried if I die, the prophecies will stop flowing. Understandable. Then, as if brushing away the seriousness of the moment, Ma Jiangrock offered, would you care to join me for lunch at the hotel? Sounds good, Ryu replied with a relaxed smile. Let's eat. With that, another major step had been taken, smoothly and successfully. But as they walked toward the elevator, Ryu Min's mind drifted elsewhere. Now that today's tasks are complete, there's only one question left to solve. A slow, calculating grin crept onto his face. How should I make use of Huang Yongmin next? It was Sunday, the day of the regularly scheduled meeting for PCW, the group Ryu had once infiltrated under the alias Little Kodal, and where he had previously eliminated the imposter claiming to be Black Scythe. As the virtual meeting room filled, a lively female voice suddenly rang out. Hey everyone! Good to see you all, said Yami, full of energy and cheer. But her enthusiasm was met with an eerie silence. Puzzled by the lack of response, she blinked and looked around at the other video feeds. The somber expressions on everyone's faces made her pause. What's with the mood? Did something happen? She asked, her tone shifting from bubbly to concerned. One of the members finally spoke up, his voice low. You must not have heard yet, Yami. We've lost 2 of our officers. Her eyes widened. Wait, what? Who? Another voice answered flatly, my age 30 and jam made of honey. No contact from either of them since the 5th round. All signs point to, well, they didn't make it. That explained the heavy atmosphere. Yami nodded slowly, her lips parting slightly in realization. So someone really did die. Still, something about it struck her as strange. Sure, they were teammates, but we only ever talked online. Were people really this emotionally attached? Or? She narrowed her eyes and thought, could it be for show? Trying to score points with the chairman? The chairman, the elusive leader and founder of the PCW circle, was practically treated like royalty. In any corporate or guild-like structure, it wasn't uncommon for people to align their emotions with those of their superior. And he was the type who always seemed deeply affected whenever a member passed away. So that's it. They're just playing their part. Fine. 2 can play at that game. Yami sniffled, wiping away imaginary tears as she put on a performance of her own. I can't believe this. My age 30. And jam. It's just so tragic, her voice cracked, trembling as she fought back crocodile tears. Oh no, Yami, please don't cry, one of the officers said, visibly moved by her feigned sorrow. If you cry, I might start crying too. Their voices softened in response, expressions changing to mirror hers. Amazing, she thought. Never underestimate the effect of a woman's tears. She smirked internally, watching them fall right into step with her display. Humans really are such cunning creatures, but but I can't let anyone outmaneuver me here. Just then, the chairman entered the meeting. He paused upon seeing the group. Huh? What's going on here? Why is everyone crying? Before anyone else could respond, Lost Yak jumped in, seizing the moment. His tone turned cold, direct. Chairman, it's about my age 30 and jam made of honey. They're gone. The chairman's face changed instantly. He drew in a slow breath, then covered his eyes with one hand. Not again. Why does this keep happening? It was his usual reaction whenever someone died, somber and genuine. Whether out of grief or guilt, no one could say for certain. But he always seemed to take it personally. He finally looked back up and added, "Still, we should be grateful the rest of you made it through." A quiet sigh escaped him. "Our officer counts down to 6 now," he muttered. "We're bleeding members every round." Someone cautiously spoke up, "Chairman, shouldn't we consider bringing in replacements?" "I'd like to," he replied, "but we're short on qualified candidates." "The ones who applied last time? Haven't heard a word from them since." He was, of course, referring to the trio of officer hopefuls, including the fake Black Scythe who had already been taken care of by Ryu Min. Lost Yak furrowed his brows. "You mean those 3 still haven't contacted you?" The chairman shook his head. "I've tried reaching out to them multiple times. Still nothing." "Could it be they didn't survive round 5 either?" another asked. "Well, I can't speak for the others," the chairman said, "but I know one of them made it through, Black Scythe. He came in first." This revelation stirred curiosity. Then why the silence? Why apply for officer rank and then vanish? "Beats me," the chairman admitted. "Maybe he changed his mind. Or maybe..." Someone interrupted, suspicion rising in their voice. "Maybe the person who applied wasn't the real Black Scythe to begin with." The possibility hung in the air like a dark cloud. "And if that's the case," the voice continued, "he might have died during the 5th round, and we just assumed he was the real deal." The room fell silent once more, this time tinged with unease and uncertainty. The chairman sat in silence for a moment, mulling over the conversation, before nodding slightly. "A scammer pretending to be Black Scythe? That does make a certain kind of sense." But just as the mood began to settle, one of the officers blurted out without thinking. "Still, I doubt someone like Black Scythe would ever lower himself to join a group like this." The words hung in the air like a slap. Realizing his mistake, the man's eyes widened, and he quickly clamped his mouth shut. But it was too late. The chairman turned to him slowly, his once calm expression now frosted with disapproval. "A group like this? What exactly do you mean by that?" The room tensed. "Our community, PCW, was built to unite players, helping one another through cooperation in a world where even alliances sometimes fail. We're not some throwaway guild. We're pioneers of this era." The officer stammered, "I didn't mean it like that, Chairman. I was just..." But the chairman wasn't listening. His voice turned icy. "You're no longer an officer as of this moment. In fact, you're expelled. Permanently." The man looked stunned. "What? Please, Chairman, I was just..." "We don't need anyone who mocks our foundation," the chairman interrupted coldly. "In times like these, people who plant discord are as dangerous as monsters." As the dismissed officer's protests echoed in the background, the chairman raised a hand, signaling it was over. "Blacklist him. If a new age dawns and we rise with it, he won't be part of it." Just like that, one more officer was gone. Only 5 remained. "Now," the chairman continued, as if nothing had happened, "shall we resume the meeting?" Everyone present sat a little straighter, their expressions tense. If it wasn't clear before, it was now. The chairman's word was absolute. One wrong sentence could cost you your seat. Suddenly, Lost Yak made a startled noise. The chairman turned toward him. "What is it?" Lost Yak looked slightly flustered. "A new application just came in. Someone wants to join the PCW. Now?" the chairman asked. "Yes, and the applicant's nickname is Black Scythe." The entire room stirred with interest. "Black Scythe?" the chairman echoed. "He applied again?" Lost Yak shook his head. "No, sir. It's not the same person as before. The previous Black Scythe's registered name was Kim In-hong. This one's using the name Hwang Yong-min." The chairman tapped the armrest of his chair thoughtfully. "Could be another impersonator. Or it might be the real one, just under a different alias." "What do you want us to do?" Lost Yak asked. "Simple," the chairman said, his voice cold and precise. "Pay him a visit. Go to the address on the application. And if it turns out he's not the real Black Scythe?" The chairman's reply came like a knife. "Then he'll answer for his deception. No one makes a fool out of us and walks away unscathed." Meanwhile, far from the tension of the PCW conference room, Ryu Min sat in the glow of a monitor inside a quiet local internet cafe. The rows of gaming PCs buzzed faintly behind him. But Ryu had his focus fixed on one goal. He had submitted an application to PCW, under the name Hwang Yong-min. This time, there'd be no slip-ups. No real name verification. PCW didn't require identity confirmation, making it a haven for fake aliases and shadow moves. Exactly the kind of place he needed. Ryu smirked to himself. I'm not doing this out of vanity. It's strategy. Someone had been impersonating Black Scythe within PCW, and that deception had already cost lives and trust. But Ryu-min didn't intend to set the record straight. No, he had a better idea. This wasn't just a gamble, it was a calculated opening move. By submitting Hwang Yong-min's real home address during the application process, complete with precise villa unit and lot number, Ryu-min ensured that the PCW's leadership would come knocking. An interview, a home visit, a confrontation, whatever they planned to do to verify the identity of Black Scythe, it would lead them straight to the door Ryu had opened for them. Smirking to himself, Ryu muttered, "No matter where they run, I'll know. I can track anyone, this is my domain." Such was one of the benefits of being a seasoned player in this transformed world. While others relied on brute force or information brokers, Ryu wielded tracking skills that made secrets meaningless. Every step they took, every move they made, he could see it all. He understood why the PCW leadership behaved the way they did. They thirsted for dominance, craving control in a world spinning into chaos. But their methods, coercion, violence, and manipulation, were a different matter entirely. They pressured players into killing others, enslaved non-players, and erected walls between those with power and ordinary civilians. That divide wasn't just reckless, it was dangerous. It was a crack in the foundation of society, one that could tear civilization apart if left unchecked. And that was exactly why Ryu couldn't stand idle. They needed to be stopped, no, reshaped. He didn't want to destroy PCW. It was already too significant to throw away. Despite being in its early stages, it had quickly grown into the most powerful player organization in the country. In future, over 30% of all players will join it, and with that came scale, reach, and influence. Sure, some of their actions bordered on terrorism, but in terms of raw power and potential? No other group came close. So why burn it down, when I can turn it into something useful? That thought had seeded the plan currently in motion. Trying to build his own organization from the ground up would eat up time he didn't have. What he needed was an existing structure. A throne already built, just waiting for a new king to claim it. And that throne? It belonged to the chairman of the PCW. Ryu-min's eyes gleamed as the thought solidified. The man in that seat isn't important. What matters is the seat itself, the authority, the infrastructure, the influence. By taking over the chairman's role, Ryu could turn the most dominant player organization into a tool for his own goals. It was the perfect shortcut. And Hwang Yong-min? He was nothing more than a lure, a false trail to provoke action from the current executives. Once they took the bait, the real game would begin. Ryu grinned, his pace steady and confident as he moved toward Hwang Yong-min's residence. The web had been spun. Now, all he had to do was wait for the spider to arrive. The sharp jingle of the bell above the door pierced the quiet as Hwang Yong-min stepped into a modest lottery shop tucked between a row of aging storefronts. Behind the counter, the middle-aged shopkeeper barely glanced up, too absorbed in his newspaper to notice the brewing tension. It wasn't until Yong-min slammed a worn-out backpack onto the counter that the man's head snapped up in surprise. Yong-min's voice was low, firm, and cold as steel. "Empty the register. Now. Put all the cash in the bag unless you want this to get ugly." The owner blinked, unsure if he'd heard correctly. His expression was a mix of confusion and concern. Yong-min didn't wait for a reaction. With a sharp motion, he swung his fist into the nearby wall. The thud echoed through the small space, louder and heavier than any normal punch should have sounded. It left a dent in the plaster, a harsh reminder that this wasn't just an angry man. This was a player. "You think I'm joking? Move it." Realization dawned in the owner's eyes as he backed away from the counter. A player? That kind of power isn't normal. It's impossible to fight back, especially in a country where guns are practically non-existent. Flustered, the owner stammered, "All right. Please, just don't hurt me." He began pulling cash from the register, stuffing bills into the open backpack with trembling hands. But Yong-min wasn't satisfied. "That's it? Don't play dumb. I know you've got a safe. You think I came here not knowing how this works?" Terrified, the owner hesitated. It's been a rough month. Lottery ticket sales were paused, and I mostly sell snacks and drinks." Yong-min slammed his hand down again, this time on the counter. "Did I ask for an essay? Get the money from the safe. Now." Without another word, the shopkeeper scurried to the back and returned moments later with a second bundle of cash. It was significantly more, about 10 million won. Young-min inspected it quickly, then zipped up the bag. "This'll do," he muttered. But just as he turned toward the door, he stopped and looked back, his voice low and venomous. "If you even think about calling the cops, remember this, I'll break out, and I'll come back for you. Understand?" The shopkeeper nodded silently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Young-min slipped into a nearby alley and kept to the shadows, navigating his way through narrow backstreets. When he finally paused, he leaned against a wall, exhaled, and let a crooked grin spread across his face. "Not bad. Should be enough to get me by for a month," he whispered to himself. In the real world, maybe he could scrape by like this, living off stolen cash and staying low. But in the other world, the world of trials and death, things were different. And the 6th round was fast approaching. That grin faded quickly. Damn it. If only I didn't have that damn penalty. The stat reduction that came with his failure had crippled him more than he liked to admit. It wasn't just his power that had been sapped, it was his drive, too. "I took down over 300 orcs," he muttered bitterly. "And I still feel like I might not survive next time." The weight of the future pressed heavily on his shoulders. He clenched his fists and cursed under his breath. This is all because of him. A cold flame burned in his eyes as he spat out the name that haunted his thoughts. Black Scythe? You bastard. He could still see the faces of the friends he'd lost, still feel the sting of defeat, the shame, the humiliation. Ever since that encounter, everything had spiraled out of control. Now reduced to a petty criminal, he stood in a dirty alley with nothing but a bag of stolen cash and a heart full of resentment. It's all his fault. Young-min screamed into the empty alley, his voice raw with rage before disappearing into the city once again. As Hwang Young-min let out a furious scream in the alleyway, it startled a stray cat nearby, which darted away in fright. Glaring into the night, he muttered, "If I ever run into that damn Black Scythe in real life, I'll break every bone in his body." Still fuming, he made his way back to his apartment complex. But as he reached the front of his unit, he froze. Someone was already standing in front of his door. The hell is this? His voice was a mixture of confusion and irritation as his steps slowed. The man standing there was a stranger, calm, still, and watching him. "Who the hell are you?" Young-min demanded. The man didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked coolly, "You're Hwang Young-min, aren't you?" Young-min's eyes narrowed as he scanned the stranger's face for clues. "And who wants to know?" The man smiled, a disarming expression that made Young-min even more suspicious. "I thought so. Judging by your reaction, I guessed right." "You a cop or something?" Young-min asked. At that, the man laughed. "A cop? Why, have you done something worth arresting you for?" He tried to step inside, but Young-min blocked his path, growling, "Back off. I don't know who you are, and I don't let weirdos into my place." "My apologies," the stranger said politely, "my name's Lost Yak. I'm an interviewer from PCW. You submitted a membership application earlier today, didn't you?" Young-min frowned, baffled. "What the hell are you even talking about? Are you high?" Lost Yak's expression turned more serious. "Then let me ask you directly, are you the player known as Black Scythe?" Young-min stared at him like he'd lost his mind. "Black Scythe? Me?" Lost Yak blinked. There was no trace of recognition or guilt in Young-min's face. He asked again, more cautiously this time. "So you're not the one who applied under that alias?" "Of course not. What kind of dumb joke is that?" Young-min snapped. "And what's this PCW or whatever?" Realizing he had made a mistake, Lost Yak sighed and gave a small bow. "My apologies. Looks like there's been some confusion. I'll be on my way." "Confusion? Hold on," Young-min snapped, stepping in front of him. "You show up at my door, accuse me of something, then just try to walk off? You'd better explain what this is about." Lost Yak paused, then reluctantly explained, "It appears someone used your name and address during the application process. Whoever they are, they impersonated you." "What?" Young-min's eyes widened with rage. "Someone used my identity? Who the hell would do that?" A calm voice cut through the tension. "That would be me." Both men turned at the same time. A masked figure stood at the end of the hallway, his presence quiet but commanding. Young-min's face twisted in confusion. "Who the hell?" Lost Yak immediately stepped forward. "So you're the one who used Hwang Young-min's personal details?" The masked figure gave a small nod. "Are you insane?" Young-min barked. "Who the hell do you think you are, showing up here claiming that?" The masked man didn't answer verbally. Instead, he reached into thin air and retrieved something. A massive scythe materialized in his grip. The blade was jagged and imposing, the weapon far too large to be carried by an ordinary person. For a moment, time stood still. Both Youngmin and Lost Yak could only stare. Then, the man spoke. "Does this answer your question?" Lost Yak's jaw clenched. His eyes narrowed in scrutiny. A scythe that massive could only belong to one person. In the player world, very few dared to wield such a weapon. There was only one known name that matched the image before him, Black Scythe. Still, Lost Yak remained cautious. Could this be another imposter? He thought. He's smaller than I expected, not even 170 centimeters, I'd say. His voice is lighter too. The real Black Scythe should be stronger, more intimidating, right? His eyes scanned the masked man's build, posture, and voice. It all felt off. But across from him, Hwang Yongmin's expression had gone pale. Unlike Lost Yak, Youngmin had met the real Black Scythe, and he remembered him vividly. That chilling aura. That stillness like a blade about to be drawn. And most of all, the eyes. Those calculating, icy eyes behind the mask. Youngmin backed up a step and muttered to himself, "No doubt about it, it's him. It's really him." Though the body was smaller and the tone softer, none of that mattered. You could change your voice, your clothes, even your build, but that atmosphere? That intensity? It was unforgettable. It was Black Scythe. "It's him, it's really him." The words barely escaped Hwang Yongmin's lips, his voice trembling. As he stood before the masked figure wielding that infamous, massive scythe, his body began to react instinctively. His skin prickled with goosebumps, and his hands twitched, opening and closing involuntarily. It was the uncontrollable reaction of prey encountering a natural predator. Just moments ago, Youngmin had been grumbling about how he'd cut Black Scythe in half if they ever met face to face. But now that the man himself stood in front of him, the truth hit like a ton of bricks. "Let's be honest, that was all talk," he admitted inwardly. "The level gap alone makes the idea ridiculous. There's no way I could fight him, let alone win." Yet what puzzled him more than the fear was the confusion. Why? Why did he come here? What could he possibly want with me? Why use my name? There's no reason for someone like him to be involved with someone like me, right? In an effort to suppress his nerves, Youngmin kept flexing and curling his fingers, a repetitive motion that only made him look more anxious. Lost Yak noticed his fidgeting, but his focus shifted back to the masked man in front of them. His earlier skepticism had begun to waver. "I wasn't convinced at first," Yak thought, scrutinizing the scythe wielder. "But if this guy really is the Black Scythe, then someone like me, barely level 20, doesn't stand a chance. My only option would be a sneak attack." But before he could even entertain the idea further, the masked man spoke. "You didn't come alone," Ryu Min said calmly. "I can sense others nearby. You might as well tell them to step out." Lost Yak stiffened in shock. He knew? Even that? His respect for the stranger skyrocketed. Just moments ago, he had been uncertain about this man's identity. But now, Lost Yak was sure of one thing: whether he was truly the Black Scythe or not, this man wasn't someone to be taken lightly. And as if confirming his suspicion, two men emerged from the shadows. "Well, we've been made," one said with a sheepish grin. "How'd you spot us?" They were clearly surprised, having thought they'd stayed hidden. What they didn't know was that Ryu Min didn't even need detection skills. His awareness went beyond what they could grasp. But before they could get too close, Ryu's tone turned cold. "Stop right there," he warned, his voice sharp like a blade. "Take another step, and I'll cut you down." Big words, one of them scoffed. "You think you can threaten us alone?" Another narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you really the Black Scythe?" Ryu lightly twirled his scythe, the glint of the blade catching in the light. "Doesn't this weapon answer that question for you? We've heard of Black Scythe and that he uses a weapon like that, but how can we be sure?" "Anyone can carry a scythe," one muttered. Ryu let out a quiet sigh, clearly growing tired of the runaround. "Then why ask, if you weren't going to believe the answer?" Despite that, they continued pressing. "We want to hear it straight from your mouth." "Fine," Ryu said, eyes unblinking beneath the mask. "I'm Black Scythe. Satisfied?" Just as the words were spoken, one of the executives, who had a truth rune equipped, suddenly received a system notification. The target is telling the truth. His expression immediately shifted. He turned to the man beside him. "It's confirmed. The system says he's telling the truth." At those words, a hush fell over the group. Every pair of eyes turned toward the masked figure, their previous doubt replaced by a silent, uneasy realization. So it's true. He really is the Black Scythe. What followed was a strange quiet, filled with awkward stares and tight gulps. Even the man who had previously spoken with such bravado now seemed to shrink under Ryu's gaze, his earlier cockiness dissolving into an awkward silence. This wasn't just some random player pretending to be famous. This was the real deal. Just moments ago, the man who had taunted Ryu stood frozen, his expression twisted as if he'd bitten into something rotten. Regret clawed at him as realization dawned. Crap, what the hell did I just say? He cursed silently. He couldn't believe he'd opened his mouth so recklessly, especially in front of someone like him. Was that stupid comment loud enough for Black Scythe to hear? No, maybe not. He's just standing there silently. Nervously, he stepped forward, forcing a polite smile. Hello there. It's an honor to finally meet you, Black Scythe. But instead of returning the greeting, Ryu pointed his massive scythe directly at the man's throat. This isn't the time for pleasantries, he said coldly. Didn't you want proof that I'm the real one? Then let's settle it right here, with our skills. The color drained from the man's face. What? You want to fight? Here? It was insane. Challenging someone nearly twice his level wasn't bravery, it was suicide. He swallowed hard, immediately realizing Ryu hadn't forgotten the earlier insult. This wasn't just about proving identity, it was about payback, served cold and in public. He's trying to humiliate me, the man thought. I need to apologize before it's too late. He dropped to a slight bow and said quickly, I sincerely apologize for what I said earlier. I didn't mean any disrespect, truly. Oh? Ryu said with a tilt of his head. Then how does that prove anything? You wanted to confirm my identity, right? One of the other executives tried to step in. There's no need for a duel. We already confirmed it, he's telling the truth. Ryu turned his gaze toward the man with the truth rune. How exactly did you confirm it? I have a rune that detects lies, it verified that you were telling the truth earlier, he explained nervously. I see, Ryu murmured. Still, I can't let that insult slide. He raised his scythe slightly. Let's do this. If you manage to block my attack, I'll consider your rudeness forgiven. Wait, please, there's no need to go that far, the man stammered. But before he could say another word, a terrifying sound echoed through the hallway. The next moment, his head hit the floor and rolled to a stop at his colleague's feet. The remaining executives froze, stunned into silence. Lost Yak instinctively wanted to yell, what the hell is he doing? But clamped his mouth shut. One wrong word, and he might be next. The rune user stared at the corpse in disbelief. I didn't even see him move. Just what kind of gap is this? You asked me what I was doing? Ryu replied coldly to the man who dared speak. I'm simply proving who I am, with my skills. No one spoke. The weight of the moment suffocated them. They hadn't just lost a fellow officer. They had lost a valuable executive in the real world, someone they couldn't easily replace. And now, the man who caused it stood calmly before them, his white mask hiding the madness in his gaze. They looked at each other, silently reaching a mutual conclusion. This man, this monster, we can't let him join us. Not someone this dangerous. Even though they originally approached him to offer an executive position, everything had changed. He's unstable. The chairman would never accept a killer like this. It's too risky. Then came the next inevitable thought. If we can't recruit him, we have to eliminate him. Their eyes locked in agreement. One of them gave the slightest nod. We'll act like we're surrendering. Lower his guard. Then we strike. But before they could even carry out the plan, a dark chuckle echoed from Ryu's mask. You're planning an ambush, aren't you? He asked, his voice mocking. They stiffened. What are you talking about? One bluffed. I saw it all in your eyes earlier, Ryu said, his tone like ice. You're trying to act weak, then strike while I'm distracted. Classic move. Then he asked, do you know why I used Huang Yongmin's name to apply to your cafe? No one answered. I'll tell you, he said, lips curling behind the mask. I did it to draw you out. The executives. Their eyes widened. What do you want from us? One of them finally asked. Ryu's tone turned deadly. It's simple. I want you dead. No one laughed. It wasn't a joke. He had already shown what he was capable of. One of the men, usually calm and logical, tried to step forward and reason. Look, maybe we can talk this out. There's no need for further violence. We didn't mean. But before he could finish, his body crumpled to the floor, headless. Now only three remained, Huang Yongmin, the man with the truth rune, and Ryu Min, the Grim Reaper himself. The man with the rune was now paralyzed with fear. He planned this from the start, this wasn't a coincidence, he lured us here just to kill us. Why? The man gasped. Why are you doing this? What grudge do you have against us? Ryu narrowed his eyes. You're seriously asking that? Then he said, you murdered innocent people during your ridiculous recruitment trials. You made executions a part of your interview process. You and your little group turned death into entertainment. The man shook his head. That's not true. They weren't innocent. They mocked players, they looked down on us. They got what they deserved. Ryu's voice dropped to a growl. You enforce harsh rules on others, but justify yourself when it's convenient. That's hypocrisy. You don't even know me. I don't have to, Ryu replied. My rune shows me enough. I can see what's festering inside. And with that, the man's head was severed like a grape plucked from a vine. Ryu's voice cut the silence. Monsters who prey on civilians don't deserve to breathe. Hwang Yongmin trembled uncontrollably as Ryu turned to him. There's no need to shake, Ryu said. I'll send you to join your friends shortly. But something changed in Yongmin's expression. His fear morphed into confusion, then into shock. How do you know my friends? He asked. Ryu's eyes gleamed behind the mask. Why wouldn't I? He said with a low chuckle. I used to hang out with your little group. Though to be precise, you dragged me into it. Yongmin froze. That voice, that tone? Ryu reached up and pulled the mask from his face. I'm Ryu Min, he said softly. The guy you used to bully. Yongmin's jaw dropped, his knees nearly buckling. He recognized that face. That memory. And in that moment, he realized, this wasn't revenge born in the other world. It had begun long before that. Hwang Yongmin stood rooted to the spot, his limbs frozen as though carved from stone. His lips moved, barely able to form the words. Ryu Min? You're the Black Scythe? As he muttered the name in disbelief, fragmented memories from his past began rushing back, images of a timid, hunched boy who once flinched at every raised voice. That scrawny, bookish outcast, and now, standing in front of him, exuding lethal confidence, was that same boy, except draped in the aura of death. His mind couldn't reconcile the two. It can't be, no way, he stammered. You, Ryu Min, the same weakling? Despite blinking several times, he couldn't deny what he saw. The face beneath the mask was unmistakable. It really was him. Ryu gave a slight nod, almost amused. Hard to believe, huh? That the guy you used to push around is now the one holding your life in his hands? He chuckled softly, the sound cold and hollow. To be fair, even I didn't expect this back then. Yongmin's lips quivered. So, you've been lying to me this whole time? Pretending to be pathetic? But Ryu's eyes narrowed. Lying? When did I ever say I was weak? You just assumed it. Before Yongmin could respond, a sudden blur, then pain. A scream choked in his throat as he looked down to see blood spurting from where his arm had been moments before. His right arm was gone. What the hell? The agony brought him to his knees, and he clutched the stump in a desperate attempt to stop the bleeding. Ryu stood over him, his voice laced with icy contempt. I don't like being called a fool. Especially not by scum like you. Yongmin tried to scream, to curse, to beg, but all that came out was a strangled sob. Shut it, Ryu snapped. Keep whining and I'll rip out your tongue too. But then, in a surprising move, Ryu bent down, producing a healing item from his inventory. With a flash of light, the bleeding stopped. Oh, don't thank me, he said, smirking. You're still missing an arm. But hey, you can live with one, can't you? Yongmin sat there trembling, stunned by the sheer cruelty. Ryu's tone turned contemplative. Isn't it funny? You used to mock me like it was nothing. And now look at you. Tears welled in Yongmin's eyes, not from the pain, but from something deeper. Shame. Confusion. Terror. He stared up at Ryu, desperate for understanding. Is it really you? The same Ryu Min I used to know? The expression on Ryu's face was unreadable. Then he said quietly, no. That Ryu Min doesn't exist anymore. Raising his scythe like an executioner ready to deliver justice, Ryu prepared to finish it. No. Wait. Yongmin cried, his voice thick with desperation. Min, please. I've made mistakes, I know. I'm sorry. I was wrong. The massive weapon hesitated in midair. Ryu's gaze pierced into him like a blade. Are you really sorry? Or are you just scared? Both. Yongmin blurted. But more than that, I want to make it right. Oh? Ryu tilted his head, curious. And how exactly would you do that? I can be useful, Yongmin said quickly. Let me be your personal assistant. I'll follow your orders without question, scouting, baiting enemies, handling errands, you name it. Just don't kill me. Ryu appeared to ponder the offer, stroking his chin as if weighing the idea. Yongmin held his breath, praying that he'd won a second chance. But then Ryu shook his head slowly. No, it won't work. Yongmin's stomach dropped. Why? I can do anything you want. I swear. You're a snake, Ryu replied coldly. I can see it in your eyes, you're already looking for a chance to strike me from behind. Yongmin's pupils dilated. How does he know? You think I'd let a mutt who tries to bite its master stay by my side? Ryu asked, raising his scythe once again. Please, just one more. Your value ends here, Ryu said. With one clean arc, the scythe tore through the air, and Yongmin's head hit the floor, his eyes still wide with disbelief. So ended a life woven with betrayal, arrogance, and cowardice. Ryu stood silently over the corpse, voice cold and unshaken. In past timelines, I let you live, stupidly thought you could change. He exhaled, almost in amusement. Back then, without the rune of inner thoughts, I fell for your cheap apologies. And what did I get? A knife in the back. He looked down at the lifeless body. Never again. His eyes glowed briefly as he activated a skill, and the bodies, including Yongmin's, dissolved into nothing, as if they'd never existed. Not a soul had witnessed the execution. As the area returned to silence, Ryu resealed his scythe, slipped his mask back on, and adjusted his cloak. His job was done. Yongmin and the PCW executives, wiped clean. The path toward the chairman's throne was clearing. Though it wasn't just one step closer, it was several major leaps forward. Ryu gave a faint smile. Now, maybe I should drop by his house. Would be rude not to. With that, his figure vanished into the night, like a shadow that had never been there. The next morning, the virtual meeting room of PCW was abuzz with activity as members trickled in one by one. Among them, Yami arrived with her usual bright demeanor and greeted warmly, "Good morning, Chairman." But the chairman didn't return the smile. His expression remained cold and his response was curt. "Come in, Yami." The tension in the atmosphere was palpable. Yami casually glanced around and frowned. Something was off. "Wait," she asked, puzzled, "where are the other executives?" She was referring to several high-ranking officers who were never known to be tardy. Yet today, their seats remained conspicuously vacant. The chairman let out a long, tired breath before answering. "That's exactly why this emergency meeting was called." He paused for a moment, then delivered the news with a grim tone. "They've been killed." Yami's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? They're dead?" She quickly scanned the room again, as if hoping they'd suddenly appear and this was all just a misunderstanding. But the empty chairs told the truth. "Have you tried reaching them?" she asked. "Maybe they're just unreachable for now?" "We've already attempted direct contact," the chairman said with a shake of his head. No response. "We suspect they were ambushed during a field interview assignment." Yami's mind raced, and a name surfaced almost instinctively. She looked up and asked, voice tense, "Was it him?" The chairman gave a slow nod. "Yes. Black Scythe." That name alone was enough to silence the room. "He's targeting us now. Specifically, our upper ranks," the chairman clarified. "Though the victims were all executive level, it makes no difference to him. They were part of PCW. Yami clutched her hands together as the weight of the news settled on her. "I love bread and popering too," she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The chairman replied, "Both were among the casualties." Yami lowered her gaze in sorrow. "But why? What could they have done to deserve such a fate?" The chairman gave a bitter chuckle. "Murderers don't always need a reason. Sometimes it's about ego. Or maybe, he views our organization as a threat to his position." Yami nodded slowly. She understood all too well, some individuals, when faced with rising power structures, felt compelled to destroy rather than join. "So," she said, looking up again, "this was all a setup? He infiltrated us just to strike down our leadership." "That's the conclusion we've reached," the chairman confirmed. A look of disappointment clouded Yami's face. "And to think I was once excited to meet Black Scythe in person? I feel like a fool now. He's nothing but a monster." The chairman leaned forward, his voice firm. "Had we let him in as one of our own, it could have led to an even worse catastrophe. I might have been next." There was a bitter edge to his words, the kind that only came from loss. He clenched his fists and declared, "From this point on, Black Scythe is to be treated as our sworn enemy. We will not rest until justice is served and the fallen are avenged." Yami, equally resolute, replied, "Yes. We can't let this go. But, are we absolutely certain he's the one behind all this?" The chairman gave a sharp nod. "We have witnesses. People who saw him with their own eyes." He turned his head and called out, "Lostyak, come forward and brief Yami. Give her your report." At that cue, a figure slowly stepped into view. The tension in the room deepened. All eyes shifted to Lostyak, who bore the burden of being one of the few survivors, and perhaps the last person to speak with Black Scythe before the bloodshed began. With a somber expression, Lostyak calmly recounted his tense confrontation with Black Scythe to the gathered executives. His voice was steady, hiding the deeper thoughts running beneath the surface. Once the debriefing ended, the chairman silently exited the room, and Lostyak turned toward Yami with a faint nod. "Yami, until next time," he said in a composed tone. "Yes. Please rest, you've had a long day," she replied gently. Once everyone had left and silence settled in the room, Lostyak let out a quiet breath. Now alone, he murmured under his breath, "Luckily, they didn't suspect a thing." Without hesitation, he pulled up his equipment interface and tapped a button. As the digital sound of removal echoed, the illusion shattered. The artificial gray skin and distinctive features of Lost Yak melted away, revealing the true face beneath. It was Ryu Min, his real identity now laid bare, if only in private. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Maybe I should have pursued acting instead, he joked to himself. His gaze then shifted to the item he had just unequipped, the assassin's mask. Item, assassin's mask. Category, helmet. Grade, unique. Description, a delicate, nearly invisible mask highly coveted by professional assassins. Known for its astonishing 99.9% success rate, it can flawlessly replicate the face, skin tone, voice, and build of any player the wearer has eliminated. Effect, upon uttering the command, disguise, the mask mimics a fallen player's entire appearance with precision. Defense, 1. Durability, 3000 by 3000. Requirement, can only be worn by players with an expert rank or higher. Ryu Min had acquired this unique helmet by selecting it as a reward from the last time attack event, using a special item ticket. Although it lacked any meaningful defensive power or stat boosts, its value was unmatched when it came to infiltration and covert operations. Taking on the form of someone I've killed gives me an overwhelming advantage, Ryu said, almost admiring the sinister efficiency of the mask. And the benefits went far beyond mere deception in battle. The mask was perfect for intelligence gathering, sabotage, and manipulation. For an assassin, it was the ultimate disguise. He chuckled darkly. There's no easier way to assassinate someone than by posing as their trusted ally. This very principle had guided his actions today. Disguised as Lost Yak, Ryu had taken out key members of the organization from within. By replacing one of the executives, he gained access to their inner circle. Now, if I wanted to, I could even impersonate Hwang Yong-min, he said thoughtfully. But for the moment, I'll stick with Lost Yak's identity. He paused and added with a sardonic grin, if the choice was mine, I'd eliminate the chairman himself, wear his face, and control the entire organization from the shadows. Unfortunately, that plan was doomed from the start. The assassin's mask could only replicate the appearance of other players, not NPCs. And as it turned out, the chairman was not a player at all, despite being the leader of a player-heavy organization. An ironic flaw. Moreover, the chairman was under constant protection, especially from someone as formidable as Yami. Her abilities presented a serious threat to Ryu's current strength. I can't counter her powers, not yet, he admitted. Until I can, I'll continue to play the role of Lost Yak. With no immediate meetings or missions lined up, he had a rare opportunity to rest, or better yet, handle something important. There was one item in particular that needed attention. A mysterious necklace, the Marble of Eternity. This item granted permanent stat increases every time the user killed a monster. However, with each kill, its durability dropped by a single point. Once that durability reached 0, the necklace would shatter and disappear permanently. That was its fatal flaw. But there was a loophole. If one possessed the skills to restore its durability, the Marble of Eternity could become the ultimate stat farming tool. And Ryu Min had just the skill for it. As a blacksmith with a high-level repair ability, he could restore its durability endlessly. Theoretically, that meant he could keep gaining stat boosts forever. It's practically designed for someone like me, he said with satisfaction. With this, I can push my stats far beyond the limits. And so, while the world believed Lost Yak was simply resting, Ryu Min was preparing for his next step, one that would make him even more terrifying. With his objective clear, Ryu Min wasted no time and swiftly began preparing for his journey overseas. Scene transition, Cotswolds, England. Far removed from the bustling cities and modern distractions, nestled deep within a forested corner of the Cotswolds, lived Russell Daniel, a young man who had left behind traditional education 6 years ago. While others pursued degrees and careers, Russell had chosen a far more rugged path. He had secluded himself in a humble, weather-worn cabin, dedicating himself entirely to the ancient art of blacksmithing. The rhythmic clanging of metal against metal rang out through the still woods, the unmistakable song of steel being forged. At that moment, Russell was meticulously crafting a long dagger, nearly 15 caddies in weight. With each hammer strike, the red-hot iron gradually took form under his skilled hands. Once satisfied with its shape, he took a whetstone and honed the blade with practiced precision, only to then reheat the edge in his blazing forge. When the metal glowed the perfect shade of orange, he plunged it into a water trough with a sharp hiss, locking in its deadly sharpness. "Done," he murmured, gazing at his creation with a faint, nostalgic smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Would be nice if I could sell at least one a day." But the smile faded as quickly as it had come. The truth was bleak. Business had completely dried up ever since the mysterious appearance of the angel. Customers had vanished like smoke, and his beautifully forged weapons remained untouched, collecting dust. Still, Russell wasn't entirely shocked. "I had a feeling this would happen eventually," he muttered under his breath. Blacksmithing had always been a difficult trade, and making a living off it was never guaranteed. The cost of raw materials alone was enough to eat away at what little profit he managed. Until now, he had held on through sheer persistence, but he was reaching a breaking point. His savings were nearly gone, and the thought of leaning on his parents for support filled him with guilt. Maybe it's time to rethink this path, he admitted to himself. Becoming a blacksmith had been his lifelong dream, his identity, even. But the grim reality gnawed at him. Was it even viable anymore? He pondered, his thoughts drifting to the game's 20th round. If he could clear that final stage, he'd earn one wish as a reward. That single wish could change everything. "I can't give up now," he told himself firmly. A man has to stick to something. His eyes steeled with renewed resolve. He would reach the 20th round and claim that reward, no matter what it took. Fate had even given him a sign, the blacksmith class in the game. It couldn't be a coincidence. Though the class offered no direct combat advantage, one of its passive skills allowed him to increase any weapon's damage by 150%. That alone gave him hope. But that hope didn't fix his most immediate problem: he was broke. "No matter how determined I am, it won't pay for food or firewood," he sighed. Reality hit him like cold iron. He needed money, and fast. Blacksmithing could wait, for now. With a heavy heart, he decided to take on other work temporarily. He'd head down from the mountain and look for any job that would get him through this rough patch. Once he earned enough to survive, he would return to the forge. Because deep down, he knew, no matter how long it took, the fire in his heart for smithing would never go out. As Russell wiped the sweat from his brow and prepared to return to his cabin, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching through the underbrush. His instincts sharpened. He turned quickly, expecting to see a wild animal, but instead, he found a person. Not just any person. A young man, clearly of Asian descent, was calmly walking toward him through the trees. It was a strange sight. This deep into the Cotswolds, visitors were rare, let alone ones who looked like they had nothing to do with the countryside. Russell narrowed his eyes. "A traveler? Out here," he muttered to himself. "That's unusual." He considered ignoring the man, but curiosity won out. Stepping forward slightly, Russell called out, "Hey, are you lost or something?" To his surprise, the stranger answered in fluent English. "You're Russell Daniel, aren't you?" the man asked with a knowing smile. The skilled blacksmith everyone's forgotten about. Russell's expression darkened. "Who wants to know?" he asked sharply, defensive now. "Who are you?" The young man gave a disarming grin. "I take it your reaction means I've found the right person." Russell frowned. "I don't serve many customers these days, and none from Asia. So how exactly did you hear about me?" The man shook his head. "I didn't hear about you. I saw you." That threw Russell off. "You saw me? What, like in a dream?" The stranger gave a chuckle. "Close. I'm what you might call a prophet. I can see fragments of the future." Russell blinked. The conversation had taken a bizarre turn. "A prophet? You're joking, right?" He would have dismissed the claim entirely if the man hadn't continued. "Russell Daniel. Level 21. Class, Blacksmith. Designated Zone, CEUKE 008. Correct?" Russell went stiff. That information, his zone, his level, even the class he had never spoken aloud to anyone. "That's impossible," he thought, eyes wide. He hadn't told anyone those details. Not even in casual conversation. Could he actually be telling the truth? He looked at the stranger again, this time with a mixture of wariness and wonder. "You can really see the future?" "I can," the man replied confidently. "I've never heard of a class like that." "That's because it's not a common one," the prophet said calmly. "In the other world, there are rare classes, some of them one of a kind. Prophet is one of those. I'm the only one who has it." Russell paused. His heart was telling him to be cautious, but his mind couldn't dismiss the evidence in front of him. "All right," he said, folding his arms. "Why did you come all this way, then?" "To make a deal with you." "A deal?" The stranger gave a slight nod. "I'd like you to repair an item for me. In exchange, I'll give you something invaluable, information about the 6th round." Russell blinked. The 6th round? He felt a sudden jolt of interest. Knowing what lay ahead could give him a massive edge. And repairing an item? That was child's play. All it would take was a single skill cast. But he wasn't the type to jump into agreements blindly. "That's quite a generous offer," Russell said cautiously. "A bit too generous. Why go through all this trouble just for a simple repair? What's the real catch?" The young man smiled again, not insulted in the slightest. That's just like you, Russell. Always careful. Always skeptical. Then he added, almost offhandedly. Truthfully, I'm not just here for a repair. I'm here because I want to work with you. Not just once, I want us to help each other. Russell raised an eyebrow. You came here, to make friends? Exactly, the man replied without hesitation. I've seen what happens to you in the future. You reach the peak of your craft. You become the greatest blacksmith the game has ever known. Russell's lips parted, but no words came out. Me? The greatest, he repeated in his thoughts. Is he serious? The idea sounded impossible. But the way the man spoke, there was no doubt in his voice. And the knowledge he had already shown, it was undeniable. So let me get this straight, Russell finally said, you'll give me real intelligence about the 6th round, in exchange for fixing one item? That's it. He stared into the stranger's eyes, looking for any hint of deceit. That still sounds like a one-sided deal. You sure you're not hiding anything? The man laughed softly. You always were like this. Trust doesn't come easily to you. He leaned in slightly. But know this, you've made it to the 15th round on your own, without anyone's help. That's impressive. But from here on, the difficulty spikes. You won't survive the later rounds alone. You need an ally. He paused before continuing. If you work with me, you'll not only survive, you'll thrive. You can live the life you've dreamed of as a blacksmith. Just moments ago, Russell was ready to dismiss everything this stranger said as madness. But now? He couldn't ignore the truths he had already heard. Not when the man even knew his deepest wish. After a long silence, Russell finally spoke. What do you want in return? The prophet smiled warmly. Just mutual support. We help each other. Nothing more. Unlike the more specialized and rare classes such as the Buffer, Mercenary King, or Dark Knight, the blacksmith class was considered a common one. There were countless blacksmiths scattered across the world, plenty who could step in to replace someone like Russell without a second thought. However, for Ryu, things were different. He had a very specific reason for making the long journey deep into the mountains of England in search of this particular blacksmith. It all came down to one undeniable fact: Russell wasn't just another blacksmith. The tales of Russell surviving all the way to the 15th round weren't just exaggerated rumors, they were absolute truth. Against all odds, Russell had not only endured the brutal challenges of the rounds but had risen to become one of the strongest blacksmiths in history. Ryu muttered to himself, his expression calm but filled with quiet resolve. Even though he never reached the absolute peak or maxed out his level, he still stood as the last blacksmith alive in the end. If I can build a good relationship with someone like him, it could prove invaluable in the future rounds. And, as an added bonus, having Russell nearby meant there was someone capable of repairing the marble of eternity, whose durability had been steadily wearing down. Glancing thoughtfully at Russell, Ryu could sense the man's hesitation. Russell's eyes flickered with uncertainty, torn between cautious trust and deep-rooted doubt. It was at moments like these that Ryu's mastery of English, refined through countless regressions and timelines, proved useful. With fluent confidence, he broke the silence. What I'm asking isn't anything excessive, Ryu said evenly. All I need is your help maintaining my gear and occasionally using your support skills when necessary. In return, I'll share information about the next round with you. That information will help you grow faster, letting you make up for the opportunities you missed in the past. Russell paused, his gaze steady but conflicted. The offer was tempting, knowledge of future rounds was a priceless advantage, but there was still one obstacle: trust. Ryu-min, Russell thought, studying him quietly. He sounds sincere, but can I really take him at his word? After a moment of contemplation, Russell exhaled and spoke cautiously. I appreciate that you're valuing my future, he admitted, but I'm still not completely sure I can trust you. So here's my suggestion, let's make this conditional. I'll decide whether to continue this arrangement after I see the results of round 6. Ryu simply smiled, unfazed. That's perfectly fine. I'm not asking you to sign any binding contract, he replied confidently. Deep down, he knew once Russell witnessed his predictions unfold, the blacksmith would naturally gravitate toward him, just like others had in the past. All right then, Russell said, picking up his tools, before we talk more, let me handle your equipment first. After that, you can share the details for the 6th round. Fair enough, Ryu nodded, reaching into his inventory. With a soft glow of light, he produced the Marble of Eternity, its durability bar hanging by a single point, 1 by 1000, ready to crumble with the slightest damage. Russell didn't even need to examine the item's details. The moment the bead landed in his hands, his instincts kicked in, and he activated his repair skill. The bead pulsed with a faint brilliance as cracks vanished and its surface gleamed like new. It's done, Russell said calmly, handing it back. Ryu checked its information. The once critically worn-out necklace now displayed a perfect status, durability 1000 by 1000. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Perfect. Now I can start stacking power again, he murmured under his breath. Meanwhile, Russell watched quietly, still respectful enough not to peek at the bead's details despite his curiosity. Any other blacksmith might have been tempted, but Russell had always adhered to his professional ethics. A craftsman respects a client's privacy. Thank you, Ryu said sincerely, tucking the fully repaired necklace away. This really helps. Russell gave a short nod before leaning forward slightly. Now then, he said, his tone steady but laced with curiosity, how about you share that information about the sixth round? Ryu-min leaned back slightly, his tone calm but unwavering. Of course, he began, the sixth round is a quest, one unlike anything you've faced before. With that, he began explaining, laying out the intricacies of the upcoming round, its hidden mechanics, the threats that lurked within it, and the mistakes that could cost someone their life. Every new piece of information made Russell's pupils tighten and widen in rapid succession, his usually composed expression betraying his surprise. If what you're saying is accurate, Russell muttered, almost to himself, then I need to recruit as many strong allies as possible. That would be wise, Ryu agreed with a slight nod. The monsters in that round are unlike anything you've seen. Their strength is overwhelming. Russell gave a reluctant nod, but deep down, skepticism still gnawed at him. As much as the information sounded convincing, the notion of someone predicting the future felt too fantastical to fully believe. Catching that flicker of doubt in the blacksmith's eyes, Ryu thought quietly, he won't believe it now. Not until he experiences it firsthand. But after the sixth round, he'll understand, he'll have no choice but to trust me. Breaking the momentary silence, Russell crossed his arms. So, does that mean our deal is done? Yes, Ryu said with a calm smile. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, although, if you don't mind, I'd like to purchase a few materials from you. Russell blinked. Materials? Yes, Ryu replied casually. Do you, by any chance, have black steel powder? Russell stiffened in shock. What the? He thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. How could he know about that? The blacksmith had been cautious throughout their exchange, but this time, his composure cracked. He hadn't told anyone about the rare materials stored in his inventory. For someone to know, to pinpoint, that specific item was beyond comprehension. You, Russell muttered in disbelief. You even knew I had that? Did you see inside my inventory? To Russell, it was impossible, unthinkable, that anyone could know the contents of someone else's storage. But before he could question it further, Ryu calmly continued, sell it to me. I know you're struggling financially, looking for work, right? I'll pay you generously for it. Russell froze again, stunned speechless. He knows that, too? In reality, Ryu wasn't prophesying, he was simply reading Russell's surface thoughts with his ability. But to Russell, the distinction hardly mattered. Russell rubbed the back of his neck, his face heating slightly. I can't believe I doubted you earlier. I thought maybe you were just trying to trick me. I'm sorry for that. Truly. No need to apologize, Ryu said with a shrug. Whether you believe me or not doesn't change what I see. The future is the future. Russell's gaze hardened slightly. If he's been this accurate so far, then he won't be wrong about the sixth round either, he thought, finally accepting the reality before him. After a moment of silent contemplation, he exhaled and looked up. You need black steel powder, right? Then take it. I'll give it to you. Ryu tilted his head, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. You're giving it to me? Just like that? Russell offered a small, almost sheepish smile. I've already gotten more from you than I've given. I'm not the kind of man to take advantage of someone's goodwill. So yes, take it. With a quiet sigh, he reached into his inventory and materialized the shimmering, coal-black powder, holding it out. Here. No need to hesitate. Accepting the item, Ryu glanced at its information window. Black steel powder. Category, material. Description, a fine black metallic dust faintly infused with magical energy. A spark of satisfaction crossed his expression. He's just giving away a god-tier crafting material. Ryu thought. Strictly speaking, this is compensation for the information I gave him, but he has no idea how valuable this really is. After round 11, sure, it'll be easier to find, but right now? This is a rare treasure. Are you absolutely sure about this? Ryu asked, one brow raised. This material is worth more than you realize. Russell shrugged nonchalantly. I'm fine with it. Honestly, I don't even know what it's used for. Only you, he gave a faint smile, the so-called prophet, would know its real value. And besides, I'd rather not pry. Asking for more after what you've already done for me would just make me greedy. That simple, genuine statement made Ryu smile. Russell's unspoken principle, to know when to stop and not overstep, was a rare strength in people. Reaching into his coat, Ryu pulled out a black leather bag and handed it over. Then take this. Russell blinked in confusion but accepted it. Opening the bag, his jaw nearly dropped. Inside was a neat stack of bills, 20,000 pounds, clean and crisp. That's payment for the repair job, Ryu explained casually. I figure that should cover the cost, right? Russell stammered, quickly regaining his composure. And more than enough, he muttered, almost under his breath. Then, as the realization sank in, a flood of relief washed over him. With this much, I won't need to find another job. When he looked up again, his expression had softened, his earlier tension fading into something closer to genuine warmth. Still, Russell said hesitantly, are you sure it's okay for me to accept such a large sum of money? Ryu leaned back casually, meeting Russell's cautious gaze with his usual calm confidence. It's perfectly fine, he said. That money isn't just for the repair work you did, it's also for the material you gave me. Actually, if we're being honest, I wouldn't even consider it a waste to pay you millions for something like that. But, he let out a quiet chuckle. I figured too much at once might just make you uncomfortable. Russell blinked, clearly taken aback, and Ryu continued before the blacksmith could argue. And one more thing, don't just blow through that money on food or small expenses. Russell tilted his head, curiosity flickering in his expression. Then, what should I do with it? Open an overseas stock account, Ryu instructed smoothly, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. Invest about half of what I gave you into a Korean company called Player Place. It's still flying under the radar right now, but soon, it's going to explode. If you make the investment now, you won't ever need to worry about finding a job for the rest of your life. Whether you take my advice or not, though, is entirely your choice. Russell stared at him for a long moment, weighing his words, then slowly nodded. I believe you, he said, voice firm. Your predictions have been flawless so far, Prophet. And, besides, this is money I didn't even earn myself. The least I can do is trust the person who gave it to me. Seeing Russell's genuine resolve, Ryu finally allowed himself to relax. Good, he said with a faint smile. Then I suppose my business here is done. Russell Daniel, good luck in the 6th round. He paused mid-turn, as though remembering something. Oh, and, do you have a phone? Of course, Russell replied, pulling it from his pocket. Perfect, Ryu said. I'll give you my number. Save it. You might need it sooner than you think. Oh, I forgot to ask, what's your name? Russell asked. You can call me Ryu, Ryu Min replied. Days slipped by, and soon, that familiar, foreboding moment arrived again. June 1st, midnight. As the world around him shimmered and twisted into the otherworldly battlefield, Ryu opened his eyes, his calm demeanor unwavering. Round 6, he muttered under his breath, surveying the strange terrain. This one's a cooperative round. I'll need to form a party. Min Yuri. If there was anyone he needed in this round, it was her. She was sharp, competent, and dependable, an asset to any party. But there was a catch. This round requires 5 people, he murmured to himself. No exceptions. I'll need to fill the rest of the slots, even if they're just placeholders. Before he could dwell on it, a familiar voice cut through the distance. Black Scythe. He turned to see Min Yuri approaching with an easy smile, waving as she closed the distance. It's nice to see you again, she said brightly. How have you been? Ryu raised an eyebrow, his lips curving slightly. You're talking like it's been years. It's only been a month. Still, she said with a playful grin, a month feels like a long time, doesn't it? Her smile was warm, unguarded. After their teamwork in the previous round, all the initial tension between them had long since faded. As Ryu glanced around, though, he noticed eyes turning toward them, whispers rippling through the gathered players. Who's that woman? Why is she talking to him? Wait, isn't that democracy? I swear I saw her in the rankings announcement last round. Yeah, she was 2nd place. Damn, to be on such good terms with Black Scythe. I'm jealous. He ignored the attention. Being at the top of the rankings came with its annoyances, whispers, stares, endless speculation. The cold charisma he projected made him seem untouchable, almost inhuman, and though it deterred most people from approaching, Min Yuri didn't seem to care. Did you defeat the final boss in the last round? She asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. I did, Ryu said simply. Wow, she said, her admiration genuine. And even with the time limit, you finished it so quickly. Then, she hesitated briefly, then added, have you completed the subquest? The one about collecting balance stones? I've already completed it, he said with a shrug. And no, before you ask, I'm not going to tell you what reward I got. Her eyes widened in shock. How did you know I was going to ask that? Just a hunch, Ryu replied evenly. She let out a small laugh, shaking her head. I've always thought this, but you really do have incredible insight, Black Scythe. Her words hung in the air for a moment, and then she realized what she'd just said. Her face flushed pink. Ah, she stammered, flustered. That was presumptuous of me, wasn't it? I am sorry. What's there to apologize for? Ryu asked, his voice calm, almost reassuring. And, thank you for the compliment. Her heart gave a small flutter at the unexpected kindness. He's considerate, yet still carries that overwhelming presence, she thought, cheeks still warm. He really is fascinating. Before she could say anything more, two figures approached, people Ryu immediately recognized, Seo Aaron and Nsang Cheol. Black Scythe, Seo Aaron greeted with a polite smile, though her eyes flicked briefly toward Min Yuri before settling on him. It's been a while. And who, she added with a deceptively light tone, is this? Ryu's response was cool, almost indifferent. I don't think that's something I need to explain, do I? Seo Aaron smiled as if she accepted the response, but beneath that polite exterior, her thoughts churned. Why is he smiling at her, and not me? Trying to ignore the twist of disappointment in her chest, she kept her composure. What do you want from me? Ryu asked, his tone sharp enough to cut through the growing tension. Of course, he already knew why they were here, but he played along anyway, curious to see how they'd respond. Seo Aaron and Nsang Cheol exchanged a quick glance, silently debating how much they could reveal. The prophecy had made it clear, their success in this round hinged on forming a party with Black Scythe. But admitting that openly would raise too many questions. Finally, Nsang Cheol stepped forward, his expression earnest. Black Scythe, he said, voice steady, we'd like to form a party with you. Ryu arched a brow. A party? With me? Yes, Nsang Cheol said quickly. We know we're not strong enough to keep up with you, but we'll do everything we can to stay out of your way. We promise not to cause you any trouble. Their sincerity was obvious. The prophecy had told them this was the only way to secure their survival, and they weren't about to miss their chance. Ryu tilted his head, pretending to think it over, though his decision was already made. In truth, whether they joined or not didn't matter much, there were plenty of other players eager to team up. But having them around could be useful, especially with Nsang Cheol likely to report this development to the Heavenly Demon. Building a positive image won't hurt, he thought. Outwardly, however, he maintained an air of hesitation, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make the two players sweat. Finally, Nsang Cheol broke, blurting out a desperate offer. We're not asking to join for free. I have information about round 6. If you accept us, I'll share it with you. Ryu's lips curved into the faintest smirk. Information I gave you myself, he mused silently. I don't need it, he said flatly. Nsang Cheol froze, clearly stunned. What? Why not? Wouldn't it help to know how to clear this round ahead of time? Ryu's gaze was cold but steady. I'll handle my strategy on my own, he said. I don't rely on information I can't verify. Watching Nsang Cheol's flustered reaction, Ryu couldn't resist. Tell me, he said with a faint, teasing smile, where exactly did you get that information? Nsang Cheol hesitated for a moment, his words stumbling out awkwardly. Wait. Ryu leaned back slightly, his tone calm but sharp. The intel about round 6. The one you just mentioned. Where did it come from? That question instantly put the bodyguard on edge. Revealing the prophet's existence wasn't something he could do lightly. The Heavenly Demon's wrath was nothing to joke about, and exposing the source could endanger everyone involved. So, Nsang Cheol froze, struggling to come up with an answer. Noticing his hesitation, Ryu's eyes glinted as he spoke again, his voice smooth but laced with intent. Can't say it, huh? I'll make you a deal. Tell me where the information came from, and I'll let you join my party. For a moment, it almost sounded tempting. But the bodyguard clenched his fists, lowering his head with a bitter expression. I'm sorry. I can't. It wasn't easy for him to refuse. Joining the Black Scythe's party was a rare chance, maybe even a dream for someone like him. Yet the secret he held wasn't his alone to tell. Ryu, however, only smirked faintly as if he had expected that answer. Inwardly, he thought, as I figured, he won't say a thing about the prophet. He's too afraid of what the Heavenly Demon might do if the secret spreads. Still, Ryu wasn't bothered. Not in the slightest. On the other hand, Nsang Cheol was frowning deeply, his shoulders slumped. Damn it. I blew it, he muttered to himself. Now what am I supposed to tell Ma Jiangrock? The whole plan was to get into Black Scythe's party, and I messed it up. But before he could spiral any further, Ryu spoke up, his voice calm but decisive. Fine. You can join the party. The bodyguard blinked in shock. Huh? Seriously? You're letting me in? But why? Simple, Ryu replied. You didn't sell out your source, even when offered a benefit. That makes you trustworthy enough. I don't work with rats who squeal on their allies for a reward. It dawned on Sangcheol then, if he had exposed the prophet, things could have gone very badly. Realizing this, he let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank you, Black Scythe, Sangcheol said, bowing his head with genuine gratitude. His companion also expressed thanks, clearly pleased with the unexpected turn of events. Their attention, however, soon shifted toward Min Yuri, standing quietly near Ryu. The two seemed curious, glancing at her repeatedly as if wondering what connection she had to the infamous Black Scythe. Ryu caught on immediately. She's a buffer, he explained casually. Our relationship is strictly contractual. A contract relationship? A buffer? They exchanged puzzled looks. How had she even met someone like Black Scythe? What kind of contract was this? Their curiosity piled up like an overflowing stack of questions, but in the end, they decided to ask about the contract first. Yes, Ryu confirmed simply when they inquired. Such contracts exist. The short response killed any chance of prying further. His tone made it clear he wouldn't elaborate no matter how much they asked. At that point, Co Aaron shifted her gaze toward Min Yuri, offering a friendly smile. Hello. I'm Co Aaron. It's nice to meet you. Min Yuri blinked in surprise. Oh. Democracy here. Wait, Co Aaron? As in the Co Aaron? Did you change your appearance or something? Co Aaron nodded lightly. Yes, that's me. Min Yuri's eyes widened in amazement. Really? No wonder your face looked so familiar. And the name? I was curious. Oh my god, this is incredible, I'm such a huge fan. My father watches every single drama you star in. He adores your acting. He's like, the biggest Co Aaron fan ever. Co Aaron chuckled softly at the outpouring of enthusiasm and responded with her usual composure. Thank you. I appreciate it. While Min Yuri continued to gush excitedly, Sangcheol shot another cautious glance at Ryu. Are you really okay with me not giving you the details about round 6? I mean, it could help. Ryu's expression hardened, his voice turning cold. I don't need it. Keep your information. I don't like owing people favors. The blunt rejection stung. Sangcheol had been ready to trade information for an alliance, but if Black Scythe wasn't interested, there was nothing he could do. Maybe, Sangcheol thought to himself, maybe I can quietly give him a heads up if things go wrong during the quest. At least then it wouldn't feel like a wasted opportunity. The two women kept chatting casually, their voices blending with the background noise of the gathering players. Sangcheol came closer slightly and asked with a curious smile, by the way, Democracy, is your class a buffer? Min Yuri nodded confidently. Yes, I'm a buffer. Don't worry, I'll make sure to buff everyone later when we get into action. Oh, really? That's interesting, Co Aaron replied, her expression brightening. My job has something similar to a buff skill, too. I'm a summoner, so I can cast protective shields through my fairy summons. Min Yuri's eyes widened slightly, a mix of surprise and fascination flashing across her face. Wait, you're a summoner? You actually have summons? Co Aaron chuckled lightly and nodded. That's right. My profession is summoner. Right now, I can call out up to 3 different creatures. I'll show you what they look like a little later. Before the conversation could continue, the tall man who had been quietly standing nearby spoke up in a polite but firm tone. Excuse me for interrupting, but I think proper introductions are in order. My name is Sangcheol. Min Yuri turned to him, smiling politely. Ah, I see. Nice to meet you, Sangcheol. I noticed you earlier and thought you seemed familiar with Black Scythe. Sangcheol gave a small nod. Yes. We've received help from him before. He saved both of our lives during a dangerous situation. Oh. I see, Min Yuri murmured, her gaze shifting toward Black Scythe. She studied him quietly for a moment, her thoughts swirling. So, he's even rescued people in danger, she thought to herself, her instinctive sense about him growing stronger. Once again, she felt that beneath his cold exterior, Black Scythe had an unexpectedly warm and humane side. As more participants slowly gathered at the meeting point, a dazzling burst of light illuminated the area. Out of that light stepped Priscilla, her presence commanding everyone's attention. With an almost playful smile, she greeted them. Hello, humans. Have you all enjoyed your month of rest? She glanced around the assembled players before continuing in a cheerful yet slightly mocking tone. For this round, we have exactly 1,010 participants, a perfect number, don't you think? Now, shall we get down to business? Almost instantly, a glowing message window materialized before every player's eyes. Round 6 objective. Task, defeat 1 boss within 6 hours. All areas participants, 16,120,590 achievers, 0/8,060,295. Current area, CESKS 007 participants, 1,010 achievers, 0/505. Murmurs broke out among the crowd. What's this about defeating a boss? One player asked, his tone filled with both curiosity and concern. Is this the round where a boss finally appears? Another player frowned. Defeat a boss? On our own? That sounds impossible. How are we supposed to take down something that powerful by ourselves? Priscilla let out a soft, amused chuckle, her eyes glinting mischievously. Calm down. Of course, you won't be able to take the boss down alone. That's why teamwork is going to be necessary this round. Teamwork, another player echoed skeptically. What do you mean? How are we supposed to work together with strangers? That, Priscilla said smoothly, is where the party system comes into play. This round introduces a new feature, forming parties. To create one, you'll need exactly 5 members. A party allows for seamless cooperation and coordination between its members. And here's something you'll appreciate, when you're in the same party, you won't be able to harm each other. A man in the crowd raised his eyebrows, sounding almost relieved. So no accidental friendly fire? That's a relief. Priscilla's smile turned slightly wicked, her tone dripping with mock sweetness. Exactly. No need to worry about accidentally injuring an ally, or being betrayed by one of your own. Isn't that convenient? She then added, but don't misunderstand, attacks from other parties or from monsters will still deal damage. Only attacks from your own party members will be nullified. The players exchanged looks, slowly nodding in understanding. With a well-coordinated party of 5, the challenge didn't seem as impossible as it had at first glance. Now, another important detail, Priscilla continued smoothly. When your party defeats monsters, the experience points and gold are automatically divided evenly among all members, regardless of who lands the final blow. However, there's a range limit. If the distance between you and your teammates exceeds 100 meters, you won't receive your share. One player tilted his head thoughtfully. So EXP and gold are split equally no matter what? That actually sounds fair. Another raised his hand to ask, what about loot? How are items divided? Priscilla's smile sharpened as she explained, unlike experience and gold, items are distributed based on contribution. The system calculates your overall involvement in the fight. Let's say 2 players contribute 70% and 30%, respectively, to killing a monster. The one with 70% contribution will have a 70% chance of obtaining the item, while the other will have a 30% chance. So basically, the harder you work, the better your odds of claiming the loot, one player said, nodding in understanding. Exactly, Priscilla replied with a satisfied smirk. Another player, clearly trying to confirm, asked, so even if someone's contribution is low, they still have a chance of getting an item, if luck is on their side, right? That's right, Priscilla said, her tone light but her grin sharp. Effort improves your chances, but luck can still favor anyone. Priscilla's eyes gleamed mischievously as she continued, her voice carrying through the crowd. That's right. Even if your contribution is as little as 1%, you still have a chance to receive an item drop, though, of course, the probability would be extremely low. A player raised a hand hesitantly, his voice tinged with concern. Excuse me, Angel, how exactly is contribution calculated? Is it just about dealing the most damage? Wouldn't that put players with lower damage output at a disadvantage? Priscilla chuckled lightly, her smile sweet but sharp. A good question. While dealing more damage usually translates to higher contribution, it's not solely based on damage output. The system considers multiple factors, support actions, crowd control, healing, even life-saving maneuvers. So, a player who spends the fight strengthening allies with buffs or healing still earns contribution. Everything is measured and judged fairly. One of the nearby players' eyes lit up, his voice filled with relief and excitement. Wait, so just buffing teammates counts toward contribution? That's amazing. From the side, Ryu listened silently, his expression unreadable. Parties, huh? He thought to himself. A nuisance, but one I can't avoid this time. As if reading his thoughts, Priscilla clapped her hands lightly to draw everyone's attention. Oh, and one more thing. If you don't form a party, no matter how many monsters you kill, the kills won't count. The system strictly enforces party formation this round. So yes, solo players, your options are limited. The collective groan from the crowd was immediate, but Priscilla wasn't done. Still, don't think of this as a disadvantage, she added, her smile as radiant as ever. The benefits of a party are significant. You can coordinate attacks, watch each other's backs, and share rewards. Most importantly, once your party defeats a single boss, all 5 members will automatically clear this round. A stunned voice rose from the group. All 5 members? Really? Everyone in the same party passes together? Yes, Priscilla confirmed, her expression unchanging. But remember, only 101 bosses will appear in this area. Which means only 505 of you can survive this round. The unsettling realization spread like wildfire through the crowd, but before panic could fully bloom, Priscilla clapped her hands together again, as if concluding a performance. And that, she said cheerfully, wraps up the explanation of the party system. See? Nothing too complicated. Just form a 5-member party, work together, and defeat a boss. Simple, right? Ryu's lips curled ever so slightly at that, though there was no humor in his eyes. Simple? He mused silently. Hardly. It's never as simple as she makes it sound. Priscilla gave a playful wink as her form began to glow, her presence fading into a cascade of radiant light. Do your best, humans. Defeat your boss, clear the round. Oh, and one last note, there are no subquests this time. Focus on your main objective. Good luck. And with that, the so-called angel vanished, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air. The moment she disappeared, someone muttered bitterly, "Easy quest, huh? Yeah, right. This boss is going to be a nightmare, mark my words." Others grumbled in agreement, their voices filled with frustration and dread. They all knew that venting their anger at Priscilla was pointless. The angel never appeared again until the end of a round, and every curse or insult hurled her way would always fall on deaf ears. A sharp tone sounded in the player's ears as the system interface updated. Quest timer activated. Time remaining, 5 hours 59 minutes and 53 seconds. The countdown began. 6 hours to form a proper 5-member party, hunt down the boss, and defeat it, or face inevitable death. Almost immediately after, another message popped up in bold letters. Party Formation Protocol? To form a 5-member party, hold hands with your desired teammates and simultaneously recite the party formation command. Reminder, boss kills will not count unless you are in an official 5-member party. The atmosphere instantly shifted. We need to form parties, now, one player said urgently. Yeah, another agreed. No point risking it. No party, no progress. Anyone looking for members? I'm level 20, warrior class, someone called out, raising his hand above the crowd. Looking for solid DPS and a healer. Let's make this quick. The area turned chaotic in seconds, the once empty field now resembling a noisy marketplace. Players called out their levels and classes, frantically scanning for reliable partners while groups hastily formed around them. Amid the commotion, Sang-cheol, the ever-vigilant bodyguard, stood quietly beside Ryu, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. The prophet was right, he thought grimly. Everything is happening exactly as foretold. A 5-member party is essential to survive this round. His gaze shifted briefly toward Black Scythe, who stood as composed and unreadable as ever. Sticking with him was the right decision, Sang-cheol reassured himself. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Mr. Black Scythe, we should. Wait, Ryu interrupted curtly, his tone even but commanding. It's a 5-member team. That means we still need one more. Minuri glanced between them with an inquisitive look. Then, who should we bring in for the 5th slot? Let's leave that to Mr. Black Scythe, Sang-cheol replied immediately, his voice steady. He's the strongest among us. He should make the call. Everyone turned their attention to Ryu, who pretended to think it over, though in truth, he had already decided. There was someone he had been meaning to recruit, someone nearby, close enough that the invitation would be smooth and natural. The entire field was buzzing as players scrambled to form parties. Voices rose above the noise. I'm level 20, warrior class. Anyone want to team up? One man shouted, raising his hand high, scanning for takers. All around, players discussed levels, professions, and strategies, trying to form their survival groups. Yet in hushed tones, many whispered the same thought, whoever manages to join Black Scythe's party will practically have their life guaranteed. To them, it was like winning the lottery. But before he could act, a nervous-looking player stepped forward, forcing a polite smile. Mr. Black Scythe, the player stammered, would you, by any chance, consider joining our party? The world seemed to still for a moment as Ryu turned his gaze on the man, his expression cold and unwelcoming. His reply was sharp as a blade, leaving no room for negotiation. No, he said flatly, his eyes narrowing. Go away. Don't waste my time. The player flinched under the weight of his voice, his face paling as if cold water had been poured down his spine. His legs wobbled slightly, his courage crumbling in an instant as he backed away in silence. The rejected players walked away with slumped shoulders, their faces burning with embarrassment. One of them muttered bitterly under his breath, "He didn't even hesitate, just shot us down like we were nothing. Damn, I was hoping to get on Blackside's good side, but that was humiliating." Ryu Min had no interest in the frantic bargaining. His eyes were calm, focused. He already knew who he wanted. This isn't just about filling slots for a temporary quest, he thought to himself. The real goal is the last round. I need companions who will grow alongside me, not just cling for survival. In his past regressions, he had accepted anyone, strangers, wanderers, whoever was available, just to make up the numbers. But this time was different. Now, with knowledge of the future, he was determined to choose carefully. Even as one after another approached him with hopeful expressions, begging to join, Ryu dismissed them coldly. The allure of the blue chip was too strong. Every player knew that if they could ride under Blackside's banner, survival was almost assured. But his rejections were swift, merciless, and absolute. Word spread quickly, Blackside isn't accepting anyone. And soon, the hopeful crowd thinned, players retreating with crushed expectations. Damn, won't he accept anyone? One man grumbled. He's being too picky. At least listen before saying no. Another pointed toward Ryu's side, where Seo Aaron, Minuri, and Sangcheol stood. Doesn't matter, those three are already with him. Their survival's guaranteed. Lucky bastards. The players who had been brave enough to approach him retreated, and those who hadn't dared before didn't even bother now. The area around Blacksight cleared, leaving him and his companions with space, though the air was thick with envy. His party members themselves grew curious. Who is he going to pick for the final spot? They wondered silently. Sangcheol, the bodyguard, thought with a twinge of regret, if only Chairman Ma was in this section, if he were here, I'd have recommended him without a second thought. Minuri, too, had someone in mind. If Ryu Min were here, I would have begged for him to be chosen. But fate had scattered them into different zones. Just then, a group approached. At the front was a man who spoke with confidence. "Mr. Blackscythe, what a pleasure to see you again." It was Cho Yango. Ryu Min's lips curved faintly as he replied, "I didn't expect to see you here. Honestly, I thought you wouldn't make it past the 5th round." Yango let out a hearty laugh. "Really now, aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? Taking down 300 orcs was nothing but a warm-up. And it wasn't mere bragging. He had cleared the quest ranking 125th out of the 1,211 survivors who had made it through round 5. I'll admit, though," Yango added with a grin, "your battles back then inspired me. Watching you fight gave me the drive to push harder and finish faster." "Is that so?" Ryu replied mildly. At that moment, another stepped forward, one of the men Ryu had personally saved during the chaos of that quest. His name was Mankey, and he bowed his head with deep gratitude. "Mr. Blackscythe, I owe you everything. When you treated my shoulder back then, you gave me another chance to live. Without you, I wouldn't be standing here today." Ryu's sharp eyes flicked toward him. "And yet you still managed to handle 300 orcs with that injured body?" Mankey gave a sheepish smile, his voice trembling with sincerity. "It was only thanks to you. You're the reason I had the strength to fight. I'll never forget it, you're my savior." Cho Yongho's eyes softened as he looked at Ryu with a friendly expression. "Are you still searching for someone to complete your party?" he asked. Ryu gave a short nod. "That's right. Then you already have 4 members," Cho Yongho continued with a smile. "Just one more, and your party will be full, correct?" "Exactly," Ryu replied. Cho Yongho quickly raised his hand as if to clarify. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to ask to join you. Our team has already finished forming." "I figured as much," Ryu said evenly. He had already noticed the golden chains wrapped around the wrists of Cho Yongho and his mercenaries, clear proof that their party of 5 had been completed. In that case, Ryu asked bluntly, "If you're not here to request entry, what's your reason for seeking me out?" Cho Yongho chuckled lightly and replied, "Nothing complicated. Out of goodwill, I wanted to greet you, and to make a suggestion." "A suggestion?" Ryu raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Cho Yongho said. "Our party and yours, what if we form an alliance?" The words hung in the air, but Ryu wasn't only listening. He was reading the intent behind them. In Cho Yongho's mind, there wasn't a trace of greed. His thoughts revealed themselves clearly. "I'm not trying to take advantage of him. I only want to lend some support, especially after what he did for Mankey. This is the least I can do in return." Aloud, Cho Yongho added, "We're not asking for items or experience points. If we cross paths with the boss, we'll give you priority. We simply want to lend our strength. Please don't be suspicious of our intentions, we mean it." Ryu could tell there was no deceit. This wasn't someone looking to cling to him for survival, but a man who genuinely felt indebted and wanted to repay it. For a moment, silence stretched between them. Cho Yongho began to shift uneasily, as if worried he had been misunderstood. Then Ryu finally spoke. I refuse. The answer landed like a hammer blow. Cho Young-ho blinked in shock. What? Why? Is it because you think we'll slow you down? You don't need to worry about that. We won't ever get in your way. And if... Ryu cut him off sharply. It's not about being a burden. I just don't like unnecessary complications. I understand your intent, and I appreciate it. But still, I'll decline. I see, Cho Young-ho said quietly, his shoulders slumping. That's unfortunate. We truly did want to help. I'll ask for help when I really need it, Ryu answered, his tone firm but not unfriendly. That small concession brought a flicker of relief to Cho Young-ho's face. Really? You'd call for us if the situation demanded it? Yes. Then, is that a promise? Cho Young-ho pressed, searching his eyes. I already said yes, didn't I? Ryu replied with finality. At that, Cho Young-ho broke into a relieved smile. Good. That's enough for me. Since we have an understanding, we'll take our leave. May fortune be with you. And remember, if you need us, just say the word. He gave a respectful nod, and with his party in tow, he turned and departed. Once they were gone, Sang Cheol, the bodyguard, spoke up. Mr. Blackscythe, it's about time. You need to decide who will take the last spot. Ryu's lips curled faintly. I've already made my decision. He slowly raised his hand and pointed toward someone standing off to the side. All three of his companions followed his gaze, their curiosity sharpening as they tried to see who it was. You, Ryu called out firmly. Come here. The person he singled out froze on the spot, eyes wide in disbelief. For a moment they didn't move, as though unsure Ryu was truly addressing them. Then, with hesitant steps, they began to walk forward, looking both nervous and overwhelmed at being chosen. Ryu's sharp eyes fixed on the man he had just called over. You've been watching me for some time now, haven't you? Ryu asked coolly. The man flinched at being confronted and fumbled for words. That's, well, I wanted to party with you, Mr. Blackscythe. Ryu studied him for a moment, then asked bluntly, your level and class? Level 23, the man answered nervously. Dark Mage. Ryu gave a faint shrug. That doesn't matter much. Then, with a decisive tone, he added, I'll take him as our final member. The announcement stunned everyone present. Sang Cheol, Minjuri, and Seo Aaron all exchanged bewildered looks. Why him? Of all people, why pick someone the others had already turned away? But no one was more shocked than the man himself. His heart thundered in his chest as disbelief filled his thoughts. Blackscythe chose me? He actually wants me in his party? Ryu, however, was quietly satisfied. The man in front of him wasn't just some ordinary player. In another timeline, he would eventually become the leader of a cult that revered Blackscythe like a divine being. If I forge a connection with him here, this man could become a fanatically loyal follower in the future. The man's nickname was ridiculous, no pain, no gay. His real name, however, was Hyo Taisik. All right then, Ryu said firmly. This will be our party. The five of them stood together, silently reciting the formation command. In the next instant, golden rings etched with strange characters materialized around their wrists, the symbol of an official party. Hyo Taisik stared down at the ring on his wrist, nearly trembling. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I'd be standing here, forming a party with him. The scene shifted to the past, unveiling the miserable life of Hyo Taesuk. Taesuk lived in constant despair. His gloomy demeanor and frail appearance made him the perfect target. Wherever he went, classmates snickered, whispered, and pointed fingers. He was mocked for being weak, and that mockery quickly turned into open bullying. Some people might claim that bullying culture had faded from schools, that things had changed from the old days. But the truth was far different. The cruelty still remained, only wearing a different mask. The school gangsters of the past hadn't vanished, they had simply evolved. The so-called shuttle system, where the weaker kids were forced to run errands and provide money or goods, was still very much alive. At first, Taesuk couldn't believe what was happening. He felt stunned, embarrassed, and humiliated. It was the kind of thing he thought only happened in TV dramas, never in his own life. Why me? He asked himself over and over. What did I ever do to deserve this? Believing he must have done something wrong, he tried to change himself, to fix whatever it was that attracted their cruelty. He studied their reactions, tried to be more agreeable, tried to disappear into the background, but none of it mattered. It didn't take long before reality hit him. No, it's not about me. They're not doing this because of something I did. They're doing it because I'm easy to push around. I'm just prey. That realization was crushing, but Taesuk clung to one desperate hope. If I can just endure until graduation, if I can just hold on until high school is over, maybe then it will stop. That fragile thread of hope became the only thing that kept him moving forward. Day after day, he endured their harassment, swallowing his pride and hiding his pain. But soon, he learned that he had overestimated himself. He wasn't as strong as he thought. One day, as he stood cornered by the usual group, their sneering voices echoed around him. "Hey, bastard. Didn't I tell you to bring money every single day?" one of them demanded. "I am sorry," Tae-suk stammered, his voice trembling. "I live with my grandmother, we don't have much money." "Oh? What's this?" another scoffed, feigning surprise. "So, you don't even have a father or a mother?" "Wait, are you saying that grandmother of his is actually his mom?" One laughed cruelly. "Huh. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. You little piece of trash," they jeered, bursting into laughter at his expense. Tae-suk clenched his fists, but no words came out. The leader stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Don't give me excuses, idiot. You'd better bring the money anyway. I don't care how you get it, steal it, beg for it, sell yourself for it, whatever. Just make sure you have it." The words cut deeper than any blow, and Tae-suk could do nothing but lower his head. "Yeah, kid. Because of you I don't even have money for smokes. When your granny dies, are you gonna bury her with you?" The insult about his grandmother snapped something inside Heo Tae-suk. It was like a switch flipped, reason and restraint fell away. "You bastards," he shouted, finally lashing out at them. That single outburst changed everything, and not for the better. "Get that lunatic," someone barked. "Just scorch his forehead a little. I'll give whoever does it a smoke break." From then on the cruelty escalated. They invented excuses to punish him, hauled him about on trumped-up accusations, beat him, threatened him, shook him down for cash. The abuses multiplied. The torment wasn't mere teasing anymore, it became a deliberate, sustained campaign to break him. It was the kind of suffering that might even make devils turn away. School stopped being a place of learning and became a daily nightmare. There were moments when Tae-suk thought the only relief left would be to end it all. Death began to look like an escape rather than something to fear. But whenever he let those thoughts near, one image rose up and shoved them back: his grandmother. If he died, who would care for her? Who would repay the years she'd spent picking through trash to scrape by, cooking, patching, and loving him when no one else did? The idea of abandoning her twisted something in his chest: guilt, shame, a fierce, incandescent loyalty. "You can't do that to her," he told himself. "You promised you'd study hard. You promised you'd get a degree and make things right for her. You owe her that." So he swallowed the dark thoughts and forced himself to continue. He would endure. He would keep breathing, keep pretending, keep surviving, because walking away would mean betraying the one person who had given him everything. Heo Tae-suk endured. Day after day, he clung to the one promise he had made to himself: to survive, persevere, and repay his grandmother's love. And when 3 years of relentless bullying finally passed, when he stood at graduation without giving in to despair, he felt a small flicker of pride. "I made it. At last, freedom." But in 2022, the world shifted. Angels descended, and the great upheaval began. Every month became a desperate struggle for survival. And just as he thought he had escaped one hell, another found him. His grandmother's health began to crumble. By the time the second round came, she collapsed. The ones who tormented him didn't stop, even in the face of his grief. "See that? Didn't I say the old hag would die of shock if you laid a finger on her? Ha, I told you I'd bury you and that wrinkled hag together." That was the moment the last thread of restraint inside him snapped. Without hesitation, Tae-suk plunged an arrow into the shoulder of the nearest thug, black mana bursting from him like a curse. A shadowy arrow tore through the air and lodged itself in another bully's eye, rotting it instantly. The bullies were dumbfounded. They hadn't realized it yet, but they had just provoked a player with class. The same miserable boy they treated as prey had awakened power they couldn't begin to grasp. Small-minded, cruel people remained the same no matter the world. Their mistake was believing sheer numbers would guarantee victory. They never saw the danger until it was too late. By the time Tae-suk regained his senses, it was already over. A body lay sprawled in a pool of blood, staining his grandmother's tiny home. Money," he muttered, his voice breaking and twisting, slurring into something unsteady. From then on, his speech never returned to normal. His words came out broken, like his heart. He built walls around himself, isolating his feelings, closing himself off. But inside, he forged a single purpose. "They say the final round can grant any wish, then I'll wish for her. I'll bring my grandmother back, and we'll live in peace." That was all he wanted. Not his parents, who had abandoned him. Not recognition from anyone else. Just his grandmother's smile again. From that moment, his survival was no longer for himself, it was for her. He devoted everything to mastering his class. And dark mage power was nothing to scoff at. Soon, he was claiming first place in his region without fail. But no matter how far he climbed, there was always someone standing higher. Black Scythe? How is someone that strong already? The first time Tae-suk saw that name at the top of the rankings, curiosity sparked. That curiosity soon grew into something else. And when he witnessed Black Scythe with his own eyes, the man who cut down 9 players in the zone representative selection match in the span of a breath, he was spellbound. That wasn't just strength. It was overwhelming, absolute. It was art. If I had power like that, no one would have dared bully me. Grandma, she'd still be alive. Regret tore at him, regret for his weakness, for his helplessness. And beneath that regret, a desperate longing bloomed. I want to be like him. I want to be strong like Black Scythe. What began as curiosity became admiration. Admiration deepened into yearning. Could I talk to him? But what would I even say? For Tae-suk, Black Scythe wasn't just another player. He was something closer to a god. Just being in the same area as him felt like standing before a divine being. His heart pounded, his thoughts raced. And before he could stop himself, the words slipped out of his trembling lips. I'm in a party with Black Scythe. Even as he said it, he couldn't believe it was real. To fight alongside the very man he revered, it felt less like reality and more like a dream come true. Ryu broke the silence. No pain, no gay. Yes? Tae-sik responded quickly. Now that you're part of this group, introduce yourself properly. Hyo Tae-sik swallowed hard, hesitating at first, then managed to steady his voice. I'm no pain, no gay. Level 23, Dark Mage. My combat skills are black arrows and black chains. His delivery was shaky in the beginning, but by the end, he had gained confidence. Minjuri smiled warmly and said, "It's nice to meet you, no pain no gay. I'm Minjuri, a level 21 buffer. I'll do my best to support everyone." Afterward, Seo Aaron and Sang Cheol gave their own introductions. Once everyone was finished, Ryu looked over the group. Good. Now that the introductions are out of the way, shall we begin hunting? Hold on, Minjuri interjected quickly. Before we move, let me cast buffs on everyone first. She lifted her hands and began chanting, her skills wrapping her party members in waves of glowing light. Bless. Swift. One by one, the enhancements flowed into them. The moment the effects took hold, the party members widened their eyes in astonishment. My attack speed, it's nearly 60% faster. And my movement speed too, this is incredible. They could hardly believe it. Ryu, however, remained unshaken, his expression calm as always. Sang Cheol glanced at him and remarked, "So this is why you always keep Miss Minjuri by your side, isn't it? Having a buffer like her makes all the difference." Minjuri blushed, smiling bashfully. "Oh, come on, you're embarrassing me." Watching this exchange, Seo Aaron's lips tightened ever so slightly. Seo Aaron stepped forward with quiet confidence and said, "I'm a summoner as well. I can also imbue my summoned creatures with buffs through my incantations." The air shimmered as golden dust swirled, forming into 2 delicate, fairy-like beings that sparkled like fireflies in the night sky. Their wings glowed faintly as they hovered near, exuding a warm, protective aura. Then, with a deep rumble, the ground shifted, earth and stone gathered together, gradually shaping into a humanoid figure. Within moments, a full-sized stone golem stood before them, towering and imposing. Min Yuri's eyes lit up in awe. "Oh my gosh, what are those adorable little creatures?" "They're fairies," Seo Aaron explained, her voice carrying a hint of pride. "Protective summons. They specialize in shielding allies. At first, they had no offensive capabilities, but when I reached level 20, a 3rd fairy manifested, one that can actually cast attack spells." "Wow, that's incredible. And what about that big one made of stone?" Min Yuri asked, still brimming with curiosity. "That's my golem," Seo Aaron replied. "I earned it at level 20 as well. It can't provide buffs like the fairies, but it's perfect for pulling monster aggro. I usually summon it in advance so it can tank." Min Yuri clapped her hands together with delight. "That's amazing. You have both a tank and support skills, you're really impressive, Uni." Though showered in Yuri's admiration, Seo Aaron's eyes were fixed on one person alone. Turning toward Black Scythe, she asked with a hopeful look, "What do you think? Don't I bring something worthwhile to the team?" Her expression carried both pride and a silent plea, waiting for acknowledgement. But Ryu Min hardly glanced her way. Instead, he looked ahead, expression cool and unreadable. "Let's move out," he said simply. The brush-off left Seo Aaron stifling her frustration, her desire for recognition unfulfilled. Still, she followed as Ryu took the lead, with the rest nodding and falling in line behind him. Not far back, Hyo Tae-suk, no pain no gain, watched the team with uneasy determination. A buffer and a summoner, both of them are really skilled. I can't drag the group down. I need to prove my worth too. His steps were quick, his nerves taut. But as they walked leisurely, he grew more unsettled. Why is everyone so relaxed? With a generous 6-hour time limit, the group only needed to defeat one of the 101 boss-class monsters scattered across the battlefield to clear the round. There was no urgent need to rush, and so the others moved at a steady, unhurried pace. Still, Tae-suk couldn't shake his doubts. Wouldn't it be better to strike quickly? If we get to the boss first, shouldn't we aim for the top spot? But unaware of the prophecy surrounding the rounds, he couldn't comprehend why there was no real benefit to rushing the fight. Then, suddenly, there's the boss. The shout came from nearby. All heads turned toward the commotion, and a collective gasp followed. From the shadows of the trees emerged a monstrous figure, a centaur, towering and broad-shouldered, with the muscular upper body of a man fused to the powerful frame of a horse. In its grip, a massive double-edged spear gleamed menacingly. That's ours. If we kill it, we'll take first place, a player roared, rallying his team. Without hesitation, the rival party charged. Steel clashed against the beast's weapon as the centaur swung fiercely, forcing the players back with its overwhelming strength. He's too strong, spread out, don't clump up, someone barked. Go for its back. Aim for the rear legs, another commanded. Obediently, one of the players darted behind the beast, only for disaster to strike. Thud. The centaur's hind legs lashed out in a devastating kick, catching the unlucky attacker square in the chest. The man was hurled 10 meters into the air before crashing down and tumbling another 3. He groaned in agony, but he was alive, barely. Tch, idiots, Ryu muttered under his breath, clicking his tongue. Going for the rear like that? Foolish. Still, the remaining players pressed on, fueled by anger. This bastard's going to pay. Everyone, now. Their combined skills rained down on the monster. Fire, ice, blades, and bolts of energy struck in tandem. The centaur roared in defiance, but it was soon overwhelmed by the barrage. With one final cry, the beast collapsed. We did it, one of them shouted triumphantly. We're first place. We finally cleared the quest before anyone else. Wasn't that easier than we thought? Another added, laughing in relief. Their party rejoiced, cheering and congratulating one another. Watching from afar, Tae-suk felt his chest sink. Damn it, the top spot's gone. We missed our chance. Instinctively, his gaze shifted toward Black Scythe. Surely, if anyone would be frustrated by losing first place, it would be him. After all, hadn't Black Scythe always stood at the top? But to Tae-suk's surprise, Ryu Min's face showed no disappointment at all. His expression was cool, calm, and completely unconcerned, like none of it mattered in the slightest. As time ticked by, the cheers from the rival party slowly died down. Confusion crept in. Wait, why hasn't the quest completion message appeared yet? One of the players asked, his excitement giving way to unease. Could it be? Another muttered, a hint of dread in his voice. Just then, Ryu's lips curled into a faint smirk. So, they finally caught on, he thought. They didn't actually kill a boss at all. It was just another monster in the field. To weaker players, such creatures might feel like mini-bosses, something at the level of elites. But to Ryu, the centaur was nothing more than a trash mob. For a 5-man team, it was challenging but manageable. The real threat, however, was something entirely different. Hidden somewhere in the field lurked the true boss, a minotaur, massive and brutal, with the body of a man and the head of a raging bull. Unlike the centaur, the minotaur demanded overwhelming strength to bring down, at least 20 players, all around level 20, fighting in perfect coordination. In short, you'd need 4 full parties working together. The angel had indeed announced there were 101 bosses spread across the field. But what she didn't say was just as important. She never once claimed that only bosses existed here. That omission was intentional. Ryu observed the field with a cold calmness. From my perspective, it's just another bulky monster with slow swings, but to anyone else, it's a death sentence. Most teams probably came in thinking, it's a 5-person party quest. With just us, we can kill the boss first and take the top spot. He scoffed inwardly. What a foolish notion. Even level 30 players would struggle here. Maybe, just maybe, someone at level 40 could handle it. That's why the angel made it clear this boss wasn't to be attempted solo. They crafted the trial to mislead, making everyone believe 5 people could take it down, when in reality you'd need 4 full teams. This deception was the real trap of round 6. Nothing in the angel's words explicitly promised a 5-man party could actually kill the boss. She simply left the crucial details unsaid. So that's their plan, Ryu mused. Hand us only half the truth, keep us blind, and let desperation do the rest. She's clearly just carrying out her orders from above. That was also why the time limit was 6 whole hours. Not to rush toward the Minotaur, but to grind through mobs, gather levels, and prepare before facing the true challenge. And as for rankings, they weren't determined by who landed the first kill, it all came down to clear speed. Whoever finished the boss fight fastest would secure first place. With that in mind, Ryu and his companions didn't rush forward like the reckless teams did. They knew better. Only one person didn't understand, the Hyo Tae-suk. Since he hadn't heard the prophecy, he still thought everything was straightforward. Finally, Ryu started his method acting. He broke his silence, turning to his allies. Let me explain the plan. That centaur wasn't the boss monster it seems. For now, we're not touching the boss. Instead, we'll focus on hunting centaurs and using the time to level up. We'll keep at it for about 5 hours. The no pain no gain blinked. But, why? What's the reasoning? Ryu looked at him steadily. Didn't you just see how those level 20 players struggled against centaurs? If mobs this week give them so much trouble, what do you think will happen against the real boss? Charging in recklessly is pointless. And who's to say there aren't more traps waiting for us? Realization dawned on no pain no gain. Ah, I see. So you mean, it's better to prepare first? Exactly, Ryu said. Besides, think about this, what if we kill the boss too early, like I did in the first round, and then get sealed in that pillar of light? We'd waste the remaining time, gaining nothing. Far better to hunt mobs, collect experience and gold, and then challenge the boss when the moment is right. The Hyo Tae-suk nodded slowly. So the idea is, power up first, then face the Minotaur later. That's right, Ryu confirmed. But, what if we lose the chance to claim the top spot? Hyo Tae-suk pressed, still uncertain. It doesn't matter, Ryu replied firmly. Even if someone else snatches first place, we'll come away with more strength and resources. 6 hours of hunting is far more valuable than wasting them sitting inside a pillar. Hearing this, the Sang-chul fell silent, filling his expression. Unbelievable. He pieced it all together exactly as the prophecy foretold. It's like he can see through every trap before it even springs. Finally, the Min-yuri said, understood. Then, should we all group up and start clearing centaurs together? Maybe decide roles and positions first? But Ryu shook his head. His voice was sharp, unwavering. No need for that. Leave the monsters to me. I'll handle them alone. Everyone froze, disbelief etched across their faces. What? You'll fight them by yourself, Black Scythe? Co Aaron blinked in surprise and asked, what? You're going to fight alone, Black Scythe? The thought weighed on everyone. A monster that even a full 5-member party struggled against, could one man really handle it by himself? Hyo Tae-suk, however, didn't doubt. Of course, if it's him, it's possible. With Black Scythe's level and strength, it's not impossible at all. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what role the rest of them were supposed to play if Ryu decided to go solo. As if reading their minds, Ryu spoke up. You don't need to worry. All of you just stick close to me. Hunt alongside me, collect experience and gold. Think of it as a free ride. His voice was calm but absolute. In other words, I'll carry this run. But in exchange, I'll take all the item drops from contribution calculations. That's my only condition. You'll still level up and earn plenty of gold without any risk. So, what do you say? The terms were blunt, but undeniably fair. None of them could argue against it. Who would refuse free experience and money, even if it meant giving up a few items? The group glanced at one another before nodding. All right. We're fine with it. Ryu inclined his head slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Good. That's the smart choice. You won't regret it. Truthfully, this arrangement was more convenient for him. Fighting alongside people who weren't on his level would only slow him down. This way, he could hunt freely without distraction. He tightened his grip on his weapon, the black blade of the death scythe gleaming faintly. Centaurs are nothing more than trash mobs to me, he thought coldly. Then he raised his weapon and said aloud, shall we begin? In the next instant, Ryu shot forward like a streak of lightning. The group scrambled, eyes wide. He's too fast, we have to follow him. Even though they activated their speed-boosting skills, the distance between them and Ryu only grew. How is this possible? The bodyguard muttered, struggling to keep pace. Just how high is his agility stat? Even No Pain No Gain, who had always taken pride in his own speed, felt utterly humbled. Compared to Black Scythe, his sprint was like a kitten chasing a tiger. By the time they managed to close in, Ryu was already face to face with his prey. The centaur bellowed, lifting its weapon. But its cry ended halfway. Ryu's scythe carved through the air in a blur, and the centaur's head separated cleanly from its body. Thud. The monster collapsed before it could even register what had happened. Kill time, 0.3 seconds. The others froze, stunned into silence. What just happened? Someone whispered. That was only one strike, another muttered. No one had expected the centaur to be felled in a single blow. Even as they tried to process what they had seen, Ryu activated his tracking skill. A system message flashed before his eyes. Target, centaur located. And just like that, he moved again, diving into the hunt. He was like a reaper in motion, swift, efficient, unstoppable. A killing machine disguised as a man. Minutes bled into half an hour. Ryu finally paused, scanning through the stream of messages flooding his vision. Centaur defeated. Experience acquired. Title effect, plus 1.5x experience. Experience, 0.89%. Gold obtained, plus 60. Current kill count, 172/100. Rune of Slaughter effect, all stats increased by 100%. Ryu narrowed his eyes. 172 kills in 30 minutes. Not bad at all. With 2,000 centaurs roaming this field, I could probably wipe them all out within the 6-hour limit. But I suppose I should leave some for the other players. His gaze flicked to another notification. Marble of Eternity, current stacks, 11. Right. Just like before. All I need to do is keep hunting until the durability drops to 1. Then, when I return, I'll ask Russell to repair it. As he was turning these thoughts over in his mind, the sound of heavy footsteps reached his ears. When he glanced back, he saw his party members stumbling toward him, out of breath and clearly worn out from the relentless chase. The sight pulled a faint smile from him. If you're tired, take a breather, Ryu said lightly. Their faces brightened immediately. Really? Thank you. They collapsed onto the ground, grateful for the respite. Co Aaron and No Pain No Gay, both having the lowest stamina among the group, didn't even bother with dignity. They lay flat on their backs, gasping for air. No Pain No Gay groaned. Damn it, just keeping up with him is exhausting. And here I thought a 100-meter radius would be plenty of space, but it's not enough at all. The bodyguard gave a small nod and said, yeah, that's true. They did say that. But his expression betrayed a different emotion. It wasn't worry but rather a sense of pride and satisfaction. After all, they had gained a level in barely half an hour. Minjuri's eyes widened in awe as she turned toward Ryu. Min, Black Scythe, you're really incredible. The speed at which you hunt is just unreal. Ryu tilted his head slightly, a playful edge in his tone. What? You don't like it? Catching the teasing in his words, Minjuri quickly waved her hand, flustered. No, not at all. Just keeping up with you is enough for us to level up. It's actually amazing. At that moment, Hio Taisik cut in with a grin, joining the exchange. So this is what they call getting a free ride, huh? Black Scythe, you're probably doing 10 times the work compared to us. But Ryu Min, as usual, brushed it off with his calm, indifferent attitude. Not really. If anything, it looks like you guys are putting in more effort than me. That casual remark made the whole group break into laughter. Their tension melted for a moment as they chuckled and caught their breath together. But their light-hearted moment didn't last long. From the distance, a group of people began approaching. It's Black Scythe, wow, it really is him, one of them exclaimed in surprise. Hio Taisuk muttered, they are heading our way. As the newcomers neared, the laughter of Ryu Min's party gradually faded. Their smiles stiffened, replaced with wary glances as they quietly assessed the approaching group. One of the players stepped forward and greeted Ryu politely. Hello, Mr. Black Scythe. What a fortunate encounter, it's not every day you run into someone like you here. Ryu's response, however, was anything but warm. His voice carried a sharp chill. Okay. And what exactly do you want? The player cleared his throat, trying not to lose his composure. We're gathering a raid party to take down the boss monster in this area. Would you consider joining forces with us? Ryu's answer came without hesitation, his tone firm and resolute. I'm not interested. The blunt rejection took the man aback. His confident smile faltered, and confusion crept into his expression. Wait. Black Scythe, maybe you don't fully realize just what you're dealing with here. That boss isn't your average monster. He pointed toward the distance. Do you see that creature over there? All eyes shifted in unison. Standing far off was a massive beast, a hulking minotaur. Even from such a distance, the creature radiated an oppressive aura, its powerful muscles rippling as it exhaled a hot, misty breath. That monster, the player continued gravely, is the boss we have to face. And believe me, he's not an easy opponent. Ryu's gaze sharpened as he asked coolly, how are you so certain? Have you actually fought it yourself? The player quickly shook his head. Not directly. But we witnessed another team attempt a solo raid. They were utterly crushed, it was a complete massacre. Watching them fail made it clear to us that parties need to work together if there's to be any chance at victory. But Ryu's reply was as curt as ever. Then handle it yourselves. We're not joining. Still unwilling to give up, the man pressed again. But wouldn't it be wiser to combine our strengths? We'd even allow you the privilege of landing the final strike. Please, at least give it some thought. Before he could finish, Ryu's cold voice cut through his words like a blade. This is the third time. Don't make me repeat myself. The intensity of his aura pressed down on them, leaving no room for negotiation. The player felt a chill run down his spine, and he bowed his head in defeat. Understood. My apologies. Reluctantly, the group backed away, returning to the gathering of other players who had been watching from nearby. Conversations immediately broke out among them. It looks like Black Scythe won't be joining us, the rejected player announced grimly. Another asked in disbelief, did you at least try to persuade him properly? We did, he answered with a sigh. But he flat out refused. Said they could manage on their own. A third player frowned deeply. That's ridiculous. Without Black Scythe, there's no way we can take that monster down. Someone else exhaled heavily, voicing his doubts. I don't know, maybe he's wary of the boss's strength. Or maybe, he trailed off, shaking his head. Well, whatever the case, it looks like we'll have to attempt this ourselves. That was the plan from the start, anyway. The others exchanged uneasy glances, then gave reluctant nods. Resolving themselves, they began preparing for the battle ahead. Their gazes turned toward the Minotaur, who now stood looming at nearly 6 meters tall. Each heavy step it took echoed like thunder across the ground, making the earth tremble beneath its massive hooves. From afar, the creature hadn't seemed all that terrifying. But now, as they closed the distance, its overwhelming presence was undeniable. The closer they got, the more its colossal frame seemed to blot out everything around it. Do you really think we can beat that thing? One player muttered, his voice laced with fear. We've got nearly 20 fighters, another reassured him, though his eyes betrayed lingering doubt. If we work together, we should stand a chance. But uncertainty still lingered among them. Suddenly, the Minotaur's nostrils flared, and its head swung in their direction. It had sensed them. The players froze on the spot, every muscle tensing. Then, with a roar that shook the air, the monster's eyes lit up with primal excitement. Its hooves struck the ground like war drums as the towering beast lowered its horns and charged straight at the group. The 20 players charged forward as one, clashing head-on with the towering Minotaur. Weapons flashed, spells erupted, and the battlefield became a storm of desperate survival. Each strike and swing carried the weight of their lives as they faced the beast's overwhelming presence. From a short distance away, Ryu stood still, his eyes calm and calculating as he observed the chaotic fight unfold. He tilted his head slightly, his mind already analyzing. How long will it take them to bring it down? He mused inwardly. He harbored no doubts about the outcome. The Minotaur, despite its intimidating bulk, wasn't nearly as invincible as it looked. Its attacks were heavy, but lacked precision. Its swings were slow, clumsy, even easy enough to predict if one had sharp reflexes. Ryu noted this with cold detachment. If all 20 strike together, he thought, that monster doesn't stand a chance. Its strength lies only in its absurd durability. From the Minotaur's perspective, however, humans were nothing but insects, fleeting nuisances buzzing around. 20 flies, even if persistent, were still flies. At least, that's what it seemed to believe as it bellowed and swatted at them like gnats. The battle dragged on. 3 minutes passed, then 5, the fight stretching with no conclusion in sight. The beast's resilience was monstrous. Still, Ryu merely watched. He knew that once the players brought it down, their morale would surge, and their focus on the hunt would sharpen. Finally, after more than 7 exhausting minutes, the fight reached its peak. Fireballs burst against the Minotaur's thick hide, arrows clattered uselessly, and one player groaned. It's too sturdy. A warrior hurled a heavy axe that buried itself deep in the creature's chest, drawing a pained roar. That small victory spurred the rest on, and they swarmed together, overwhelming the monster with sheer numbers. Yet the beast was not without retaliation. It seized one unfortunate player in its massive hand and crushed him like a rag doll. Still, the momentum was against it. A roaring fireball soared through the air and exploded against the Minotaur's body. With a final agonized bellow, the monster stumbled, then collapsed heavily to the ground. We did it, someone shouted breathlessly. We actually killed it. Cheers erupted from the surviving players. But amid the victory, silence fell briefly as they realized the cost. 3 of their comrades had been slain in the fight. Who landed the last hit? One asked curiously. It didn't feel like our group. Another player quickly claimed credit, grinning with pride. It was us. Our team landed the final blow, we're the ones who finished it. As voices rose in celebration, a sudden phenomenon silenced them. A radiant column of light descended from the heavens, enveloping one of the 4 squads that had joined the battle. A translucent barrier enclosed them like a cage of shimmering glass. It looks like we're the ones who survived, a player from within the light said with satisfaction. I checked my quest window, it clearly shows success. Someone asked nervously, but, do we really have to stay inside this thing until the timer runs out? More than 5 hours trapped here. Yes, another replied, sighing. It seems so. At least we can rest early. But, it feels like we're wasting time, doesn't it? Winning this early is great, but being stuck here makes me uneasy. Meanwhile, players from the other squads who hadn't secured victory exchanged glances. One of them muttered, let's move. We'll need reinforcements from other parties. Their eyes inevitably flicked toward Black Scythe and his companions for a moment, but they quickly dismissed the thought. Everyone knew it was pointless, nothing they said would convince him to cooperate. With reluctant acceptance, they turned and departed. Ryu, who had been watching quietly, finally addressed his group. This is better. If we had killed the boss too soon, we'd have wasted the remaining time. The Manjuri nodded knowingly. Exactly as Black Scythe predicted. Taking it slow and killing it later is the right strategy. Without betraying a hint of emotion, Ryu stood and gestured. We've rested enough. Let's keep moving. Stay close to me. Once more, Ryu resumed his relentless centaur hunt, while other teams across the field pooled their strength and focused only on boss raids. In one of those groups, players were chatting after their own victory. After killing the boss, does this make us the 50th team? One asked. No idea, another admitted. The rankings aren't visible anyway. Who cares? We've beaten the boss, that's what matters. We survived. True, someone else said, already laying down. Let's just rest until time runs out. Though trapped, they were safe within their shimmering prison. Monsters ignored them entirely, the Minotaur's corpse lay still, and they felt like unseen specters, untouchable, yet bound. But their sense of relief didn't last. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Hey, look over there! Every head turned in the same direction. And from the shadows, a lone figure emerged. A man carrying a massive scythe, his presence distinct and impossible to mistake. It was Black Scythe. With every swing of Ryu's scythe, another centaur head tumbled to the ground, rolling lifelessly across the dirt. His movements were so precise and fluid that it looked less like a battle and more like a grim harvest. Among the players watching from the safety of their shimmering pillar, one of them whispered in disbelief, "Wait, that's Black Scythe. He just killed that centaur in a single strike." Another added quickly, "That's exactly what you'd expect from someone already at level 40. Though the onlookers were stunned by his overwhelming display of strength, none of them felt bitterness or jealousy. They were already satisfied with their own victory. They had slain the Minotaur, survived the ordeal, and now had nothing left to worry about. For them, there was no need to compare. What left them confused, however, was Ryu's focus. He wasn't heading toward the boss monster at all. Instead, he seemed to care only about hunting centaurs, one after another. Why isn't he aiming for the boss? One player asked aloud, frowning. Wouldn't it be smarter to kill it quickly and relax inside the barrier like us? Another shook his head knowingly. Not really. They've already missed the top 50 rankings. Since they can't take a leading spot anymore, they're just grinding experience and gold. That's probably why he's ignoring the boss entirely. I suppose that makes sense, someone else murmured. Still, it's kind of disappointing. I really thought he'd go for first place again. A fourth player shrugged with a smug grin. Even Black Scythe can't dominate the rankings forever. Everyone reaches their limit eventually. The group that had already cleared the boss hunt reassured themselves with these thoughts, basking in their supposed superiority over Ryu and his party. But what they didn't realize was that their triumph wasn't as glorious as they believed. Their record, taking 11 minutes and 30 seconds to bring down the Minotaur, was actually the slowest clear time of all the top 50 parties. Meanwhile, Ryu continued to carve his way through the field, never slowing down, never pausing. He was relentless, a machine of death, cutting down centaurs one after another. But then, in the middle of his charge, his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. A system message had appeared before his eyes. Target, centaur, cannot be located. Ryu narrowed his eyes and muttered under his breath, so, they're finally all wiped out. He opened his kill counter. Kill count, 1920/100. Time remaining, 20 minutes and 43 seconds. Nearly 1,920 kills in about 5 hours and 40 minutes, he thought to himself. Much faster than I originally estimated. Before he could reflect further, a voice reached him from behind, broken and breathless. One of his companions, gasping for air, asked, "Black Scythe, is it finally time to rest?" Ryu glanced back, his expression unreadable, and replied in a low, decisive tone, "Yes. The hunt is finished." Then, gripping his scythe firmly, he added, "All right," Ryu Min said calmly, his voice cutting through the quiet aftermath of the battle. "Let's move on to the boss." Minjuri blinked, looking around at the field littered with the remains of defeated centaurs. "Wait, are we done with mob hunting already?" Ryu nodded. "Yeah. There aren't any centaurs left. That means it's time to take down the boss." Sang Chiol, the bodyguard, widened his eyes. "Huh? Hold on, everyone, check your levels." His tone carried both disbelief and urgency. The group quickly opened their status windows. In an instant, expressions of shock spread across their faces. "Our levels, they've skyrocketed," someone exclaimed. CO Erin gasped, scanning her stats in disbelief. "It was level 20 before, but now I'm 34. "I'm in the same situation," Sang Chiol added, still sounding stunned. "From 20 to 34, what the hell just happened?" Minjuri's jaw dropped. "Mine jumped from 21 to 35. Even the no pain no gain chimed in, eyes wide. "I was level 23, now I'm 36. As their astonishment filled the air, Ryu Min murmured under his breath, doing the math in his head. So everyone gained about 13 to 14 levels, he could hardly blame them for being shocked. After all, crossing from the 20s into the 30s was no small leap. Ryu glanced at his own status screen, his eyes narrowing as the numbers came into focus. His level had climbed from 40 all the way to 54, a massive jump even for him. Of course, he knew exactly why. The triple experience buff from the round bonus and his special title, which increased all gained experience by another 1.5 times, had multiplied his growth rate. With over 1,000 kills to his name in that hunt alone, it wasn't surprising. His inventory had swelled with loot, 19 magic stones, 9 pieces of ordinary equipment, piles of miscellaneous drops, and even rare ingredients needed for a god-rank crafting recipe. Ryu's eyes drifted to one particular item glimmering faintly in his inventory. "Glimmering horsetail," he read softly. Its description floated before his eyes. Category, material. Description, as the name implies, the tail of a horse that shimmers faintly with residual magic. A gentle flow of mana can be felt emanating from it. Ryu smiled faintly to himself. "This is the real treasure," he thought. "More valuable than everything else I picked up." He couldn't hide the satisfaction tugging at his lips. All the grueling effort, the endless battles, it had all been worth it. "2 more items," he whispered. "That's all I need." Just then, Minjuri's startled voice rang out. "Everyone! You need to see this, our gold count just exploded." CO Erin's eyes widened as she opened her currency tab. "She's right. I've got 115,000 gold." Since they were all in a party, the loot had been shared evenly among them, though the exact amounts varied slightly depending on each member's luck stat. Ryu glanced at his own total and gave a low whistle. 150,000 gold. His absurdly high luck, over 350 points, had once again proven itself, granting him far more gold than the others. Sang Chiol laughed awkwardly, staring at the mountain of virtual wealth. "What are we even supposed to do with all this money? It feels wrong to have this much." The rest of the party exchanged confused looks, clearly at a loss. That's when Ryu stepped in, his voice steady and practical. "If you don't have anything specific to spend it on, focus on long-term investments," he advised. "Buy utility skills from the store, things like perception enhancement, tracking, night vision, and basic resistance. Those will always pay off. As for the rest, save your gold. And if you find something useful in the daily items section, grab it before it rotates out." Minjuri smiled brightly. "Understood, Mr. Black Scythe. I'll follow your advice." The others nodded one by one, their respect for him plain in their expressions. His calm confidence and deep experience made his words carry more weight than any lecture could. As his teammates eagerly explored the store, purchasing new abilities and tools with their hard-earned gold, Ryu Min simply stood back, a faint grin on his face. The first phase of their progress was complete, and the true challenge, the boss, awaited them next. Ryu Min wasted no time. Activating his tracking skill, he muttered, "Track, Minotaur." A blue shimmer pulsed before his eyes as the system responded instantly. Tracking activated. Target, Minotaur. Current distance, 198 meters. "They're close," Ryu said, his tone calm yet decisive. "Let's move. We'll finish this with the boss." Without hesitation, he led the way, his pace steady but brisk. The others followed behind him, their excitement barely contained. After cutting through the thicket, they finally caught sight of the towering minotaur in the clearing ahead, its muscular frame radiating raw power. But they weren't alone. 3 other teams were already gathered nearby, watching and waiting. "Oh, look," one of the players from another group said. "Black Scythe's finally on the move." Another grinned eagerly and called out, "Hey, Black Scythe. Team up with us. Let's bring the boss down together." Ryu didn't even hesitate. He simply shook his head. "No," he replied coolly. "I'll take down the boss myself." A brief silence followed before laughter erupted among the players. "Are you serious?" one of them scoffed. "Taking on the boss alone? Don't get ahead of yourself. Even with your skills, you're still just one man. This isn't some field monster, it's a boss that requires 20 people working together to barely defeat it." He muttered under his breath, "If he actually manages to kill it solo, that would mean his strength rivals 20 of us combined. Ridiculous." The thought alone was enough to make their pride flare. To them, it wasn't just arrogance, it was an insult. The player smirked and shouted back, "You're more conceited than I thought, Black Scythe." Ryu's gaze turned icy. His expression didn't change, but the cold intensity in his eyes made several people flinch. "You're underestimating me too much," he said evenly. "Do you really think I can't handle it?" "Well," the player stammered, "we've got numbers on our side." Ryu's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile. "Numbers mean nothing," he replied. "Even if you swarm me, 1,000 flies are still just flies." The crowd murmured, a mix of anger and disbelief spreading among them. "What, did he just call us?" someone muttered. Ignoring their indignation, Ryu walked forward, the faint metallic ring of his scythe echoing through the tense air. His party watched in stunned silence. "Black Scythe, wait!" Minjuri called out in alarm. Ryu didn't look back. "It's fine," he said. "I'll finish this quickly." He gripped the death scythe tightly, its blade reflecting the faint gleam of the moonlight filtering through the trees. The crowd instinctively parted before him, opening a path as if compelled by his presence, like waves splitting before a ship's prow. The atmosphere shifted, anticipation thickened in the air. "Stay back," Ryu warned without turning. "If anyone gets in my way, they'll die with the boss." A chilling silence followed. Inside, Ryu's thoughts were sharp and focused. "I should avoid revealing my ultimate skill if possible, but maybe this is the perfect chance to show them what I'm truly capable of." Most players here had no real idea how powerful Black Scythe was. They assumed his higher level meant a small gap in power, something they could eventually close. "They've seen glimpses of my strength before," Ryu thought, "but they still don't understand. Once they watch me take down a boss that needs 20 people, alone, none of them will ever doubt me again." He inhaled slowly. "Let's make this quick." As he stepped into position, murmurs rippled through the onlookers. "Is he really going to solo it?" one whispered. "This should be good," another chuckled. "At least it won't be boring anymore." Ryu stopped about 30 meters from the beast. The Minotaur, sensing a challenger, let out a low, guttural snort. Its massive nostrils flared, and its crimson eyes locked on Ryu with primal fury. The ground shook as it pawed at the dirt, preparing to charge. But Ryu didn't flinch. He planted his feet firmly and lowered his stance, gripping his scythe with both hands. "What's he doing?" someone muttered from the sidelines. "That posture, is he charging a skill?" Ryu ignored the chatter. His eyes remained fixed on the Minotaur as he murmured to himself, "The system doesn't start timing until the attack connects within a set range. Right now, I'm still in prep mode. Once he enters my reach, I'll aim straight for his throat." He exhaled slowly, narrowing his gaze. "Be patient." The Minotaur bellowed, lowering its head and launching forward like a raging bull. Dust and rocks flew up from the impact of its steps. At that instant, moonlight energy flared to life around Ryu's scythe. The air darkened as shadows twisted and merged into an eerie haze. "Night of Death," he whispered. Darkness spread across the ground like a living veil. His body glowed faintly within it, silver and black energy intertwining. Then came the next command. Moonlight Slaughter. His scythe sliced upward in a smooth, crescent motion, like the curve of a rising moon. A sharp gust of wind followed, and then, silence. A faint thud broke it. Something heavy hit the ground. The dark mist slowly lifted, revealing the truth. Gasps erupted. "Wait, look at that," someone shouted. "The Minotaur's head, it's gone." Sure enough, the boss's colossal head lay several feet away from its body, its thick neck cleanly severed. Even 20 coordinated blades wouldn't have cut through it so effortlessly. Every player in the clearing stood frozen, eyes darting between the fallen beast and Ryu Min, who stood unmoved, his scythe dripping with faint traces of black light. "He killed it, in one strike," someone whispered. "No way. That's impossible. It doesn't make sense, what kind of stats does he even have?" Ryu silently lowered his weapon, his expression unreadable. Inwardly, though, a small thought echoed in his mind. Yes, my stats are far beyond what you could ever imagine. The instant the Minotaur's colossal body collapsed, the familiar chime of a system notification echoed in Ryu Min's ears. System message. You have defeated the Minotaur. Experience gained, 3 times bonus applied. Item acquired, bull leather. Item acquired, blueprint, Minotaur armor. Because they were in a party, similar messages flashed across his teammates' interfaces as well. However, the total experience and gold earned weren't particularly impressive, likely due to the group's large size splitting the rewards. Ryu let out a quiet laugh under his breath. The gold's not much, he murmured to himself, but every single item drop belongs to me. His lips curved into a satisfied smirk as he opened his inventory and scrolled through the list of newly obtained loot. His eyes quickly fell on one particular item, by far the best among them. Bull leather. Category, material. Description, a high-grade hide taken from a minotaur. Its durable nature makes it ideal for crafting armor. Commonly used as a primary component in creating minotaur armor. And right below it, another item glimmered faintly in his inventory window. Blueprint, Minotaur armor. Category, consumable. Description, a rare schematic detailing 6 separate material combinations required to forge the unique equipment Minotaur armor. Note, the blueprint vanishes upon use. It is advised to copy or memorize the combinations beforehand. Ryu studied the description and nodded thoughtfully. As expected, the bull leather must be one of the required materials, he mused. The blueprint reveals the recipe once it's used, but it disappears right after. Best to memorize or jot it down before that happens. He closed the menu and smirked faintly. Not that I need to write anything down, I've got everything stored in my head. In truth, Ryu had no real intention of crafting the armor. The Minotaur armor was designed exclusively for tank-type classes, its defensive bonuses far outweighed its offensive potential. Ryu, however, already had another armor set planned, one that suited his combat style perfectly. Even so, he decided to keep the blueprint tucked away. Unique item schematics like this often sold for a fortune in the market. Satisfied, he turned to rejoin his team. The moment he approached, all eyes were on him. His party members stood frozen, wide-eyed, their jaws practically on the floor. Their expressions were a mix of awe and disbelief, though none seemed particularly surprised that he had slain the boss in a single hit. Still, the sheer spectacle of it had left them speechless. Among them, however, one reaction stood out. No Pain No Gain was staring at Ryu Min with an oddly dazed expression, his eyes dreamy, lips slightly parted, like someone struck by infatuation. Ryu blinked, visibly uneasy. What's with that guy? He thought, furrowing his brow. Why's he looking at me like that? No Pain No Gain's face practically glowed with admiration, bordering on obsession. It was the kind of look one gave a crush, not a team leader. Ryu exhaled slowly, fighting the urge to sigh. I guess it's inevitable, he mused wryly. He's probably turning into one of those die-hard followers, but I should really keep my distance before rumors start flying. Even though the man's name alone was enough to prove he was straight, that dreamy, love-struck stare was enough to make anyone feel uncomfortable. Damn, Ryu muttered under his breath, shaking his head. What the hell is wrong with this guy? As the dust from the battle settled, a brilliant pillar of light descended from above, wrapping Ryu Min's party in a radiant glow. The system's message echoed in their minds, confirmation that they had cleared the stage. They had successfully passed the round. The only uncertainty that lingered was their official ranking. One by one, the monsters fell, and before long, the 6th round came to an end. Then, with a soft flutter of wings, the angel appeared once more, her radiant presence contrasting sharply with the chilling curve of her lips. Priscilla's smile was deceptively sweet, but her tone carried venom. Well then, she began in a sing-song voice, for those teams who failed to slay their bosses. Her smile widened, almost maliciously. There's no need to worry. You won't be waiting long. Confusion flickered across the players' faces before her next words struck like thunder. You will be immediately eliminated. The field was filled with screams. No, wait. Please, Angel. Just a moment. But their pleas went unanswered. The divine figure merely watched as those who failed began to vanish one by one, their forms dissolving into shimmering fragments of light. Once the cries had faded, Priscilla clapped her hands together lightly. Now then, she said cheerfully, shall we see who our top performers are? A massive screen materialized in the air, glowing with divine script as the Round 6 rankings were displayed. Round 6 results. First place, Black Scythe and 4 others, 1 second. Second place, Heavenly Demon and 4 others, 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Third place, Stupid Idiots and 4 others, 9 minutes and 7 seconds. Then another scoreboard appeared for a different region. First place, Black Scythe and 4 others, 1 second. Second place, Kim Sanu and 4 others, 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Third place, Rice Parasite and 4 others, 5 minutes and 58 seconds. Priscilla folded her arms, speaking with casual authority. Oh, and before you start complaining, the names shown here are credited to the highest contributing human in each team. A murmur rippled through the crowd as the players processed the results. Then outrage followed. What? Why isn't our team first? We clearly killed the boss before Black Scythe's team did. Yeah, they took way longer than us. Hearing their protests, Priscilla let out a light, mocking laugh. Who, she said in a playful tone, told you that your ranks were based on who finished first? The players fell silent. As you can see, she continued with a smirk, the ranking isn't determined by order of completion, it's based on how long it took to defeat the boss. One of the players groaned, realization dawning. Ah, so that's why our team's in last place. Priscilla nodded dramatically. Exactly. And by the way, she added with feigned sympathy, the longest recorded time was, let's see, 11 minutes and 30 seconds. She clicked her tongue, shaking her head in theatrical disappointment. Honestly, I can't imagine how someone could take over 11 minutes to kill a single cow. Truly pathetic. Her laughter rang in the air, sharp and cruel. Humans really are inferior creatures, aren't they? But then her gaze flicked back to the list, and her expression changed. Now, let's see the fastest time recorded. Her voice stopped abruptly. The number on the screen blinked. 1 minute, she said at first, squinting as if she had misread it. A nearby player called out, Angel, the time seems off. Priscilla frowned, glancing back at the display. What are you talking about? The time, the player said. It's not 1 minute. Priscilla leaned closer. Her eyes widened as she processed what she was seeing. It's not 1 minute. Her expression froze. It's 1 second. For a brief moment, the angel stood completely still, her confidence shattered. A drop of cold sweat traced down her cheek as the weight of her mistake sank in. She had misread the result, and done so in front of every surviving human. The players gawked in disbelief while Priscilla's perfect composure faltered. Oh, 1 second, she whispered, half to herself. That's impossible. But she quickly forced a strained smile, trying to recover. Well. It seems a 1 second record is possible after all. Perhaps the boss was just weak. Her excuse, however, only made things worse. The contradiction was obvious. Moments ago, she had proudly boasted about the Minotaur's overwhelming might, and now she was desperately downplaying it. The humans looked on in stunned silence, while Ryu Min merely smirked faintly under his breath. A 1 second victory. A single strike. And a record that even an angel couldn't comprehend. Then Priscilla turned toward the players and continued with her usual bright tone. Now then, let's distribute the rewards for the top 3 ranks. Keep in mind, only the player with the highest individual contribution will be eligible to receive them. At that very moment, a golden light enveloped Ryu, followed by a system notification materializing before his eyes. System message. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in your zone. You have achieved first place overall. Black Scythe is ranked first in both zone and overall rankings. Zone reward, high epic helmet selection voucher. Overall reward, special reward selection box. A faint smirk curved across Ryu's lips as he muttered under his breath, a high epic helmet, huh? Not bad. Another notification immediately appeared, listing the options available for selection. Choose one of the following high epic helmets. Angel's Ring. Minotaur's Bullhide Helm. Hermes' Feathered Helm. Ryu scanned through the choices thoughtfully before nodding to himself. The feathered helm seems like the best fit for me. Its stats are too tempting to pass up. When he selected the third option, the detailed item description materialized before him. Item information. Name, Hermes' Feathered Helm. Category, Helmet. Grade, Epic. Description, a helmet inspired by Hermes' legendary feathered cap. While not the original artifact, it allows the wearer to use invisibility at will. Defense, 180. Effect, Agility plus 10. Skill, Invisibility, usable. Durability, 1500/1500. Requirement, Expert rank or higher. The defining feature of Hermes' feathered helm was its invisibility ability, one of the most coveted skills among assassins. Normally, only those who reached level 20 in the assassin class could naturally obtain it. Yet this helm allowed anyone, regardless of class, to use it freely, without any reduction in potency. However, it wasn't without drawbacks. The invisibility granted by the helm did not silence movement or sound, meaning that footsteps, breathing, or weapon noise could still be detected by anyone using the perception skill, a common ability that sensed hidden presences. Additionally, the skill could only be sustained for 30 minutes, and once deactivated either voluntarily or by taking/inflicting damage, it would trigger a 30-minute cooldown before reuse. In short, the effect was powerful but situational. Despite its limits, Ryu knew the potential of this skill went far beyond stealth missions. The system confirmed. Skill acquired, invisibility. You can now use the skill invisibility for 30 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Ryu's eyes gleamed faintly with amusement. Perfect, he murmured. To others, invisibility was merely a trick of survival or ambush. But to Ryu Min, it was a key piece of a much larger plan. He already had a specific rune in mind, the Rune of Concealment, an artifact obtainable in the later rounds. If he could successfully fuse that rune with this helm's ability, it would create an unparalleled combination, a strategy so efficient that it could make him virtually untouchable. His plan was simple yet brilliant. Acquire the Rune of Concealment. Pair it with Hermes' feathered helm. Once done, the result would be a broken synergy, granting him near-perfect stealth, an ability that could turn the tides of any battle and make Black Scythe truly live up to his name. Afterward, another shimmering notification unfolded before Ryu. This time, the special reward selection box awaited his decision. System message. You may choose one of the following special rewards. Please touch the desired option. Material item selection ticket. 14,000 gold. Information about round 7. Ryu didn't even hesitate. His thoughts immediately dismissed the third option. Information about round 7? Pointless, he mused quietly. My greatest weapon isn't curiosity, it's the experience I've gained from living through 99 regressions. There's nothing that intel could tell me that I don't already know. That left him with two realistic choices. Between gold and rare materials, the answer was obvious. Gold can be earned anytime. But rare crafting materials, that's a different story. Without a moment's delay, Ryu selected option 1. A golden glow appeared in his inventory, and the material item selection ticket materialized in his possession. The moment he activated it, another list appeared before his eyes. Please choose one of the following materials. Broken ironwood branch. Bubbling elixir. Tough magic shell. Angelic golden powder. Ryu chuckled softly as he examined the options. To anyone else, these would be meaningless words. Without knowing their applications, this list might as well be gibberish. But for me, his eyes narrowed. The choice is crystal clear. Among these 4 items, one stood out, a material of god-tier rarity. He tapped the 4th option without hesitation. The system chimed again. Item acquired, angelic golden powder. Category, material. Description, a fine dust shed from an angel's radiant hair. And no, it's not dandruff. A faint grin tugged at Ryu's lips. Perfect. With this, I only need one more material before I can craft a god-tier item. But he knew there was no need to rush. That final material wouldn't appear until after round 8, so his excitement could wait. Moments later, the system displayed the final notice for everyone in the zone. Round 6 complete. Total survivors remaining, 860,295. Zone, CESKS 007 survivors, 505. All surviving players will return to their original bodies shortly. Round 7 will commence at midnight, July 1, 2023. Congratulations on surviving. As Ryu's vision blurred, his surroundings faded into white light, signaling his return to the real world. The moment the heavenly demon opened his eyes in reality, he heard knock at his door. As he opened the door, Sang Cheol was standing and burst into Heavenly Demon's room, breathing heavily. Heavenly Demon turned with mild surprise. Department head on? What's got you so worked up? You just returned. The bodyguard nodded rapidly, too excited to hide his grin. So? Heavenly Demon asked with a knowing smile. How much did you level up after tagging along with Black Scythe? Was it really the 6-hour non-stop hunt you mentioned before? Having received the same prophetic revelation earlier, Heavenly Demon already suspected that Ryu Min, Black Scythe, was special. Still, he waited for confirmation. How many levels did you gain that you came running here like this? The bodyguard practically blurted it out. From level 20 to level 34. Heavenly Demon's expression froze. 14 levels? Are you serious? Completely, the bodyguard said, his tone bubbling with disbelief even as he grinned ear to ear. It's insane how much I leveled up. I didn't think it was even possible. Heavenly Demon crossed his arms, processing what he'd just heard. 14 levels in 6 hours, that's absurd. How did that happen? Black Scythe did everything, the bodyguard admitted. He handled every single monster himself. We could barely keep up with his pace. Heavenly Demon nodded slowly. And in return, he took all the loot, right? Of course, the bodyguard said with a chuckle. But honestly, I don't regret it at all. I've never gained experience this fast before, it's completely worth it. Heavenly Demon leaned back, still impressed. I see. Even I didn't expect that much improvement. He smirked faintly. I never thought Director On would surpass me in level. The bodyguard tilted his head. Chairman, what's your current level? 29, Heavenly Demon replied calmly. The bodyguard went silent immediately, realizing that anything he said next could bruise the chairman's pride. He smiled awkwardly and decided to keep quiet. But Heavenly Demon, noticing the hesitation, chuckled under his breath. So even CO Aaron might have surpassed me now, huh? He smiled thinly, thinking, looks like I need to step up my game. Then, he turned serious again. Tell me something, Department Head On. Did Black Scythe really defeat the boss that fast? The rumors are saying it took him just a second. The bodyguard nodded firmly. It's true. He finished off the Minotaur in a single strike. Heavenly Demon's eyes widened slightly. 1 second? So that's why his team cleared their zone faster than anyone else. Exactly, the bodyguard replied. He used a skill I've never seen before. The moment he moved, it was like lightning, one flash, and the Minotaur's head was already on the ground. He paused, his expression filled with awe. Honestly, it didn't even look human. Heavenly Demon's lips curved into a faint, thoughtful smile. So that's the strength of Black Scythe? Heavenly Demon, who had always taken pride in his rank as one of the top 3 players in the world, couldn't mask his astonishment when he heard the full account. 1 skill, 1 second to kill the Minotaur, he muttered, his eyes widening slightly. That's unbelievable. His voice carried a mix of admiration and disbelief, but beneath it all, a trace of bitterness crept into his expression. As silence filled the room, he clenched his fist slightly and thought to himself, so this is the gap between me and the world's #1? Even though Heavenly Demon possessed powerful Dark Knight abilities that were among the strongest of his class, the reality in front of him was undeniable. Black Scythe, Ryu Min, was operating on an entirely different level. Will I ever reach that height? Even when I hit level 40, will I be able to stand before him with the same presence? The thought left a faint sting in his pride. For someone like him, who had never accepted being second best, the realization that his subordinates now surpassed him in level was difficult to swallow. His pride rebelled against the idea of falling behind, but that very feeling lit a spark within him. No, he decided firmly. Instead of wallowing in frustration, I should focus on catching up. I've been too complacent. It's time to push harder, to climb again. With newfound determination glinting in his eyes, Heavenly Demon broke the silence and turned to the bodyguard, who had been sitting quietly, aware that he might have unintentionally bruised the chairman's ego. I really should thank Black Scythe, Heavenly Demon said with a faint, self-deprecating chuckle. I've been getting lazy lately, but thanks to him, I've regained my motivation. Besides, he's the reason Director On and CO Aaron were able to level up so quickly. We owe him for that much. The bodyguard nodded cautiously. Then, should I find a way to express our gratitude personally? Heavenly Demon shook his head. No need. You already sacrificed valuable items for the sake of your experience. That's more than enough. Expressing gratitude is my responsibility, as your chairman. He leaned back slightly, his tone returning to its composed authority. Instead, let's reach out to the Prophet. We should find out when we can meet Black Scythe again. The bodyguard hesitated. Chairman, do you think the Prophet even survived the last round? Heavenly Demon smirked. Instead of wasting time wondering, we'll find out faster by confirming it ourselves. And if I'm not mistaken, contacting the Prophet falls under your division's duties, doesn't it? Realizing his oversight, the bodyguard bowed his head. You're right. I was being careless. I'll verify it immediately. Heavenly Demon's tone softened. No need to apologize. Just report back to me once you've confirmed. Oh, and one more thing, did you manage to pick up the skills I recommended last time? Yes, the bodyguard replied, straightening. As you advised, I've acquired both the tracking and erasing traces skills. A pleased grin crossed Heavenly Demon's face. Good. We'll be putting those to use soon. I've got some pests that need cleaning up, it's been a while since we've done fieldwork together. The bodyguard raised an eyebrow. You intend to start now? It's nearly dawn. It's fine, Heavenly Demon replied casually, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. No one will be harmed outside. Besides, what better time to relieve a little stress? The bodyguard nodded silently, though he could sense that his superior's mind was already plotting their next move. Elsewhere, No Pain No Gain lay awake, staring at the ceiling, his thoughts completely consumed by one person, Black Scythe. Even hours after the round's end, he couldn't shake the image of that single, devastating strike, the Minotaur's head rolling across the ground. The sheer power, precision, and calm dominance of it had seared itself into his mind. Black Scythe, he's not human. He's something else entirely. A strange mix of admiration and awe filled his chest, bordering on reverence. Someone like me can't even dream of being compared to him. He's like a god. He turned onto his side, frowning faintly. But then, how can I ever be of use to someone like that? He doesn't need help from anyone, not from me, not from anyone in this world. For a long moment, he felt hollow, useless even. But then, an image flickered in his mind, Min-Yuri. His eyes widened slightly. That's right, she was different, he whispered. Even Black Scythe relied on her buffs during combat. She had a contract with him. Min-Yuri, the mysterious woman who provided Ryu Min with continuous enhancements. So even a godlike man like him needs someone to assist him, no pain no gain realized, though the thought brought little comfort. His expression darkened again. My class isn't support type, he murmured. I can't buff, can't heal, can't enhance, so what can I even do for him? He chuckled bitterly, his gaze distant. Not in the game world, not even in reality. He doesn't need my strength. But then, another thought struck him, quiet, yet profound. What does a god truly need? His lips curled into a faint, almost reverent smile. Faithful followers. And as that unsettling conviction formed in his mind, somewhere else, Ryu Min stirred in his sleep, his expression twitching as a sudden chill ran down his spine. He shuddered, frowning in confusion. Why do I feel like something creepy is happening right now? He sat up, rubbing his arms as goosebumps ran along them. He couldn't explain it, but an unshakable feeling washed over him, like someone, somewhere, had just started worshipping him. Ryu's phone suddenly buzzed, the screen flashing with an international number. He picked up, and a familiar voice came through, breathless with relief. It's me, Russell Daniel. Is this Mr. Ryu? Ryu answered calmly, yes, this is Ryu. Russell practically burst with gratitude. Mr. Prophet. Thank you, seriously, you saved my life. Ryu raised an eyebrow. What happened? I'll tell you everything once I get there, Russell said quickly. Ryu blinked in surprise. You're coming to Korea? Yes. I already booked a flight. I hope this isn't a bad time, Mr. Ryu. Ryu Min thought, this never happened in previous timelines. But Ryu reassured him, not at all. I've been wanting to meet you anyway. I'll wait at the airport. The next day, Ryu stood by the arrival gate. Soon enough, Russell appeared, waving enthusiastically with a big grin. Mr. Ryu, he called out, hurrying over. Welcome to Korea, Russell, Ryu greeted, shaking his hand firmly. They strolled toward the parking area together. Ryu casually said, let's go. I'll drive. While cruising along, Ryu asked, anywhere special you want to check out? Russell thought for a moment. Honestly, I'd prefer someplace quiet. I want to talk properly. Ryu glanced at the time. Already lunchtime. Want to eat first? Absolutely. I've been dying to try real Korean food, Russell replied excitedly. In that case, Ryu said, turning the wheel, I'll take you to my favorite place. He led him to a serene Korean restaurant tucked inside the Heavenly Demons Hotel. Thanks to Ryu's earlier reservation, they were shown to a table right away. Russell looked around in amazement. This place feels unreal. Is it some kind of Korean-style retreat? Ryu shrugged with a small grin. Something like that. The courses began arriving, beautifully arranged dishes, each more elaborate than the last. Russell's eyes widened at every plate. This is unbelievable, he breathed. I've never had a spread like this in my life. Ryu laughed softly. Glad you like it. Don't hold back. It's my treat. Alarmed, Russell shook his head. No. Mr. Ryu, I can't keep letting you pay. Allow me this time. Ryu teased him lightly. You sure? This restaurant charges quite a bit. Russell puffed out his chest, the confidence of a wealthy man boosting him. How much could it possibly be? Relax about the bill. Instead, how about you fix one of my items again? Russell perked up instantly. Durability repair? Of course. Hand it over. He took the bead of eternity, restored it to perfect condition, and placed it back in Ryu's hand. Thanks, Ryu said. I'll cover the bill. Russell shifted awkwardly. I just feel like I still haven't repaid you properly. Ryu Min waved off Russell's worries with an easy tone. It's fine. But earlier, you mentioned something about almost dying. What exactly happened? Oh, that. Russell exhaled dramatically before recounting the incident. He explained how he followed Ryu's earlier suggestion and joined a party, hunted diligently for 6 hours straight, and eventually confronted the dungeon boss. The fight had gone sideways, forcing him into a desperate escape. If I hadn't leveled up beforehand like you told me to, he admitted, I honestly think I would have died. Ryu gave a satisfied smile. Glad my advice helped. Did you gain many levels? Russell lit up. I'm level 29 now. Hearing the number, Ryu mentally noted, he's already at the heavenly demon growth range, impressive. Russell, being a blacksmith, wasn't naturally built for combat. His real strength lay in fortifying equipment, boosting damage, and patching up gear mid-hunt. He was like a walking support buff for any team. But then Russell's mood dipped a little. Still, there are moments when I feel like I don't belong there. How can I call myself one of the top blacksmiths? It feels unreal. Ryu answered with steady assurance. If you put in the work, you can reach the top. And with me helping you, you can go even further. Russell laughed, half embarrassed, half energized. Just hearing that gives me courage. With a profit backing me, what could possibly scare me? Ryu nodded. Yeah. Did you buy shares in the company I mentioned? Of course. Russell replied proudly. I opened an account right away and put in over half of what you told me. Good choice, Ryu said. With that move, you won't need financial help from me anymore. But Russell's uncertainty crept back. Are you absolutely sure the company will perform well? Positive, Ryu said without hesitation. That's why I pushed you to invest. Russell tilted his head. So, what does the company actually do? Ryu stared at him. Hold on. You invested without checking? Russell scratched his cheek, sheepish. I trusted your predictions. If you said it would prosper, I figured it was safe. As they were finishing the last of their food, Ryu suggested, want to take a look at the company? It's pretty close. Yeah, let's go, Russell agreed. After paying the bill, they headed out and drove to the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon's office. When they arrived, Ryu gestured to the building. We're here. Russell stared at the signage, where the old Heavenly Demon Consulting board had been replaced with Player Place. Ryu noted silently, looks like the preparations are almost wrapped up. Being one of the top executives, Ryu practically ran the entire operation. Whether he showed up unannounced or not, no one would dare question him. So this, Russell said, pointing toward the structure, is where I put 70% of my fortune? I mean, your money, not mine. Ryu corrected him smoothly, it's yours. Use it however you want. Russell brightened immediately. Only a prophet would be that generous. You're practically an angel. His exaggerated foreigner-style praise made Ryu laugh. These days, calling someone an angel can sound more like an insult than flattery. Oh? I didn't mean those angels. Russell looked genuinely puzzled. Ryu continued, but with only 30% of your funds left, will you be all right? It'll be tight, Russell admitted, but I can make it work. I'll withdraw some cash later, Ryu said casually. £10,000 should help you stay comfortable, right? Russell responded almost instantly, absolutely. Ryu quirked an eyebrow. You're not even going to pretend to turn it down? Russell just grinned and chuckled awkwardly. He then lowered his voice. But, is it okay to walk into the company like this? Don't we need an appointment or something? It's fine, Ryu replied. I may not hold the official CEO title, but this place is practically mine. Russell froze mid-step, his eyes going wide. Hold on, the company you told me to invest in, this one right here? Ryu nodded casually. Yes. I'm the real owner. Russell's jaw practically hit the floor. And once Ryu shared the longer version, the chain of events leading up to the company's acquisition, Russell was left staring at him, utterly dumbstruck. You actually earned that much from the lottery? He asked, voice cracking in disbelief. Ryu gave an unbothered shrug. Enough to rival a Powerball jackpot. So you're basically the top shareholder, the actual boss of the whole place? That's correct, Ryu replied smoothly. And we're only getting started. We didn't just rebrand the company, we've completely restructured our direction. What we're planning next is on a much larger scale. Russell exhaled in awe. I knew it, a prophet turning into a billionaire overnight? It makes too much sense. Investing here was the smartest thing I've ever done. And technically, isn't this all your money? Ryu gave a warm, amused laugh as Russell shrank a little in embarrassment. Think of it as your own. Use it as you wish. With that, he guided Russell deeper into the building and toward his office. Come on, Ryu said. I'll explain what this company actually does. Russell waved the idea aside. Do we even need an explanation? If the prophet went all in, the results are guaranteed. Still, Ryu said firmly, you poured a significant amount of your funds into this place. You deserve to know what we're building. The type of business we're entering will excite anyone with even a passing interest in gaming. A sly glimmer ran through his eyes as he pushed open the office door. Inside, the workspace buzzed quietly. Familiar faces, former employees from Heavenly Demon Consulting, sat scattered around, working or whispering to one another. Several of them stared, wide-eyed, at Ryu and the foreigner trailing behind him. Ignoring the curious stares, Ryu walked ahead toward the executive room. Standing directly in front of the CEO's office was the bodyguard, firm, straight-backed, and immovable as a marble statue. Ryu slowed, puzzled. Why is he guarding the door like a palace soldier? Is someone inside? A client, maybe? Before he could speak, the bodyguard snapped to attention, his expression flickering with surprise. Major shareholder, Mr. Ryu Min. What brings you here today? Ryu offered a polite nod. Sorry for showing up without notice. I brought a foreign investor who'd like to see the company firsthand. The bodyguard's gaze slid toward Russell. His eyes narrowed slightly, clearly analyzing him, wondering if the young man was a player. Ryu asked, Is the CEO in right now? Yes, sir, the bodyguard answered. However, he is currently meeting with someone. A client? Ryu raised an eyebrow. The bodyguard merely stood there, solid as a mountain, not moving aside or offering any further clarification. Ryu narrowed his eyes internally. So he's been instructed not to admit anyone. Even me? The prophet himself gets stonewalled? Ridiculous, but considering this guy's personality, it adds up. If the CEO ordered him to jump off the roof, he'd probably salute and ask which direction. A flicker of curiosity passed through Ryu. Who could be visiting? To find out, he simply dipped into the bodyguard's thoughts. The moment the man's mind opened, a single clear line floated up. Terrible timing. Mr. Ryu walked in right when the CEO's fiancée showed up. Ryu's eyes widened slightly. His fiancée? That woman is here? Ryu Min lingered patiently in the hallway until the office door finally swung open. Heavenly Demon stepped out first, followed closely by a poised foreign woman. The moment Heavenly Demon spotted Ryu, his pupils tightened in surprise. Ah, Prophet Ryu Min, you're here? Without calling ahead, he stammered. Ryu's reply was calm but edged just enough to sting. So I'm only allowed in if I book a slot now? Heavenly Demon reacted with a strained laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. No, that's not what I meant. I must have phrased things poorly earlier. I apologize if it sounded restrictive. But Ryu, inwardly, wasn't buying any of it. What poor phrasing. He's clearly been treating me like some fragile ornament. Acts all respectful in public, but deep down he thinks I'm harmless. Not surprising, my job title doesn't exactly scream strength, and aside from foresight I don't look threatening. No wonder he always worries I'll die every round. Trying to ease the lingering awkwardness, Heavenly Demon added. You're one of the highest-ranking figures in this company. You're free to drop by whenever you want. We just usually schedule appointments, and since you came suddenly, I commented without thinking. Ryu let out a small, polite smile. Is that how it is? Nice save, Ryu thought privately. At least you're still within my control. His gaze then shifted toward the woman next to Heavenly Demon, a graceful foreigner with striking composure. So we finally meet, the world's only priest. Her name surfaced in his memory, Christine Craig. She wasn't just another support class user. She had survived all the way to round 15, an astonishing feat for her class. Ryu had already marked her as one of the select few he planned to escort to round 20. Priests were as essential as buffers, every one of their skills held tremendous value. And her level 60 ability, Resurrection, was unrivaled. The power to bring back the dead within 10 minutes changed everything. Even with restrictions, a second life tilted the odds of survival heavily. I didn't expect to run into her this early, Ryu thought. Originally, he planned to approach her slowly, using Heavenly Demon as a bridge. But things had shifted. This meeting wasn't supposed to occur at this stage. If Russell hadn't flown in seeking him, Ryu wouldn't have visited the company at all. He trusted Heavenly Demon to handle preparations anyway. But even with the timeline altered, Ryu knew this encounter was destined sooner or later. Whatever happens, I need to recruit Christine. She's essential. Ryu turned to Heavenly Demon and casually asked. By the way, who is she? Heavenly Demon paused, glancing awkwardly between them. Oh, she's my, friend. Christine Craig. Ryu almost laughed internally. Friend? Not even close. She's the fiancée he arranged a marriage with for a green card. Her family's wealthy too. And he tells me not to hide things from him? Yet here he is hiding his marriage plans. Hypocrite. Still wearing a friendly expression, Ryu stepped toward Christine and greeted her in flawless English. Nice to meet you, Christine. I'm Ryu Min, one of CEO Ma Kyung-rak's business partners. The effect was immediate. Heavenly Demon blinked, stunned. Ryu's pronunciation was so natural it could pass for a native speaker. Christine, equally startled, stared at him in open surprise, clearly not expecting such polished English from him. Christine extended her hand with a graceful smile, greeting him warmly. Pleasure to finally meet you, Ryu Min. I honestly had no clue CEO Ma was working with someone of your caliber. Ryu's lips curved into an easy smile. Oh? And here I thought CEO Ma would have mentioned that he had such a stunning fiancée. That single sentence jolted the heavenly demon like he'd stepped on an invisible Lego. He froze for a heartbeat, his thoughts spinning. Fiancé? Wait, did I ever say that? Did he somehow dig up that information? How does he always know everything? Realizing it would be foolish, no, downright dangerous, to play games with the prophet again, he quickly composed himself and accepted the truth of the situation. Clearly, pretending otherwise would only dig him a deeper grave. He cleared his throat and bowed his head slightly. I owe you an apology, prophet. I had no intention of hiding anything from you. Ryu lifted a hand reassuringly. No need to beat yourself up. I get it, introducing your fiancé can feel like a big step. Heavenly Demon nodded gratefully, only to flinch when Ryu added in a quietly disappointed tone. But I do wish you would have trusted me a bit more. That subtle hint of dismay stabbed him harder than any blade, and he mentally cursed himself. Great. Fantastic. Wonderful. Why did I think lying, or even omitting, was a good idea? Ticking off the prophet must be the dumbest thing I've done this week. Ryu's calm voice echoed behind her. One moment, Christine. Heavenly Demon and his bodyguard exchanged baffled looks, wondering what he intended to say. Christine mirrored their confusion. What is it? She asked cautiously. Ryu replied, it concerns the upcoming round. You'd be wise to stay alert. Ryu glanced at him knowingly. Mr. Ma, there's no reason to hide who I am. And wouldn't it be better if your fiancé knew what's waiting in the next round? Her safety matters too, doesn't it? He spoke in Korean deliberately, giving Heavenly Demon one last chance to choose how much to reveal. But truthfully, the choice had already been ripped from his hands. If he refused, he would look uncaring about Christine's survival, and also risk irritating the prophet even further. Neither option was appealing. He bowed his head. The prophet is right. If it concerns her well-being, keeping it secret wouldn't be right. Then he turned to Christine. Can we step inside for a moment? There's something important we need to discuss. Though initially bewildered, Christine could sense the weight in their voices and nodded, accepting his request. Just before they moved indoors, Ryu addressed Russell. Russell, stay out here for a bit. Respecting Ryu's wish without question, Russell and bodyguard remained at their post while the others headed inside. Ryu led the Heavenly Demon and Christine into the CEO's office, closing the door behind them. The room's polished interior amplified the tension. Christine, wearing a politely expectant expression, gestured lightly as if encouraging her fiancé to speak first. Heavenly Demon cleared his throat. Christine, earlier, I didn't properly introduce him. This man here is my business partner, the other CEO of our company. Mid-sentence, he turned his head toward Ryu, silently asking for permission to go further. Ryu gave him a calm nod, granting approval. Taking that as his cue, Heavenly Demon continued, voice steady but respectful. And in addition to that, he possesses a special class. He's a prophet, someone capable of reading the future. Christine blinked, her brows lifting in disbelief. A prophet? What exactly is that supposed to mean? Her tone carried genuine confusion. Seeing the skepticism written all over her face, Ryu stepped in. What the chairman told you is accurate, Ryu said evenly. My class allows me to perceive fragments of what's ahead. For example, I already know how the 7th round is structured and can give strategies for it. Christine's eyes narrowed slightly. You can see the future? That sounds a little unrealistic. Heavenly Demon immediately supported Ryu with an earnest nod. Everything he predicts has been correct. Not once has his guidance failed us. She looked at him in surprise. So you've been relying on him all this time? Yes, he admitted without hesitation. His insights have allowed us to prepare early for every round. Christine shifted her gaze to Ryu again. Then why, reveal this now? Why tell me of all people? Ryu folded his arms. Because I intend to give you information about the 7th round. Her reaction was instant, her mind jumped straight to the issue of compensation. Without expecting payment? Her response hinted at a background where nothing came free, her instincts almost automatically measured value. Ryu shook his head. I'm giving it to you with no strings attached. There's nothing you owe me. Christine looked unconvinced at first, but eventually she let out a slow exhale. If you're confident enough to share future predictions, I'm willing to hear them. Ryu tilted his head. You still don't believe it completely. Instead of continuing directly, Ryu gestured toward Heavenly Demon, letting him be the proof, he said, yes, Mr. Ryu's words never been wrong. Ryu's relayed the message. For the 7th round, you must not be deceived by temptation. Whatever you encounter, resist it. Burn that warning into your memory, never forget it. Christine waited, expecting more, and Heavenly Demon asked quietly, Prophet, is that everything? Ryu's expression darkened. That is the extent of what I can disclose. Saying more would put everyone at risk. The important part is simple, do not fall for temptation. Memorize it as though your life depends on it. A heavy pause followed before Ryu spoke again, his voice carrying a new weight. Actually, there's one more reason I asked to meet. Christine straightened, sensing the seriousness. When the 11th round comes, Ryu said, you'll be in danger. Your life may genuinely be in jeopardy. Christine stared at him, stunned. Me? I'll be in danger? Don't panic, Ryu replied. When things reach the worst point, a rope will appear to save you. As the private jet soared through the clouds, Christine sat silently, unable to shake the lingering confusion clouding her thoughts. She kept turning the entire meeting over in her head. Her fiancé's business partner, someone she assumed was a quiet, unassuming Asian man, turned out to be far more mysterious than she ever expected. Every revelation clung to her mind like damp fog. Was she troubled because Heavenly Demon had kept his partner's identity as a prophet hidden? Or was it the fact that for the entire 6 months of their engagement, he had hoarded every shred of information about the rounds, leaving her clueless? But even that wasn't what disturbed her the most. No, the real shock came from that ominous prophecy. A life-threatening crisis. In the 11th round. A rope descending to rescue her. She exhaled sharply, muttering under her breath. If my father had been there, that prophet would have been in serious trouble. And the pastor? He might have thrown holy water at him for being too dramatic. And yet? Someone is going to save me? Her mind drifted back to the exchange in the office. Ryu's voice echoed in her memory. A rope will come down to rescue you. She had asked him, what does that even mean? His reply had been maddeningly vague. It means someone will save you. And who is that supposed to be, she had demanded. Ryu had only shaken his head. That part, I cannot reveal. Now, thinking back, it felt even stranger. She rubbed her temples. You can't tell me who's coming? And I'm supposed to believe you're a real prophet? Who talks like that? Just as Christine was sinking deeper into her thoughts, an announcement crackled through the cabin speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be touching down at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in just a few minutes. The voice snapped her out of her daze. She blinked, lifted her head, and realized with surprise that the plane was already descending. Time had slipped past her without her noticing. After landing, she collected her luggage and stepped out through the arrival's gate, only to see a face she recognized immediately. Standing there with a polite smile was Jeffrey Bishop, the young deacon from her church. Christine, he greeted brightly, I hope your trip to Korea was pleasant. Oh, Mr. Bishop, she replied. I didn't expect you to come all the way here to pick me up. His smile widened. The pastor insisted. He said it wouldn't do to let you return without a proper welcome. Suppressing a quiet sigh, she followed him toward a sleek black van parked outside. The vehicle pulled away from the airport and began winding through Dallas, eventually heading toward the outskirts of the city. Their destination soon appeared, an immense church complex crowned with a towering sign that read Shining Wood Church. This wasn't just any church. It was the megachurch, home to over 100,000 members, a religious titan so influential that even the state's governor stepped lightly around it. They finally stopped beside the main building. Christine disembarked, her steps echoing faintly as Jeffrey led her down a quiet hall. He paused before a large office door and tapped twice. Father, he called, Christine has arrived. A deep voice answered, send her in. Jeffrey opened the door, and Christine stepped inside. Sitting at the massive desk was a man radiating authority, resolve, and the kind of stern presence that could cow most people with a single glance, her father, Nathan Watson. So, Nathan began without hesitation, you met your fiancé in Korea? Yes, she replied calmly. And he is your fiancé, correct? He's tidy, well-presented, she answered thoughtfully. And he seems like a decent man. Has he ever spoken to you disrespectfully? She shook her head. No. He's never been rude. Honestly, he doesn't seem like the type to mistreat me. He's courteous. A satisfied grin formed on Nathan's face. As he should be. My daughter deserves nothing less. Then he leaned forward. Has your relationship progressed at all? Christine lowered her gaze. We're not exactly at that point yet. Nathan's eyebrows shot up. 6 months, and you two aren't any closer? A wave of frustration washed over her, and her voice turned somber. How can we even call it dating? We're only pretending, going through the motions without real feelings. Her father didn't budge. Even so, bear with it a little longer. Osung Group is one of the most powerful conglomerates in Korea. A marriage into that family is a blessing in every way. I understand what you're saying, but, she stopped herself, swallowing her irritation. They had circled this argument so many times that even repeating it felt pointless. Nathan sensed her unspoken protest and cut in. You might not care for him now, but affection can grow. People can become closer than they ever expected, sometimes even inseparable. Christine gave a faint, weary smile. I don't know, overly tidy men bother me. People who look too perfect always seem like they're hiding something. Nathan dismissed her concerns immediately. Such thoughts are childish. You're a daughter of the faith, yet you still have much to learn. She stared at him. Because I'm your daughter, right? That remark left a brief, heavy silence hanging in the room. Nathan cleared his throat, eager to move on. Let's change the subject. What has your fiancé been doing lately? He's preparing a business project, she replied. A business project? Nathan scoffed lightly. Even in a world ruled by divine forces, people cling to earthly ambitions. Christine shot him a sideways look. You're not exactly free of earthly ambitions either, father. He puffed out his chest proudly. I am different. I am chosen by God. Her next question was quiet but piercing. Do you honestly believe all of this is truly God's will, and God's power? Before he could answer, a gentle glow blossomed from Christine's palm, a warm, comforting light that illuminated the room. It was a priest's basic skill, heal. Nathan's eyes widened, astonishment overtaking his stern expression. Ah, yes. My daughter truly carries the blessing of the angels. Christine let out a dry, almost playful smirk, whispering inwardly, grace of angels, yeah, right. She had tried countless times to explain to her father that the celestial beings weren't as benevolent as people assumed, but her warnings never managed to pierce his unwavering faith. Nathan, oblivious to her inner sarcasm, continued. Is your fiancé making proper use of his abilities these days? Yes, Christine replied. What level has he reached now? He just hit level 29. He's consistently in the top 2 or 3 in his region. Nathan let out a pleased chuckle. Surpassing Jeffrey's level already? Then he's not lacking in talent. Christine added, his preparations for the new business are progressing pretty smoothly. He wants to launch a kind of social marketplace for players. He mentioned it'll open in a few days. Nathan nodded approvingly. As expected from the heir of a conglomerate. He has a talent for spotting valuable opportunities. Did he come up with the idea himself? No, Christine replied. He has a partner. Someone who calls himself a prophet. Nathan blinked. A prophet? What do you mean? I can't recall his name, but that partner says he's a prophet-class player. Apparently he can see the future. He even shared what he claimed was information about the 7th round, though honestly, it sounds like nonsense. I'm not sure any of it is real. Nathan leaned back, considering this with an intrigued look. A friend with foresight? He murmured inwardly. Interesting. Then he spoke aloud. In times like these, nothing is more alluring than the ability to glimpse tomorrow. Why don't you try getting closer to this friend of his? Christine shook her head skeptically. I doubt it's worth anything. Even if he can supposedly predict things, there's no proof he's accurate. He mentioned I'd be in danger in the 11th round, but his prophecy was so vague it could apply to anyone. To Nathan, however, this sounded less like nonsense and more like an opportunity he absolutely could not afford to ignore. I want to meet this alleged prophet, he declared. You don't have to, she insisted. His predictions probably won't come true. It doesn't mean anything. Nathan narrowed his eyes. Are you sure Mr. Ma wasn't lying to you? I don't think so, she answered. He looked like he believed it himself. Maybe the prophet got lucky once? When someone gives predictions without specifics, it becomes easy to pretend they're right. Her father leaned forward. So, you don't believe in prophecies at all? No, she answered firmly. There's no reason I would ever be in danger. And she wasn't speaking blindly. Christine possessed the Rune of Life, an ability that granted her experience and stat bonuses whenever she healed the wounded or saved lives. Because of this, she leveled rapidly from the moment she awakened. Plus, as people began to recognize the tremendous value of a skilled priest, entire crowds of players, particularly tanks, gathered to protect her wherever she went. At this point, she traveled with dozens of human shields. Danger? Practically non-existent. Nathan still wasn't convinced. Don't become complacent. Even among those who follow you, someone could betray you. Christine dismissed the concern lightly. You don't need to worry. Don't forget, I'm the zone representative. Under my dominion, no one dares to disobey me. That's exactly why you must stay alert, he warned sternly. Power of that scale makes you a target. Prepare for anything. Yes, father, she replied, ending the topic. As Christine stepped out of the office, Nathan immediately called out. Jeffrey, Come in. The young deacon slipped inside. Yes, Pastor. My daughter's fiancé has a business partner who claims to be a prophet. He's been saying absurd things about Christine being in danger. Find out if there's any truth to his claims. Jeffrey placed a hand on his chest with zealous devotion. In the name of Jesus Christ, I will carry out your command. Once he left, Nathan's expression darkened. Whoever this fool is, he thought coldly, he's been filling my daughter's head with unnecessary fear. I need to know his intentions. And if his prophecy turns out to be fake, I'll personally make sure he sees what hell truly looks like. Ryu signed into the PCW chat under his alter ego, Lost Yark, entering the virtual conference room where their usual gatherings took place. He discovered he had shown up ahead of schedule. The place was quiet, empty, and honestly, kind of boring. Before the silence could swallow him whole, Yami popped online. Ah, welcome, Yami, Ryu greeted. Yami blinked in surprise. Lost Yark? You're early today. Ryu replied, had nothing better to do, perfectly mimicking Lost Yark's tone and speech pattern. Even the rhythm of his words was identical. He smirked to himself. I've already nailed Lost Yark's personality. Yami won't suspect a thing. Moments later, the chairman entered the chat. Oh, chairman. You're here, Yami said cheerfully. Ryu echoed, greetings, chairman. Good to see you both, the chairman responded, though his smile carried a lingering sadness. After all, only 2 executives besides him were left now. Well, he continued, shaking off the gloom, let's begin. Last time we agreed we'd pick new executives, correct, Lost Yark? Yes, Ryu replied promptly. Did we find any promising prospects among the applicants? We've narrowed it down to 30 candidates, Ryu said, sorted by their levels and the zones they specialize in. No member with name Black Scythe among them, I hope? That's right, Ryu assured him. If any had, I'd have reported it immediately. And what about other notable names? The chairman asked. Anyone using aliases like Heavenly Demon or Idiot Fools? Ryu shook his head. None. I checked thoroughly. In that case, the chairman said, we'll choose our new executives from those 30. Yami, I'll leave the interviews to you. Select 5 candidates, only from the ones who passed the assassination assessment. Understood, chairman, she said. Good. Moving on. His expression hardened. A member of the National Assembly has been stirring trouble again, criticizing players non-stop. Ryu nodded. Yes, I saw that in the news. Lee Songhyun, right? Exactly. Once our executive group is finalized, we'll decide how to handle him. He's trying to twist legal interpretation to suppress players, despite not being one himself. Ryu held back a laugh. A man who doesn't even play daring to act like the voice of players, what a joke. The meeting continued until every item on the agenda had been addressed. When it wrapped up, Ryu exited the chat and checked his phone. Player Place, their official marketplace, had exploded in activity. Thousands of players had started listing their gear and materials, desperation clearly driving the sudden flood. The market was overflowing with items, especially fusion materials and heaps of mana stones. Perfect timing, Ryu mused, grinning. With so many players pressed for cash, it was the ideal moment to scoop up mana stones in bulk, especially those needed to refine higher-tier stones, even the coveted top-grade ones. I need every ingredient required to craft the unique items I've planned, he murmured to himself. Unique gear could be forged in 3 main ways. Carving them out of monster parts, earning them as special quest rewards, or creating them through fusion, the most efficient route available. And thanks to having the fusion recipes etched solidly in his memory, Ryu had 0 difficulty performing them. Deerwood roots, dark steel ore, orc canine bones, troll vertebrae, Ryu tossed every rare ingredient imaginable into his digital cart. After reviewing the list, he muttered, with this haul, I should be able to forge at least 3 unique grade items, maybe more. Most materials were surprisingly cheap, hovering around 500,000 won or less, so he simply added the entire stock without hesitation. Without hesitation, he put in one massive order, every unique crafting material and every mana stone listed on Player Place, even those with known recipes valued over 2 million won. He bought the entire stock. All that's left now, he thought with a satisfied smile, is to wait for the delivery. 2 days later. When Ryu-1 stepped out of the apartment, trash bag swinging lazily from his hand, he froze. His jaw practically hit the floor. A mountain of sealed parcels towered in front of the door, stretching from the entrance to the railing. Ha! What kind of eldritch nonsense? Hyung! What is this? He yelped. Inside, Ryu-min heard the panicked shriek. Ryu-1 pointed at the cardboard Everest. Hyung, did you order all this? What did you do? Start an online store? Ryu-min stepped outside, surveying the absurd pile with a calm nod. They finally showed up. So it was you, his brother sputtered. Why does our hallway look like a courier warehouse? It's fine, Ryu said coolly. These are materials for players. Understanding dawned on Ryu-1. Oh, game stuff. That explains nothing, but okay. They cracked open box after box, slicing through tape like two overworked warehouse workers. Each package held exactly what Ryu had requested, a total of 105 deliveries, every item neatly arranged. Ryu clapped his hands. Perfect. Time to start crafting. First up, magic stone fusions. He gathered the mountain of mana stones he had purchased, plus his own stash, and began combining stones of identical colors over and over. With just 16 low-rank stones, he noted, you can transmute them into one top-tier stone. System notifications flooded his vision. Fusion complete. Created, highest grade red mana stone. Created, highest grade orange mana stone. Created, highest grade yellow mana stone. Created, highest grade purple mana stone. Soon he had 7 different highest grade stones, each one glowing with its own brilliant hue. Grinning, Ryu said, nice. Now to embed these bad boys. He slotted the stones into every piece of gear he owned. Weapons, helmet, armor, gloves, boots, necklace, rings, nothing was left untouched. More messages flared. Fusion successful. Damage plus 116% applied to Death Scythe. Strength plus 32 added to Hermes' feathered helm. Luck plus 32 granted to Wanderer's linen robe. All stats plus 6 attached to Ring of Resistance. Fully equipped, Ryu's stats leapt through the roof. Strength, 206. Intelligence, 284. Agility, 244. Luck, 2002. He exhaled sharply, thrilled. Beautiful. All my core stats are above 200, and that's without Slaughter Rune or any blessing buffs. Then a new alert materialized. You have equipped 7 highest grade magic stones of different colors. Rainbow effect buff activated. Another set of notifications. Rainbow effect, status ailment resistance increased by 50%. Ryu's eyes gleamed. Of all existing threats, abnormal status effects were the most troublesome to him. With this buff alone, half of that danger vanished. A flat 50% boost, that's insanely good, he said, practically glowing. Stack that with Java's necklace's 35%, the Ring of Resistance's 35%, and the base 15% resistance from the universal skill, that puts me at roughly 82.1% status protection. He chuckled proudly. This kind of power boost wasn't something just anyone could achieve. The rainbow effect only activated when a player wore 7 different top-grade stones. Lower grades didn't trigger a thing. Most players can't even craft mid-tier stones, he mused. Mana stone gain is too limited. I doubt anyone else has top-tier stones yet. After all, he had hoarded every single stone available. Sure, more stones would trickle into the market over time, and eventually players would try to buy and trade them, but by then, prices would explode. Even now, the cheapest stones cost more than 2 million won, Ryu said. And that's just the bottom-tier ones. Give it a little time and they'll hit 20 million easily. With rising scarcity, the value would only skyrocket. And for now? He alone stood at the top, fully geared, fully buffed, and absurdly ahead of everyone else. After finishing his magic stone upgrades, Ryu stretched his shoulders and said, well, time to move on to the next big step, unique item crafting. Creating unique grade items wasn't some mystical ceremony. The process was simple in theory. Take the base equipment you want to upgrade, toss it together with the correct auxiliary materials, and the system reforges it into a superior version. The catch? You weren't forging brand new gear, just amplifying what already existed. Ryu glanced at his stacks of ingredients, then shook his head. I've already gathered the necessary parts, but it's too early to waste them. Better to wait until I get higher tier equipment. Might as well upgrade something worthy. At that moment, he was sitting comfortably at level 54. Reaching 60 wasn't far away. And once he hit that milestone, his gear grade would jump to master, unlocking a new catalog of items inside the store. It'll be smarter to pick up master grade gear first, he muttered. Then I can upgrade those instead of my current stuff. He opened his inventory again and glanced over the newly purchased materials. Mid-scroll, his eyes widened. Hold on, wait, what is this? His incredulity made perfect sense. Right there on the screen was something he never expected to appear so early in the game's timeline. A material used for crafting legendary items. The listing glowed on the Player Place app. Item, fragment of immortal skin. Category, special material. Details, a torn scrap of flesh from a creature rumored to be the immortal. Price, 1 million won. Inquiries, allowed. Chat, allowed. Transaction method, in person only. Location, Suwon. Ryu leaned back, stunned. That's the stuff needed for a legendary class combination. He had ignored this material during his mass purchase spree for one very solid reason. No one should logically have access to legendary components this early. Not impossible, but practically unreachable. There's only one place where a piece of immortal skin could drop right now, Ryu thought. The boss of the 5th round, the High Orc. And that wasn't a foe anyone could casually defeat. The High Orc was notorious for being stronger than even the boss of the 6th round, the Minotaur. The idea that someone already defeated it was ridiculous. Could someone actually have beaten that monster and gotten this as a drop, he wondered. Luck might have helped, but luck alone isn't enough. You'd need enormous skill. He ran through the list of possible candidates. And then one name floated to the top of his mind. It can't be him, can it? A certain individual came to mind, someone who might be strong enough, might have the rune of drop, and might use this item as bait. In-person pickup only, Ryu mused. If that's the case, I should message them and confirm. Before clicking the purchase button, he opened the chat window. Chat log. Ryu, hello, are you the one selling the immortal skin fragment? Seller, yes, that's me. Ryu, you listed it at 1,000,001, and you said inquiries are allowed, right? Seller, normally, no, but I'll make an exception this time. What are you thinking? Ryu, how about 900,000? Seller, that's a bit tight, but fine. It's not a big. Ryu, oh, wait. I misspoke. Could you reduce it by 100,000? So, 800,000. Seller, are you messing with me? Ryu, why? The price isn't fixed. And honestly, I'm not even sure this item is useful. Seller, then why are you trying to buy something you don't understand? Ryu, I want to experiment. That's what everyone buys materials for. But my wallet is crying, so, discount? Ryu, hello? Ryu, hello? Ryu, you there? Seller, fine. 800,000. Cash only. Can you come to Suwon? Ryu, of course. Seller, come to this address. The moment the location popped up, Ryu's lips curled into a knowing grin. So it is the guy I suspected. Even with a 200,001 discount, the seller was still willing to go through with the deal, clear evidence this was bait meant to lure in victims. A little early for us to meet, Ryu thought, pulling on his coat, but if I don't intervene now, more people are going to fall for this trap. Plus, he still needed that legendary material. At the very same moment, Ju Songtak, the seller who had been chatting with Ryu, leaned back and burst out laughing. What the hell is wrong with this guy, he scoffed. He actually had the nerve to demand a 20% discount on an item I listed for 1,000,001. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it felt. This wasn't some random trinket. It was a drop obtained only after defeating the 5th round boss, the High Orc. Sungtake's expression darkened as memories surfaced. That monster nearly sent me to the afterlife, he muttered. Who would have guessed the High Orc was that insanely strong? He had survived by a razor-thin margin, barely clinging to life. And now some nobody was trying to swallow the fruits of that nightmare for a measly 800,001? His jaw tightened. So you really want to die that badly, huh? A twisted grin spread across his face. When has any meeting of mine ever ended peacefully? Truthfully, he had intended to kill the buyer regardless. But this one? This one irritated him. If we do meet, he growled under his breath, you won't be getting a gentle ending, you little rat. Just then, a faint, ragged wheeze echoed from below him. Please, spare me. Sungtaek froze, then looked down. The man lying at his feet was drenched in blood, barely breathing. Suktaek let out a laugh. Wow, impressive acting. What's this? You're still alive? The man trembled. Please, save me. Sungtaek's eyes narrowed. Save me? That's a little too casual, don't you think? In one smooth motion, his dagger flashed. The blade pierced straight through the man's throat. Blood sprayed. The wheezing stopped. Suktaek clicked his tongue. You scared the hell out of me, you idiot. Saying nonsense like that. He wiped the blade clean, unfazed. And anyway, he added coldly, that buyer is already dead the moment he steps in here. This wasn't empty bravado. If the buyer truly showed up, Suktaek would kill them without hesitation. After all, the item had never been for sale. It was bait. Why go this far? Sungtaek answered himself with a grin so warped it looked carved onto his face. Because it was fun. Or rather, because life had always been unbearably dull. As a child, nothing interested him. Sports bored him. Games bored him. Watching other kids play only made time crawl. In middle school, he decided to study, thinking effort might spark excitement. He ranked first in every exam. Then studying became boring too. When he stopped trying, his grades dropped. His parents scolded him relentlessly. Those were the good days, he recalled fondly. With that same smile, he had killed them. He was young. The law couldn't touch him. And he didn't stop there. One by one, people disappeared. No witnesses. No evidence. Then the angels descended. The otherworldly game began. Finally, something interesting. He thrived in it. He even acquired the rune of drop, showering him with rare and absurdly powerful items. He awakened as a shaman, a class perfectly suited to cruelty. Round 4 had been his favorite. Not monsters but players. Pure chaos and pure slaughter. He wanted more rounds. More collapse. More screams. Sung-taek gazed down at the corpse again, eyes glinting. What if I stuff this body into the trash container near the alley, he mused. And when the buyer arrives? I detonate it using corpse explosion. He turned away from the body, laughter bubbling out of him. Hurry up and come already, he muttered gleefully. I've prepared a present just for you. Footsteps echoed. Slow, come. One person stepped into the narrow alley where the trap had been meticulously prepared. It was Ryu. Disguised as Hwang Young-min. A crooked grin slowly crept across Ju Sung-tak's face. Everything was going exactly as he'd imagined. The plan was simple, elegant, and deliciously cruel. The moment the target stepped within 10 paces, he would trigger the corpse hidden inside the trash bin. The explosion would tear through the alley, shattering bone and nerves alike. While the victim writhed in agony, Sung-tak would calmly cast Curse of Terror, forcing him to collapse to his knees, trembling in pure fear. After that? A clean slice across the throat. Quick. Efficient. Boringly effective. But Sung-tak chuckled to himself. No, I won't finish it that fast. Crossing him came with a price, and he intended to collect every last coin, with interest. With those thoughts bubbling inside his skull, Sung-tak remained motionless in the alley, eyes glued to the approaching figure. Yes, just a little closer, he muttered excitedly. 5 more steps. Unaware of the deadly setup waiting for him, Ryu continued forward at a steady pace. The distance between them shrank rapidly. Sung-tak silently counted. 4 steps. 3. 2. Just one more. And then. Ryu stopped. Right at the edge. Not a single step further. Sung-tak's face twisted as if he'd bitten into a lemon soaked in betrayal. What the hell, he thought furiously. Why stop now of all times? The distance between them was just enough to speak comfortably, but just outside the blast radius. Ryu didn't move. Instead, he raised his voice. Hey, are you the seller? Sung-tak forced a smile. Yeah, that's me. Ryu tilted his head. Then what are you doing standing all the way over there? Aren't we here to trade? Ryu even gestured, motioning him closer. Sung-tak nearly lost his mind. Damn it, he cursed internally. One more step and you're done. But he couldn't move. If he stepped closer, he'd be caught in the explosion too. Corpse explosion didn't discriminate. Friend, foe, idiot, everyone burned the same. He clenched his teeth. I could drop the explosion and just walk up, he reasoned. Cast Curse of Terror directly. But the thought made him grimace. Too plain. Too boring. That wasn't the masterpiece he'd envisioned. Ryu called out again. So? Are you coming or what? Sung-tak hesitated, then cleared his throat. Could you come over here instead? He said awkwardly. I've got a leg injury. Even to his own ears, it sounded painfully fake. But there was no other option. Just one step closer. That's all he needed. Unfortunately, the buyer might as well have been glued to the pavement. Instead of approaching, Ryu crossed his arms and frowned deeply. Oi, he snapped. You think you're the only one with leg pain? Mine hurts way worse after coming all the way out here. Sung-tak stiffened. I have a disability, he said hastily. That's why moving is difficult. Ryu squinted at him. A disability? Both your legs look perfectly fine to me. The buyer still showed zero intention of closing the distance. Sung-tak's irritation skyrocketed. That bastard, he thought angrily. Does he have any idea what's going on? No. Impossible. Who in their right mind would suspect a bomb inside a clothing donation bin? Then why wouldn't he just take that final step? Ryu suddenly raised his voice, annoyance dripping from every word. You jerk. Do you even want to make this deal or not? Sung-tak blinked. What are you talking about? Ryu pointed accusingly. You keep hesitating. That means it's obvious, you're trying to lure me in and rob me, right? That's why you keep insisting I come closer. His tone sharpened. Isn't that right, you scumbag? The accusation hit like a slap. Sung-tak was momentarily stunned. When was the last time someone talked to me like that, he wondered, stunned by the audacity. His pulse thumped louder. Calm down, he told himself. Don't let this idiot throw you off. Still, he had to fix this misunderstanding. After all, just one step forward, and everything would finally be over. For a split second, Song-tak was certain of one thing. He could force this guy to his knees whenever he wanted. Trying to keep his temper in check, he spoke aloud, "You've got it all wrong. This isn't what you think." Ryu immediately snapped back, "Not what I think, you bastard?" Song-tak frowned. "Watch your mouth." Ryu scoffed. "Rude or not, you're still trash. Do you really expect me to be polite to someone trying to bait me with a fake deal and mug me?" "I never lied," Song-tak shot back, genuinely irritated. Feeling wronged, he opened his inventory and pulled out the very item he had listed, the fragment of immortal skin. The moment the item appeared, Ryu's aggressive posture loosened. "Ha," Ryu muttered. "You actually have it." Inside, Song-tak finally breathed out in relief. "Good. Now I've got him. With this," he thought, "I can finally get him to step closer." Yet something felt off. Just moments ago, the buyer had been spewing insults like a machine gun. Now he was smiling, way too pleasantly. Why is he grinning like that? Before Song-tak could process the unease crawling up his spine, a sudden rush of air brushed past him. Then, nothing. No sensation in his arm. A heartbeat later, his arm, the one holding the material, fell to the ground and landed right beneath his foot. The pain hit a moment late. Arg! The scream tore out of him as the delayed agony surged through his body. His mind scrambled to make sense of what had just happened. When did he get this close? He thought wildly. There was distance. I'm sure there was. He turned his head. There stood someone holding a weapon. He snapped his gaze back. The smiling Ryu was still right there. His throat tightened. Words barely escaped his mouth. There are two of you?" Ryu replied calmly, "Nope. Just one." Confused and horrified, Song-tak looked again, and the figure he'd seen earlier vanished in the blink of an eye. Only the armed man remained. It felt unreal. Like watching a ghost disappear. In truth, Ryu had used a clone to steal his attention, but Song-tak had no way of knowing that. What just happened?" Song-tak croaked. Ryu tilted his head. "Do I really need to explain that too?" With a casual motion that felt downright insulting, Ryu picked up the fragment of immortal skin from the ground and slipped it into his inventory as if it had always belonged to him. Song-tak stood frozen, his brain refusing to catch up. This damn bastard." Snapping back to himself, he finally shouted and activated Curse of Terror. It was the very first skill shamans learned upon advancement, a fear curse that made enemies collapse in terror. He had subdued countless players with it. Once cast, no one had ever resisted. But this time, a system message flashed before his eyes. Opponent resisted fear. Curse of Terror failed. Song-tak's eyes widened. Failed? He stared at the message, stunned. In all 6 rounds he had survived, he had never seen those words even once. Ryu smirked. "Don't look so shocked. With an 18% success rate, it failing most of the time is pretty normal." Song-tak barely managed to gasp. What are you?" He never got his answer. A fist slammed into his chin. His vision spun as his body nearly slipped into a near-death state. Then suddenly, warmth spread through him. The pain vanished. His broken body knit itself back together. Internal damage, external wounds, gone. What did you do?" he stammered. Ryu replied flatly, "I healed you. I wasn't done hitting you yet." Another punch landed. Before Song-tak could even turn his head, a second blow smashed into his face. 1-2. His legs gave out. He staggered backward and collapsed onto the ground. His consciousness wavered, fading in and out, but strangely, the pain was gone. And that terrified him more than anything else. Song-tak came back to his senses yet again. This bastard, he thought, teeth clenched. He had no idea how things had spiraled to this point. Despite being armed, despite having skills meant to dominate other players, he was getting beaten senseless, over and over, by Ryu's bare fists alone. Every punch landed with ruthless precision. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. If only I could use Curse of Terror again. The cooldown was 1 full minute. He spat blood and muttered under his breath, "Just 1 more minute, just 1 damn minute." Time felt unbearably slow, each second stretching like torture. But no matter how long something seemed to last, it always ended eventually. And for Song-tak, that moment finally came. A system message appeared before his eyes. Cooldown for Curse of Terror has ended. His lips twisted into a feral grin. "You're done now, you bastard," he roared. But before he could activate the skill, a blinding surge of pain exploded through his eyes. His vision went white, his balance shattered, and he staggered back, completely disoriented. Ryu's voice cut through the chaos, cold and venomous. The parents who brought a filthy piece of trash like you into this world must be crying tears of blood in the afterlife, Ryu said. Just like you are now. Song-tak screamed in rage. You son of a... How dare you toy with me? The next moment, Ryu's kick sent him flying across the alley. As he crashed to the ground, Song-tak's thoughts raced. Did he intentionally go for my eyes during the cooldown? No. That's impossible. Could he really know that eye contact was required to use Curse of Terror? No. There's no way, he convinced himself. It had to be a coincidence. A lucky hit. Still, the pain was unbearable. It hurts, damn it, it hurts, he howled inwardly. What am I supposed to do now? Is there really no way to kill this monster? Then, a single thought surfaced. His breathing slowed. I still have one more skill. A twisted smile crept across his face. That bastard underestimated me, he thought. Even if I die, I'll take him with me. Without hesitation, Song-tak activated his final trump card. Corpse explosion. Die, you son of a... The alley shook violently as a massive blast erupted, tearing through the narrow space. People from nearby buildings came running, drawn by the deafening noise and the cloud of dust that billowed into the air. Whispers spread quickly as they took in the scene, shattered pavement, scorched walls, and debris scattered everywhere. No one could quite understand what had happened, only that something violent and unnatural had occurred. As officers rushed in to secure the area, yellow tape went up, pushing civilians back while investigators stared at the destruction with grim expressions. From that elevated vantage point, the entire scene unfolded beneath him like a distant play. Ryu watched the crowd gather, the police swarm the alley, and the confusion ripple through everyone present. He barely managed to escape, diving into a nearby house just before the explosion swallowed the area. Phew, Ryu muttered, catching his breath. I almost got killed by that lunatic. He glanced back toward the corner. Song-tak lay unconscious in the corner, his body sprawled. You're insane, Ryu said with a sigh. You can't even see straight, yet you're using corpse explosion. If not for Ryu's ability to read thoughts, both of them would have been reduced to shredded flesh. No doubt about it, Ryu continued internally. He's scum who deserves to die 100 times over. But there's still a way to make use of him. The rune he possessed, the rune of item drops, was far too valuable to ignore. Song-tak's in-game nickname was Stupid Idiot, ranking alongside Ma Kyungrak, better known as the Heavenly Demon, who had secured second and third place in the previous zone rankings. Of course, working with a serial killer was a serious problem. I don't plan on dragging him all the way to round 20, Ryu thought. But I can use him to help clear bosses before that. The drop rune did exactly what its name implied, it massively increased item drop rates. Against boss-level monsters, it multiplied the chance of special drops by 10. A 10% drop rate became a guaranteed 100%. That was how Song-tak had managed to obtain legendary materials from the High Orc in the first place. If I used that rune properly, Ryu mused, it could be extremely useful. After all, Song-tak had already started selling legendary materials on the player marketplace. With his abilities, there was no doubt he'd acquire even more valuable items in the future. The problem was his nature. Leaving a serial killer unchecked was unacceptable. He could harm innocent people at any moment. That thought made Ryu's lips curl into a chilling smile. Still, he said quietly, that doesn't mean there isn't a solution. Ryu didn't hesitate. With cold precision, he removed one of Ju's legs. After that, even with Ju left with only a single arm and one remaining leg, Ryu calmly administered first aid. His movements were efficient, almost clinical, as if this were routine work rather than the aftermath of a brutal confrontation. Once he was done, Ryu muttered to himself, I treated his eyes properly. When he wakes up, his vision should be fine. Ju was now missing an arm and a leg. Ryu straightened up and continued, more to himself than anyone else, by crippling his real body, he won't be able to go around murdering people so easily anymore. His gaze hardened. What I need is his body in the other world. As long as that avatar can still move, gather items, and fight, this works. Even if Ju Song-tak was reduced to a disabled man in reality, his in-game body would remain completely intact. That was the key. Ryu smirked faintly. He'll probably try to get revenge when he wakes up, sure. But that won't be a problem. The face Ju had seen wasn't even his. The appearance Ryu had shown belonged to the already dead Hwang Young-min. With that thought, Ryu felt a rare sense of ease. Good. I can leave without worrying now. Time passed. Ju's eyelids trembled, then slowly opened. Consciousness seeped back into him bit by bit. At first, everything was a blur, a hazy fog that made no sense. Then, gradually, his vision sharpened. He groaned quietly. What the hell? For a moment, he wondered if everything that happened had been a dream. A nightmare, too vivid, too real. In it, he had tried to murder a buyer, only to be completely overwhelmed, beaten senseless by someone immune to his fear skills. The terror of facing an enemy who didn't flinch at curse of terror still clung to his chest. "Doesn't matter," he muttered. "It was just a dream, right?" He shook his head hard, trying to chase away the lingering dread. Then he looked around. The room felt familiar. Too familiar. Where am I? His heart skipped a beat as realization struck. He was inside the second-floor building he had prepared in advance as an escape route. So it wasn't a dream. A chill ran down his spine. He tried to push himself up, placing his hand against the floor, and froze. Huh? His arm wasn't there. Where's my arm? Memories flooded back all at once. The buyer. The blade. The pain. That bastard cut off my arm. And then he noticed something worse. A lot worse. Oh shit, my leg. The scream tore out of him before he could stop it. Confusion, rage, fear, and an overwhelming sense of emptiness crashed into him all at once. He did this to me. I'll kill him. I swear I'll kill him. That was when his gaze fell on something unexpected. A neatly folded piece of paper lay on the floor nearby. Breathing heavily, Ju reached out and unfolded it. His eyes scanned the dense handwriting covering the page. Your name is Ju Song-tak, right? I checked your ID. Your address is written on the back. Do you really think losing your leg is my fault? That's on you, you bastard. Why did you hide a bomb inside a clothing collection bin? Were you trying to kill me with it? Honestly, I was furious enough to kill you. But since you're missing both an arm and a leg now, I decided to let you live. Who in the world attacks someone who tried to rob them, then even gives them medical treatment? Consider yourself lucky. Live properly instead of robbing people. I know your name and your address. Don't cause trouble for no reason. If you do, you'll really die next time. Ju's hands trembled as he finished reading. What? His mind reeled. My leg, this happened because of the corpse explosion? A wave of helplessness crashed over him, crushing his anger beneath its weight. For the first time in his life, Ju Sung-tak felt something unfamiliar, powerless. Realizing he had been caught by his own scheme left a bitter taste in Ju Sung-tak's mouth. The irony gnawed at him. Still, another thought crept in, sharp and suspicious. Does that guy seriously walk around with pen and paper? He muttered. Something felt off. Panic flared as he hurriedly searched his pockets. His heart sank. My wallet. It was gone. His face twisted in fury. Damn it. All my savings were in there. Up to 300,000 won in cash, vanished. The hypocrisy burned even worse. That bastard dares to lecture me about living a decent life while robbing me blind? What a joke. Even if he admitted, deep down, that losing his leg was the result of his own corpse explosion, there was no denying one thing: the buyer had taken his arm. That alone was reason enough to hate him. Arm gone. Leg gone. Item stolen. Wallet emptied. How was he supposed to let that go? Damn it, damn it. Ju roared, his voice echoing through the hollow building. I'll kill him. I swear I'll kill him, even if it costs me my life. Not long after, before the 7th round began, Ryu and Minjuri sat together at a Korean restaurant. Ryu took a bite, then asked casually, "Isn't the food here amazing?" Minjuri nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah. Honestly, it's the best I've had." Ryu smiled. "Glad you like it. Let's come here again." "Again?" Minjuri repeated, her tone thoughtful. Ryu hadn't meant anything special by it, but her expression shifted as if she'd read deeper meaning into his words. Catching that, he quickly clarified, "I mean, occasionally. Not all the time." "Oh," she said, her shoulders dropping just a little. "I see." After a brief pause, she looked at him again. "By the way, Min, you've been really busy lately, haven't you? Every time we talk, you say we'll meet later." Ryu waved it off lightly. "Yeah, just some stuff." He didn't elaborate. Between weekend PCW meetings, player place responsibilities as a top executive, and the constant need to stay alert, his schedule had been packed. Even now, he could feel eyes on him. He already knew who they belonged to. Jeffrey Bishop. Level 28 assassin. And the one pulling the strings behind him. Nathan Craig. Christine's father. At first, Ryu hadn't noticed anything strange. The person tailing him was using an invisibility skill, after all. But after several days of the same faint pressure brushing against his senses, he finally caught on. Activating his perception skill made everything clear. Someone had been shadowing him for a while now. They don't have perception, Ryu concluded calmly. If they did, he would never have been able to sense them in the first place. Anyone aware that invisibility could be pierced by perception would have kept their distance. The fact that the follower stayed so close told him everything he needed to know. Ryu started following him instead, and when Jeffrey undid his invisibility skill, Ryu read his mind. Reading his thoughts confirmed it. There was no murderous intent, no plan for an ambush, no grand scheme unfolding in the shadows. He was simply observing him. Collecting information. So Christine must have told her father about me, Ryu thought. That explains why Nathan is uneasy. It made sense. If someone suddenly told you that your daughter would be in danger during the 11th round, you wouldn't just brush it off. Even Ryu admitted to himself that, in Nathan's position, he would have gone straight to the so-called prophet to confirm the truth. Well, Ryu shrugged inwardly, as long as they don't make a move, there's no need to react. Let them follow him. To them, he would look like nothing more than an ordinary executive, commuting between home and office, attending the occasional PCW meeting on weekends. Since he was aware of the tale, there was little risk of being exposed. Lost in thought, he was pulled back to the present when Minjuri spoke up. Min, about what you told me regarding the 7th round, she said hesitantly. Ryu looked at her. What about it? She tilted her head. That's really all? I just need to remember those words. He nodded. Yeah, that's everything. Internally, he reaffirmed his decision. Giving any more details would only make things worse. If he revealed the quest itself, they'd be disqualified from the round entirely. And that wasn't what he wanted. I need at least 5 people to reach the final round, he reminded himself. But only those who deserve to make it. Turning back to Minjuri, Ryu smiled. Jury. Yeah, she replied. Let's survive all the way to the final round. The words caught her off guard. Still, after a brief pause, she smiled shyly and nodded. Yeah. At midnight, in July 2022, the 7th round officially began. The moment the 7th round commenced, all the players were summoned to a vast meadow. The area quickly filled with noise as people gathered, glancing around uneasily, whispering among themselves. Tension hung thick in the air. Then Priscilla appeared. Floating gently above them, she wore a bright, cheerful smile as if this were some friendly reunion. Hello, everyone, she said warmly. Have you all been doing well during the past month? No one answered. In a game where people died every single round, where survival came at the cost of others' lives, there was no way the players could feel even the slightest goodwill toward an angel. Their silence was heavy, almost hostile. Unbothered, Priscilla continued. There are 434 survivors this time, correct? She gestured around lightly. As you can see, the number of humans is too small for the game to function properly. Because of that, we'll be proceeding with area integration once again. Starting now. The instant her words ended, the ground trembled violently. The meadow warped and shifted, land folding and merging as if enormous puzzle pieces were snapping together with flawless precision. After the shaking subsided, Priscilla spoke again. 10 areas have been integrated. The total number of participants is now 4,992. The newly unified zone is designated as C2ESKA003. She smiled reassuringly. And since you're all Koreans, there's no need to stay on edge. At her explanation, the players exchanged brief glances and nodded. The tone was friendly enough, on the surface, at least. Then Priscilla's smile twisted. Now, she said, eyes gleaming, before we officially begin the round, we need to select area representatives once again. A wave of grim expressions spread through the crowd. Those who understood what that meant knew one thing for certain: representatives would have to kill each other. Everyone frowned. Everyone except Ryu. So it's a representative selection match again, he thought calmly. And this time, I absolutely have to win. Unlike most players, Ryu actually wanted to become an area representative. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. The reward was simply too valuable. The authority granted to an area representative allowed the use of a special power, dominance. Dominance was a temporary ability that let the user enforce commands upon other players. However, it came with strict limitations. It could only be used 10 times, applied solely to other players, and, most importantly, it normally functioned only in the other world. In the real world, dominance didn't even appear on the status screen. It existed only in the skill window while holding the title of area representative. Once the player returned to reality, the authority vanished completely. But this time was different. As a reward for winning the representative selection tournament, the victor would be granted a single use of dominance in the real world. Just once. That single use was an opportunity Ryu could never let slip away. Still, his focus didn't stop there. This round also offers a rune as a subquest reward, he reminded himself. I need it. Currently, among the PCW executives, only Yami was a problem for him. To counter Yami's abilities, obtaining that rune was essential. On top of that, it was classified as one of the 18 crucial runes, items no serious contender could ignore. In this round, Ryu concluded firmly, there are 2 rewards I must secure: the unified representative title and the subquest rune. No matter the cost, I'm taking both. Meanwhile, Priscilla gracefully floated back toward the gathering of angels. It's time for us to choose our representative, she announced. The 10 angels of the newly unified zone exchanged polite greetings. They were meant to appoint a guide, someone to oversee and manage this domain. Yet none of them looked particularly eager. One angel spoke up. Is anyone willing to volunteer for the role? Another scoffed immediately. What a ridiculous question. Who would willingly burden themselves with that responsibility? A third angel suddenly changed the topic. By the way, Priscilla, I heard you had quite an interesting experience with Oliver last time. Yes, another chimed in. Wasn't it a king's game? Priscilla nodded. Indeed. If a human from the designated area wins, they can declare themselves king. Why don't we try that again this time? One angel suggested. That actually sounds fun, another agreed. Hearing their agreement, Priscilla couldn't help but feel pleased. After all, her assigned zone contained the strongest human of all, Black Scythe. This is my chance, she thought, excitement rising. I can finally claim the throne. Aloud, she said. For the representative selection, we'll go with the simplest option, a deathmatch. Wait. An angel interrupted sharply. That won't work. Your zone has Black Scythe. Another angel sighed. Yes, we all know. Everyone's heard it by now. He's the only human who surpassed level 50, right? If we do a deathmatch, someone else added, Priscilla would become king without question. That would be completely unfair. Priscilla's heart sank. She had secretly been hoping this would be her moment. So what do you suggest? She asked, masking her disappointment. A different angel spoke up. A strength-based game is pointless with Black Scythe involved. Instead, how about making it a race? The first human to complete the 7th round wins. Oh, one angel said thoughtfully. That does sound reasonable. Besides, another added, the 7th round isn't about physical strength anyway. One by one, the angels nodded, quickly reaching a consensus. Everyone agreed. Everyone except Priscilla. Someone turned to her. Priscilla, what do you think? After a brief pause, she sighed. It seems fair. She had her reservations, but there was no solid argument she could use to oppose them. The 7th round truly wasn't based on raw power. As the decision was finalized, doubt crept into her thoughts. Damn it, she muttered inwardly. I really thought I could seize the throne this time. After deliberation among the angels, we've decided on the method for selecting the unified representative, she announced. This time, it will not be a death match. A collective sigh escaped the area representatives almost instantly. Oh, thank goodness, someone muttered. They all knew it. Facing Black Scythe in direct combat would have been hopeless from the start. Unlike the previous round, Priscilla continued, the area representative who completes the 7th round quest first will become the unified representative. The mood shifted immediately. One of the representatives brightened and spoke up, unable to hide their excitement. So whoever finishes the quest first becomes the representative? That means I actually have a chance? They didn't know what the quest was yet, but anything sounded better than being forced into a fight they couldn't win. There's more, Priscilla added. As an additional incentive, the unified representative will receive one secret reward. She paused deliberately. This reward will only be revealed to the human who earns the title. She called it a secret, but Ryu already knew exactly what that reward was. All right, Priscilla said. Let's announce the 7th round quest. A quest window materialized in the air, glowing faintly. Every player stared at it, eyes sharp with anticipation. Round 7. The quest details, however, were completely obscured, nothing but question marks. Specific area, C2ESKA003. Participants, 4,922. Achievers, 2,461. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Angel, one player asked cautiously, is there some kind of system error? The quest details are hidden. Priscilla shook her head. It's not an error. The 7th round quest is classified as a hidden quest. Despite her calm explanation, the players looked more unsettled than reassured. Then how are we supposed to complete it if we don't even know what it is? Someone demanded. There will be no further explanation, Priscilla replied flatly. That's all. With that, she vanished. The other angels disappeared alongside her, leaving the players behind. They stood there, staring at the empty sky, looking like abandoned stray dogs. One person scoffed bitterly. So what now? We're just supposed to figure it out ourselves? They really don't care at all. As frustration thickened the air, another message suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Time remaining until round end, 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Huh, someone blurted out. There's a time limit? What does that mean? Another asked. Are we supposed to do something before time runs out? A third cursed under their breath. Great. So now we're expected to guess the quest too. Someone tried to sound optimistic. Maybe it's a monster hunting quest. If we move around, we might stumble onto something. That forest over there looks suspicious, another pointed out. Let's check it. Slowly, the crowd began to break apart. Some wandered aimlessly, letting their instincts guide them. Others headed toward the strange forest looming in the distance. Still, nearly half the players remained frozen in place, unsure where to even begin. That was when a small group approached Ryu Min. It was the bodyguard, Co Aaron, No Pain No Gay, and Min Juri, the same people he had teamed up with during the 6th round. Bodyguard bowed his head slightly. Black Scythe. You're here. Ryu glanced at them. Why are you all together? We just happened to run into each other nearby, Bodyguard replied. Min Juri smiled warmly. It's nice meeting like this again. Watching the four of them together, Ryu felt a faint sense of familiarity. Did they grow closer because they were in the same party last round? He wondered. Bodyguard hesitated, then spoke. Black Scythe, about the 7th round quest. Do you have any idea what it might be? Any guesses at all? Ryu tilted his head slightly. Why are you asking me? The bodyguard scratched his cheek awkwardly. Oh, if this is uncomfortable, I'm sorry. I just thought that, well, with your insight, you might know something. Ryu answered without hesitation. It's a hidden quest. What do you expect me to do? I'm in the same position as everyone else. I see, Bodyguard said quietly. For a moment, disappointment flickered across his face. Then it was replaced by a small, almost relieved smile. It was the expression of someone finally finding a chance to be useful. Then, he said, Black Scythe, would you like me to share some information I have about the 7th round? Ryu's eyes sharpened. How do you know anything about the 7th round? Bodyguard answered plainly. I heard it from a prophet in the real world. Ryu frowned. Last time, he had gone out of their way to hide that fact. Now he was saying it openly, without hesitation. Was I naive to think I could trust him? Ryu thought. Lost in that realization, he stared at Bodyguard in silence. The bodyguard shifted uncomfortably, stumbling over his words. Why? He asked nervously, why are you looking at me like that? Ryu frowned and replied. You mentioned a prophet. That sounds ridiculous. The bodyguard shook his head firmly. It's true. I have a friend who's a prophet. I've already received help from them several times. He glanced sideways. Isn't that right, Co Aaron? Co Aaron nodded without hesitation. Yes, that's true. Ryu's expression didn't change, but inwardly he sighed. So Co Aaron too, great. That makes one more person I can't fully trust. While the others spoke, Min Juri stayed quiet. She looked unusually stiff, her eyes slightly widened, as if something had unsettled her deeply. The bodyguard continued, seemingly unaware. The prophet said something strange. Do not fall for temptation. No Pain No Gay tilted his head. What does that even mean? Min Juri's thoughts churned. The words gnawed at her. The prophet she believed only she knew, could it really be the same person? Unable to hold it in anymore, she spoke. Is the prophet's name? Ryu Min? The moment the name left her mouth, Co Aaron and the bodyguard froze. Their eyes widened, shock written plainly across their faces. Ryu, who had been watching everything unfold, let out a quiet breath inside his chest. Damn it, this is getting messy. Still, he steadied himself. It shouldn't be a problem as long as my identity as Black Scythe stays hidden. After a brief pause, he made a decision. For now, it's better if the four of them move separately. Out loud, he said calmly. If the prophet's words turn out to be true, then don't give in to temptation. It might be worth keeping that in mind. He continued. For now, we should split up and gather information on our own. The bodyguard blinked. Split up? Yes, Ryu replied. As we move around, we might discover new quests or clues. But what if this is a party-based quest? The bodyguard asked. Wouldn't it be better to stay together when we don't even know? Ryu said, there is no mention of party quest. Okay, bodyguard said quietly. I understand. Let's handle the 7th round individually. He bowed his head. Black Scythe, good luck. We'll meet again. Co Aaron followed suit, bowing politely. No Pain No Gay hesitated for a second, then awkwardly bowed as well. We'll be going now. One by one, they turned and left. Only Min Juri remained. Ryu looked at her. You should go too. She nodded slowly. Oh, I see. Okay. Though her steps were hesitant and her shoulders heavy, she eventually turned and walked away alone. Ryu exhaled deeply. This has become way more troublesome than I expected. He stood there, thinking for several minutes, replaying the conversation over and over in his mind. Then, a sharp scream tore through the air. Ryu moved instantly, sprinting toward the source of the sound without a second thought. What he found made him stop short. Min-juri was there, her expression twisted with a strange intensity, her breathing uneven and blood. Ryu rushed to her side. Min-juri, what happened? What's going on? She struggled to speak, her voice trembling violently. Black Scythe, no, Min. Please, help me. Ryu stiffened. She knows. His heart sank. She knows my real identity. He was certain of it now, yet when he searched his memory, there had been no sign. Not even the faintest hint when he'd brushed against her thoughts before. Her pupils shook as she continued weakly. Min. Ryu Min. You're Ryu Min, right? Ryu felt genuine shock ripple through him. My real name, how did she find out? She looked at him as if the answer should have been obvious. You know, don't you? Why are you pretending? You're my love. No matter how hard you tried to hide it, it was painfully clear. Ryu stared at her. So, you knew the whole time and just acted like you didn't? She nodded, her expression filled with exhaustion. Yes. Pretending all this time, it was unbearable. Ryu set that aside for the moment and spoke firmly. We'll talk about that later. Tell me first, what happened to you? Who did this to you? Ryu demanded, his voice tight. Tell me. Her condition was dire. Blood soaked her clothes, and her breathing was shallow, every second brushing dangerously close to death. In his sudden panic, Ryu had failed to activate his healing abilities right away. The realization struck him like a slap. With a sharp breath, he finally summoned his power. Warm light wrapped around Min-juri's body as her torn flesh slowly knit itself back together. The bleeding stopped. Color returned to her face. Relief softened her expression, and she whispered weakly, "Thank you, Min." Ryu didn't relax. "Who did this?" he pressed. "Who attacked you?" She swallowed. "Sang-cheol, he did." "What?" The word slipped out before Ryu could stop it. A blaze of fury ignited inside him, hot and violent, all of it aimed squarely at Sang-cheol. His grip tightened. "Where is that bastard?" he growled. A voice answered from behind him, dripping with mockery. "Right here." Ryu spun around instantly. Standing there was the bodyguard, wearing a grin so exaggerated it looked like it had been practiced in front of a mirror. The kind villains wear when they think they've already won. "You bastards," Ryu snapped. "Wow," the bodyguard chuckled, "that's a bit harsh, Prophet." Ryu's twisted expression slowly smoothed out. The raw rage in his eyes cooled, settling into something far more dangerous. "So you already knew," Ryu said calmly. "That I'm the Prophet." The bodyguard shook his head. "Not at first. We only figured it out after interrogating that girl." He gestured lazily toward Min-juri. "Up until recently, we had no idea." Min-juri lowered her head, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry, Min, the pain was unbearable." Ryu didn't blame her. Not even a little. Instead, he fixed the bodyguard with an icy stare. The man laughed. "Don't look at me like that. Do you have any idea how shocked I was? The weak-looking prophet turns out to be Black Scythe himself. Who would have guessed?" Ryu lifted his chin slightly. "Before I let my anger loose," he said coldly, "explain yourself. Why did you attack Min-juri?" The bodyguard shrugged. "She was close to you. I figured a surprise attack might squeeze out something useful. Honestly, the result exceeded expectations. To think the prophet was Black Scythe," his grin widened. "CEO Ma is going to be thrilled." That was enough. Ryu summoned his death scythe in one smooth motion, its blade humming with lethal intent. "Do you really think you'll live long enough to report that?" "Whoa, whoa," the bodyguard said quickly, raising a hand. "Easy there. Take one more step and I'll detonate the bomb hidden inside her body." Ryu's eyes narrowed. "What?" At that moment, No Pain No Gain stepped out from behind the bodyguard, scratching his head awkwardly. "Sorry, Black Scythe." The bodyguard burst into laughter. "He helped me out." The pieces snapped together instantly in Ryu's mind. His voice dropped. "Did you really plant a black seed inside Min-juri's body?" No Pain No Gain nodded silently. That single nod sent a shock through Ryu. At level 40, dark mages gained access to a skill called Black Seed. It allowed them to plant a demonic core into the ground, summoning a minion upon detonation. If planted inside a human body, the result was instant annihilation. The body would explode like a firework, and the demon would emerge from the remains. Ryu glared at him. "You bastard. When did you reach level 40? No Pain No Gain finally spoke. "Did you think I was just messing around? I worked hard too. Just like you, Black Scythe. Ryu's voice trembled with restrained fury. You worthless piece of trash. Remove the seed. Now. No, came the flat reply. Ryu's eyebrow twitched. Are you insane? He snapped. How dare you stand against me? Weren't you the one who practically worshipped me? No pain no gain met his gaze. Of course. To me, Black Scythe is like a god. He paused, then added quietly. But that's only if you can handle this perfectly. If you fail, then there's no reason to keep following you. The words hit harder than a punch. Sang Cheol. Co Aaron. Even Hio Taisuk. One by one, those who once admired him had turned their backs. The betrayal cut deep. Ryu exhaled slowly and looked at the bodyguard. What do you want? The man gestured toward Minjuri. See that precious girl of yours? Such a shame. Get to the point, Ryu said. And promise you won't hurt her if I comply. The bodyguard laughed. Fine. I promise. All right, Ryu said. What is it? Information about the next round. The location of the hidden piece. The bodyguard replied. I have no interest in that. The grin vanished from the bodyguard's face, replaced by something cold and severe. Still trying to play us? He said sharply. You think we don't know how you manipulate things behind the scenes? Unbelievable. Then he gave his demand. Kill yourself, he said plainly. Right here. In front of us. His eyes flicked toward Minjuri. Do that, and we'll let her live. Ryu didn't hesitate. Understood, he replied calmly. As long as Minjuri lives, nothing else matters. Without a shred of doubt, he raised his scythe and pressed the cold blade against his throat. There was no trembling, no pause. In one clean motion, his head separated from his body and fell to the ground, rolling lifelessly across the floor. Then, reality snapped back into place. Ryu's consciousness jolted awake, as if he had been yanked out of a nightmare. A translucent window appeared before his eyes. Kill yourself without hesitation. Subquest completed. The instant he read it, understanding flooded in. So it was an illusion. Everything he had just experienced, the betrayal, Minjuri's injury, the ultimatum, none of it had been real. It was a fabricated world, shaped precisely to exploit his deepest fears. Still, Ryu exhaled slowly. There's no way I wouldn't recognize this, he muttered. I've been through it 99 times already. Then he corrected himself. No, this wasn't the system's doing alone. I did this to myself. His gaze shifted to another window. Temporary skill, Dominion. Remaining uses, 9. Target, Black Scythe. Status, used once. Dominion had been activated, and the target was himself. Ryu nodded. As expected. I used Dominion on myself so I wouldn't realize it was an illusion. The moment he had entered the 7th round, Ryu Min had already cast Dominion. The command he gave himself had been simple and absolute. Do not acknowledge that this is an illusion until the subquest is complete. The main objective of the 7th round was to escape the illusion. But if a player recognized it as an illusion from the start, the system wouldn't allow them to proceed. They would be frozen at the beginning, disqualified, and erased. Ryu knew this because he had already failed once before. I recognized it too early back then, he said quietly. The system warned me, and then I disappeared. The emptiness after that still lingers. That was why, whenever Ryu spoke of his prophecies, he never explicitly stated that the 7th round was an illusion. Knowing in advance was a death sentence. So I asked myself, Ryu said, what if I tricked the system instead? What if he made the system believe Minjuri was the person he loved most? Would it then shape the illusion around her and push him toward sacrifice? It worked. Because Ryu had conditioned himself to believe, no, to feel, that Minjuri was his true love, the system responded exactly as he predicted. Kill yourself without hesitation. And he did. Before entering this world, Ryu had needed to reprogram his own mind. I had to convince myself that I would willingly give up my life to save Minjuri. The 7th round constructed illusions based on inner anxieties. Ryu's greatest fear wasn't death, it was betrayal. The idea that those he trusted would turn on him once they learned his true identity. Ryu let out a small breath and smiled faintly. Looks like the brainwashing paid off. Just then, footsteps echoed nearby. Co Aaron appeared, glancing around before spotting him. Oh, Black Scythe. Did you clear the 7th round? Yeah, Ryu replied. You too? She nodded. I escaped the illusion as well. She hesitated, her cheeks flushing red as she checked to make sure no one else was nearby. The others are still trapped. I see, Ryu said. Co Aaron's expression suddenly turned serious. She took a breath, clearly gathering her courage. Black Scythe. This might sound sudden, but... She looked away, then back at him. I really like you. Ryu frowned. Don't joke around. I'm not, she said quickly. I know it sounds strange, but it's real. I just wanted to say it while we're alone. Ryu's hand tightened around his scythe. The air grew unnaturally cold. Whether she sensed the shift or not, Eren forced herself to continue. Black Scythe, will you date me? There was a chilling sound. Eren's head separated from her body and flew through the air. Ryu stared forward, his expression completely devoid of emotion. Enough with these ridiculous tricks. The illusion shattered. A final message appeared before his eyes. Main quest completed. Escape temptation. Time, 2 hours. At that moment, the illusion began to crumble. Eren's body, the field, the air itself, everything dissolved like mist under sunlight. As Ryu stepped forward, the scenery peeled away layer by layer, revealing the truth beneath. Scattered across the area were other players, still trapped. Their eyes were shut, heads bowed, bodies standing stiffly in place like mannequins paused mid-scene. From the distance, Priscilla noticed the movement. Huh? She muttered, fluttering closer. Someone escaped already? Her curiosity sharpened as she approached. Then her eyes widened. Black Scythe? Ryu lifted an eyebrow, clearly amused. Why do you look so shocked? For a split second, Priscilla seemed genuinely stunned. Then, slowly, a grin spread across her face. The surprise melted into delight, and she burst into laughter, bright, wild, almost manic. Intrigued, Ryu tilted his head. Angel, what's so funny? Oh, right, she said, waving it off. This isn't the time. She straightened herself and smiled formally. Congratulations. You're the first one to break free from the illusion. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Ryu played dumb. Illusion? Oh, was that what it was? Priscilla chuckled. Please wait until the time limit ends. Rewards will be distributed once the results are finalized. A beam of light descended from above, wrapping around Ryu. When the light faded, all around him stood countless figures, players frozen in place, eyes closed, minds still wandering through fabricated dreams. So they moved us somewhere else after triggering the illusion, Ryu murmured. Most of them are probably still deep inside it. He glanced around calmly. The first illusion revolves around killing yourself, he thought. But that's just a subquest. Even if someone couldn't bring themselves to kill themselves, they wouldn't be eliminated outright. They'd simply lose the chance to earn a reward. Survival depended on the main objective. Resisting temptation. The second illusion followed immediately after. Temptation, Ryu continued inwardly. That's the real test. Just like before, the system tailored the illusion to each player's deepest desires. Wealth, love, freedom from pain, escape from suffering. Each person faced a different bait. In my case, Ryu sighed, Eren confessed to me. If he had given in and allowed the time to run out, he would have been disqualified on the spot. But if he resisted, his ranking would be determined by how quickly he did so. Speed matters, he concluded. Which is why breaking free fast is best. However, killing Eren the instant she appeared wouldn't have counted. The timer only began once temptation was clearly presented and rejected. That's why I waited for her confession, Ryu thought. The moment temptation truly began, I ended it. He let out a small breath and leaned back, bored. Checking the timer, he frowned slightly. Time remaining until round end, 1 hour 30 minutes and 51 seconds. An hour and 30 minutes left. Great. As time passed, a few players began to stir. Huh? What's going on? One muttered, blinking. Where are we? Another asked, panic creeping into their voice. Don't come closer, someone warned cautiously. Then another voice rang out, full of confidence. Even if you try to tempt me, it's useless. I already have someone I love. The angels began calmly explaining the situation, though their words only left the newly awakened players scratching their heads in confusion. Eventually, the countdown reached 0. Everyone snapped back to reality at once. Priscilla clapped her hands, smiling brightly. All right, everyone. Let's pull ourselves together. She looked around knowingly. By now, you should understand that everything you experienced was nothing more than an illusion. A translucent window appeared before them, displaying the quest details once more. Main quest. Escape temptation within 2 hours. Subquest. Kill yourself without hesitation. Priscilla spoke again, her voice ringing clearly across the silent field. As you've probably realized by now, the main objective of this round was to resist the temptation created by the illusion. As for the hidden subquest, she paused deliberately. That was the challenge of killing yourselves without hesitation. The reaction was immediate. What? Killing yourself was a subquest? One player shouted in disbelief. So that wasn't even the main scenario? Another groaned. You've got to be kidding me. How are we supposed to do something like that in such a twisted situation? Someone yelled. This quest is completely unhinged. Who can kill themselves without even thinking twice? Complaints erupted from all sides, frustration and outrage spilling freely into the air. A results window materialized before everyone's eyes. Round 7 results, all zones. First place, Black Scythe, level 54, Reaper, 1 second. Second place, Chrissy, level 27, Priest, 5 seconds. Third place, Heavenly Demon, level 29, Dark Knight, 6 seconds. Specific Zone C2 ESKA 003. First place, Black Scythe, level 54, Reaper, 1 second. Second place, on Sangcheol, level 34, Knight, 18 seconds. Third place, Co Aaron, level 34, Summoner, 24 seconds. The moment the rankings appeared, the crowd erupted again. Black Scythe is first, again? Even when strength doesn't matter, he still dominates? Look at that. 1 second, someone exclaimed. That's not human willpower. Some players could only shake their heads, unable to accept what they were seeing. Then, reward messages flooded Ryu's vision. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in this specific area. Congratulations. You have achieved first place across the entire unified area. Currently, Black Scythe holds first place both overall and within the specific area. As first place in your zone, you will receive a random selection voucher. As first place in the all zones, you will receive a special reward selection box. The other angels were left completely stunned when Black Scythe claimed victory yet again. Quiet murmurs spread among them, disbelief dripping from every whisper. That guy's mental strength is unreal. No matter how much they tried to hide it, jealousy leaked out. It wasn't just about Black Scythe dominating the round once more. What truly rubbed salt in their celestial wounds was Priscilla's triumph. She had seized the throne and become queen, and that fact gnawed at them far more than they wanted to admit. Some angels clicked their tongues, others frowned, and a few stared off into space, clearly unhappy. Priscilla, wearing an unsettling grin, clapped her hands together. All right everyone, have you checked your rewards? She spread her arms theatrically. Then it's time for dissolution. Her tone turned cold. Those who failed to rank high, and those who couldn't resist temptation within the time limit, farewell. No excuses allowed. Before anyone could protest, nearly half the players crumbled into dust and vanished without a trace. And then, another message followed. Subquest reward acquired, Rune of Mental Barrier. The acquired rune will automatically be engraved onto the player's body. Ryu smiled faintly. So this is it. I finally got it. An information window appeared immediately after. Rune of Mental Barrier. Effect, complete immunity to all mental type attacks. Ryu's smile deepened. Now I can deal with Yami properly. Priscilla, wearing an unsettling grin, clapped her hands together. Alright everyone, have you checked your rewards? As I mentioned earlier, Priscilla continued calmly, we agreed to appoint the player who cleared the mission the fastest as the zone representative. She pointed forward. As expected, the unified zone representative is this person. A system message flashed. Player Black Scythe has been appointed zone representative of C2 ESKA 003. No one objected. It was a result too clean, too overwhelming to argue against. Priscilla smiled brightly. And now, as promised, we'll deliver the final reward to Black Scythe, the unified zone representative. At last, the message Ryu Min had been waiting for appeared. Authority update. The temporary skill, Dominion, has changed. You may now use Dominion once in the real world. Ryu's eyes gleamed. This round had been worth every risk. Heavenly Demon jolted awake, sitting upright on his bed as if he had just escaped a nightmare. His chest felt tight, his breathing uneven. The illusion from the 7th round clung to him like a lingering shadow. For a moment, he questioned whether he was truly back in reality. The mental torment he had endured was far too vivid. Scenes he wished he could erase replayed mercilessly in his mind, especially the memory of his own brothers standing on that rooftop, eyes cold, hands trembling as they tried to end his life. It had only been an illusion, yet the pain felt real enough to scar him. It was an experience he never wanted to relive. As his thoughts settled, a disturbing idea crept in. What if that wasn't merely an illusion? What if it was a glimpse of something yet to come? The possibility alone made his stomach twist. Thinking of it as a future event only amplified his anxiety. His resolve hardened. He had to accelerate the growth of the company, no matter the cost. Only by doing so could he secure his father's recognition and protect himself from whatever fate awaited him. Then another inconsistency surfaced in his mind. He hadn't seen anyone with a class named Prophet. That bothered him. If someone truly possessed foresight, shouldn't they have realized that resisting temptation was the key to clearing the round? And if that were the case, shouldn't that prophet have ranked first across all zones? This round hadn't required combat at all. A real prophet should have broken free from the illusion instantly. Unless, did the prophet intentionally delay clearing it? Why would someone with such an advantage hold back? What was he thinking? Heavenly Demon muttered to himself, irritation and suspicion mixing together. By lunchtime, Ryu and Minjuri were seated across from each other, their meals untouched for the most part. The meeting had been arranged so Ryu could brief her on the upcoming 8th round, but something felt off. Minjuri looked unusually tense, her movement stiff, her gaze unfocused. Ryu noticed immediately. Is it too soon for this meeting? He wondered. She seems unstable. He spoke gently. Juri, what's wrong? You're barely eating. Don't you like the food? She hesitated, clearly struggling to put her emotions into words. No, it's good. Really. It's just. Despite her hunger, a heavy emotional shock weighed on her, making each bite feel difficult. Ryu carefully probed further, his perception brushing against her thoughts. Was the illusion in round 7 particularly hard on you? Minjuri froze. Her words caught in her throat. I don't know. She kept her head lowered, afraid that lifting it would expose her flushed face. Ryu quickly understood. Feeling awkward, he spoke in a softer tone. It wasn't terrifying, was it? Just embarrassing. Her silence confirmed it. Even after his advice, resisting temptation had been far more difficult for her than he'd anticipated. Let's leave round 7 behind, Ryu said calmly. It's already over. She nodded, relieved. Yes, you're right. Ryu continued, shifting the topic. There's something important I need to tell you about round 8. As always, he spoke with certainty, almost like delivering a revelation. Nearby, Jeffrey the spy sat within earshot. Ryu made no effort to lower his voice. He'll definitely pass this along to Christine, Ryu thought. And knowing her, one prophecy won't be enough to earn her trust. No harm letting them hear. The scene shifted. At a PCW meeting, the chairman sat staring at his phone, scrolling endlessly through news headlines. Every minute, another article appeared praising players for their recent achievements. His father's words echoed bitterly in his ears. The youngest son of the Osung group succeeded in player place. He's 3 years younger than you. And you're not even a player. No one bothers to write a single article about you. The chairman bit his lip hard. He hadn't known that player place belonged to Ma Jiangrock. His teeth ground together. It's all because of that bastard. Ma Jiangrock. If I had become a player, I would have been his equal. At the very least. Another article caught his attention. A Congress member was forming a special police force dedicated to handling players. That sealed his decision. He would move forward with his plan. He had to prove himself to his father, no matter what. Soon, Yami and Lost Yark joined the online meeting. The chairman leaned forward and spoke sharply. You said 3 players passed the murder test, right? Yami nodded. Yes. Good, the chairman replied. We proceed tomorrow. Elsewhere, inside a quiet church, Christine's father spoke in a firm, unexpected tone. Keep the prophet close to you. Christine's eyes widened. That was the last thing she expected to hear from her conservative father. Really, she asked. You believe him just because he got one thing right? Her father replied calmly, even if it was luck, think about it. What do you lose by listening? The remark left her confused. After a pause, she asked, did you run a background check on him? Yes, he answered. He's an ordinary young man. Commutes between home and work. Your fiancé does the same. They're even doing business together. Despite his reassurance, Christine remained unsure. At that moment, Jeffrey returned. The pastor looked at him curiously. What's this? You came back in a hurry. I just got information about round 8, Jeffrey said. From that guy. Christine's eyes sharpened. So, you heard another prophecy? Yes, Jeffrey replied. This one was very detailed. Her father nodded. Christine, if you're still doubtful, test it in the 8th round. Decide after that. She thought it over, then nodded slowly. That's not a bad idea. I'd prefer that. Jeffrey then recounted the conversation he had overheard earlier. Ryu had explained the strategy for round 8 in far more detail than before. Unlike round 7, this round would present numerous opportunities to earn experience points. Leveling up would be critical, and players would need to exploit every available element. Ryu had offered as much help as possible. Then he added one final warning. There's something else you need to remember. Minjuri looked up. What is it? In round 8, Ryu said, you won't be able to accompany Black Scythe like before. Her eyes widened. What? Why? Ryu explained the reason, leaving her momentarily speechless. This time something new was coming. In round 8. NPCs will appear. And no one would be able to face it the same way as before. And that's where Season 2 ends. This video wraps up both Season 1 and Season 2, a full journey from the first step into the game to the chaos, schemes, and revelations we've just witnessed. But don't get it twisted. The story is far from over. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.